Reborn on the eve of the apocalypse, Jiang Hao awakens the Lord system. While survivors are still struggling for a bite to eat, his territory is already roaring with activity. Main battle tanks crush the ruins at the borders. The Xing Tian mecha stands proudly in the sky. The mothership obscures the sun, and interstellar warships tear through the heavens. Dimensional weapons distort reality, and the laws of physics are at my command. Jiang Hao stands in the command tower of the starport. His gaze piercing through the doomsday clouds as Steel Tide is about to embark on an expedition across the stars and seas. Chapter 1. It's not too late. A 1,000-meter-long beast, terrifying atomic breath. A 7th-level mutant who can level the abyss with a single palm. Lonely, cold. In a daze, Jiang Hao seemed to hear his university teacher's voice in class. Am I dead? Suddenly opening his eyes, what came into view was a familiar yet strange university classroom. He was shocked, trembling hands fumbling in his pocket for his phone. November 6th, 2025? Jiang Hao's voice trembled, tears instantly blurring his vision. The faces of former friends, comrades, and enemies flashed before him one by one, living again. The pain of the past will eventually fade away, but only the memories will remain. First, I need to get that thing. Yinshan Lake. This is L City's famous leisure spot. Jiang Hao followed the intel from his previous life to this place and was soon attracted to a dock in the Yan Lake scenic area. The dock was just a wooden platform made from a few planks tied together. It looked more like a simple fishing platform built by some anglers. He walked over and climbed onto the fishing platform. Recalling the sporadic intel from his previous life, Jiang Hao slowly raised his hand, reaching towards the lake's surface. Ding! His body seemed to be touched by something. As his palm reached forward, it encountered resistance. Was it a wall? Or a door? Jiang Hao swallowed hard, feeling as if his tongue had dried up. Creak! The door opened. Inside was pitch black, with no light whatsoever. This the place. Due to nervousness, sweat beads had already formed on Jiang Hao's forehead. Taking a deep breath, he raised his foot and decisively jumped in. Ding! Carbon-based life form detected. System monitoring in progress. Detection complete. Meets system binding conditions. Starting binding. Binding complete. Masterbound. ID 013. Initial storage space opened. System name. Galaxy bound to host. Host name. Jiang Hao. Gender. Male. System level. 0. Status. Not deployed retractable state. Upgrade requirements. Prerequisite building. Medical center. Steel. 100,000 units. Wood. 100,000 units. Food. 100,000 units. Water. 10,000 units. Resource reserves. Steel. 200 units. Wood. 200 units. Food. 700 units. Water. 100 units. This is it. Jiang Hao's voice trembled at this moment. He finally confirmed that he had discovered that base. And at the bottom of the main interface, two sub-interfaces separated, namely, infrastructure and units. Clicking on the infrastructure interface, the holographic display panel instantly showed the buildings that could be constructed in a level 0 base. Medical center, 60,000 units of steel, 60,000 units of wood. Construction time. 2 days. Young man, want a shot? What are you thinking? I mean a vaccination. Storage center, 10,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of steel. Construction time. 1 day. Building this proves you have solved your basic food and clothing needs. Are you going to wait for the leftover food to mold? Hurry up and build. Machine workshop, 20,000 units of steel, 5,000 units of wood. Construction time. 2 days. Look, this building is definitely a product of the era. It will lead you to the future. Agricultural farm, 10,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of steel. Construction time. 2 days. Food is paramount. The food produced here is absolutely the greenest. Water purification station, 10,000 units of steel, 80,000 units of wood. Construction time. 3 days. Hey, this produces the purest source of life if you don't build it. Are you planning to drink polluted water in the apocalypse? If you want to become a zombie. I said nothing. War workshop, 20,000 units of steel, 5,000 units of wood. Construction time. 2 days. Here, you'll find everything you want. These are all the buildings that can be produced in a level 0 base. Jiang Hao silently stared at the building called Medical Center. Wow. The construction cost is almost equivalent to the resources required for upgrading. Jiang Hao discovered that among these buildings, some could be built repeatedly, like the storage center and machine workshop. while some buildings could only be constructed once, such as the medical center. And at the bottom of the infrastructure interface, there was also a units interface. Engineering robot 30 units of steel, construction time, 1 minute. Can perform resource collection tasks and complete infrastructure construction. Sentry-class machine gun, 50 units of steel, construction time, 30 minutes. The caliber is just as think the rifle caliber is too small? Try switching to a machine gun. This thing can be mounted on the city wall for 24-hour surveillance. Military off-road vehicle, 1,000 units of steel, construction time, 6 hours. A crude transportation tool. Only primitive people would use it. Maximum speed of 160 km/h. Tang Dao, 30 units of steel, construction time, 1 minute. A close combat weapon if you're interested in it. It's only because you haven't seen what's below. Model 01 automatic rifle, 40 units of steel, construction time, 5 minutes. A bit stronger than a fire stick. I'm not talking about the above item, The bullets for this are charged separately. Hyena wheeled armored vehicle, 4,000 units of steel, construction time, 10 hours. Driving this, you can swim through a sea of zombies. Wow. So powerful. Jiang Hao stared blankly at the unit exchange interface. Wow. Even at the initial level, the base can already produce first-level powerhouses in bulk. No wonder that person in my previous life could actually seize a province under the joint efforts of the 7 martial saints. Seeing the exchange list on the panel, Jiang Hao's heart was filled with joy, and even sweat started to form in his palms. I'm going to get rich. An abandoned steel mine. Though this place is in a valley surrounded by mountains, there is only one winding mountain road coming from the northwest. Most importantly, just behind this mountain is the largest steel mining area in Peace City. Jiang Hao decided to choose this location for the base headquarters. The base has a built-in cloaking feature, so he was not afraid of being discovered. Walking to an open, unfrequented area, Jiang Hao finally stopped. He tightened his fists slightly, then relaxed, revealing the building patterns in his palm. Galaxy system, deploy the base. As the words fell, the space in front of him twisted. He faintly heard a cracking sound, very subtle. Before long, everything returned to calm. Galaxy deployment complete. New base established. Please name the base, host. Jiang Hao looked far into the distance, to the end of his gaze, where the mountains converged. The setting sun is like blood, dyeing everything around it with a layer of fiery color. The twilight is thick, slowly swallowing that ray of sunset glow. But the sun will rise as usual, just like the phoenix soaring, reborn from the flames. Looking towards the open space ahead, he slowly said, "Let's call it Finkawu." As the words fell, Jiang Hao leaped towards that open space. His body broke through a certain barrier, as if plunging into water. Indescribably gentle, in the next moment, everything before his eyes became clear. The karst terrain towers into the clouds, with green pines standing among them. Accompanied by the moonlight, the sound of rushing water can be heard. Under the moonlight, a waterfall cascades down from over 1,000 meters, forming a vast impact lake on the distant ground. Above the lake, clouds and mist swirl, and the immense impact force crashes against the surface of the lake, creating a tumultuous sea of air, shrouded in mist. It sparkles under the moonlight. Right in front of Jiang Hao, a city occupying 70 of the entire plain is now silently standing before him. The stacked stone walls appear somewhat low, with mottled moss filled with the traces of time. Inside the city, vast expanses of open land indicate that this is still an undeveloped virgin land. The only visible building within the city is a simple residence located on a towering mountain. That is the hub of the entire city. Following the overgrown wilderness path, Jiang Hao finally reached the central area of the city. At the entrance of the building, a bulldog filled with cyberpunk style is wagging its tail, begging for affection. This is the defense system that the base has deployed, and it is also his only personal bodyguard at the moment. He pushed the door open and walked in. What greeted his eyes was the system panel displayed in holographic projection. Territory name, Fekawu. Status, deployed. Territory area, 20 square kilometers. Buildings. Command center, 1. Simple city walls, 4. Individual units. Bulldog, 1. Resource reserves. Steel, 220 units. Wood, 200 units. Food, 700 units. Water, 100 units. The information of the galaxy system has changed, and the added steel mine is some scrap materials that Jiang Hao carried with him. As Jiang Hao guessed, the moment he entered Fengwu, the materials he carried were already recorded in the system panel. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Hao decided to convert all initial resources into century-level cannons. Units exchanged directly from the system panel are not subject to the control of the medical center. Even without building a medical center, these directly exchanged items can still be used normally. The current defense of the entire territory is too weak and urgently needs to upgrade the defense system.As for the production of engineering robots. It can be postponed. After all, the apocalypse has not yet arrived. Everything in the world is still functioning normally. That if he releases engineering robots to gather resources now, exposing the existence of Fengwu would go against Jiang Hao's principle of surviving and developing. After the base was deployed, the system panel added buildings like an engineering robot production line and a bulldog production line. Items produced through these production lines are 50 cheaper than those exchanged directly from the system panel. This is clearly intended for large-scale production, which Jiang Hao's current assets cannot covet. The sky gradually darkened. In this deep mountain, the command post is his only campsite. Fortunately, although the cabin is not large, all facilities are fairly complete. The room has a typical 2-bedroom and 1 living room layout. The function of the living room has been replaced by the holographic projection panel, becoming the core area of the entire system. In the master bedroom, in addition to simple furniture, there is also a separate bathroom. The other small bedroom resembles a study, and there are naturally not many books inside, but the system instructions are piled thick. Everything constitutes the simple style of a level 0 system. Lying on the soft bed, Jiang Hao quietly calculated. There are 5 days left until the apocalypse. So tomorrow, Chapter 2, the final preparations. The clock struck 6 on time. Jiang Hao rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at the electronic clock hanging on the wall. November 13th, 2025. The apocalypse is today. Jiang Hao exhaled lightly, feeling a bit complicated, but more excited. It's a feeling of being fully prepared, but waiting for the right moment. Stretching his body, Jiang Hao walked out of the door. Before him, within the Fengwu territory, everything had changed out on the vast open space. 3 magnificent buildings now stand tall. The slightly larger one is a courtyard-style building, with a large courtyard densely divided into 6 rice paddies, where fish occasionally leap out of the water, splashing. Droplets that in the courtyard, 6 or 7 engineering robots are busily working in the fields that in the Fengwu territory. All construction units are fully automated, and the entire process requires no human involvement. As Jiang Hao's gaze shifted, a large holographic panel had already appeared before him above the buildings. Base Pond Farm LV1. Crops grown. Fast-growing rice. Fast-growing fragrant fish. Growth cycle, 7 days. Yield, 5,000 units of rice, 7 days. Fragrant fish, 1,000 units, 7 days. The farm was established by Jiang Hao on the 11th, and after a few days of growth, the rice in the fields is already grown over half a meter tall, swaying with the gentle breeze. The other 2 buildings are a water purification station and a war workshop, both of which are typical modern utilitarian-style buildings. Water purification station LV1. Production cycle, 1 day. Yield, 500 units day. Quality, level 1 drinking water. War workshop LV1. Model 01 automatic rifle, 20 units of steel. Yield, 300 units day. 7.62 millimeters bullets, 20 units of steel box. Yield, 2,000 boxes day. Tang Dao, 15 units of steel. Yield, 1,200 pieces day. Century-level cannon, 25 units of steel. Yield, 50 units day. Military off-road vehicle, 500 units of steel. Yield, 10 vehicles day. Hyena wheeled armored vehicle, 2,000 units of steel. Yield, 3 vehicles day. Bulldog, 25 units of steel. Yield, 500 dogs day. These 3 buildings in front of him, along with the mountains of supplies piled up in the command center, constitute all of Jiang Hao's wealth at present. After several days of effort, Jiang Hao has finally exhausted all his savings over the years to build these 3 buildings on the day the apocalypse arrives. In a small city with 5 lines, he still has a house. That is the only inheritance left to him by his parents before they passed away. But wanting to sell the house within a week is unrealistic. As for after the apocalypse arrives, none of this will matter. At this moment, Jiang Hao's phone suddenly rang. That IT was a call from Xiaosu in L City. Xiao Su's family has been neighbors with Jiang Hao since childhood, and the two families have always had a good relationship. After Jiang Hao established Fengkewu, he immediately contacted Xiao Su, but he couldn't get through to him. Unexpectedly, it was only at this moment that Xiao Su called back. Suzi, listen to me. I don't care where you are right now. Go to the supermarket and buy some supplies, then find a sturdy house to lock yourself in. Stock up on water, and no matter what happens outside, don't pay attention to it. Wait for me to come and get you. As he spoke, Jiang Hao looked up at the sky. Although it was not yet noon, the sky was gradually darkening, a sign of the impending apocalypse. He didn't have much time left. What? Guogongyi, are you out of your mind? With all this you're saying, is the end of the world really coming? Xiao Su's teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. Guogongyi was a nickname Xiao Su had given Jiang Hao because Jiang Hao once claimed to be a descendant of Su. You guessed it right. The apocalypse is really coming. Suzi, you watch a lot of web novels, right? Just do as they say in the books. Once you find a place, send me your location quickly. You don't have much time left. I'm not joking with you. After all these years of friendship, trust me and do as I say. Once I handle things here, I'll come and get you. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and after a while, Xiao Su's voice finally came through. Okay. After hanging up, Jiang had already reached the city gates. Although the city wall was still rudimentary, the 5 heavy artillery pieces mounted on it gave Jiang Hao an inexplicable sense of security. Sentinel-level artillery. Caliber, 30 millimeters. Rate of fire, 3,500 rounds a minute. This could pierce through armored vehicles and tanks. In the early stages of the apocalypse, when first-tier mutant beasts were scarce, this weapon's lethality was terrifying. Looking into the distance at the 3 buildings, Jiang Hao's face showed a fatherly smile of satisfaction. This would be the beginning of everything for him, and the only capital he had to survive in that hell on Earth. The apocalypse was a test of humanity for everyone in his previous life. Jiang Hao had seen company executives abandon everything just to get a meal, and he had also witnessed sanitation workers over 50 years old giving their last bit of food to a dying child. Nobility lies in being human, not in one's profession. This truth was starkly revealed during the apocalypse. At this moment, Jiang Hao would also embark on his journey, facing the first major test of the apocalypse. The simple city gates slowly opened, and a brand new military off-road vehicle stopped outside. Jiang Hao waved to the inside of the city, and a sturdy bulldog ran over to him, then rolled on the ground, shaking its palm-sized metal tail and revealing its smooth metal belly. Acting adorably, stupid dog. Jiang Hao laughed and scolded as he patted the bulldog's belly, then took out a coarse cloth cloak from the car to cover the bulldog's nearly half-meter-tall metal body before inviting it to get in the car. Bulldog. Low-tier combat species. Combat power. Equivalent to a first-tier mutant beast. Loyalty 100. In the territory of Fengkewu, all items would be presented to Jiang Hao in data form. This was Jiang Hao's ability as the Lord of Fengkewu and a guarantee for the stable development of the entire city. Jiang Hao patted the bulldog's head, seemingly murmuring to himself. Apocalypse, I'm coming. Chapter 3 The Doomsday Bell. Fengkewu is only about 10 kilometers away from P City. In half an hour, Jiang Hao has already driven into the city center. P City is as bustling as ever, and people have not noticed the gradually darkening weather. The entire city continues to operate as usual. Jiang Hao parked the car, bought some things at a nearby convenience store, and casually found a hotel to stay in. Xing Tian, report the status of the territory. Jiang Hao silently summoned the system in his mind. Although he had lost the ability to visualize any object's data after leaving the territory, he could still maintain smooth communication with the system. Host, the status of the territory Fengkewu is normal. The war workshop is in a state of suspension. The gating farm is running at full power, and the first batch of food will be ready in 4 days. The water purification station is operating normally and has produced 300 units of first-grade drinking water. Ding! It has been detected that there is a lack of storage warehouses in the territory. Please build one as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will lead to food spoilage. Immediately, the condition of the Fengkewu territory flashed in Jiang Hao's mind. He stretched comfortably and watched the most popular soap opera on television. Jiang Hao enjoyed this feeling very much. He patted the bulldog lying beside him. The mechanical dog surprisingly nuzzled Jiang Hao's hand in a human-like manner, emitting a series of whimpering sounds. "What a silly dog." Jiang Hao laughed and scolded. Just then, the sky changed again. The originally gloomy sky was now tinged with rosy clouds. Soon, half of the sky was gradually dyed with the glow of dawn. "It's here." Jiang Hao's expression brightened, and there was an inexplicable excitement in his tone. Then he stood up, picked up the nearly empty bottle of wine, and took the last sip of alcohol from before the apocalypse. The sky was a sea of blood. Soon, accompanied by the sound of whistling through the air, the blood-red glow finally revealed its true form before the world. Fireballs fell like raindrops, most of which were already burned to ashes in the atmosphere. The remaining fragments crashed to the ground like meteors. Jiang Hao stood by the window, witnessing the scene unfold. People were running in the streets, crying out. Soon, debris fell under the engulfing flames, crashing into the house, setting it ablaze, causing casualties. This is just the beginning. Jiang Hao clearly understood all of this. It was merely the beginning. The fireballs pouring down like rain were actually fragments of satellites in low Earth orbit around Blue Star. Tens of thousands of satellites were wiped out in an instant, and no one knew what had truly happened there. When the apocalypse truly descended, people had to exert all their strength to survive in the face of powerful alien beasts and beings, having long lost the courage to gaze at the stars. No one knew how long this disaster would last. Even though countries had already made high estimates of the disaster's level and quickly initiated rescue and investigation efforts, it was all too late. Just as the fiery rain in the sky gradually subsided, the calm sky underwent another change. The sky seemed to return to a blue hue. A deep blue light quickly became the only color in the sky, followed by green, blue, or yellow dots of light falling like snowflakes. The moment these alien snowflakes appeared, global communications suddenly ceased. The world instantly regressed by 50 years. Spores. Jiang Hao stared at the falling light spots, his gaze no longer calm. Who would have thought that these seemingly harmless light spots were the instigators of all disasters? They took root upon landing, and in just a moment, the world had changed beyond recognition. On the ground, in lakes, and even on roads and buildings, these spores took root and surged with the wind. Strange and bizarre plants quickly sprouted, emitting a ghostly blue glow. Under this glow, all life on the blue planet was undergoing changes. The crops across the entire planet withered as if struck by a plague. The land became unsuitable for cultivation, and the rivers were no longer clear, but instead emitted a faint stench of decay. Next came livestock and wild beasts. Under this glow, these animals fell into a deep sleep as if hibernating. In reality, however, drastic changes were occurring within them. Their genes were being reorganized, preparing for the next evolution. Next came humans, the former rulers of this blue planet. The vast population of over 7 billion was also not spared in the face of this disaster. Under this eerie glow, nearly 1/5 of the global population died instantly. Among the remaining survivors, most lost their self-awareness, exuding a foul stench, wandering aimlessly like walking corpses. It fed on humans, moving at the sound. On the streets, a piercing scream shattered the previous calm. It was the sound of someone having their throat bitten by a zombie. The mutation had begun. It quickly spread through the city. In a room, Jiang Hao, illuminated by the glow, was not spared either. At this moment, he lay on the ground, groaning in pain. The numbness from the alcohol eased his suffering, but even so, his clothes were soaked with sweat. The bulldog lay beside Jiang Hao, whimpering as if sensing its owner's pain. Yet at that moment, it could do nothing. Jiang Hao is undergoing a third transformation, aside from death and zombification. His congested meridians are slowly opening under the influence of this light. In this era of spiritual energy scarcity, his previously atrophied meridians are gradually filling up, marking the arrival of the era of human martial arts. At the same time, this transformation is occurring synchronously and profoundly around the globe. Some, like Jiang Hao, have awakened their martial arts talents, while others have awakened supernatural abilities. However, more people feel no change at all. They hide everywhere like lost dogs, fleeing from the loss. Those bitten by the loss will soon become one of them. This is merely the beginning of all disasters, and at this moment, human civilization has completely slipped into the abyss. After a brief period of agony, Jiang Hao stands up again. At this moment, he is already wrapped in a layer of black. This is the effect of marrow cleansing after his meridians have been unblocked. Xing Tian, report on the territory situation. Jiang Hao rushed into the bathroom and turned on the shower to wash off the dirt from his body while inquiring about the status of his territory. His biggest concern was whether the territory would be affected by the radiation from these light sources. If so, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Host, everything is normal in Fengkawu. The system's voice reassured Jiang Hao significantly. After tidying everything up, Jiang Hao slowly walked out of the room, holding his tang knife. The bulldog immediately rushed outside. In this zombie-infested world, a bulldog with first-tier B strength was undoubtedly a local ruler. Jiang Hao's combat equipment includes a holographic imaging system. After synchronizing vision with the bulldog, he can clearly see everything the bulldog sees through the holographic image in his retina. The air is filled with the smell of decay and gunpowder, and the once vibrant streets are now desolate. Bloodstains everywhere indicate the massacre that once took place here. On the ruined street, a few zombies are huddled together, feasting on a man who has fallen not long ago. The mutation is occurring within him, pushing him fiercely toward the ranks of the undead. However, the zombies will not give him the chance to become one of them. For these beings that have lost their humanity, feeding is instinctual. Before they completely lose their vitality, they will consume everything edible as much as possible. His body is still twitching, large chunks of flesh have been torn away, and soon there is no more movement. Such scenes are continuously playing out in this once prosperous city. Jiang Hao walked with his sword, his newly evolved body feeling incredibly light. A bulldog roared and charged out, and after a flurry of biting, the three zombies in the scene had lost their heads. Snowflakes were still falling from the sky. Jiang Hao looked up and saw among the swirling snow a spore glowing with a bright red light that was particularly striking. That's it. At this moment, Jiang Hao showed a look of relief. The reason he chose to establish his territory here was not only because of the rich resources, but also because of the red spore that was drifting down in the distance. Chapter 4. The Opportunity of the Undying Martial Saint. Spores, a peculiar type of organism. No one knows where they come from. This strange creature, which triggered a global catastrophe, finally revealed its hidden secret in the second year of the apocalypse. Although this inconspicuous organism is the root cause of the world's end, it also presents the rare opportunity for both humans and animals. After determining the direction in which the spore was falling, a man and his dog raced down the street. The air was filled with cries of anguish. Wielding a broadsword, Jiang Hao effortlessly slashed down two zombies blocking the way, and they quickly made their way towards the suburbs. Crossing over the low, shanty town, the streets were littered with overturned vehicles, and some people had mutated while driving, causing their cars to uncontrollably crash into nearby fences. Traffic had long since collapsed, and the air was increasingly thick with the stench of blood and decay. Jiang Hao crossed a high bridge with a bulldog, and the houses here were noticeably lower. As he turned a corner, he caught a whiff of a somewhat pungent smell of blood. Following the scent, the man and dog arrived at a courtyard. Number 1, go. The bulldog leaped up and instantly cleared the 2-meter-high wall, charging into the courtyard. The live feed quickly came through, and Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed. He saw fresh bloodstains scattered throughout the courtyard. It was in disarray, and a child about 3 or 4 years old was half kneeling in the yard, licking a budding flower with a crimson tongue. Hearing the noise, the child slowly looked up, his lifeless gray eyes devoid of any color. The pale skin had already begun to show signs of livor mortis, and it was slightly swollen, a sign of impending evolution. After rushing into the yard, the bulldog did not hesitate and pounced on the little zombie. The power of a first-tier, mutated beast erupted instantly, leaving the little zombie no time to react, and with a mechanical snap of its jaws, it tore off the little zombie's head along with its shoulders. Jiang Hao rushed into the courtyard holding a tang knife, and the bulldog immediately jumped up, wagging its tail and playfully approaching Jiang Hao, looking like it was seeking praise. Quite human-like, what a good dog. Jiang Hao smiled as he patted the dog's head, then shifted his gaze to the budding flowers. Just getting a bit closer, Jiang Hao felt his body tremble. The flower formed from spores contained a strange energy, and it was exactly the one Jiang Hao had been searching for. These flowers held immense opportunities. The seven martial saints, who rose rapidly at the beginning of the apocalypse in his previous life, all gained their fortunes from these spores, eventually becoming the seven major forces in the Shenzhou region. In this life, Jiang Hao had taken the risk to venture out of his territory for this spore flower. According to information from his previous life, this inconspicuous little flower was once the opportunity of one of the seven martial saints, the undying martial Saint Li Changhe. Li Changhe rose in the southwest, achieving the cultivation of a martial emperor in a year and becoming a martial saint in 3 years. After his rise, he quickly occupied a large part of the southwest region with his powerful cultivation and ultimately became one of the top forces in the Shenzhou region. In this life, I will seize the opportunity of the undying martial saint. Looking at the flower that was still in the process of maturing, Jiang Hao felt a surge of ambition. Right now, the flower was not yet fully mature, so Jiang Hao could only stay here. It was at this moment that he noticed, just as he had been lost in thought, the bulldog had returned to the half-corpses, tearing at it for a moment before pulling out a warm-colored crystal the size of a marble from the heart of the corpse. A crystal core. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that he would be blessed with luck this time, and actually obtained a crystal core from an ordinary zombie. The crystal core is an energy crystal of these mutated species, which usually only forms in first-tier beast-level creatures. Although ordinary zombies also have a chance to produce them, the quantity is very small. Jiang Hao had killed no less than 10 zombies along the way, but only the one in front of him had generated a crystal core. At the moment he touched the crystal core, the system's prompt sounded. New resource detected. Energy crystal. There are actually hidden resources? Jiang Hao was taken aback. This was something he had not anticipated. From the system's prompt, it was clear that this resource was not something that could be produced in a level 0 territory. Perhaps its use could only be discovered after upgrading the territory. While pondering this, Jiang Hao instructed the bulldog to keep watch outside, while he quietly waited for the flowers to mature in the courtyard. He casually placed the crystal core into the storage space, which had a capacity of 5,000 units provided by the system. At that moment, Jiang Hao's storage space was already filled with over 400 units of items, mostly scrap iron and solid wood furniture. Just then, the cheerful expression on Jiang Hao's face suddenly froze. Through the visual synchronization, he saw that at the corner of the alley, a robust male zombie was rushing towards his location. This zombie seemed to have sensed the situation at home. Its speed was astonishing, leaping over 3 meters in a single bound, and it was already at the door in the blink of an eye. Only then did Jiang Hao notice that the zombie was holding an object in its hand, and as it landed, Jiang Hao could see clearly. Clutched under its arm was, surprisingly, a person. The bulldog immediately lunged at it. Its speed was also impressive, its body radiating a chilling metallic sheen under the eerie blue light. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the bulldog was sent flying and slammed heavily against the wall. A bowl-sized dent was clearly visible on its abdomen. The tremendous impact caused the visuals in the synchronized state to shake violently. Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his expression became unprecedentedly serious as he coldly uttered the chilling words. First-level mutant. Chapter 5. Ice Queen. The bulldog rolled and sprang up from the ground. Although its abdomen had caved in, it fortunately did not affect its normal movements. After glancing at the bulldog and seeing that it could still fight normally, Jiang Hao's anxious heart eased slightly. Encountering a first-level mutant on the very first day of the apocalypse was something Jiang Hao had not anticipated. As an evolved form of zombies, the mutation rate of mutants is much lower than that of mutated beasts. Correspondingly, at the same level, mutants are also stronger than mutated beasts. However, these are not the most terrifying aspects of mutants. What is most frightening about mutants is their intelligence. Although they have already deviated from humanity, after evolving into mutants, these beings possess intelligence on par with that of humans. Thus, a powerful race was born, powerful enough to match the physical qualities of mutated beasts, with intelligence that can rival that of humans, and the ability to control the entire mutated population in the later stages of the apocalypse. This has established the status of mutants as the overlords of the apocalypse. Fortunately, Jiang Hao took a deep breath, silently sheathing the Tang Dao, and then pulled out the Type 01 automatic rifle. The moment the gun was raised, the extraordinary being that had been glaring at the man and the dog just a second ago had already moved. At the moment the muzzle was lifted, he felt an intense sense of crisis. His speed was so fast that Jiang Hao could already feel the whooshing sound of the wind at close range. At such speed, he couldn't aim at all. Just then, Jiang Hao felt a blur in front of him, and he was flung out. In a violent impact, his abdomen spasmed uncontrollably, and a mouthful of sour liquid was thrown out. Under the intense sense of crisis, this extraordinary being wisely shifted his attack to a target that posed a greater threat to him. However, at the moment he changed his target, his defeat was already sealed. As he attacked Jiang Hao, the bulldog had already sprung into action. It leaped forward, taking advantage of his moment of attack on Jiang Hao to bite into his thigh. The extraordinary being frowned slightly. As a zombie, he felt no pain and was about to swat away this annoying creature when that familiar sense of danger hit him again. In the next moment, his muscles tensed up once more, and he was ready to dodge, but it was already too late. The bulldog's obstruction greatly limited his speed, and in that brief instant, Jiang Hao seized the opportunity. He raised his gun and fired. Bang! Flames shot out from the muzzle, and a life fell to the ground in an instant. Dark blood slowly oozing from the extraordinary being's shattered chest cavity. He didn't even have time to let out a howl of anguish. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jiang Hao gasped for breath, pressing the gun against the ground to support his body. Before his eyes, everything was a blur of golden stars, and he saw that in the courtyard, the flower bud was slowly blooming. A soft glow rose from the flower's core, dyeing the entire courtyard a gentle red, particularly eye-catching in this world. Without Jiang Hao's command, the bulldog had already run out and swallowed the glowing orb wrapped in the flower's core. The warm light immediately disappeared, and the flower's stem visibly withered away. It was only at this moment that Jiang Hao slightly regained his composure. He took out the item from the dog's mouth and saw the light slowly dissipate, revealing a deep red fruit hidden inside. Ding! Unknown genetic traits discovered. Research can be completed after unlocking at the research center. The voice of the Star River sounded, and Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Star River, what kind of building is the technology center? Why is it not on the system panel? Does it need to wait until the territory is upgraded to unlock? Jiang Hao asked. Host permission insufficient. Please upgrade the territory to obtain higher permissions. After installing the red fruit, Jiang Hao successfully dug out a crystal core from the body of the. This crystal core was the size of a ping-pong ball, and its quality was obviously much better than the previous one. After tidying up, Jiang Hao was about to leave when he heard a faint voice behind him. Help me. Following the sound, he was surprised to find that the owner of the voice was the human brought by the First Order. The voice was extremely calm, facing her own life and death. She spoke calmly, as if narrating something completely unrelated to herself. She was still alive. Jiang Hao was slightly surprised. Generally speaking, it is difficult to leave any survivors in the hands of the strange people. Perhaps it was to allow that little zombie to have fresh food that they didn't kill him. Jiang Hao thought to himself as he walked up to the person and crouched down. He brushed aside the woman's fluffy hair, and what came into view was a pale face. In the next moment, Jiang Hao was stunned. It was a familiar face. To be precise, it was a face that countless people in this land of Shenzhou had remembered during the apocalypse. Although her fame was not as well known as the Seven Martial Saints, she was also a top-tier powerhouse at the Martial Saint level. The Ice Empress, Shun Bingyan. Jiang Hao did not remain in a daze for long. No matter what achievements Shun Bingyan may attain in the future, she is just an ordinary person now. And for Jiang Hao, it is even more so. You are all a thing of the past. Only I am the present. Jiang Hao muttered to himself. However, even though he thought this in his heart, he still checked Shun Bingyan's injuries. Shun Bingyan should have been knocked unconscious by that first-level mutant and brought over directly. There were no obvious wounds on her body, but he noticed her ankle. Jiang Hao's brows furrowed slightly. There was a shallow scratch on Shun Bingyan's ankle, and the area around the wound had already shown obvious signs of darkening. This was an early sign of zombification. This wound will become infected, right? Shun Bingyan's voice came again, still so calm. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion, but she still noticed the unusual change in Jiang Hao's subtle expressions. Jiang Hao silently stared at Shen Bingyan, the killing intent in his eyes gradually emerging. He was unsure whether Shen Bingyan from his previous life had gone through these experiences, nor did he know if it was the butterfly effect brought about by his rebirth. But one thing Jiang Hao was absolutely certain of: Shen Bingyan must die today. A person so calm, a powerful individual who could become the Ice Empress in his past life. A person who was about to turn into a zombie. When all these factors converge on one person, it gave Jiang Hao ample reason to kill her. Jiang Hao has never been a kind-hearted person. On the contrary, he has rich experience in surviving in apocalyptic conditions and has also walked among the ranks of humanity strong. Such a person, while not exactly cold-blooded, has experienced too much life and death. Jiang Hao could not allow such a potentially powerful enemy to survive. In the next moment, Jiang Hao made his move. The Tang knife was drawn without warning, its bright blade like the Grim Reaper's scythe, ready to harvest a life. However, at that moment, Shen Bingyan's calm voice rang out again, saying the third thing she had said upon meeting this man. It was this sentence that left Jiang Hao completely stunned. Chapter 6. Everything is in the dream, save me. I have the steel you need. A concise sentence, yet it conveyed her meaning very clearly. This was a magical woman. That was Jiang Hao's first impression of Shen Bingyan. He was unsure how this woman knew his needs. Did she know the secret of the territory? Or was she also a reborn person? For a moment, countless guesses swirled in Jiang Hao's mind, and his expression changed repeatedly. I'm a manager of the Jianzhou steel factory, and there is the steel you need in our company's warehouse, Shen Bingyan added. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hao put away the Tang knife, fixed his gaze on Shen Bingyan, and then took out the marble-sized crystal core from his pocket. Jiang Hao's lips curled into a smile that was intriguing. Eat it. If you fail, I will still kill you. What are the odds? Shen Bingyan asked. 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000 that your body can withstand this zombie virus attack. Jiang Hao added that he was also uncertain, as this was a low-probability event. In his previous life, humans did indeed create superpowered individuals on a large scale. The 1 in 10,000 probability was not something Jiang Hao made up. It was a fact, as he described, that only one person out of 10,000 could withstand the invasion of the zombie virus and awaken as a superpowered individual. After being scratched by a zombie, one either had to be killed on the spot or take a crystal core to bear that 1 in 10,000 chance. Behind such precise numbers lay the truth that humanity in his previous life paid for with lives. Shen Bingyan's eyes slightly narrowed, but a moment later, a hint of a smile appeared on her fair face. Then, she tilted her head back and swallowed the crystal core. Soon, Shen Bingyan fell into a coma. Her body began to heat up, and beads of sweat the size of beans surged from her pores, quickly soaking her clothes. According to past experience, the awakening or mutation process would last for 1 or 2 days. Jiang Hao first carried Shen Bingyan into the room, then sealed all the gaps around the room to ensure that the scent of a living person wouldn't leak out. He then carried the corpse of a first-level mutant into the yard. For a short time, this yard was relatively safe. After finishing these tasks, Jiang Hao called the bulldog and walked out of the yard. The sky gradually darkened. After half a day of cleaning, humans had become smarter in their struggle against zombies. The streets were silent, with only the sound of one person and one dog occasionally making a tapping noise. The bulldog led the way, occasionally sniffing with its purely decorative nose, as if it were sensing something. Jiang Hao was instantly amused by the comical scene of the bulldog. Silly dog, do you have a sense of smell? Just sniff over there. Woof. The bulldog let out a light bark and quickly ran in a certain direction. Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned. He looked in the direction where the bulldog had gone and murmured, "Can it really smell?" This was an old residential building, likely constructed around the 1980s based on its style. After a day of apocalyptic devastation, the buildings here had also fallen silent. The air was filled with a stench of blood and decay. With night vision enabled, Jiang Hao clearly saw the condition of this old building. Starting from the first floor, there were sporadic bloodstains in the stairwell. As he went further up, the bloodstains became more numerous, even showing scratch marks. The entire hallway was in disarray, with large sections of the wall having fallen away, making the already dilapidated corridor appear even more desolate. The bulldog was agile, and in a moment, it rushed to the 5th floor, which was also the top floor of the building. Just as the bulldog leaped onto the 5th floor, a holographic image appeared on his retina. In the originally cramped corridor on the 5th floor, 3 or 4 figures, resembling zombies, were digging at the door of a room. Clear scratch marks were left on the thin door. Hearing the noise from the stairwell, those few zombies turned their heads. At that moment, the scene spun wildly, and when it settled, the bulldog was already standing at the door, with 3 torn bodies lying at its feet. Suppressing the nausea from the dizzying experience, Jiang Hao rushed forward. In this immersive environment, the smell of blood and decay was even more intense. Some room doors were half open, revealing bodies that had been gnawed to a grotesque state inside. Stupid dog. Fight a little slower next time. I'm still connected to the visual feed. Jiang Hao patted the bulldog number 1 on the head and complained. Ugh. Bulldog number 1 whimpered in grievance, then excitedly dug out a marble-sized crystal core from a zombie's corpse. You came here following the scent of the crystal core? Jiang Hao took the crystal core and asked in surprise. As far as he remembered, the bulldog didn't have this function before. Could it be that the bulldog has a learning capability? Can it track targets based on the scents it smells? Jiang Hao speculated this, but to his surprise, the bulldog, hearing him, proudly half sat on the ground, raised its body, and barked twice, looking as if it was asking for credit. Is it really like that? Jiang Hao was a bit astonished. He didn't expect that such a function could exist in a basic combat unit obtained from the system. He couldn't help but feel hopeful about the other units to come. At this moment, the door in front of him was already in tatters. Jiang Hao knocked on the door. Hello, is anyone there? There was complete silence inside the room. And with Jiang Hao's knocking, the door finally could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed completely. Jiang Hao was quick-witted and swiftly pushed the door aside, then drew the Tang Dao from his waist and stepped inside. The room was pitch dark, with only dim moonlight filtering in, revealing vague outlines. Fortunately, he had the night vision system of a bulldog. Through visual synchronization, Jiang Hao could clearly see the furnishings in the room. However, the small room, about 40 square meters, had a layout of 1 bedroom and 1 living room. The bedroom contained a bunk bed, while the living room housed a gray-white television, on which a photo was displayed. The photo showed a soldier and a little girl together. Various canned food boxes were scattered across the floor, and the food inside had been completely consumed, with even the soup licked clean. At that moment, Jiang Hao's gaze fixed on a corner of the bedroom. A pitch-black figure was curled up in the corner, trembling. Was it a zombie? Jiang Hao frowned slightly, but soon. The bulldog was still standing by and did not rush over immediately, which already indicated the problem. That small black figure was a person. Jiang Hao burst into the bedroom with a tang knife in hand. In the faint moonlight, he finally saw the shape of that figure. Clang! The tang knife silently slid back into its sheath. Under the moonlight, Jiang Hao's originally stern face instantly softened. Little sister, where are your parents? As soon as he said it, Jiang Hao regretted it. A day had already passed since the apocalypse began, and in such chaotic times, who would have the heart to leave a 6- or 7-year-old child alone at home? The answer was clear, but no one had the courage to say it. Hearing the voice, the little girl timidly raised her head, her small eyes blinking and still filled with tears. She had a tattered towel in her mouth, trying hard to avoid making any noise. Jiang Hao gently touched the little girl's face, then removed the towel from her mouth, his voice becoming even softer. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Saying this, he pulled out a piece of chocolate the size of a sugar cube and fed it to the child. At that moment, a hint of color returned to the little girl's face. The chocolate slowly melted in her mouth, and she smacked her lips before speaking. Brother said there are monsters outside that eat people. He told me not to go out, and he went to find food for Duo. Just then, Jiang Hao suddenly heard a series of gurgling sounds. The noise started off faint, but quickly became continuous. Before Jiang Hao could react, the little girl unexpectedly stood up and wobbled over to sit by the bed. After eating a piece of chocolate, her little tummy felt even hungrier. With her cheeks flushed and a bit shy, she said, "Big brother, Duo is hungry. Duo wants to sleep." Jiang Hao was a bit confused. He didn't understand why Duo would say such 2 unrelated sentences. Why would one sleep when hungry? Jiang Hao asked. His brother said, "If you're hungry, just sleep. When you fall asleep, you won't be hungry anymore." Duo had already lain down, covered with a faded military coat, and occasionally murmured in her sleep. Duo wanted to eat a big chicken leg, wanted to eat rice. All of these were in her dreams. Chapter 7. Duo's logic. Jiang Hao asked himself if he was someone who viewed life and death lightly. He had already experienced an apocalypse once. He had witnessed too much life and death in this world. However, even so, when he heard Duo's words, his heart, which had already become numb, suddenly skipped a beat. Jiang Hao pinched Duo's cheek, then picked her up and placed her on his lap. He then took out a vacuum-sealed bag of chicken legs from the storage space and handed it over. Duo, be good. We're not going to sleep. There's chicken legs here for you to eat. Jiang Hao smiled gently, then tore open the packaging and handed over the chicken leg that was faintly emitting a delicious aroma. Looking at the chicken leg that was almost the size of her arm, the little girl clearly made a swallowing motion, and at that moment, her little belly unceremoniously let out a growl. But she still stubbornly shook her head. No, brother said, we can't take other people's food. Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Didn't you just eat the chocolate I gave you? Why won't you eat it now? Duo immediately blushed, puffed up her cheeks, and said angrily, That's different. That chocolate was just a little bit. As she spoke, she raised her small pink hand and used the other hand to gesture a marble-sized area. This chicken leg is big. It's even bigger than my arm. Duo can't handle something that big. Jiang Hao smiled again after listening. Then he tore off a piece of chicken the size of a finger from the drumstick and stuffed it into Duo's mouth. Eat it. It's this small. Delicious. Duo likes the small ones. The little girl mumbled with her mouth full. For a moment, the simple room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. At the same time, in the original small courtyard, Shen Bingyan had already formed a layer of frost on her body. A faint blue glowing object could be seen flickering in her chest area. Chilling air floated out from that glowing object, quickly condensing around Shen Bingyan, gradually forming a cocoon-like ice shell that enveloped her entirely. And all of this went unnoticed. Duo was happily eating. At that moment, the alert bulldog suddenly perked up its ears and bared its teeth towards the door. A figure burst in through the large door. With a clang, the blade glimmered as Tang Dao was drawn. In an instant, Jiang Hao stood in the living room, holding the knife. The newcomer wore a training suit, with a light-colored outer garment draped over the upper body. Most striking was his left arm, which had an empty sleeve fluttering in the wind. He held a wooden stick, warily watching Jiang Hao. Who are you? Why did you break into my home? He asked, moving towards the bedroom. Upon seeing Duo, his tone finally softened. Brother, big brother. He is not a bad person. He even gave Duo something tasty. Duo hugged her brother's arm, then seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly wiped her greasy little mouth, stammering. Duo only ate a little bit. We found a few zombies trying to break into your door when we came over, so we took care of them. Jiang Hao smiled, sheathed his tang knife, and said, Hello, my name is Jiang Hao. Jiang Tao. The man managed a faint smile and extended his remaining right hand to shake hands with Jiang Hao. After that, Jiang Tao half squatted down and pinched Duo's face. Duo, good girl. Brother brought you something to eat. Saying this, he proudly pulled out a bag of crumbled cookies from his pocket and handed it to Duo. The little girl's eyes lit up instantly. Disregarding the state of the food, she tore open the packaging and started eating eagerly. Food is hard to find now, right? Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Tao and suddenly asked, Well, I went to a few supermarkets. And now all that's left is this bag of crushed cookies that someone stepped on? Jiang Tao replied, his expression darkening. Jiang Hao pointed to his empty sleeve and asked, I was in the army before, and it was during a mission that I lost it. Jiang Tao's expression was calm. Time had long since erased the scars of the past. However, everything happening in this world now was nearly crushing this already fragile family. What has happened to this world? I used to work hard just to make my sister's life a little better. I worked desperately to earn money. Although it was tiring, every penny I earned was in line with my conscience. Jiang Tao suddenly became emotional, and his eyes had turned red by this point. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Looking at Jiang Tao's appearance, a term suddenly popped up in Jiang Hao's mind. Every penny I earn is clean. I can face my conscience. But why do I still feel this way? Everything has changed now, in this world. Even having money can't buy food. He cried out in anguish, which gradually turned into wailing. Jiang Hao's expression was serious as he gazed out the window beyond Jiangtao, looking at the silent city outside. Just a day ago, this place was a bustling paradise. Now, he couldn't tell how many people were struggling in the silence. Everyone is just one among the masses, and everyone is trying their best to be human among the crowd. Jiang Hao is not a savior. All he can do is survive in this chaotic world. Don't forget how we came to be just because that era has passed. We are human. Do not forget the difference between humans and beasts. Jiang Hao suddenly said, and then he moved. He suddenly launched an attack. After awakening and becoming a junior martial artist, his strength multiplied several times, and with one movement, it was like thunder. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to Jiang Tao and then struck with a punch. Jiang Hao's sudden attack caught Jiang Tao off guard. By the time he reacted, the punch was already upon him. He could only instinctively raise his hand to block. Bang! The two locked eyes, and Jiang Hao was slightly surprised. After awakening, his physical abilities had indeed improved significantly. With his current physique, it was easy for him to take on 3 or 4 adults. Yet despite this, his sudden attack, though merely a test, was blocked by Jiang Tao. Moreover, it was an instinctive action. You truly deserve to be proud of your conscience. Jiang Hao stopped and said, with such skills, to be able to keep his integrity in this chaotic era, just go to the supermarket to try his luck. One can see a glimpse of Jiang Tao's character. Huh, conscience? What use is it? Jiang Tao laughed self-deprecatingly. I have never lacked conscience. He looked at the mess in his home, paused for a long time, and then spoke again, but I really lack money. Jiang had already stood up at this moment, walking towards the door with a bulldog. In this world, money has become almost useless. As he spoke, he turned around and smiled faintly at Jiang Tao. I can provide meals here, but I don't know if you can drive? Jiang Tao nodded dumbly. During his time in the army, he had driven military vehicles. As he spoke, Jiang Hao tossed the keys to the SUV he was holding. I'm still short a driver. I don't have money, but meals are plentiful. I wonder if you're interested? Chapter 8. Awakening Ice Queen. The SUV's wide tires drove along the chaotic streets, with Jiang Tao at the wheel, carrying only a box of belongings from home. Their family really didn't have much worth taking, so they left home with just a few changes of clothes. Duo leaned against the box in the back seat, happily munching on a chicken leg the size of her arm. Jiang Hao sat in the passenger seat, twisting the knob of the radio. We are currently at the position of 103. 21:30. 6 in, requesting rescue team support. Repeat, our position is at 103. 21:30. 6 in, with a total of 6 people. Requesting rescue team support. Location coordinates 101. 66:33. 12 in. We have established a temporary camp here with ample food and fresh water. Everyone is welcome to join. At this point in time, some quick-witted individuals have formed their own factions and are broadcasting to gather those around them. Although the satellites have been destroyed, humanity is still able to transmit information via radio. And this situation won't last long. Jiang Hao is well aware of this. In about 3 months, a new power with regional influence will be re-established, new satellites will be launched again, and the whole world will be connected once more, until the very last moment of the apocalypse. Stop there in front. Jiang Hao turned off the radio and said, in the small courtyard, the room was already covered with a layer of frost, and bursts of cold air were constantly seeping out through the cracks, with white frost mist drifting out. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, the wooden door of the small house had already been pushed open. In an instant, a rush of cold air surged out from inside the house, and upon encountering the humid air, it instantly condensed into ice, forming a sparkling path of frost on the ground that led straight to the front of the off-road vehicle. Jiang Hao's pupils slightly constricted. Although there was a car door between them, he could still feel the chilling aura emanating from Shun Bingyan. Following the icy path, Shun Bingyan slowly approached. With each step she took, the temperature around her dropped sharply. By the time she reached the front of the car, the 3 people and the dog inside were already shivering, occasionally exhaling white mist. Let us go. I'll take you to the warehouse. Shun Bingyan got into the car, without even asking who the 2 extra people were. Under her command, the off-road vehicle headed south, towards the Jinchuan steel storage warehouse. Duo was still curled up in the corner, trembling. She sat in the back seat with Shun Bingyin and the bulldog, not daring to make a sound. The car was eerily quiet, with an atmosphere of awkwardness pervading the cramped space. At that moment, Shun Bingyin, who had been silent in the back seat, suddenly moved. With a flick of her wrist, a crystal-like ice flower instantly formed in her palm. Then she tugged at her facial muscles, revealing a smile that was hardly better than a cry, and said to Duo, "Here, this is for you, sister." Wow, so beautiful. The child's thoughts were always hard to grasp. Just a second ago, she had been trembling in fear, and the next moment her eyes were sparkling with excitement. Duo blinked her big eyes at the ice flower, then timidly glanced at Shun Bingyin beside her and said shyly, "The flower is pretty, but my sister is even prettier." With that, she took the ice flower and hugged it tightly, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Shun Bingyin's cheeks turned slightly red, and she quickly turned her head to look out the window. Inside the car, silence fell once more. "How did you know I needed these materials?" After a long while, Jiang Hao broke the silence in the car. "Do you think what you did was very covert?" As a key state-owned enterprise, Jinshuan's steel plant monitors outsiders very closely. From the day you arrived at our mining area, you were already under the watch of our technical surveillance department. Since you entered the mining area until the outbreak of the apocalypse, you purchased supplies 5 times, including food, wood, and steel. Do you need me to continue? Shun Bingyin, who usually spoke sparingly, unexpectedly revealed Jiang Hao's background. Feeling exposed by Shun Bingyin, Jiang Hao's face flushed slightly, and he secretly reflected on his overconfidence. He always thought that having the experience from his past life meant he could control everything, especially since the apocalypse had erupted as expected, allowing him to cover his tracks. The vehicle drove south, bypassing the city. The Jinzhou Steel Plant's warehouse was located on the southern edge, where finished steel products forged from the mines were stored and dispatched nationwide. As they approached, Jiang Hao saw rows of storage warehouses standing neatly in the factory, with no sign of chaos, nor could he smell any obvious blood or decay. "Drive straight in," Shun Bingyin instructed. As they got closer, they saw 2 rows of makeshift steel barriers set up in front of the factory gate, with 3 on-duty workers standing guard with electric batons, watching the approaching vehicle. "It's me." Shun Bingyin opened the car window and leaned out. "Shun, President Shun." The leading middle-aged man clearly froze for a moment before regaining his vigilant demeanor. "President Shun, what brings you here at this time? Is everything all right at the company?" "It happened while I was away from the company, and I'm not clear about the situation at headquarters." "Just open the gate. I need to check the situation first," Shun Bingyin said as she already got out of the car. Jiang Hao was slightly taken aback and followed along. The over a meter-long tang knife at his waist immediately alerted many of the workers. "You all stay there," shouted a worker at the front, while another worker behind him rushed into the factory and started calling for help. "I need to go in to understand the situation in the factory and assess the property losses," Shun Bingyin said sharply. The worker in front of her appeared somewhat shaken. He took a step back, hesitating as he was about to open the door, but then he heard a lazy voice from behind. "President Shun, if you want to minimize losses, we certainly have no objections, but according to company regulations, we haven't received any notice from the headquarters about anyone coming here." Chapter 9. Shun Bingyin's Choice. Hey. Ma Wei chuckled lightly, glancing at Shun Bingyin, who was standing in front of the car, with a somewhat frivolous expression. "President Shun, I know you are eloquent, and I can't argue with you. However, since we're in such a world today, let us be straightforward. You know better than I do how many people are still alive at the headquarters. I don't care what you want to do in the factory, but I have the final say here. If you want to cross this door, you need to bring a few bags of food first." As he spoke, Ma Wei stepped over the fence and walked closer, his gaze unabashedly scanning Shun Bingyin's body, a playful smile on his face. "Or, President Shun, you can come in and play with us for a few days. At that time, I'll personally open the door for you." With that, laughter erupted around them. People like Shun Bingyin, a woman of exceptional talent, would usually command respect, but now, with the order collapsed, they had the audacity to mock her. The atmosphere around them instantly became colder. Shun Bingyin stood before Ma Wei without saying a word, but crystalline ice had already formed on her body, shining like stars. In the next moment, Shun Bingyin struck decisively. Raising her arm, a wave of frost condensed and surged out. A howling wind suddenly arose, and in an instant, Ma Wei was pinned to the ground by the ice claws. The people around felt a chill run down their spines. She killed someone. The terrified shouts echoed, and the workers began to scatter in panic. In no time, the factory gate that had been crowded with people was now empty. You filthy bitch. I didn't expect you to awaken your powers too. Ma Wei's face contorted with a sinister expression as he was pinned to the ground. In the next moment, his muscles instantly bulged, veins popping, and with a cracking sound, he actually shattered the ice claw. A strength-type martial arts awakener. Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and in the next moment, his Tang Dao was drawn and met the attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. In a single strike, Ma Wei surprisingly resisted Jiang Hao's Tang Dao with just his physical body. Is his awakening level very high? Jiang Hao smiled slightly, as he was quite familiar with strength-type martial arts awakened individuals. As the most common type of awakening for martial arts practitioners, Jiang Hao dealt with many of these people in his past life. It could be said that in this life, Jiang Hao understood strength-type awakeners even better than Ma Wei, who was a strength-type martial arts awakener himself. When one strike failed, Jiang Hao leaped back. You retreat. I will handle him. After saying that, Jiang Hao charged forward again. Clang! The long knife clashed, and the immense force caused the entire blade to emit a slight vibration. Jiang Hao flicked his wrist and gripped the knife with his other hand, delivering a fierce stab after the two men crossed paths. Sizzle. Blood splattered. A cut finally appeared on Ma Wei's body. The intense pain once again ignited Ma Wei's ferocity. This time, he didn't wait for Jiang Hao to attack. With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, he leaped forward like a cannonball. Boom! Dust immediately rose on the battlefield, and a stream of blood flew out as Ma Wei half-knelt on the ground. Do you think gathering a few people here allows you to reign supreme? The Tang knife pressed against Ma Wei's neck, while Jiang Hao's foot unceremoniously stepped on Ma Wei's broad shoulder. Do you think you understand the apocalypse? Jiang Hao's lips curled slightly, and there was a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. Then, he looked at Shun Bingyan and said to himself, the first rule of survival in the apocalypse is, once you have the chance to kill your opponent, never hesitate. Otherwise, this is your fate. As he spoke, Jiang Hao's arm suddenly exerted force, and the Tang knife instantly pierced through Ma Wei's neck. Shen Bingyan watched all of this with indifference, and only after Jiang Hao pulled out the Tang knife did she say, his older brother runs a security company in City C, seemingly responsible for bank escort services. Killing him would be very troublesome. After saying that, Shun Bingyan left Jiang Hao, who was still in shock, and walked towards the door, starting to move the barricade in front of it. Jiang Haoduan immediately felt that something was off. What is this? Is it necessary to target me like this? I've already killed someone, and you're telling me this? By the way, almost everyone in our company knows about this. The cold voice continued, as Shun Bingyan struck again. Jiang Hao. After moving out of the fence, the off-road vehicle directly crashed through the gate and entered the factory area, and the remaining people almost all ran away. Some people were hiding in some corner of the factory, holding their heads and waiting for Jiang Hao and his group of plague gods to leave quickly. Some warehouse doors within the factory area were still open, revealing steel materials that had accumulated a layer of dust, and some heavy trucks were parked in front of the warehouse doors, yet to be dispatched. There are at least 1 million tons of steel here, all of it high-quality steel. Jiang Tao, you've driven military trucks before. You should be able to drive these heavy trucks too, right? Jiang Hao stared at Jiang Tao, his eyes filled with hope. Jiang Tao was directly taken aback by his gaze and suddenly hit the brakes, coming to a halt. Don't look at me like that. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Saying this, he jumped out of the car and ran to a heavy truck, opened the door, and climbed inside. Hey! At least check if there's any cargo on the truck first. Otherwise, why would I have you drive a heavy truck? Jiang Hao rolled his eyes and cursed. As he spoke, he went down and found a fully loaded warehouse to sneak into. The storage space opened immediately, and large quantities of steel disappeared from the warehouse in an instant, quickly filling Jiang Hao's storage space. What a pity. He could only carry 5,000 units of materials at a time. Jiang Hao looked at the large amount of materials in the warehouse and sighed. This warehouse is estimated to have a storage capacity of over 15,000 units, and currently, Jiang Hao can only take away 1/3 of the goods at a time due to his storage space. He hopes that after upgrading the territory, the storage space will increase accordingly. Jiang Hao thought to himself. By the time he came out of the warehouse, Jiang Tao had already chosen a fully loaded heavy truck and jumped up with Duo. What are your plans? Jiang Hao looked at Xun Bingyan, who was leaning against the car, and asked. He still found this woman quite troublesome. On one hand, she was too calm. It made her hard to read. On the other hand, Xun Bingyan had already awakened her abilities and became a first-tier ability user, with qualifications comparable to a martial saint from her previous life. So her future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. If he could recruit her under his command, she would definitely be a great asset to the Fenkawa territory in the future. However, from Xun Bingyan's perspective, if she stayed in this factory with her skills, it would be quite easy for her to subdue the workers hidden here. In the future, using this factory as her base to expand into the surrounding areas might allow her to achieve great things. I will follow you. Chapter 10. Here is the future. It was still the same courtyard as before. Following the lingering chill in the air, a large wolf-like creature made its way here. This wolf-like beast was over 4 meters long and more than 2 meters tall. Its fur was crystalline and almost transparent. The beast came alone, and wherever it went, zombies avoided it. Even the supernatural beings concealed their presence. It first sniffed around the courtyard, then its massive head looked into the distance, letting out a long howl before quickly running towards the southern area. When the armored vehicle reappeared at the hidden entrance of Fenkawu, this off-road vehicle, which had been born for less than 10 days, was already battered and bruised. The shattered headlights, the dented engine hood and doors, and only the 4 wheels were still relatively intact, able to support the journey so far. Jiang Hao frowned and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Although it was only a short journey of a few dozen kilometers, Jiang Hao and his companions had indeed not had good luck. The noise from their vehicle had attracted a horde of zombies, and if it weren't for the powerful horsepower of the heavy truck, they would have likely met their end today. Jiang Tao, follow me. Jiang Hao shouted to the heavy truck in front as he rolled down the window. Then, stepping on the gas, the agile off-road vehicle swiftly overtook the heavy truck and crashed into the light curtain ahead. Jiang Tao was instantly stunned. He watched in disbelief as Jiang Hao and his off-road vehicle disappeared right before his eyes. This was unbelievable. Jiang Tao rubbed his eyes and looked carefully ahead. The winding mountain road turned sharply to the right, and where Jiang Hao had vanished, there was only an endless valley. Jiang Tao, hurry up and drive in. A voice full of schadenfreude came from a valley. Jiang Tao gritted his teeth, tightened Guogua's seatbelt, and muttered, "Damn it, let's do this." Stepping hard on the gas, the massive heavy truck roared, spewing black smoke and kicking up large amounts of gravel as it plunged into the valley. There was no sensation of falling as imagined. Instead, the feedback from the road felt much smoother, soft, and gentle, like driving on sand. Jiang Tao slightly opened his eyes. The next moment, he was stunned by the scene before him. An endless plain filled with the sounds of birds and cicadas. Here, there was not a trace of bloodshed, and even the scent that clung to the battered vehicle vanished the moment it entered this curtain. There was a faint fragrance of earth, a scene of paradise. In front of him, a massive wall made of huge stones stretched across the plain like a giant dragon. A light curtain separated them from everything outside, as if this place did not exist in the apocalypse, granting a sense of comfort and tranquility amidst the chaos. Jiang Hao smiled and interrupted Jiang Tao's daydreaming. Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Tao and added, "This is our home. It's called Phoenix Nest." After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he ignored Jiang Tao, whose eyes were already red, and drove towards the city gate. At this moment, on Jiang Hao's system panel, the resource reserve in the steel section had changed to 35,000 units. Among them, heavy trucks contributed 30,000 units, while Jiang Hao's storage space had 5,000 units. Galaxy exchanged for 1,000 engineering robots and have them start resource collection work. As soon as the resources were in place, Jiang Hao issued the production order. Engineering robots are the foundation for territory development, equivalent to peasant units. Initially, Jiang Hao did not produce engineering robots immediately due to various considerations, but now that the apocalypse had arrived, there was no need for such concerns. In an instant, the steel reserve decreased by 30,000. Ignoring the rapidly depleting resources, Jiang Hao thought for a moment and continued to instruct. Additionally, produce 100 sentry-level machine guns to strengthen the wall's firepower. This time, Jiang Hao used the word produce. Producing sentry-level machine guns requires a prerequisite building, the War Workshop, which can reduce costs by 50. With Jiang Hao's command, the War Workshop began to operate slowly. Recovered. A total of 118 units of energy crystals were obtained, and the energy crystal resource section has been activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Contacting the future. The character has been generated in the command center. Please proceed to check. The energy crystal storage is related to the core level, and the difference in the number of energy crystals stored in cores of the same quality is not significant. Jiang Hao came to a conclusion. Then he shifted his gaze to the hidden mission section. He noticed that the triggering of hidden missions was completely random. Based on this hidden mission alone, the triggering condition should be an unknown item. As for the reward of the hidden mission, Su couldn't yet determine the actual value of this hero-level unit, Glory Commander Sun Cheng. Is it at the command center? Jiang Hao murmured. The convoy slowly drove towards the city gate. The wooden gate creaked open, revealing everything inside the city to Xun Bingyan and the others at that moment. The empty city had only a few scattered buildings. As they entered the territory, the engineering robots Jiang Hao had exchanged for had already produced 3 units, which are now lined up in an orderly fashion under Xing's command, heading towards the city gate. There were no paved roads in the city. All the main streets were made of dirt, but after being compacted, it was relatively smooth for cars to drive on. In the distance at the Jitong farm, the first batch of crops had begun to be harvested, all done by the engineering robots. However, the half-meter-tall robots were harvesting quickly in the fields, while the robots behind them were responsible for threshing and drying the harvested rice. All processes completed seamlessly without any signs of human labor. Xun Bingyan observed all of this, her pupils slightly constricting. As intelligent as she was, she could naturally grasp the key points. Although everything before her seemed a bit desolate, it was undeniable that everything here was accomplished by artificial intelligence. Fully automated production. This meant that humans would be completely liberated. And all of this just happened to represent the future. Chapter 11. Territory Construction. Jiang Hao drove straight to the command center. He slightly turned his gaze to the passenger seat where Xun Bingyan was sitting. Xun Bingyan, age, 23, strength, mid-level first-tier ice ability, loyalty, 63. Her basic stats immediately appeared above her head. The loyalty score of 63 was just barely passing and did not surprise Jiang Hao. But he was clearly taken aback when he saw that Xun Bingyan was already at the mid-level of her first-tier ability. That's too fast. Could this person be cheating? Jiang Hao, with a rather wicked sense of humor, speculated. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of the command center. From a distance, Jiang Hao saw a young man standing at the entrance of the command center. Upon seeing the off-road vehicle approaching, the man immediately stood straight and saluted. Greetings, Lord. Sun Cheng, age, 27 rank, heroic level loyalty, 100 position, honorary commander strength, ordinary person special skills, skilled in battlefield command, large-scale operations, interstellar fleet command, strategic planning. Compared to Xun Bingyan, Sun Cheng's data was much more detailed. Upon seeing Sun Cheng's data, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. Goodness, a comprehensive command talent. Truly a heroic figure. Sun Cheng stood straight at the entrance, his eyes filled with respect for Jiang Hao. Hello. Jiang Hao reached out his hand and shook hands with Sun Cheng, then said, in the next couple of days, you should patrol around the territory and see what areas of our defenses need strengthening. You're the expert in this area, so just take care of it directly, and I only need to know the results. Yes, I will obey your orders. Sun Cheng replied decisively, saluting Jiang Hao once more before heading towards the city wall. At that moment, Jiang Tao jumped down from the vehicle with Duo. Jiang Tao, age, 28 strength, ordinary person loyalty, 83 duo age, 7 strength. Ordinary person loyalty, 91 when Jiang Hao saw duo's attribute panel. He immediately showed a strange expression. Sure enough, chicken legs are still effective. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Currently, there were no available houses in the entire Fenkawu territory, so he could only arrange for the 3 of them to temporarily stay at the command center. By the time he settled the 3 of them, the glow of the dawn had gradually spread across the sky. Jiang Hao finally had the time to take a look at the storage panel of Fenkawu. Territory name, Fenkawu status, expanded territory area, 20 square kilometers buildings, command center, 1 simple city walls, for center-level artillery, 12, agricultural farm, 1 war workshop, 1 water purification station, 1 individual units engineering robots, 168 bulldog, 1 under repair, estimated time, 10 minutes, consumption, 10 units of steel, resource reserve steel, 2,500 wood, 0 food, 6,700 water, 3,600 although resources have run low again. Jiang Hao is not anxious now. At the city gate, the engineering robots that had just gone offline were already lined up to head out, and it wouldn't take long for the resources within the territory to steadily increase. Thanks to Jiang Hao's choice of location, gathering resources here was very convenient. A large iron mine was just across a mountain, and as for wood, would there be a shortage of timber in the mountains? Right now, the most urgent issue was the food storage. The first batch of food had been harvested and was piled up in the open space, soon to rot and deteriorate. This food was hard currency in the apocalypse. Once the order in the apocalypse stabilized, many transactions of bulk commodities were settled through food. After this apocalypse, almost 99% of food crops and seeds on Blue Star were contaminated in this disaster. Eating such things was no different from being bitten by a zombie. Although many large forces later cultivated their own food greenhouses, the taste was not good, and the yield was pitifully low. Even the rulers had to allocate quotas for themselves, let alone others. Thus, a very strange phenomenon emerged in the later stages of the apocalypse. The upper class ate food, while the lower class ate meat. Exotic beast meat. Although eating too much of this could easily cause mutations, people gradually mastered the techniques to obtain relatively clean meat, and while the risk of mutation still existed, it was greatly reduced compared to before, which was enough for humans living in the apocalypse. People always needed to survive. Based on this, the construction of the storage center had become the most important task at hand, and in addition, the military construction within the territory also needed to be prioritized. Zombies, as the lowest-level mutated products, were very inactive during the day. Such abnormal behavior made Jiang Hao feel that the course of history was gradually deviating from its predetermined path. And this change made Jiang Hao more eager to enhance his own strength. They lifted large chunks of materials above their heads like ants, each weighing hundreds of pounds. And the moment they entered the territory, the materials above their heads had already disappeared. Iron ore was directly exchanged for steel reserves according to the purification ratio, saving the trouble of smelting. In Jiang Hao's resource panel, materials were growing at an extremely fast speed. Xing, build the storage center. Jiang Hao issued the command. Soon, the vacant land near Jitong Farm was enveloped in a mysterious energy, forming a rectangular frame that encased the space within, completely blocking the outside view like a mosaic. Storage center under construction. Remaining time, 23:59:59. At the top of the rectangle, the construction progress of the storage center was displayed. Where did you get these things? Xun Bingyin's voice suddenly sounded. Sister, it's the apocalypse now. Isn't it reasonable for me to have these things? Jiang Hao was already in a state of panic. This woman in front of him was too clever. He feared that even mentioning the color of his underwear would be seen through by her. Xun Bingyin stared at Jiang Hao for a long time before slowly turning to head towards the command center. The meal is ready. After a long while, a leisurely voice floated back, leaving Jiang Hao in a state of confusion in the wind. Chapter 12. The fog of war, the first snow of the apocalypse, quietly arrived. As the silver-clad scenery became the dominant color of Fenkawu, everything here began to change silently. 4 storage centers, each with a capacity of 50,000 units, were arranged like copies pasted along both sides of the road. The hardened pavement was as smooth as new, and 2 new sidewalks had been constructed alongside the road for pedestrians. The roads were interwoven, with the sounds of chickens and dogs echoing, and a well-connected transportation network linked the entire territory, revealing the outline of a city on the originally flat and vast land. Next to the storage centers were 4 base farms, which could provide nearly 20,000 units of food for the territory each week. In addition, another water purification station was quietly being constructed within that mosaic of buildings. In the distance, a legion of construction robots worked like ants, providing 20,000 units of various resources for the entire territory every day. The city walls remained the same simple stone structure, but on the walls, there were densely arranged hundreds of guard-grade cannons. The cold gleam from the cannon openings emitted a chilling light, maintaining the safety of the territory day and night under the control of the galaxy. And all these changes had occurred in just a week. For the first time, the terrifying energy of fully automated production began to reveal itself. Changes occurred almost daily within the territory. Once the mechanical gears started to turn, no force could stop its progress. Jiang Hao tightened his coat and followed Jiang Tao and Sun Cheng onto the hyena-wheeled armored vehicle heading towards the lakeside. The vehicle moved back and forth, flanked by a pair of 1-meter-tall bulldogs, with the sound of clanging metal echoing as they surged forward like a dragon towards the distant lake. Today, they would explore the unknown areas within their territory to provide planning proposals for future development. Fengchao Lake was the name Jiang Hao gave to the lake within the territory. Shortly after the convoy set out, they arrived here. Surrounded by mountains, the lake was bordered by towering peaks already coated in silver. This was the edge of the entire territory. Using climbing gear, Jiang Hao was the first to ascend. The karst landscape was mostly composed of rock, with vegetation only at the summit, all of which was evergreen broadleaf forest. In the distance, a white mist obscured the view, resembling the fog of war. Jiang Hao poked the white smoke with his trekking pole, and after just a moment of contact, the metal trekking pole was corroded as if by sulfuric acid, turning into a pile of ashes. Highly corrosive but not toxic. Jiang Hao frowned slightly. At this moment, Sun Cheng also climbed up. He looked at the pile of ashes and said, "This is a natural barrier. If we can maintain this state, we won't need to deploy forces here." Sun Cheng didn't continue, and both of them understood the unspoken words. The current territory is just the initial area. What about after upgrading? Will the area increase? Or will the terrain change? All of this is unknown, and the unknown is the most dangerous thing in the apocalypse. Let's send a bulldog to stay behind for now. We could decide based on the situation after the territory upgrades. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and made a decision. Just then, he was stunned, as a notification sound from the Star River rang in his ears. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown intruders detected at the edge of the territory. 01286 Bullhound has been dispatched for reconnaissance. Please check as soon as possible. Jiang Hao's expression darkened as he immediately connected to Bulldog 01286 based on the hints from the Star River. Visual synchronization. Soon, what Bulldog 01286 could see appear before Jiang Hao's eyes. A small team of 5 was equipped with simple rebar, and they had already discovered the barrier at the entrance of the territory. The leader, holding the rebar, poked it in. The territory's light curtain immediately rippled, and then swallowed the rebar. Ding! The system prompt for Steel 1 popped up at an opportune moment. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched, but he saw the leader, an old man with a big head, peeking in from the other side of the light curtain. "Oldly, what's going on in there? Speak up." The old man only poked half his body in, and a worker behind him nudged his waist and asked, "And nothing. It's all mysterious. I thought there were treasures inside." "You're lying. Oldly, the brothers have shown you plenty of respect. If there really is something good inside, you can't keep it all to yourself." The person behind continued, standing up in fear that Oldly would hoard everything, stepping into the light curtain. "What's going on in there? Old Wang, say something." The worker named Wang had been inside for a long time without any sound, and the people behind finally got anxious. "It's fine. Oldly didn't trick us. There really is nothing in here." Old Wang's voice came through, but at that moment, it had no persuasive power. The world had undergone such a drastic change. Everything that happened exceeded human understanding, and and encountering such strange things right after coming out of the mine, no one would believe that there were no treasures inside. Soon, the three people at the back could no longer contain their restlessness and rushed directly into the light curtain, bypassing the two. The light curtain immediately rippled violently. Soon, these people were stunned. Have you ever seen a mechanical giant dog about a meter tall? Not only are there some here, but there are many. These people either lay down or knelt on the ground, frozen in place like clay sculptures under the gaze of nearly 100 bulldogs. The scene of the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa was unfolding right in front of Jiang Hao, suppressing the laughter in his heart. He had already rushed over with the Lingling team. He grabbed the pale-faced, Old Li workers from the Jinju steel plant. Why, yes. Old Li trembled, not daring to raise his head. How many people do you still have in your plant? Is it safe there? We still have about 1,000 people. When the apocalypse first broke out, over 200 of us died, and it took a lot of effort to control the situation. Now the food in the factory is gone, and we had no choice but to come out and try our luck. Old Li said timidly, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Hao standing in front of him. Jiang Hao was satisfied with teacher Lao Li's attitude. Generally speaking, Lao Li's words were credible. Jiang Hao silently analyzed that the information he received from Shun Bingyan indicated that there were only a little over 1,000 workers in the Jianzhou steel plant's mining area, and the rough numbers matched. Furthermore, judging by the clothing of these 5 individuals, although they looked quite emaciated, their clothes were relatively clean, unlike those who had encountered zombies. Feeling secretly pleased with his analysis, Jiang Hao then shifted his gaze to the data panels of these individuals. Lao Li age, 39 strength. Ordinary person loyalty, 28 Wang Feng age, 31 strength. Ordinary person loyalty, 19. Goodness, none of the 5 had a loyalty rating above 30. What a game of infiltration this was. Jiang Hao's face immediately darkened. Sure enough, the skill of deduction is not suitable for me. Sir, we did not mean to offend you. Please have mercy on us this time. We are willing to take you to the mine. The people there are all young and strong, perfect laborers. Old Li was still lying on the ground, putting on a heartfelt performance with tears and snot. Jiang Hao smiled inwardly, feeling quite annoyed by the frustration of his earlier miscalculation. However, in the next moment, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Get in the car. Let's head to the mine area. Chapter 13. The mine area. The mechanical army surged out like a swarm of locusts, with each bulldog possessing power comparable to a first-tier mutated beast. The sound of stomping echoed like roaring waves. The ground trembled and the leaves rustled. Jiang Hao stood outside the light curtain, watching the mechanical tide surge forth, and a fierce fire ignited in his chest. This is my army. Jiang Hao let out a long howl, his gaze sweeping over the 5 subservient individuals, and he patted the armored vehicle's hood, signaling for full speed ahead. Old Li, tied to the top of the armored vehicle, licked his dry lips and looked at the silent steel torrent moving forward. For a moment, he felt a pang of regret. The silence of this unit made him tremble. He didn't believe the people in the mining area could defeat such a force, but at this moment, he had no other choice. Inside the armored vehicle, there was no one. The entire unit was completely controlled by the Xuanwu subsystem, separated from the galaxy, consisting of hundreds of steel beasts advancing silently through the mountains and forests. With the intervention of the Xuanwu AI, the hyena-wheeled armored vehicle eliminated cumbersome buttons. Most of the interface was voice-controlled. Aside from necessary buttons, the majority of space inside the armored vehicle was occupied by a holographic projection device. At this moment, Jiang Hao was leisurely half-reclining in the cabin, next to a huge holographic map. The map displayed a network of ravines, with every tree and every protrusion clearly visible. This was a holographic map centered on the Finkawa territory, covering a radius of 5 kilometers. Each light spot on the map represented either a bulldog or an armored vehicle. For this surprise attack, Jiang Hao had brought out nearly 80 of the forces within the Finkawa territory, totaling 126 bulldogs and 15 hyena-wheeled armored vehicles. After all, although his territory was protected by a shield, making it difficult for outsiders to detect it, a force of over 1,000 people loomed nearby. Such a power would make anyone uneasy. After all, it had been over half a month since the apocalypse began, and it was uncertain how long Shao Su could hold on. Jiang Hao needed to set off quickly. Before departing, he had to eliminate all threats in front of Feng Wu. The bulldogs did not follow a predetermined route, but quickly scattered after leaving the territory. They formed a tight, sweeping net within a 1-kilometer marching range, leaving only a few armored vehicles advancing lonely along the road. Jiang Hao was well-versed in the troop deployment on the holographic map, but he did not intend to interfere too much. The overall commander of this operation was Sun Cheng. Jiang Hao did this to test Sun Cheng's abilities. After all, no matter how impressive Sun Cheng's theoretical data is, it must be validated through practical combat. In the entire military operations sequence, Jiang Hao positioned Sun Cheng as the overall commander for large-scale cluster operations, a crucial role that naturally requires comprehensive evaluation. At this moment, the hatch of the armored vehicle suddenly opened, and Shun Bingyin's graceful figure slid in from the hatch. She quickly glanced at the holographic map in front of her and then said, "This Sun Cheng is quite impressive." Jiang Hao smiled faintly, but said nothing. Yet the pride on his face was unmistakable. It felt like having one's child praised by someone, especially when the one doing the praising was an academic elite. This joy and sense of fulfillment were even more doubled. "Stop!" The voice of Sun Cheng came through the communication channel. There was no need for Jiang Hao to make any extra moves. Under Xuanwu's control, the entire armored vehicle convoy came to a steady halt. However, on the holographic map, at that moment, hundreds of light points were rapidly converging towards the mining area as the command was given. It was the bulldogs. They crouched low, just like a cheetah stalking its prey. In the distance, the factory area with rising smoke was faintly visible. Inside the first armored vehicle, Sun Cheng stared intently at the holographic map, taking a deep breath. When the light points on the map were less than 100 meters from the factory area, he suddenly issued the attack order. "Attack!" Sun Cheng nearly shouted. The armored vehicle's engine roared, belching black smoke as it crashed through branches and ditches towards the factory area. The powerful impact sent loose stones flying towards the low factory buildings. Although this was a premeditated ambush by the Jinshuan mining area against the territory of Feng Wu, and the miners had already prepared for reorganization, no one could have imagined what kind of monsters they were provoking. The makeshift barbed wire was as good as non-existent, snapping under the bulldog's charge, one steel beast after another leaping high, followed by an exceptionally brutal massacre. "Get in there, Xuanwu. Let all the armored vehicles charge in." Sun Cheng continued to shout. This was a war without suspense. The outcome had already been predetermined when Feng Wu's troops left their territory. In terms of technology and firepower, it was a complete crushing. When the miners, relying on their numerical superiority and armed with rebar, prepared to capture Jiang Hao and his group all at once, they never imagined that they were provoking a group of steel monsters. As the overall commander of the war, Sun Cheng, the first hero-level commander of Feng Wu, was certainly not satisfied with such an easy victory. What he desired was a complete victory, a zero-casualty rate. A perfect war. Amidst Sun Cheng's roar, all the armored vehicles charged madly into the battlefield, the 30mm caliber machine guns on top unleashing firepower recklessly. In the face of the terrifying bullet caliber, the human body was as fragile as paper. Even a slight graze from a bullet would cause that area to explode in a mist of blood. The entire unit swiftly and decisively executed Sun Cheng's orders. With the close cooperation of dozens of armored vehicles, they quickly completed the division of the entire battlefield. Following that, dozens of bulldogs surged forward to carry out the mop-up operation. At this moment, Xuanwu's powerful battlefield coordination and Sun Cheng's excellent command skills combined perfectly, showcasing the art of war beautifully. However, at that moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted on the battlefield. A torrent of flames shot up over 10 meters, scorching the surrounding air. "Everyone stop. Who dares to move? We'll all die together." In the rust-covered factory, a man in his 30s emerged holding a detonator. His face was covered in dust, displaying a determined madness. "Li Bing, where's my son? I brought the people you wanted. Hurry and release my son." Hearing Li Bing's voice, Old Li shouted hoarsely, struggling to free himself from the ropes. "Your son? Hee. Of course, he's here." Li Bing chuckled maniacally, his eyes revealing a hint of enjoyment. He kicked a large pot nearby that still emitted a meaty aroma. his gaze reflecting madness. He's not only here, but he also smells delicious. Chapter 14. The balance old Li was tied up and couldn't see what Li Bing was pointing at, but from Li Bing's words, he had a premonition. Even he had tasted the sour and bitter flavor of human flesh. Such things were no longer uncommon in the mining area. I'm going to kill you. Old Li's eyes turned red as he frantically twisted on top of the armored vehicle. The ropes tightened violently, and his thin clothes quickly became soaked in blood. Jiang Hao silently watched everything in front of him. He had experienced too much of this kind of thing, to the point where he felt numb seeing it now. On the side, Shen Bingyan rarely showed a moved expression, although she was fully mentally prepared for this. Facing it all for real still brought an indescribable bitterness to her heart. She suddenly felt a sense of relief, glad that Jiang Hao hadn't brought Duo along. That innocent little girl was a rare splash of color in the apocalypse. You had already foreseen this scene, hadn't you? Jiang Hao shook his head and said bitterly, no. It's just, I've seen too much. For the first time, Shen Bingyan showed a look of confusion on her face. She didn't understand what Jiang Hao meant by having seen too much, as the apocalypse had clearly just begun. Sun Cheng had already jumped out of the car. The previous explosion had not caused any substantial damage to the bulldog, as its thick skin could withstand the impact of 20mm caliber bullets. As long as it wasn't a targeted detonation, this level of damage was no different from a tickle for the bulldog. You tracked us down with the engineering robots we sent out to collect, sent someone to lead us here, and planted explosives in the factory area. What exactly do you want? Li Bing was taken aback at first. He didn't expect the man in front of him to lay out his plan so openly, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. But given the current situation, he couldn't afford to think too much. I need food. I need to fill that heavy truck over there. Li Bing pointed to a heavy truck parked at the mining site. Is that all? Anything else? Sun Cheng smiled playfully and continued to ask. Li Bing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Sun Cheng to agree so readily, making his prepared speech useless. Also, how about I give you these robots? That way, you'll be safer wherever you go. Are you joking? Li Bing completely lost his composure this time. Even a fool could hear the mockery in Sun Cheng's tone. Negotiation? That requires leverage. What do you think you have to negotiate with me? You must be joking. I've filled this factory area with. Li Bing's mouth was opening and closing, but when he saw Sun Cheng's actions, all words came to an abrupt halt. Sun Cheng waved his hand, and a bulldog came over wagging its tail, spitting out a palm-sized object. Explosives? Is this what you're talking about? A faint smile appeared on Sun Cheng's lips as he shook the bomb in his hand and then tossed it in front of Li Bing. With this action, many bulldogs around also spat out what they had in their mouths. At this moment, Li Bing's face turned pale. He then realized that the factory area had been dug up by these cold machines, and there was no longer a single intact spot to be found. Impossible. This can't be happening. How could you discover that I buried explosives? Li Bing's body trembled and finally collapsed to the ground. Count the items. This farce should come to an end. Jiang Hao jumped down from the armored vehicle, his gaze sweeping over Li Bing, who was slumped on the ground. What a farce. Li Bing managed a bitter smile. The painstaking plan he had prepared for so long was seen as nothing more than a joke by these people. A large bulldog walked past him, the terrifying power hidden beneath its cold metallic shell. Perhaps, from a moment he provoked the other party, everything was already over. Li Bing's face turned ashen, and his eyes lost all color. The flames of war gradually subsided on this land, and Jiang Hao's troops brought not only slaughter, but also order and civilization to it. In the mining area, apart from Li Bing and his group, there were about 500 others still alive. They were kept like livestock by Li Bing's group, fed on the flesh and blood of these people. However, Jiang Hao fell into deep thought about how to deal with these people. Through this small-scale conflict, although Sun Cheng showed the necessary abilities, the completely AI-controlled troops also exposed some issues. This made Jiang Hao begin to consider the necessity of forming human troops, whether for the present or the future. The tentacles of Feng Chiwu would eventually have to extend out, which was the trend of the entire territory's development. Let me go. I want to kill him. Old Li was still struggling in the armored vehicle, blood flowing down the steel plate and leaving a glaring red mark on the ground. His voice was hoarse, almost pleading, "My lord, let me kill him. My life from now on belongs to you." Although he had once made a wrong choice, He had lost the most precious thing for it. Family, which is a luxury for anyone, both before and now in the apocalypse, like the wind, felt but unable to grasp. Was the price paid enough? It should be enough. Let him go. Immediately, a bulldog walked over and used its steel teeth to cut the rope that had dug into Old Lee's flesh. Yeah, I want to kill you. Old Lee let the blood stain the snow as he trembled and moved forward, leaving a winding trail of blood on the snow. Then, in Li Bing's terrified expression, Old Lee crazily opened his mouth as wide as possible and bit down hard on Li Bing's neck. Chapter 15. This is the apocalypse. At the entrance of the light curtain of Feng Chiwu territory, according to the information from the broadcast, Zhang Guangping led a team of people here. This team was covered in the marks of battle. They had lost 7 people on their way to open up a route to this valley. After more than half a month of turmoil, the order in the entire Peace City had finally stabilized. Currently, Peace City was jointly controlled by 2 major forces, which had delineated governance areas, cleared zombies, and established safe zones based on buildings, finally creating a permanent living point in a small area. If we disregard the food issue, these areas could be considered a good place to go. Zhang Guangping represented the force now referred to as the 5th District, which had received a large amount of police equipment and was very powerful. Standing at the fork in the road, looking at the vast valley ahead, there was no trace of human existence. Zhang Guangping was instantly filled with nameless anger, feeling as if he was being toyed with. Although the apocalypse had just begun, food had already become the most universally recognized hard currency worldwide. The sudden outbreak of the apocalypse had devastatingly damaged global food production. Under this disaster, global food was basically a total loss, and the only thing humanity could rely on was a pitiful amount of packaged food, which was clearly insufficient to feed the billions of survivors around the world. In fact, even in the 5th District, which controlled half of Peace City's resources, only a few high-ranking officials could access packaged food. Now, what was being sold on the broadcast? Food. Unspoiled, high-quality food. Such things should have disappeared in the catastrophe of the apocalypse. It was said that some forces in the East were developing new crops, but it seemed there was no news about it yet. It was indeed a scam. I said it was impossible. In these times, anything could grow in the ground. Except for food. His subordinates had already begun to stir restlessly. At that moment, the scenery before them began to ripple strangely, like ripples spreading across the surface of water. Accompanied by the roar of engines, an armored vehicle emerged from the light curtain. Then came the second, third. A total of 5 armored vehicles appeared out of nowhere before everyone. Zhang Guangping rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. What is this? Optical invisibility? Visual deception? But have you ever seen an entire unit hidden away? The team that emerged from the light curtain was a fully mechanized squad. Even more frightening to Zhang Guangping was that there were 4 or 5 mechanical dogs, each about 1 meter in size, in this squad. Faced with these mechanical beasts, who had become accustomed to the smell of blood, had no thought of resistance whatsoever. These weapons exuded an aesthetic of violence. With exposed steel, structural skeletons, and hydraulic systems as thick as arms, all filled with interpretations of violent aesthetics. Any ornate decoration was a heavy shackle to them. This kind of thing was a human weapon born solely for war. Zhang Guangping had no doubt that in front of such weapons, his small frame would be easily torn apart like paper. User code 013, right? We are user 024. Jiang Hao jumped down from the armored vehicle and reported his broadcast code. We are confirming the details of the transaction. 5 heavy trucks of wood and steel in exchange for 200 kilograms of food. As he spoke, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, glancing over Zhang Guangping and the others at their convoy. Your convoy isn't enough, is it? Jiang Tao's voice gradually grew colder. After arriving at the Feng Chiwu territory, he had been assigned by Jiang Hao to be responsible for the entire territory's logistics. And the main task, now, was to handle the exchange of supplies. This was his first transaction, and Jiang Hao didn't want his first time to be messed up like this. Ahem. We lost a few trucks on our way here, but don't worry. This road has been cleared by us. Next time, during the next transaction, we in the 5th District will definitely make it up. Jiang Tao's face instantly darkened. Do you think this is still before the apocalypse? Can you still buy something on installment? When doing business with our Feng Chiwu territory, it's a cash transaction. No credit allowed. Jiang Hao glanced at the heavy truck behind Zhang Guangping. Since you didn't bring enough money. Saying this, he walked up to an armored vehicle, pulled out a small knife, and slashed, causing several bags of food tied to the armored vehicle to fall. Apart from these few bags, the rest you can take. A few grains of milky white rice rolled out from the seams of the sack, merging with the surrounding snow. It's rice. It's really rice. Zhang Guangping's subordinates' eyes widened, swallowing their saliva. Shut up. Zhang Guangping's face turned crimson in an instant. He glared at that subordinate, then smiled apologetically. Sorry, my brothers have had a hard time too. They haven't eaten staple food for over half a month. In fact, what Zhang Guangping said is the norm in the entire apocalypse. Even he himself hasn't eaten staple food for over a week. Looking back at past memories, the only things that still leave an impression on his taste buds, besides the beast meat that can be considered a chronic poison, are a bag of instant noodles that the boss gave him a week ago. Speaking of which, it seems like he still has half of that bag hidden away. Once this mission is over, he definitely wants to enjoy a couple of bites. Jiang Hao nodded slightly. This isn't something to be ashamed of. If time were to rewind half a month, he would have been delighted to find a box of crushed biscuits. But now, after living here for half a month, his taste has become picky after eating too much rice. Even a freshly harvested rice no longer whets his appetite. Days like this really feel like a dream. Both of them wore friendly smiles on their faces, and as they spoke, both parties began to check their goods one by one for storage. Wait, is that it? What else could it be? Jiang Hao was somewhat confused. The transaction was already completed. Was there anything else? This guy can't be from Shenzhou. After closing such a big deal, shouldn't he invite me in for a sit? You're not inviting me? How am I supposed to complete my mission? Zhang Guangping was somewhat speechless. He came this time to open new channels. Besides the planned transaction, he also had the task of investigating the strength of the Fengkewood territory. If Fengkewood's strength does not match the resources they have, the higher-ups in District 5 wouldn't mind incorporating this area into their sphere of influence. Do you still want to go inside? In the distance, the roar of engines approached, and even the ground began to tremble. Soon one too, and then hundreds of mechanical dogs sprang out from the endless forest, landing in front of both factions after a few leaps. Jiang Hao jumped down, holding onto the handle at the armored vehicle's hatch. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the man. This guy, or rather the force behind him, seemed to be unaware of the current situation. The 5th District? A deal is a deal. There is only mutual benefit between us. Don't get caught up in all that nonsense. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the apocalypse. Jiang Hao joked. If you still haven't figured out the survival rules of the apocalypse, I don't mind giving you a good lesson. Chapter 16. The Returning Convoy. This is User 024. Citizens of Peace City, the Fengkewood territory is officially recruiting soldiers from all citizens. The more you bring, the better the treatment. No la te comers. Are you still trembling under the rule of zombies? Are you still worried about your daily meals? Are you still fearful of not finding a safe place to stay? Come to Fengkewood territory. Everything you want is here. Mama Zhou's son and Uncle Ye's daughter are already here. Fengkewood territory, a fully mechanized army, offers you a sense of security like home. 1 month of muscle transformation, 3 months to drive an armored vehicle. We guarantee you'll be able to roam freely in the sea of zombies. The neighboring forces are envious. We solemnly promise all food and accommodation provided. 3 meals a day. All rice. All rice. All rice. The road from Peace City to Fengkewood territory has been cleared. Actions speak louder than words. Come and sign up quickly. Soon, the broadcast script personally crafted by Jiang Hao will be played throughout Peace City. Jiang Hao listened to the voice coming from the radio, his mouth twitching slightly, and his gaze towards Jiang Hao became unusual. You're not a fake soldier, are you? Which recruitment ad would be written like this? How is it? I wrote it pretty well, right? Jiang Hao's face was full of excitement. Well, it's okay, I guess. Being so tacky is just trendy. As long as you're happy. Although the advertisement wasn't written perfectly, the temptation of rice was irresistible. Not long after the broadcast started, a large number of people rushed over from Peace City, and the entrance in front of the screen was filled with a dense crowd. Send people out to maintain order. Let them in first, and arrange them in that open space outside the city wall. then filter out those who meet the criteria. Jiang Hao glanced at the monitoring screen and said, "Such a large gathering of people is extremely dangerous in the apocalypse. It's impossible to let them in the city. At least not until their loyalty reaches 80. There are too many secrets hidden here, and if one is accidentally leaked, it could attract the covetous eyes of all factions. An innocent man may suffer for having a treasure, and Jiang Hao had seen too many such things in his past life." Soon, this group of citizens was stunned. The long line quickly formed, and under the soldiers' command, they entered the light curtain one by one. Jiang Hao stood at the entrance of the light curtain, first eliminating those who clearly did not qualify. "Commander, I'm really only in my 30s. I used to be a programmer, so I look older." Jiang Hao looked at the balding, deeply lined middle-aged man and fell into thought. It's hard to say whether humanity as a whole has mutated after the apocalypse, but it is indeed a fact that everyone's skin has thickened. Before long, more than half of the people were eliminated, shivering in the cold wind. Jiang Hao glanced at those thinly dressed individuals, revealing a look of pity. But in the end, he still turned and entered the light curtain, although he felt reluctant. This was the law of the apocalypse. After losing the protection of human civilization, humanity had to face the cruel rule of survival of the fittest once again. No one is a philanthropist. Everyone can only strive to survive in such an environment. This is the first lesson nature taught humanity after the apocalypse. In the 5th District, the Thorn Tavern also received broadcasts from the Fenkawa territory, but they did not stop the loss of personnel. The reason was that the recruitment targets for the 3 factions were different. The 5th District and the Thorn Tavern only recruited martial arts awakeners and ability awakeners. They sometimes recruited ordinary people, but only to increase their search resources. To these 2 factions, ordinary people were merely dispensable additions, or to some extent, these people staying in P-City were more about competing for the already scarce resources. Now that another faction was willing to accept them, they were naturally happy to see it. The population of Fenkawu territory experienced explosive growth, quickly surpassing 500 people. To meet the growing food demand, Jiang Hao built 2 more base farms. For Fenkawu, population has never been an obstacle to the development of the territory. On the contrary, these ordinary people, treated as burdens by other factions, were invaluable wealth to Jiang Hao. The future battle for human survival would inevitably be a clash of iron and blood. A competition of technology and evolution, a stalemate of weapons and flesh. This was Jiang Hao's judgment based on his past life experience, and also a conclusion drawn from the lives lost by nearly 100 martial saints in his previous life. No matter how strong an individual is, even a martial saint cannot withstand an army of monsters numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Standing on the city wall and looking at the troops training outside, Jiang Hao had never felt so calm before. Although most of the more than 1,000 soldiers below were ordinary people, after they completed their training and equipped themselves with various weapons, they would present a whole new image to those awakeners, showing them what a true torrent of steel is. The enhancement of technology and equipment would continuously narrow the gap between them and the awakeners until they completely surpassed them. What is even more terrifying is that when the accumulation of equipment becomes a trend, this trend will be unstoppable like the tide of history. Setting aside the talent factor, how long does it take for an awakener to grow from a martial apprentice to a martial saint? Even the exceptionally talented immortal martial, saintly Changhe, took a full 3 years, while a soldier, under the same level of equipment, could reach the same level of combat power with just a simple training, and it wouldn't even take a month. This is the truly terrifying aspect of the Fenkawu territory. Training is now the top priority. We must not slack off. This time, I will also bring a group of outstanding soldiers with me. Lord, our soldiers have only started training for a week. Won't it be too early to expose them to real combat now? Sun Chung voiced his concerns. It's not too early. Jiang Hao looked at the time on his wristwatch and began walking down the city wall. Those who have survived until now have seen blood. Their psychological quality is absolutely up to par. Moreover, no amount of training can compare to experiencing the battlefield. We need more than just soft eggs who can only live in a greenhouse. Outside the city, the convoy was ready. It had been 20 days since the apocalypse began, and it was unclear how things were on Xiao Su's side. It was time to set off. Xing Tian was already waiting in the car, accompanied by more than 100 fully armed soldiers. Jiang Hao waved to Sun Cheng. After saying this, Jiang Hao stepped into the vehicle, and with the roar of the engine, they drove towards the light curtain. However, before the convoy could go far, Sun Cheng saw the convoy returning, moving even faster than before. Chapter 17, Monster Tide. Jiang Hao leaned out of the car window, shouting at the top of his lungs. However, in the face of the Lord's warning, the soldiers still in training turned their heads in confusion to look over. MD, everyone run to the city. What are you standing there for? Are you waiting to die? Jiang Hao was truly anxious this time, his face showing an unprecedented urgency. Jiang Tao, who was still explaining tactical breakdowns to the new recruits, instantly realized the situation. Without bothering to check what danger Jiang Hao was referring to, he kicked away the nearest soldier. What are you standing there for? Run. At first, a few people began to run towards the city, and soon it influenced those around them until everyone was running. Grab your guns, get on the city wall. Jiang Hao's voice came again, and then the car made a large angle drift on the slippery grass and stopped steadily in front of Jiang Tao. Get in the car. Jiang Hao opened the car door and shouted. After Jiang Tao got in, Xing Tian had already floored the accelerator. The engine let out a deafening roar, and the high-speed spinning tires carved a long track on the ground, swirling with wisps of blue smoke as they rushed towards the light curtain. Level 1 Battle Alert. Unknown intruders detected at the territory's edge. Reconnaissance Unit 0125 has been dispatched. Please prepare for defense, host. The voice of the Star River kept echoing in his mind, followed by a new round of alerts. Warning. A large number of unknown intruders have appeared at the territory entrance. Threat Level 3. Defense system activating. After checking the ammunition situation again, Jiang Hao smashed the car's window with the butt of his gun, then leaned out with his weapon half out of the car. What's going on? Is it the people from Zone 5? Jiang Tao was also checking his firearms and then asked. In Jiang Tao's view, the only ones who had intersected with the Feng Chiwu territory and could pose a threat were the people from Zone 5. After all, the first trade between the two sides had not been very pleasant. Although there had been no conflict during the subsequent trade, human hearts are inherently unpredictable, especially in the apocalypse. There were too many secrets in the Feng Chiwu territory, whether it was the ability to mass-produce food or the mechanical dogs and armored vehicles. Each item was something that major powers covet. When all these things are concentrated in one place, the energy generated is enough to drive any force insane. No, Jiang Hao denied it, and then he shared his vision with the reconnaissance unit. In that instant, the scene seen by the reconnaissance unit appeared before Jiang Hao's eyes. At that moment, Jiang Hao's heart felt like it skipped a beat, and his breath seemed to freeze. Such a scene would be a nightmare for humanity, even in the apocalypse 5 years later. It was a wave of alien beasts. The vehicle turned around again, this time racing quickly towards the city gate. A wave of alien beasts? What is that? Jiang Tao felt somewhat puzzled. He had never heard of such a thing and had never seen such an expression on Jiang Hao's face, which made him feel a hint of unease. He feared that this time the territory would really face great trouble. Over 100 sentry-grade machine guns on the city wall had been activated, and the machine guns with a firing rate of 500 rounds per minute gave Jiang Hao a slight sense of reassurance. Soon, the off-road vehicle overtook the crowd behind and rushed into the city. Inside the city, Sun Cheng had already organized an armored convoy, with each armored vehicle equipped with 2 soldiers, the bullets loaded, and the engines humming at idle. A total of 42 armored vehicles gave Sun Cheng strong confidence. Clearly, he was ready to confront the enemy head-on. However, Jiang Hao had little confidence in these soldiers who had been trained for only a few days. The armored cluster stood by, and he commanded, "Others, follow me up to the city wall." Jiang Hao decisively gave the order and then walked towards the city wall. Xing Tian, report on the combat units in the territory. Received. Fengkawu Territory Level 0 Territory Sentinel-class cannons. 168 units Hyena-class armored vehicles. 52 units Bulldogs. 316 units soon. Xing Tian had counted all the combat units. Just over 500 combat units. This was all that Fengkawu Territory had. Looking at such a data panel, Jiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Indeed, having over 500 fully mechanized combat units is a force that can change the situation in any large organization. Even the combined firepower of the 5th District stationed in Peace City and the Thorns Tavern might not surpass that of Fengwu, which is why Jiang Hao dared to press Zhang Guangping during the transaction. However, this is the apocalypse. Conflicts between human forces have never been the reason for humanity's ultimate extinction. Only the present circumstances are the root of all problems in the apocalypse. The beast tide. From a moment it was born, it has been a nightmare that humanity cannot shake off. In the face of such a level of disaster, no matter how strong the city walls are, they will crumble under the tide of beasts. It's here. Standing on the city wall, everything outside was in full view. At first, the light screen rippled as if a small stone had fallen into the water, and then a snow-white wolf-like creature appeared before everyone. The giant wolf stood over 2 meters tall, more than twice the size of a bulldog, and its snow-white fur blended seamlessly with the surrounding scenery, creating a strong visual deception effect. Jiang Hao was already standing on the city wall, witnessing this scene, and he was very clear about what the appearance of that giant wolf represented. Sure enough, after the giant wolf appeared in front of everyone, it seemed to trigger some kind of signal, and the light curtain of the Fengwu territory trembled violently, like a flood released from a dam within moments. Hundreds of giant beasts rushed in. Their nostrils twitched slightly as they followed the scent to this place, and upon seeing the fleeing crowd, they let out a howl like sharks, sensing blood, and charged down. At this moment, the soldiers who were running slowly realized the seriousness of the situation. Under the threat of death, their speed noticeably increased, but it was already too late. Once the giant wolf charged, its speed was something that humans could not match. The first giant wolf to charge leaped over 10 meters in a single bound and, within a few breaths, had already reached the crowd. The slaughter, without surprise, descended in the next moment. The massive head was raised high and then precisely descended, like the world's most accurate scalpel, snatching a soldier who was desperately running into its mouth. Perhaps these beasts were starving. After grabbing the soldier, they didn't chew but swallowed him whole. Then came the second. The third. There was no bloody scene as imagined, nor was there a horrifying image of chewing human bones. But this gruesome act of swallowing live humans without shedding blood was even more terrifying. For these alien beasts, it was a feast for their taste buds, with an endless stream of beasts pouring out behind them, prompting the giant wolves at the front of the line to eat even more frantically. It was too late. There was nothing left to save. Chapter 18. No retreat. Human lives are the cheapest thing in the apocalypse. So cheap that they're even worth less than a bag of instant noodles. Bang! The piercing gunshot broke the silence of the slaughter. Finally, someone on the city wall couldn't hold back and pulled the trigger. But soon, this soldier's action was stopped by his superior with a slap. Fool! Did I order to fire? Everyone, follow my orders, prepare to shoot. Although Sun Cheng had high command talent, here, no one understood the alien beast better than Jiang Hao. His eyes were fixed on the rushing horde of beasts, and the ground trembled at that moment. The buzzing sound of thunder rumbled. That was the battle song of the alien beasts. Although Jiang Hao had faced the tide of alien beasts more than once, every time he couldn't suppress the surge of blood and energy. They were closer, even closer, when the momentum of this horde of alien beasts reached its peak, and the rotary cannon began to spin. The judgment from civilization finally descended at this moment. ZZ. When a vanguard of the alien beast tide was still 600 meters away from the city wall, the rotary cannon fired first. The dense gunfire erupted along with the rising smoke. 600 meters. The maximum lethal range of the rotary cannon. At this moment, the power of the 30mm bullets was fully displayed before everyone. Shell casings rained down, landing steadily in the net below, and the orange-yellow bullets formed a dense fire net in the area 600 meters away, accompanied by the tragic howls of the giant wolves. Large clouds of blood mist sprayed out like a fountain, once again forming a thick blood mist in that fire net. In just 1 minute, 500 rounds of ammunition were completely exhausted. A large number of giant wolves fell, directly hit by the 30mm bullets. Although the penetrating power of the bullets easily tore through their fur, it did not shatter their bodies. When hit by the bullets, their bodies still maintained relative integrity, which was enough to demonstrate the terror of these first-tier alien beasts. However, for these giant wolves, their resilient bodies became the beginning of their even more tragic fate. Many of the giant wolves that fell had not yet breathed their last. They lay helplessly in pools of blood, but soon their companions rushed over. The massive bodies mercilessly trampled over their fallen comrades, and with a single charge, these downed giant wolves were reduced to a puddle of meat paste. "Steady, everyone, hold steady," Jiang Hao shouted hoarsely, standing right above the city gate, with trembling soldiers beside him who could barely hold their guns steady. "Steady now." Jiang Hao patted the soldier's shoulder and said softly, "Wait for my command to fire again. Once we drive away this group of beasts, I'll treat you to some pig's trotters." "We're getting closer." Jiang Hao could even see the flowing fur of the giant wolves as they ran wildly. The first round of the cannon's attack killed more than 1,000 giant wolves, but this number was merely 1/10 of the beast tide. The beast tide, even at its lowest level, has a scale of over 10,000, and the lowest level of beasts in the tide is the first-tier beasts currently before them. Yet, even such a strong beast tide is enough to bring them to their doom in the current territory of Fengwu. This is the ultimate power of the apocalypse, which has destroyed countless human fortresses and cities. Until this moment, the massive group of the beast tide finally appeared completely within the light curtain. The sight of nearly 10,000 giant beasts running created a momentum that shook the ground, with fine dust slipping from the stone crevices of the city walls and continuously falling with the vibrations. Under such a grand momentum, the inadequacy of the soldiers' training quickly became apparent. Despite Jiang Hao repeatedly emphasizing that they should only fire when he gave the order, under the immense psychological pressure, some soldiers could not control their trembling hands and pulled the trigger. What was worse was that these soldiers did not hold their guns tightly. Under the tremendous recoil, the 01 automatic rifle spewed fire and flew out of their hands. Although the gunfire suddenly ceased at this moment, the bullets that left the chamber formed deadly ricochets on the solid rocks. Soon, a soldier screamed and fell, blood gushing from his shoulder, as the bullet lodged in his shoulder blade, fortunately not causing a penetrating injury. Such an accident was a terrifying blow to morale. "Damn it, you cowards. You've wasted your food." At this moment, Jiang Tao rushed over with his gun, kicking the terrified soldier away. He lowered the muzzle slowly, holding the gun with one hand, and then fired. Bang! The bullet accurately pierced through the soldier's head, but his right arm holding the gun did not move an inch. "You bunch of wimps. Are you even worse than a cripple like me?" Jiang Tao's left arm was empty, dancing in the wind. "If anyone dares to move, my gun will be pressed against the back of your head." Jiang Tao's words had some effect. The hands of some soldiers finally stopped trembling as they breathed heavily, trying to calm their emotions. The beasts were already rushing over. They would either be eaten by them or kill them. There was no need for more words. Everyone understood this principle. At this moment, they had no way out. They could only fight to the death. "Open fire." Jiang Hao's voice finally sounded at this moment. At this time, the vanguard of the beast tide was only 150 meters away from the city wall. 150 meters. This is the maximum lethal distance of the Type 01 automatic rifle. The sound of the rifle was tight and dense, and the yellow bullets splashed large clouds of blood as they struck the giant beasts like rain. At such a close distance, and with such a large-scale beast tide, the soldiers didn't even need to aim. They could form a dense fire network solely by relying on concentrated firepower. After being hit by the rifle bullets, these giant beasts did not fall directly to the ground as before, relying on their strong defenses. They actually charged forward a few steps before finally toppling down after another round of gunfire. However, it was this few meters of distance that made Jiang Hao's nerves tighten again. At this moment, the place where the giant beasts fell was less than 20 meters from the city wall. At such a close distance, if the bodies piled up, they could fill the height advantage of the city wall. "We must clear those corpses." This was Jiang Hao's only thought now. "Lord, I'll take people there. Not far away." Sun Cheng seemed to have noticed this as well. His gaze briefly intersected with Jiang Hao's in midair. "Xing He, I need 10 armored vehicles." When descending into the city, Jiang Hao had already issued orders to Xing He, and soon, 5 Hyena-class armored vehicles came over. "Old Li, take 8 people and follow me." Chapter 19. Shun Bingyin's Backstab. The most fatal flaw of a level 0 territory is the lack of heavy firepower weapons. Jiang Hao had seen this clearly from the beginning. Initially, he thought upgrading the territory would solve this problem. After all, in his previous life, he had been deeply impressed by the heavy firepower equipment produced by this territory. But the most fatal issue was that he had misestimated the time it would take to upgrade his territory. Moreover, he had never considered that the beast tide would launch an attack on human cities at this time. Now, Jiang Hao could no longer think about these things. The city gate opened again, and Jiang Hao charged out with a convoy. Xuanwu, I need fire support. Suppress those beasts. In the cockpit, he called the intelligent AI system and decisively issued orders. The machine gun, mounted on top of the vehicle, spat fire, creating a fire network alongside the other 9 armored vehicles. The Hyena-class wheeled armored vehicles were equipped with the same 30mm caliber machine guns as the Sentinel-class machine guns. But considering that recoil would affect the stability of the vehicle, the bullet power was reduced, making the machine gun's range on the armored vehicle slightly shorter than that of the Sentinel class. Fire suppression. Sun Chung observed clearly, reloaded the magazine, and opened fire again to provide fire support for Jiang Hao. He glanced at the nearest Sentinel-class machine gun beside him, and, at that moment, the engineering robot had already finished reloading the ammunition, and the Sentinel-class machine gun's rotating chamber began to turn again. ZZZZ. Before Sun Cheng's voice had fully spread, the dense fire tongue of the Sentinel-class machine gun spat out again. The bullets in the magazine decreased rapidly, but the effect was very significant. Below the city wall, groups of beasts fell down, and the number of the beast tide sharply decreased again. Through the observation window, Jiang Hao saw the densely packed orange-yellow bullets cutting through the sky, accurately landing in the beast tide. After 40 seconds, the Sentinel-class machine gun needs to be reloaded again. Xuanwu's voice rang in his ear. Now is the time to rush over and push those damned corpses away, Jiang Hao decisively ordered, and at that moment, he slammed on the accelerator. The sturdy tracks gripped the slippery ground tightly, causing minimal energy loss. In the next moment, the armored vehicle roared out like an angry beast. Detecting an obstacle ahead, it would endure the impact in 10 seconds. The vehicle's heavy armor system activated. 876. Xuanwu's voice echoed continuously. Inside the cabin, Jiang Hao fastened his seatbelt and gripped the handles tightly. Bang! A massive impact force was transmitted through the vehicle's body into the cabin, and Jiang Hao felt as if his body had flown up. The seatbelt instantly tightened around him, and the powerful drag force kept striking his body's weakest areas, as if his ribs were breaking. The front armor of the vehicle was damaged, with a damage extent of 35. The electronic system rebooted, and Xuanwu's voice sounded again. However, Jiang Hao couldn't pay attention to these matters now. On the city wall, the fire support from the sentry-level machine guns had once again ceased, and the engineering robots had begun to replace the ammunition chamber. Retreat! Jiang Hao decisively issued the retreat order, and the convoy quickly turned around, revealing the dented armored plates, rushing towards the city gate at the fastest speed. However, what Jiang Hao did not notice was that at the moment the sentry-class cannons ceased firing, there was no longer the sound of normal earth outside the city, and the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence, as if time had stopped. They retreated. On the city wall, Jiang Tao and others witnessed clearly that after another round of concentrated fire, the tide of alien beasts left behind over 1,000 corpses at the foot of the wall and then slowly retreated towards the rear. No, that wasn't a retreat. Sun Cheng quickly detected the anomaly. This orderly withdrawal seemed to be brewing a larger conspiracy. The remaining alien beasts quickly retreated to the edge of the light curtain. Among this group of alien beasts, there were not only giant wolves, but also wild boars covered in steel spikes, and even antelopes that had doubled in size. At this moment, these alien beasts, regardless of species or stature, tacitly made way for a path, and then surprisingly knelt down slowly. This scene resembled the common people on Earth welcoming their monarch, and these alien beasts seemed to be welcoming their king in the same manner. Soon, the orderly group of alien beasts provided the answer. As the path among the alien beasts revealed itself, a tall and solitary figure emerged, accompanied by the ripples created by the light curtain. It was also a wolf-like giant beast. Compared to other giant wolves, this one was larger, measuring over 4 meters in length and over 2 meters in height. Its fur was crystal clear, almost transparent, shimmering faintly with fluorescence against the backdrop of the snow. It walked forward amidst the throng of beasts, like a king surveying its territory, looking down upon all living beings. Damn it, it's a second-tier alien beast. How could such a thing appear at this time? Jiang Hao couldn't help but curse again. Second tier. Such creatures were nothing more than low-level beings at the bottom of the food chain in Jiang Hao's previous life, in an era where powerful martial kings were everywhere. If such a creature appeared in a fallen area, all the awakened ones would certainly not even glance at it. In fact, to ensure a sufficient supply of food, some forces even raised these first and second tier like livestock for human consumption. But now, it was only the early days of the apocalypse. It had been less than a month since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and second tier had already appeared. This guy couldn't be on drugs, could he? How could it evolve so quickly? That kind of existence could change the course of battle. Neither the Type 01 automatic rifle nor the 30mm cannon posed any threat to second tier. However, apart from these weapons, what else was left in the Finkawa territory now? Only lives to fill the gap. In Jiang Hao's eyes, a sense of determination gradually emerged. He tightened his grip on the rifle in his hand, ready to speak. But then he saw Shan Bingyan, who had remained silent since the start of the battle, suddenly stand up from behind cover. Shan Bingyan's lips moved, and soon her voice echoed in Jiang Hao's private communication channel. That beast was summoned by me. Chapter 20. The name of the phoenix perching on the Wudong. Jiang Hao was stunned. He didn't understand what Shan Bingyan meant by saying that. Was it rebellion? Or something else? Then he saw Shan Bingyan pull out a pendant from her neck. The pendant was about the size of half a palm, shaped like a silkworm cocoon. The moment the pendant was taken out, Jiang Hao distinctly felt the temperature around him drop suddenly. The cold wind blowing through felt piercing, and he couldn't help but shiver. The pendant seemed somewhat familiar, but Jiang Hao couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Just as the pendant was revealed by Shan Bingyan, a two-tiered exotic beast 2 kilometers away at the edge of the light curtain instantly turned its gaze over. The air on the city wall seemed to freeze, and a chilling sensation shot up from his feet, rapidly spreading throughout his body. I got this thing from that exotic beast. When I encountered it, it was in a state similar to hibernation. Shan Bingyan continued. I think it came this time for this thing. In fact, the two-tiered Wolf King had already proven Shan Bingyan's guess with its actions. Upon seeing the pendant, the Wolf King let out a long howl, and then the still massive army of exotic beasts charged forward again. All the exotic beasts visibly turned bloodshot. They were the loyal followers of the Wolf King, and in that moment, they fearlessly charged forward, braving the bullets coming their way. This was a desperate charge of the exotic beast horde. This time, the charge was not for food. It was solely to defend the dignity of the Wolf King. Looking at the rolling smoke of war in the distance, all the soldiers on the city tower became tense again. Their hands were still trembling, their breaths still quickened. But the previous successful repulsion of the exotic beast tide gave everyone some confidence, and battlefield experience accumulated bit by bit. In the next moment, the Wolf King moved. Its massive body charged out at that moment, leaping over a distance of more than 10 meters, and moments later, its figure appeared among the charging horde of beasts. Tot. Bullets fired incessantly. The smell of gunpowder on the city wall grew stronger, and the sentry-level machine gun was already on its 5th round of loading. Its muzzle was beginning to glow red, and the white mist formed by the encounter with the surrounding cold air floated up into the sky. Soon, the Wolf King had charged to the front of the horde, standing atop a pile of corpses stacked high with the bodies of exotic beasts, and it suddenly leaped up. Not good. Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he guessed the Wolf King's intention. At that moment, the Wolf King had already begun to move, its speed incredibly fast, each step taken with clear purpose. With its claws slicing through the air, the sentry-level cannon that had just spewed fire was torn in half, followed closely by the next target. It did not focus its attacks on the personnel. Instead, it eliminated the annoying soldiers only when they obstructed its path. Its entire effort was directed towards destroying the cannons, as clearly these posed a greater threat to its kind. Jiang Hao rushed up at the first moment, and the Tang Dao unsheathed in midair, flashing with a cold light. At that moment, Jiang Hao dared not hold back at all. His arms suddenly exerted force and chopped down towards the Wolf King's hind leg. The sharp blade left a bloody mark on the hind leg, but could not penetrate further. How? The Wolf King, in pain, instantly turned its head and pounced towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao dared not linger and used the downward force to dodge past the striking claws. The dark barrel of the gun immediately turned around, and the dense gunfire echoed on the city wall, momentarily stalling the Wolf King's attack. Bullets pounded against the Wolf King's fur, sparking flashes of fire, while the flattened bullets rained down from the Wolf King's coat like raindrops. At that moment, Xing Tian had already rushed over, her arm slightly raised. A beam of cold light shot from her hand, instantly freezing one of the Wolf King's front legs. "Aim for its jaw," Jiang Hao shouted, and in the next moment, he rushed out. The intense firepower temporarily suppressed the Wolf King's attack. But such a level of assault was hardly enough to break through even the weakest part of the Wolf King. However, at that instant, the Wolf King's front paw, which had been frozen, suddenly broke free from its restraints and fiercely struck down at Jiang Hao. Bang! The sound of metal grinding was excruciating, and Jiang Hao's body flew out like a cannonball, crashing hard against the soldier. A tearing pain shot through his back, but fortunately, the soldier behind him helped absorb some of the impact. The Tang Dao in his hand had already left a grotesque claw mark from the earlier block. "Help me by 5 seconds." Jiang Hao's voice echoed in Xing Tian's ear through the communication channel. "Okay." In the next moment, the pendant strangely floated in mid-air. A faint blue light surged from it, and the hazy glow erupted like an energy booster. This burst of energy seemed to be magnified dozens of times, instantly freezing the Wolf King's front paw. The icy grip spread rapidly along the ground, and in an instant, half a city wall was encased in ice. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Jiang Hao drew his sword, his lungs heaving violently. The previous blow must have injured his ribs, severely hindering his oxygen intake. A buzzing sound filled his ears, and with the help of the icy surface on the city wall, Jiang Hao slid out forcefully, and in the next moment, he swung his sword. The Tang Dao accurately pierced through the Wolf King's jaw, directly entering the brain through its thick throat. The massive body instantly went limp, pinning Jiang Hao underneath. The Wolf King's fall was like a signal. The beast horde that had been so ferocious just a second ago deflated like a punctured balloon. And even the giant wolf that had transformed into a first-tier beast did not change its nature, tucking its massive tail and retreating from the light curtain. "We won! We won!" On the city wall, someone shouted first, and, after a brief pause, a tsunami-like cheer erupted. All the soldiers began to cheer. This was the first beast tide recorded by humanity since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Unlike the previous life, this time, people successfully repelled the frenzied assault of the beasts. And this news was quickly broadcasted. Feng Chi Wu, this unfamiliar force, had entered the sight of major global powers in such a stunning way for the first time. Chapter 21. Dinner at the entrance of the valley. Several new lookout towers must be built, and you should personally choose their locations. There is only one requirement. The view must be broad, to alert us before danger arrives. Jiang Hao pointed outside the light screen at Suncheng. While everyone was still immersed in the joy of repelling the beast tide, Jiang Hao had already turned his gaze towards a more distant future. Although this battle against the alien beasts ended in a human victory, it was merely a Pyrrhic victory. In this battle, the Fenkawa territory suffered 312 casualties, including 131 fatalities. It's important to note that the total population of the Fenkawa territory is only about 1/500. With the current scale of the Fenkawa territory, it cannot withstand many more such battles. Even more critically, after this battle, the medical resources of the Fenkawa territory were nearly depleted, and the construction of a medical center was already on the agenda. Inside the city, on a newly planned open space, construction of the medical center had already begun. Glancing at the timer above the building, the remaining time was 1812. This war exposed many problems in the territory, such as the lack of forward observation posts and insufficient medicine supplies. These issues needed to be addressed one by one. With such thoughts, Jiang Hao could not help but look outside the city. The cleanup of the battlefield didn't even require soldiers to lift a finger. Over 1,000 engineering robots had cleaned up the chaos in just one afternoon, replaced by the soldiers' celebratory feasts. Next to these temporary camps, new military barracks were under construction. Within the Fenklewood territory, aside from the panels displayed on the system interface, all other buildings needed to be constructed by the Lord themselves. Currently, nearly 2,000 engineering robots were engaged in this work. Besides the military barracks outside the city, several standalone villas were also being built simultaneously. After all, with the increase in personnel, the two-bedroom, one-living-room command center was already overwhelmed. Just thinking about this made Jiang Hao's mind conjure up the image of Sun Cheng and Jiang Tao, two big men, huddled together in one bed, which was quite an impression. Originally, Jiang Hao was also supposed to fit in that bed, and the two had discussed for half a day how to utilize the limited space for 3 people. Jiang Hao couldn't stand their humiliation and, in a fit of anger, went to the living room to sleep on the floor. The soldiers sat together in groups, with roasted fish dripping with oil in the middle, and each person had a bowl of fish soup in front of them, happily eating with bowls of white rice. There were no alcoholic beverages here. Although the current grain production was abundant, it was far from enough to waste on brewing alcohol. Even if Jiang Hao wanted to brew alcohol, the soldiers under him were unwilling. They had seen how the outside world fought for a morsel of food, not to mention a morsel. Even a piece of alien beast meat could lead to a fight. In these times, not everyone had the ability to hunt alien beasts, which led to the emergence of stalls selling alien beast meat on the streets. The small stalls were doing quite well. Even though everyone knew that eating this stuff was akin to slowly committing suicide, the demand for this meat still exceeded supply. People always had to survive. Watching the soldiers devour the delicious roasted fish, he couldn't help but tease. Although our combat power may not be the strongest in the world, the quality of our meals definitely is. Brother, dinner is ready. The pretty sister asked me to come call you. Duo bounced over, holding an ice sculpture that was almost melting in her little hands. It looked like it might be Peppa Pig or Pleasant Goat. Who cares? Jiang Hao stood up, leaning against the wall. A large area of his lungs and back still throbbed with pain. He forced a smile and patted Duoduo's little head. Shen Bingyan had already set the prepared dishes on the table. Sour fish, spicy shredded potatoes, cumin lamb, and mapo tofu, with a bowl of Yangzhou fried rice as the main dish. The aroma of the food wafted in from afar, causing Duo to drool. She then let go of Jiang Hao's hand and bounced to the table, resting her chin on her small hands, her eyes blinking as she stared at the dishes, unable to move an inch. Shen Bingyan came out of the kitchen with a few empty bowls for the fried rice and happened to see Jiang Hao entering with Duo. Their gazes briefly met in the air before quickly looking away. Shen Bingyan, age, 23, strength, mid-level first stage ice ability, loyalty, 89. Jiang Hao noticed the change in Shen Bingyan's attributes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. What about the two of them? Jiang Hao was referring to Jiang Tao and Sun Cheng. Such matters didn't really need to be asked. Through the door frame of the restaurant, one could just see the map for getting glasses in the living room, where 2 special marked light points were moving. The light point representing Jiang Tao was currently on an open space outside the city, presumably having a barbecue with the soldiers. Meanwhile, the light point representing Sun Cheng had disappeared beyond the light screen. This panoramic image could only show the situation within the territory of Fenklewood. Anything further away was beyond assistance. He must have gone to inspect the location of the watchtower. Jiang Hao guessed it. He tactfully did not mention the pendant, just as Shen Bingyan had never delved into the matter of Feng Chiwu. Both of them maintained a tacit understanding, silently acknowledging this unspoken agreement. Thank you. After a long while, Shen Bingyan spoke up. Jiang Hao's delicious rice was placed on the table, topped with a piece of his favorite pickled fish. The taste was a bit bland. Didn't you say I could help you survive? It seems your choice was correct. Jiang Hao smiled and added a piece of cumin lamb to Duoduo's bowl, taking a bite first. It was just the right texture. The little one should be able to chew it. So he placed the piece of cumin-coated lamb into Duoduo's bowl. Ugh, brother is dirty. Duo doesn't want to eat brother's saliva. Duo immediately became unhappy, pouting her little mouth and looking at Jiang Hao with a grievance. Jiang Hao, are you going to City L tomorrow? Yes, It's just in time that the people from the 5th District are coming to trade tomorrow. It seems their leader wants to meet me as well, so it works out perfectly for us to go together. Shen Bingyan seems a bit downcast. She lowered her head and absent-mindedly stirred the fried rice in her bowl, then started eating it in big bites. By the way, Jiang Hao took a sip of water and suddenly remembered something, asking, "Have you packed your things? We're leaving early tomorrow. Am I going too?" Shen Bingyan slightly raised her head, her tone surprisingly showing a hint of emotion. Otherwise, Jiang Hao has to train the new recruits and take care of Duo. Sun Chung has to deal with matters in the territory. Who else can go with me? Jiang Hao said understandably, casting a strange glance at Shen Bingyan. This woman is acting a bit unusual today. All right, today's dinner seems exceptionally delicious. Chapter 22. Population Cap the next day. What woke Jiang Hao was not the alarm clock he had set, but the constant alert sound echoing in his mind. Attention! The engineering robots have reached the maximum capacity of the base level and have stopped production. Please build a supercomputing center as soon as possible to increase the number of engineering robots. The supercomputing center will be unlocked after the territory is upgraded to level 1. I don't know when the system's alert sound started playing in a rolling loop in Jiang Hao's mind. After flipping through the system notifications, good grief. The first alert actually came in at 2 o'clock in the morning. "Xinghe, get out here. I need an explanation." With dark circles under his eyes, Jiang Hao was furiously powerless. In the face of Jiang Hao's rage, Xinghe wisely hid away and quietly turned off the alert sound. Glancing at the system panel, he saw that the number of engineering robots was fixed at 3,000, which was the maximum number that a level 0 territory could accommodate. So, I've hit the population cap. The medical center would be completed in just over 10 hours, and then it would meet the hard requirement for upgrading the territory. However, glancing at the resource reserves that were cleaner than his savings before the apocalypse, Jiang Hao closed the resource panel with a face full of despair. Fortunately, the trade route had been opened, and there were other resources from the 5th District to supplement. With that thought, he began to wash up. "Host, the people from the 5th District have arrived." Just as Jiang Hao finished washing up and was gnawing on 2 pieces of bread, Xinghe's alert came through. This was the 3rd transaction between the 5th District and the Fenkawa territory. After the previous 2 cooperations, both sides had established preliminary trust, so this time, the people from the 5th District were allowed to drive their convoy into the light curtain of the Fenkawa territory. The scale of this transaction was unprecedented. The 5th District brought in 20 heavy trucks just for this transaction. In addition to the usual steel, the 5th District also brought many cement, sand, and stone materials according to the requirements of the Fenkawa territory. These were additional construction materials for the Fenkawa territory's extra buildings. Considering the construction needs of the extra buildings within the territory, Jiang Hao had intentionally leaned the trading items towards cement, sand, and stone during the 2nd transaction. As the convoy from the 5th District slowly drove into the light curtain, the Fenkawa territory, which had now been mythologized by the outside world, finally revealed itself to them for the first time. Hundreds of square, box-shaped metal blocks were busy at the construction site. The foundation had been completed, and some robots were pouring cement on it. Everything appeared orderly, with no human figures in sight. On the opposite side, there was another scene. Soldiers holding automatic rifles were training under the command of their instructor, stepping in unison, showing no signs of having just gone through a fierce battle. Occasionally, a few mechanical dogs passed by, taking on the patrol duties for the entire territory. The damaged city walls had long been repaired, and the broken machine guns had been replaced. The densely packed machine guns were currently moving their barrels along with the convoy from the 5th District. Everything was so orderly that if it weren't for the mountain of monster corpses piled up at the base of the wall, Zhang Guangping would really doubt whether this place had indeed successfully defended against an attack from the monster tide as rumored. "Welcome to the future." Jiang Hao revealed a playful smile and reached out to shake hands with Zhang Guangping. "The future?" Zhang Guangping was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Are you saying that you can withstand the attack of the beast tide? Were these artificial intelligence algorithms researched before the apocalypse? You can understand it that way." Jiang Hao shrugged. It was true that he obtained the galaxy system before the arrival of the apocalypse, so there should be no problem understanding it this way. While the two were talking, both sides had already begun to count the goods. This time, according to the requirements from Zone 5, freshwater resources had been added. The water plant in City P originally had a huge water tank, and the water inside should have been free from apocalyptic contamination. However, judging by the current situation, it seemed that the water inside had basically been consumed, which forced Zone 5 to continue searching for new freshwater sources. In his past life, about half a year after the apocalypse occurred, an organization developed methods to purify water. As the water quality was continuously refined, people in the apocalypse gradually classified water quality into 5 levels, with level 1 being pure water that could be consumed directly. The value of 1 liter of this water was equivalent to a year's income for an ordinary citizen. When the trucks from Zone 5 were opened, everyone was stunned. Empty? How could this be? They quickly opened the second truck, then the third, until all the cargo holds of the vehicles were opened, leaving everyone dumbfounded. When the news reached Zhang Guangping, he was completely shocked. What kind of supernatural event was this in broad daylight? Everything was fine when they arrived, and now the goods were gone. That was a full 20 heavy trucks of cargo. Zone 5 had sent out over 30 collection teams to work for 3 days to gather these items. Leader Jiang, please let me explain. Zhang Guangping forced a smile and said with difficulty, "We in Zone 5 had no intention of playing tricks on you. We will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." Jiang Hao suppressed his laughter as he quickly glanced at the system prompt. Steel, 32,000 units. Wood, 20,000 units. Cement, 100,000 units. Useless. Sand and gravel, 80,000 units. Useless. No need. I have received your sincerity. But this truck. Zhang Guangping looked shocked. They haven't even unloaded the cargo yet. How did you receive it? This is the future. Jiang Hao smiled slightly and then instructed. The goods in Area 5 are fine. Xing, arrange for loading. The long convoy traveled along the winding mountain road, with the scenery on both sides rapidly disappearing. Now, there were many spore plants along the mountain road, which were different from when he first landed. The eerie blue glow was gone, replaced by sprawling vines extending outward. Captain Zhang, when did these spore plants change like this? Jiang Hao picked up the walkie-talkie on the off-road vehicle and asked, just within these 1 or 2 days, "What's going on, Leader Jiang? Is there a problem?" Accompanied by a crackling sound, Zhang Guangping's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "It's nothing." Jiang Hao frowned slightly. After the robe fell to the ground, vines began to grow from it. This was the second form of this invasive plant. Such a situation had occurred in his previous life as well. But from the current timeline, it seemed that the evolution speed of these plants was much faster than in his past life. What could be the reason? Is it the butterfly effect caused by my reincarnation? Jiang Hao frowned slightly. Suddenly, he raised his head abruptly, his gaze piercing through the car window towards the azure sky. That was the beginning of all suffering and inevitably the endpoint of all answers. One day, I will go there and unravel all these mysteries. Chapter 23. The Undying Martial Saint. After more than 20 days, entering the city again, it was completely different from Jiang Hao's impression of City P. The originally flat and straight asphalt road was now strewn with rubble and steel frames. Dried corpses hung on exposed rebar, swaying in the wind. Near the riverbank, makeshift trenches and soldiers who had not yet fully breathed their last were everywhere. This was the norm in the apocalypse. The vehicle traversed the city along the simply cleared road. After following a heavy truck around a corner, Jiang Hao's brows suddenly furrowed. "Captain Zhang, this road shouldn't be leading to the Eastern District, right?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the intercom before Zhang Guangping's voice came through. "Leader Jiang has a good memory. Before we head to the base, our boss wants to discuss some matters with you." "Boss." Jiang Hao noticed Zhang Guangping's choice of words and signaled the driver, Old Li, to continue following. The situation seemed to be getting interesting. The locomotive station could not be found on the original map of P City, but in just over half a month after the apocalypse. Its fame had almost reached a household name level, even surpassing the notoriety of the 5th District and the Thorn Tavern to some extent. This place is one of the few neutral zones in P City, where people from both the 5th District and the Thorn Tavern can sit together and enjoy drinks. It is a paradise for lone wolves and also the trading center of P City. When the long convoy finally stopped at the entrance of the locomotive station. Jiang Hao finally met the boss that Zhang Guangping had mentioned. However, when Jiang Hao saw the true face of this boss, he was frozen in place. This was a face he had once been extremely familiar with. In the past, the people of Shenzhou during the apocalypse were all too familiar with this face, as he represented the strongest among them. Even in this new life, Jiang Hao had quite a connection with the owner of this face, the undying martial saint, Li Changhe. At this moment, Li Changhe was only in his 30s. Although there were subtle signs of aging on his face, they added a few degrees of majesty to him. Li Changhe was not clad in armor nor holding a giant spear. Instead, he was dressed like a businessman in a suit, and his every move did not carry the slightest aura of a martial arts awakener. If it weren't for Jiang Hao's memories from his previous life, he might have truly been deceived by this man. "Ha, Leader Jiang, I have long admired your name," Li Changhe said with a friendly smile, warmly inviting Jiang Hao into the elegant room of the station. "Mr. Li is too kind. We are just doing our best and relying on luck, unlike Mr. Li, who can create such a large enterprise amidst the conflict between two major powers. It shows how powerful Mr. Li truly is," Jiang Hao modestly replied. Leader Jiang sees through it all. Li Changhe raised his eyebrows slightly, unconsciously looking at Jiang Hao with a bit more respect. He then straightened his collar and continued. "I took the liberty of asking Leader Jiang to come here, firstly because I could truly admire your reputation, and secondly, before Li Changhe could finish his sentence, he smiled, poured a cup of tea for Jiang Hao, and then filled his own cup. This is the long tuan tea that an old friend sent before the apocalypse." Lifting the teacup and taking a sip, Jiang Hao didn't understand the tea ceremony. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary university student with no prospects. The kind whose resume wouldn't even get a glance from a Fortune 500 company. He was too busy surviving to have the chance to study tea. However, he had heard of long tuan tea before and knew it was quite famous. "Good tea," he nodded pretentiously. "Leader Jiang, I'm just a businessman. In this environment, I can only do my best to survive. I would like to ask Leader Jiang, in your opinion, how will this world progress in the future?" Asking about future trends? Is this a test for me? Mr. Li is overestimating me. Before the apocalypse, I was just an ordinary university student, and now, facing such a world, I can only take it one step at a time. Jiang Hao was unclear about Li Changhe's intentions and kept his responses brief. "Please don't take offense, Leader Jiang. The entire world is currently in paralysis, and places like Peace City are in a tug of war. I'm purely curious. Your Fenkawa territory is so close to Peace City. Are you considering intervening at the right time?" As he spoke, Li Changhe's eyes narrowed into slits, his eagle-like gaze instantly locking onto Jiang Hao, almost piercing through him. However, Jiang Hao had lived 2 lives, and his experiences had forged a strong psychological endurance. Even when facing the once undying martial saint, Li Changhe, he showed no signs of retreat. "To be honest, Mr. Li, although our territory successfully defended against the Beast Tide's attack this time, we are also severely weakened and probably won't have the capability to move south for a while." "Oh, really?" "Of course. Our territory has only about 1,000 people. Facing the Beast Tide's assault, it is already fortunate that we survived." Jiang Hao is speaking the truth. These are all things that are out in the open. As long as one is willing to investigate, it is not difficult to find out about them. Moreover, Jiang Hao believes that with Li Changhe's abilities, he probably has already thoroughly examined his own information before meeting him. We are more inclined to another answer. For example, I heard that Leader Jiang's territory has a kind of mechanical dog, which has the strength equivalent to a first-tier monster. If the number of these mechanical dogs is sufficient, even if they encounter this wave of Leader Jiang's forces would not suffer much loss, right? Mr. Li, your imagination is quite rich. Setting aside how many resources it would take to build so many mechanical dogs, you just said that this is merely a hypothetical scenario. Jiang Hao spread his hands and smiled. Then his gaze sharpened, lightly tapping the coffee table with his index finger. "Also, Mr. Li, which faction are you referring to when you said we don't know? Is it the 5th District, or the Thorn Tavern, or perhaps other forces outside the city?" Chapter 24. Touching the Truth. Li Changhe's eyes narrowed slightly, his deep gaze constantly sizing up Jiang Hao, resembling a hunter assessing his prey before the hunt. Jiang Hao calmly accepted the inspection, then gently picked up the teacup and took another sip. It really is good tea. Jiang Hao's calmness left Li Changhe perplexed, and even the territory behind him, known as Fengkewu, became increasingly elusive at this moment. Li Changhe indeed had significant influence. After Jiang Hao's territory, Fengkewu began to stand out. He quickly took notice of his force. As the lord of Fengkewu, Jiang Hao naturally entered his field of vision, and soon, the investigation results were presented on his desk. What puzzled Li Changhe was that Jiang Hao had no prior connections to Peace City. He had no friends, no relatives, no family, and no job there. Jiang Hao and Peace City were completely on separate tracks, yet he had come to Peace City specifically 1 week before the apocalypse broke out. Could this be a coincidence? Or was he simply visiting for tourism? But what tourist attractions could a resource-based city like Peace City, which relied on the steel industry, possibly offer? After eliminating all unrelated answers, the remaining answer, no matter how bizarre it seemed, was incredibly close to the truth. He had foreseen the apocalypse and thus arrived in Peace City in advance. After ruling out all possibilities, this was the only answer left. However, was that even possible? Who could foresee the occurrence of the apocalypse? This answer was so fantastical that Li Changhe began to doubt it. So let me rephrase that. Li Changhe chuckled and continued. Did Leader Jiang come to Peace City a week before the apocalypse to gather materials for making those mechanical dogs? The teacup was slowly set down, and Jiang Hao leaned back, finding a more comfortable sitting position. Is that possible? According to Mr. Li's reasoning, am I supposed to foresee the future? If your revelation is correct, does that mean I also foresaw today's scene? Although we are already in the apocalypse, with various supernatural beings emerging one after another, there has never been any mention of a power to foresee the future. Moreover, evidence shows that Jiang Hao is merely a martial arts awakener. With this realization, Li Changhe's expression gradually returned to normal. It's just a speculation. Let Leader Jiang take it as a joke. With that, Li Changhe poured another cup of tea. So, would Leader Jiang consider joining another force? For example, District 5 or the Thorny Tavern. With such weapons, your ambitions probably extend beyond just Peace City. Li Changhe said, what I mean is, Leader Jiang might as well work with me. We are both in Peace City, so we can look out for each other in the future. Jiang Hao once again picked up the tea, this time carefully examining the cup. The teacup was made of blue and white porcelain, and it was impossible to determine which dynasty it belonged to, while Li Changhe's words were even more elusive. Besides the chilling speculation that made Jiang Hao uneasy, his words hinted at a covetousness for the bulldog. Indeed, the overall strength of the bulldog was only at the first-tier beast level, but its greatest advantage was its ability to be mass-produced. In an era where everyone's strength is generally not very strong, the potential benefits of being able to mass-produce first-tier powerhouses are immense. Perhaps this is Li Changhe's true intention. I refuse. Jiang Hao put down the teacup again, his tone calm. Oh, Li Changhe raised an eyebrow, unable to understand why Jiang Hao would refuse. Being able to remain composed amidst the fierce conflict between the two major forces in Peace City was enough to demonstrate the strength of his backing. Was that not enough to sway Jiang Hao? However, in reality, Jiang Hao was well aware of the power of this force, one that could potentially make Li Changhe the #1 force in the Shannan region. Such a force probably didn't even take a small place like Peace City seriously. But, knowing it was one thing, Jiang Hao had no intention of taking risks. His small stature was not enough for someone to drink a pot of tea. In simple terms, Jiang Hao was being cowardly, and he was being cowardly with justification, decisively rejecting Li Changhe's proposal. However, I have another suggestion. Jiang Hao smiled and said, how about we make a deal? Oh, Li Changhe raised an eyebrow, showing an interested expression. The bulldog, or what you call the mechanical dog, I can sell it without limit, in exchange for what I need. Leader Jiang, do you look down on our organization? Li Changhe's voice gradually grew cold. Deep down, Jiang Hao's proposal was the outcome he was most pleased with. After all, if Jiang Hao joined the organization, they would inevitably become rivals in Peace City in the future. Without the organization's support, dealing with Jiang Hao would be much more troublesome for him. In this situation, Li Changhe naturally did not want Jiang Hao to join. As for that mechanical dog, it was just a one-time item. In a few months, when all organisms undergo their next evolution, who would care about such things? It was just a pile of scrap metal. Although he felt happy inside, he had to maintain a facade. No one had ever dared to openly reject the organization's proposal like this. I'm just offering another way of cooperation, Jiang Hao said calmly. Li Changhe fell silent for a moment. After a while, a smile reappeared on his face. However, this could be the beginning of our first step towards cooperation. Jiang Hao also stood up and shook hands with Li Changhe. Then, let's have a pleasant cooperation. The night was deep, but the flames of war were far from extinguished. However, in this special place, the train station, everything felt surprisingly calm. People sat by the windows in the resting area, enjoying the distant flames of war as if they were watching fireworks, chatting, and laughing. In this environment, Jiang Hao walked out of the station, a smile still on his face as he bid farewell to Li Changhe, then turned and got into the car. What's wrong? Shen Bingyan noticed Jiang Hao's abnormality and gently touched his arm, only to find his hand cold and trembling. It's nothing, drive. Jiang Haoqiang gathered his spirits as the sign of the train station gradually faded away in the rearview mirror. Only then did he begin to calm down. Thankfully, he had passed this hurdle. The figure of Li Changhe lingered in his thoughts. In his second life, Jiang Hao had never imagined that someone could be so close to that whimsical truth. Chapter 25 Banquet in the 5th District. The leader, Zhao Mingxue, a martial arts awakener in his 20s, was in the prime of his youth. The 5th District he established occupied the eastern district of P City, which included a pharmaceutical factory and the only police equipment depot in P City. Similarly, the storage facility of the Jinju steel plant, which Jiang Hao had visited before, was also in the eastern district, which was the primary reason Jiang Hao chose to collaborate with the 5th District. Zhao Mingxue's forces consisted of an elite special operations brigade and a guard regiment. The former was made up entirely of awakeners, numbering around 320 to 360 individuals, all equipped with police gear, making them the main combat force of the 5th District. The latter was composed of veterans and young adults, equipped only with police handguns and rifles, numbering approximately 20,000, primarily responsible for maintaining public order within the jurisdiction. This was Jiang Hao's understanding of this faction. Jiang Hao and his group saw Zhao Mingxue at noon the next day. To welcome this rising star, the Lord of Fengkewu, and also an important partner, Zhao Mingxue prepared a grand welcome banquet. At 12 o'clock, the banquet was held at the P City Museum, now the headquarters of the 5th District. Thanks to Jiang Hao, fresh rice, which had nearly vanished in the post-apocalyptic world, reappeared on the banquet table, a huge temptation for everyone who had been eating packaged food for over a month. When the steaming rice was brought out from the kitchen, Lin Kai was stunned. As the captain of the 3rd Squad of the 5th District Guard, he had heard that the higher-ups in the Special Operations Brigade often ate this, but as an ordinary person, he felt unqualified to enjoy it. Rice was now treated like a consumable item, and every bit counted. Those who had it were hoarding it as strategic material. It was rare to see such a thing. Looking around, he noticed that everyone else's faces were filled with greedy expressions, and he realized they all shared the same thoughts. Everyone was eagerly rubbing their hands, their eyes fixed on the rice bucket as it moved with the serving cart, their expressions far more passionate than when they were out for leisure. If it weren't for Zhao Mingxue's imposing presence, these squad leaders might have even lifted the rice bucket to eat directly. The rice is here. The soldiers serving the food also shouted excitedly, their voices trembling, indicating that they too would get a share of the rice tonight. When the rice was finally placed on the dining table amidst everyone's anticipation, before the plates even touched the table, the food was already snatched away, leaving the shiny plates gleaming like mirrors, reflecting the various eating postures of the crowd. Zhao Mingxue, sitting at the head table, felt somewhat embarrassed. The soldiers had been fighting for days and hadn't had time to enjoy a hot meal, making him feel like he had let Chief Jiang down. Jiang Hao smiled and said nothing more. He picked up his chopsticks, looking thoughtfully at the soldiers in front of him. After the apocalypse struck, the collapse of human civilization happened faster than anyone had expected. In just a month, the food crisis had severely affected everyone's lives. Experts had once predicted that even if the global harvest failed, the reserves in various countries could sustain the normal needs of billions of people for a month. However, when the apocalypse occurred, people were horrified to realize that those predictions were merely the most ideal scenarios. The harsh reality was that when disaster truly struck, riots, killings, and looting coincided with the calamity, especially when global communications were cut off. Once the disaster unfolded internally, the existing power structures collapsed in an instant, and people fought for themselves, plunging the world into a state reminiscent of the Warring States period in a matter of moments. Even more critically, the losses caused by the turmoil were unavoidable. In fact, nearly half of the uncontaminated food in global reserves was destroyed in the fires of war, directly resulting in a large number of people starving to death in the early stages of the apocalypse. Humans in the apocalypse resembled desperate gamblers, tightening a noose of food crisis around their necks while betting all their possessions on the gambling table of war. Jiang Hao casually took a piece of meat coated in sugar and tried it. The meat was coarse, and its texture was neither pork, lamb, nor beef. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's expression changed, and he asked ambiguously, "Leader Zhao, this thing, isn't it meat from a mutated beast, is it?" "Yes. It was just hunted this morning, fresh, first-grade mutated beast meat. I lost 2 of my warriors for this creature," Zhao Mingxue said, taking a large piece and chewing it with a look of enjoyment. "The toxic parts have all been removed, so you can eat it safely. I've been eating it for a month with no issues." He chuckled. Jiang Hao discreetly took out a piece of tissue paper and, while wiping his mouth, wrapped the already chewed piece of meat inside. Now, he truly had no appetite. Looking at the 5th district boss who was eating heartily, and thinking about his soldiers who only had rice and grilled fish to eat every day, his soldiers' meals were actually better than this boss's. After enjoying a satisfying meal, Jiang Hao was led to the office, and the two finally got down to business. Zhao Mingxue, also a veteran, got straight to the point. "Oh, I wonder what kind of help you are referring to. I heard that there's a mechanical dog in Zhang's territory," Zhao Xuanming said with a smile. In fact, when Jiang Hao met with Li Changhe earlier, he had already inquired about related issues with the Xing system. The answer was that any unit listed in the territory's production list could be sold externally. Of course, to prevent these sales from being used in the wrong places. Every product would have a backdoor that could forcibly stop the weapon's actions if necessary. These are common tactics in military sales, so there was nothing surprising about it. It was precisely because of this answer that Jiang Hao dared to propose a trade option with Li Changhe. After all, the Finkawa territory was different from other forces. They had no worries about food, but what they lacked were seemingly trivial things like steel and wood. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "So, what price is Chief Zhao prepared to offer?" Chapter 26, Space Station Ground Communications Center Signal Anomaly. Connection with the ground is lost. Joel stared in shock at the alarm lights flashing wildly on the control panel. Such a phenomenon had never occurred since the establishment of the International Space Station. What worried Joel even more was that, according to the computer's orbital prediction, the space station's trajectory seemed to have deviated by 0.15. Something is interfering with our navigation equipment. "Look, what is that?" At that moment, a European astronaut suddenly shouted from the viewport, following the direction of the astronaut's finger. In the depths of the universe near Mars's orbit, the originally empty space suddenly began to ripple bizarrely, like waves spreading out in circles. Then that piece of space appeared to be torn apart and expanded little by little, with a shimmering blue light gushing out like a geyser. At that moment, the electronic systems collapsed in an instant, flickering like arcs in the dark cabin. "Put on your spacesuits." The space station, losing power supply, was like a sealed can, and soon oxygen would be depleted. Joel was glad that he had been living here for 2 years and was somewhat familiar with everything. He felt his way in the dark, putting on a spacesuit, and slowly drifted towards the escape pod, recalling its location. He had already lost hope. Joel knew this very well. No astronaut could stabilize their position in such an environment instantly, especially in this dim light. The question now was, how much time do they have left to escape? Joel did not try to pull the astronaut who had already gone insane. It proved to be an incredibly wise decision because the next moment that astronaut bit the neck of another unfortunate soul who had not yet managed to put on a spacesuit. The light outside was now even more dazzling. Even without lighting equipment, Joel could clearly see the direction of the passage. Looking out through the viewport, those light spots were falling towards the blue planet like shooting stars. Those billions of things seemed to be just a mass of light. Or perhaps they extended some irregular tentacles. Turning the airtight door, after 2 turns, the escape pod's door finally opened, and that simple action almost exhausted all of Joel's strength. Damn it, which idiot designed this airtight door? Does he think all astronauts are Supermen? Joel couldn't help but curse. After closing the escape pod door, the entire space station began to shake violently. Through the sealed window, he could see flames rising outside. The rapidly falling blue light inevitably crashed into the massive cabin of the space station, and the enormous impact caused the entire space station to collapse instantly. The robotic arms lost control first, spinning rapidly under the impact, further accelerating the space station's disintegration. At this moment, the space station was like an explosive barrel that couldn't escape, producing a brief flash of light in space, and then it extinguished instantly due to lack of oxygen. Everything was exploding violently, with no sound to be heard. In that eerie silence, the largest spacecraft ever built by humanity shattered into countless fragments, falling towards the blue planet's gravitational range. Joel witnessed all of this from the escape pod. Such a scene almost drove him to despair. Fortunately, the escape pod had fled just before the explosion. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the space liquid food. If he didn't get timely rescue after landing, this would be his only remaining food. Glancing at the explosion outside, which was gradually calming down, the scattered fragments shot out at speeds exceeding 10 times that of a bullet. He saw the body of an astronaut who had been blasted away by the explosion being hit again by debris, disintegrating instantly in near-Earth orbit. What the hell? The escape pod had already entered the blue planet's gravitational range. Joel could only hold on tightly to anything he could grab, securing his body firmly in the seat. The escape pod was shaking violently due to severe friction. Every slight tremor made Joel shiver, and the flickering lights outside further exhausted him in the constant turmoil between life and death. Was it a mysterious astronomical phenomenon or an alien invasion? Why the hell didn't the space agency notify us in advance? In that apocalypse, this small escape pod silently fell amid countless falling meteors. Joel didn't know how long he had been in the escape pod. After a violent impact, he understood that this damned escape pod had finally landed. Next came the long wait. Joel had no idea if the escape pod had landed in the designated location as originally designed, but judging by the waiting time, it was highly likely that it had not. The escape pod could not be opened from the inside. All he could do was wait and pray, welcoming rebirth or death in this long wait. His space food reserves were almost depleted, and the cabin was filled with the unpleasant smell of excrement. The heavy spacesuit had long been removed to block the smell. Breathing was difficult. Joel didn't even know if the air he inhaled was his own waste. Fortunately, his brain was still functioning normally, which meant there was still oxygen in the escape pod. Just then, the escape pod's door began to turn slightly, and then fresh air poured in through the doorway. However, there were no flowers and applause waiting for him, nor were there flashing lights and media. When Joel's weak body was almost forcefully thrown out of the escape pod, and he saw soldiers armed to the teeth looking at him with greedy expressions as if they were viewing a lamb, he vaguely realized that this world seemed to have changed quite a bit. Chapter 27. The discrepancy of the world. Jiang Hao's convoy has set off, consisting of 5 armored vehicles and 2 off-road vehicles, departing south amid the enthusiastic send-off from Zhao Mingxue and other high-ranking officials from the 5th District. Even though the fighting in the city center continues, Zhao Mingxue still came personally to see them off, and both sides wore cheerful smiles. At this moment, on Zhao Mingxue's desk, a trade contract between the 5th District and the Fenkawa territory is laid out, with a large order of 1,000 bulldogs quickly finalized through friendly negotiations. Regarding the production of the products, Jiang Hao has already contacted Xing Tian to begin production, with all deliveries expected to be completed within 40 days. Although Jiang Hao has now left the territory and lost the ability for data visualization, he can still communicate with Xing Tian through the bound system. If necessary, he can even convey orders to Sun Cheng and others through Xing Tian, which allows him to maintain real-time communication with the territory to some extent. Of course, with the current resource reserves of the Fenkawa territory, it is impossible to fulfill such a large order. Subsequently, The 5th District will specifically send a convoy to transport over 300,000 units of steel in batches. As for Li Changhe's side, they naturally do not enjoy the same treatment as the 5th District. Although Li Changhe also ordered 1,000 bulldogs, Jiang Hao did not plan to self-fund the construction before seeing their first batch of advance payments. After all, trust is an elusive thing, especially in the apocalypse. Watching the convoy gradually move away, a smile slowly appeared on Zhao Mingshue's face, as if even the distant gunfire was no longer so annoying. With the addition of 1,000 bulldogs, he believed that this war would soon come to an end. Almost all members of the 5th District thought so. The distance between City L, where Shaosu is located, and City P is over 400 kilometers. In the past, this distance could be covered in half a day, but now, with the omnipresent mutant beasts and zombies, the originally interconnected cities have been isolated into islands. Traveling between cities in such an environment requires not only the courage of the age of exploration, but also matching strength. According to the intelligence provided by Zhao Mingxue, the highway connecting City P and City L is relatively smooth. Not long ago, their drone managed to stay airborne for over half an hour before being shot down by an unknown creature, and that short time provided them with relevant intelligence. According to Zhao Mingxue, with the current road conditions and perhaps a bit of luck, Jiang Hao's convoy should be able to drive smoothly on the highway, which would undoubtedly save a lot of time. However, when Jiang Hao drove the convoy onto the highway, he found that Zhao Mingshue's so-called relatively smooth road conditions seemed to differ slightly from his understanding. Watching the armored vehicle's speedometer stabilize at over 30, Jiang Hao felt a strong sense of frustration. Damn it, Zhao Mingxue, this isn't over. Spitting, the convoy unexpectedly stopped again. Although the convoy avoided a pothole, it was still blocked by an abandoned construction vehicle ahead. Glancing at the unchanged, desolate scene outside, they had been traveling on this highway for 4 days. And aside from the mutated vines that had spread and the ubiquitous zombies and mutant beasts, there were no recognizable landmarks to determine their current location. There was a sign at an intersection they passed earlier indicating the direction to City L, but the crucial information had been broken in half, and the section indicating the distance was nowhere to be found. Jiang Hao suddenly thought of something and asked, I guess so. At that moment, Shen Bingyan was getting this kind of information through the radio. After hearing Jiang Hao's question, she replied, Have you been to L City? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up even more. As someone who frequently travels for work, this person in front of him could be considered a living map. With her around, who needs signposts? What about you? L City is one of our main markets, and I often go there. Great. Then can you quickly see where we are? How far are we from L City? Jiang Hao was overjoyed, feeling as if the world had suddenly brightened. How would I know? Shen Bingyan frowned. She couldn't find any necessary connection in Jiang Hao's 2 sentences. After moving her somewhat stiff neck, she turned to the side, a strand of hair slipping from her tie, brushing against her cheek and adding a touch of charm. Aren't you always going to L City? The situation on the roadside should look very familiar, right? Jiang Hao looked at Shen Bingyan, feeling a hint of unease. Yeah, I do go there often, but what does that have to do with knowing the roads? Jiang Hao was momentarily speechless. Moreover, every time I go, it's a flight booked by the company. Shen Bingyan's light voice echoed again, and everything seemed so natural. At that moment, Jiang Hao fully sensed the disparities in the world. With a loud bang, the road was quickly cleared. The convoy set off again, and this time the journey was much smoother. As more and more buildings came into view and the cars along the road gradually increased, they were not far from the destination of this trip. Jiang Hao took out the map marked with Xiao Su's location and compared it to the surrounding buildings, hoping to find the names of the buildings that appeared on the map to determine their current position. At this moment, the sun was gradually setting, and the tall buildings were slowly blocking the sunlight. Just then, the vines that could be seen everywhere began to change. Just like during an apocalyptic event, these unknown plants, which had originally lost their luster, suddenly shimmered with dazzling light again. This time, the surrounding plants no longer displayed a monotonous deep blue. The light became more colorful and vibrant. The multicolored glow almost pulled everything around back into that once prosperous city, reminiscent of the neon lights that reminded everyone of the civilization that had been submerged in catastrophe. However, at this enchanting moment, Jiang Hao's expression suddenly became extremely serious. Everyone, quickly find a place to camp. Jiang Hao quickly grabbed the intercom in the car and issued orders. Chapter 28. Remutation nearby was a building resembling a heating station, and Jiang Hao saw tall chimneys. This seemed to be a signal, the beginning of all heresies. As the vines swayed, the dimming sky around them was suddenly illuminated by a strange light. It was as if it appeared out of nowhere, and the dark and gloomy sky suddenly seemed to be filled with countless stars dancing. Strange floating objects like fireflies in the night emerged in an instant. No one knew where these things came from. They varied in shape, some as small as fireflies, while others shone brilliantly like large passenger planes. They floated in the air as if they were jellyfish in the depths of the ocean. The glow emitted by the myriad fireflies formed a thin veil, blurring everything around them. These irregular objects, defying aerodynamics, floated nonsensically in the air, some even remaining motionless, radiating a fusion of light. This scene was simultaneously unfolding all over the world. Under the illumination of these lights, animals and zombies around the globe became agitated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. In the mountains, shrouded in mist year-round, and in the endless primeval forest, brilliant light pierced through layers of leaves, illuminating the forest covered in decaying foliage. At this moment, a striped tiger emerged from a hidden cave. As if performing some kind of ritual, madly chasing the light, basking in its glow, its fur gradually bristled, and soon, jets of hot air began to surge from its pores, culminating in a painful roar as its sharp claws scraped the ground, evolving towards a higher level of life. In an instant, such scenes were playing out all over the globe, with these animals or zombies frantically chasing the light, welcoming the feast of mutated species. Looking at the sky filled with fireflies, Jiang Hao's expression was more serious than ever. At this moment, right above the convoy, there was a jellyfish-like floating object slowly moving. The jellyfish was only about 2 meters in size, but its tentacles were several meters long, some even reaching the ground. Xuanwu, avoid that tentacle. Repeat, avoid that tentacle. Everyone, do not attempt to touch it. Jiang Hao's voice timely echoed in the communication channel. The moment he spoke, the Xuanwu system had already initiated an emergency maneuver, and the convoy controlled by Xuanwu left a long trail on the ground, almost brushing against the tentacle. Is this thing toxic? Shen Bingyan asked. No. The most critical issue is that this pheromone will last for a long time. How long will it last? Half a year. The only silver lining is that this phenomenon is only occasional and won't last indefinitely, but every occurrence will always trigger an increase in the strength of all mutated beings. I'm afraid it won't be long before high-level second-tier or even third-tier mutated beasts appear. Jiang Hao's tone was somewhat heavy. In the end, the apocalypse was still a disaster caused by these mutated species. The struggle between people, or rather, between powers, has never been the main reason for the extinction of the human race. It wasn't in the past, and it certainly wouldn't be in this life. Fate seemed to play a huge joke on Jiang Hao once again. He originally thought that by reliving his life, he could use the Star River system to prevent the tragedies of his past life. But the sudden evolution that came early almost instantly shattered Jiang Hao's original upgrade plan, making everything that had been carefully laid out become unclear once again. At this moment, the convoy had entered the factory area, and in an already abandoned boiler room, everyone built a simple defensive fortification. Xuanwu, activate autonomous defense mode. As soon as Jiang Hao gave the order, the armored vehicle, under Xuanwu's control, surrounded the boiler room, and the 30mm cannon on top of the armored vehicle was activated, ready to fire at any moment. Jiang Hao's gaze quickly swept over the more than 20 soldiers accompanying him to ensure that no one had been contaminated by the pheromones. Meanwhile, under Old Li's arrangement, everyone was divided into groups and began their patrols in order. Although Xuanwu was responsible for guarding the camp, in this situation, no one would entrust their lives to a cold, intelligent system. Here, have something to eat first. Shen Bingyan handed over a box of natural rice, still steaming. Ever since the last battle against the Beast Tide, Shen Bingyan's personality had brightened considerably, although she still appeared unapproachable in front of outsiders. Her attitude towards Jiang Hao had changed significantly. It has now been confirmed that we have entered the area of L City. As soldiers over there have spotted the sign for the L City heating station. He took the self-heating rice and hastily took a couple of bites. Well, given the current situation, this is not exactly good news to be happy about. Jiang Hao said with a bitter smile. It really is true that what you fear will come to pass. L City used to be a big city with a population of 20 million. Even after the apocalypse, there are at least 1 million survivors left. With survivors like them around us, what do you think they would do upon seeing those floating objects? Jiang Hao explained that once they touched those floating objects, it would be a disaster for both us and the other hidden survivors. The pheromones can attract mutated species, and they are never counted individually. If we are lucky, these mutated beasts might reach the level of a beast tide. And I'm afraid everyone here would be done for today. Lord, we have a situation. A soldier's voice came through the communication channel. Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then turned to look in the direction the soldier was pointing. At that moment, under the starry sky dotted with countless fireflies, a faint, gentle light was flickering from one of the windows of a building along the street near the heating station. Chapter 29. Pheromones, damn it. Are the survivors in City L all fools? Don't they fear the mutated creatures by so blatantly using lighting equipment? After seeing that faint light through the binoculars, Jiang Hao felt like slapping these people to death. What is even more deadly is that once these reckless young people get infected with pheromones, everyone is done for. The mutant beasts and zombies won't care who they come for. Once a group of mutant beasts is attracted, the entire area will be finished. They must be stopped. Jiang Hao made a decision in an instant. You stay here with the others, I'll go take a look. Once those people over there are contaminated with the pheromones, you all retreat immediately. Jiang Hao quickly completed the combat deployment and instructed Shen Bingyan. In the apocalypse, the only certainty is the uncertainty of crises. You never know which will arrive first, the zombies or the mutated beasts. For this reason, Jiang Hao had to set off as soon as possible. Soon, Jiang Hao led a small team of 9, including Old Li, out from the heating station, carefully dodging the suddenly appearing floating objects. These things were like dodging sandbags, except that you could never know where they would come from next. Perhaps they would emerge from above your head, or perhaps they would burst out from the ground beneath your feet with no. This posed a high physical requirement for everyone. However, embarrassingly, physical fitness had always been the Achilles heel of the Fenkawa territory. Due to historical issues, the awakened individuals in P City had already been divided up by the 5th District and the Thorn Tavern, and by the time Fenkawa officially started recruiting, there were hardly any awakened individuals left in the entire P City, which directly resulted in 95 of Fenkawa's troops being ordinary people. With his physical fitness, Jiang Hao could easily dodge the elusive floating objects, but for the other team members, whether they could successfully avoid these things relied solely on luck. If the spawning locations of the floating objects were easily observable, even ordinary people could easily avoid them. However, if these objects spawned in tricky places, such as suddenly appearing behind you or beneath your feet, then whether one could dodge them would indeed depend on luck. The building that flickered with light was only 400 meters in a straight line from the heating station, but it took Jiang Hao's team over 20 minutes to cover that short distance. Just as the group arrived safely beneath the building, it seemed their luck had run out at that moment. Without any warning, a fist-sized floating object suddenly appeared next to a soldier's ear. The soldier only felt a warm breeze by his ear, and a glowing green pheromone had already marked his ear. The soldier's face turned pale instantly, and he crouched down in pain, about to touch his ear. At that moment, Jiang Hao rushed over and grabbed his hand. "Don't move, this thing is contagious." After glancing at the pheromone already clinging to the soldier's ear, Jiang Hao furrowed his brows slightly. Everyone was silent, watching him. It was this man before them who had given them everything they had now, allowing them to survive in this harsh environment. Now, facing this unknown entity, they still believed in their commander and were waiting for his decision. Jiang Hao's eyes slightly narrowed, and he felt the heavy responsibility from these gazes. He had never thought about becoming a leader. Even after his rebirth, all he considered was simply surviving. To put it more eloquently, it was to live better in this turbulent era. However, now a group of people willing to follow him had already gathered behind him. Just hold on a little longer. It will be over soon. Jiang Hao suddenly drew his tang knife. In a flash of cold light, a beam of icy brilliance shot out. The next moment, the soldier's ear, tainted with pheromones, had already fallen to the ground. The soldier screamed in agony, but before the sound could break free from his throat, his mouth was stuffed with cotton, producing only muffled whimpers. Bing Yin, someone on the team, is injured. Send an armored vehicle over. Be careful. Doing so may attract attention inside the building, and we cannot rule out the possibility of an attack. Everyone, stay alert. Closing the communication. Jiang Hao wrapped the severed ear in a medical cotton ball and took out a lighter to burn the cotton ball to ashes. This was the only way to eradicate the pheromones. Unless one could survive for 6 months in a world overrun by zombies and mutated beasts while enduring these pheromones, they would have to be prepared for being besieged by the beasts at any moment. Leave one person to take care of him. Everyone else, follow me. Jiang Hao glanced at the armored vehicle slowly approaching across the street and immediately took out his Type 01 automatic rifle and rushed towards it. The commotion from the armored vehicle quickly caught the attention of the people inside the room, as this group was crouched by the window, watching the armored vehicle emerge from the thick darkness of night. Jiang Hao's team had already stealthily approached from beneath them. At that moment, the door was opened, revealing the dim, swaying light of Qin Zhong. The machine gun on the armored vehicle had locked onto the window of the room, and the 3-barreled rotary gun began to spin. Suddenly, the room was filled with the sound of chaotic footsteps. Don't shoot. We're civilians. This was the scene Jiang Hao saw as he burst into the room. A few individuals dressed in ragged cloth bags were huddled under the supporting wall by the window, trembling. The room was already in disarray, and a few people resembling refugees had thrown everything they could find at the moment the door was opened. Dodging the chairs and tables that were thrown at him, Jiang Hao lowered his raised gun. They are civilians. Everyone don't shoot. Stay alert. Soon, everyone was gathered together. All these individuals were male, their messy, tangled hair revealing faces no older than 20. They were barely clothed. The rags they wore couldn't even be called clothes, but were completely makeshift coverings pieced together from bed sheets. He blew out the candle on the table, and the surroundings were instantly plunged into darkness. Who are you? As he spoke, Jiang Hao could clearly see the expressions on these people's faces through his night vision goggles. I'm a student from L University. I just escaped from there. Chapter 30. A kind advice as a megacity with a permanent population of 20 million before the apocalypse. L City's large population base also provided convenient conditions for the formation of various factions after the collapse of order. Similarly, due to the massive population, there are now hundreds of factions of varying sizes in this city, some based in buildings, others claiming streets as their territory, and some even using convoys as their stronghold. What surprised Jiang Hao was that in this era of global famine pandemic, the survivors in L City seemed not to be as concerned about the urgency of food shortages. From the descriptions and implications in their words, Jiang Hao easily concluded that to survive here, as long as you could join a certain faction security team, you could obtain decent rations. At the very least, the survivors here were never short of exotic beast meat to eat. So why did you escape? Don't you think life outside is better than here? Jiang Hao's speculation is not without reason. It is not difficult to see from these people's boldness in lighting fires in the middle of the night that their understanding of the apocalypse is extremely lacking. Living well? First, you have to be someone from the security team. The leader, Chu He, said with a bitter smile. He is the spokesperson for this group of people. We aren't even considered people in that cooperative. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Hao and the others, and a glimmer of hope suddenly arose in his originally dim eyes. You must be from the military, right? Only the military has guns and armored vehicles. Saying this, he suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Jiang Hao's arm and pleading. Please, take us with you. That place is simply a hell on earth. The people still living there are a group of demons who will eat you alive without leaving a bone. You should not go there. Demons? Jiang Hao smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. Then he withdrew the arm that Chu he was holding. That is what hell looks like. Something you have never seen before. We are not obligated to protect you. But if you follow me, I can consider ensuring your safety within my capabilities. As Jiang Hao said this, he glanced at the people sprawled on the ground and continued, Don't rush to answer me. Our destination is the so-called battlefield you mentioned. If you have the courage, I don't mind you coming along. Why should we? Even though it is the apocalypse now, there is nothing that can limit our freedom. We have the right to choose our own destiny. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed inexplicably. Jiang Hao coldly observed everything, and he could probably guess the thoughts of these people. Even though they hadn't given a unified answer yet, their expressions had already betrayed their intentions. Since that's the case, good luck to you. After saying this, Jiang Hao's voice once again echoed through the communication channel. Bing Yin, bring the team over. There's nothing abnormal here. How dare you? This is our territory. You're the military. You can't just ignore us. Otherwise, I'm going to file a complaint against you. Jiang Hao's sudden change in attitude left these people a loss. After a brief moment of daze, they began to roar wildly. However, seeing the gleaming muzzles of the guns in the hands of the surrounding soldiers prevented them from taking any further extreme actions. Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh. These people had really been locked up in City L for too long, thinking they could still use the old threats from before the apocalypse against him. What was this? A national giant baby? It was time to make them realize the current situation. With that thought, Jiang Hao's eyes gradually grew cold. Suddenly, he stood up from his chair, and with a click, the bullet was already chambered. Bang! Bang! The two gunshots instantly shattered all illusions for these people. The bullets accurately grazed 3 centimeters in front of one person's face, leaving a thumb-sized bullet hole in the wall behind him. Since reason wouldn't work, it was time to deal with them using the rules of the apocalypse. I'll give you 1 minute to leave my camp. If you exceed that time, I can't guarantee that my next shot will miss. Jiang Hao was too lazy to waste words with them and directly issued an eviction order. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, trembling under the gunpoint, and then, without daring to say a single word, began to withdraw from the room. Lastly, I'll give you one more piece of advice. Jiang Hao spoke as he took off the magazine and reloaded the bullets. In the apocalypse, don't try to touch unknown things. Your lives don't have a second chance. Watching these people leave the room, Jiang Hao couldn't help but remind them. After all, he wasn't that cold-blooded. Even in the apocalypse, he wanted to be able to face his conscience. Just then, among the ragged crowd gradually moving away, a frail figure suddenly stood there. He gritted his teeth and turned his head. His expression was more determined than ever. Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised and also a bit pleased. These people who escaped from L City had a good understanding of the situation in L City, and through them, Jiang Hao could save a lot of trouble. This was also one of the reasons why Jiang Hao promised to protect their safety. For him, these people were still somewhat useful. A wise choice. Jiang Hao smiled. Get him some clothes and bring some food over. When the can of braised meat, filled with a rich meaty aroma, was placed in front of Chu He could hardly believe his eyes. Even though he lacked survival knowledge in the apocalypse, he was well aware from his experiences as a captive just how dire the food shortage had become. The rulers of those neighborhoods had committed countless heinous acts, and the so-called food was nothing more than a bite of exotic beast meat. As for grain, don't even think about it. Those things only existed in memories for the current L City. They hadn't seen what was called food for nearly 10 days. Perhaps there were some hidden away in unknown corners, but they were not something someone like Chu He could covet. Who were these people, after all? The food they casually produced was all canned goods. Did they really have a military background? Look at this place, do you know it? Chapter 31, Bloody Mary, Sir. Please pay the membership fee. At the entrance of Bloody Mary in L City, the bouncers were relatively friendly. Upon seeing Jiang Hao's convoy arrive, they quickly determined that these people were not someone they could provoke. While following normal procedures to collect the membership fees from everyone, someone had already reported Jiang Hao's presence up the chain. After paying half a bag of grain as the membership fee and parking the car in the garden, Jiang Hao and his group were finally allowed in. Bloody Mary was similar to the locomotive. Both were neutral zones. The difference was that the locomotive was a trading place in P City, while this was the largest bar still existing in L City. Of course, it also served as a hotel. This establishment was formerly a wealthy man's private estate, transformed by the local powers into its current form. The first floor was the busiest area, filled with gang leaders, famous lone wolves from nearby, and even the newly emerged profession of bounty hunters, dressed in alluring outfits. The dancers weaved through the crowd, selling drinks to the patrons. Their clothing was somewhat disheveled, easily discernible as the work of these guests. The drinks produced in the apocalypse were naturally not brewed from grain. In fact, over a week ago, cheap alcohol fermented from certain parts of exotic beasts had appeared here. This drink, named Sun Passion, had an alcohol content of just around 10 degrees, but being able to taste such drinks in this apocalyptic environment was already quite an achievement. Jiang Hao's gaze slowly swept over the people before he walked straight to the service desk. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" asked the bartender, dressed in a bunny girl outfit, smiling and throwing a flirtatious glance. Jiang Hao secretly clicked his tongue, thinking that it was indeed as Chu said. Being able to open a bar in such a mixed environment indicates that the background of this bar is indeed not simple. "The room on the 3rd floor? I've booked it." Jiang Hao's voice was particularly loud, and booking a hotel room was something that naturally attracted attention in this day and age. However, this time, Jiang Hao intended to draw attention. As for whether it would get him into trouble, he wasn't too worried. After all, the gun in his hand was not just for show. Jiang Hao's words immediately drew the attention of everyone present. The previously noisy chatter fell silent in an instant, and all eyes, whether intentional or not, turned towards him. Some people could barely contain their excitement, eagerly picking up their weapons. All right. The female bartender was somewhat taken aback. Having worked here for over a week, it was her first encounter with such a generous figure. Unfortunately, given her position, she couldn't make decisions on her own. The alluring bartender shot another flirtatious glance at Jiang Hao, then slowly pulled down one of the rabbit ears atop her head, opened her seductive red lips, and gently bit down on it. She then reached out to caress Jiang Hao's chest and casually slipped a note into his pocket. "If you need anything, feel free to find me." The scent of cheap perfume lingered as she whispered in his ear, and then she turned and walked away. Soon, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle emerged from back. "Sir, would you like to book the entire 3rd floor?" The man asked with a smile. "Is there a problem?" They naturally had rooms available. In fact, most of the rooms in Bloody Mary were prepared for these bunny girls and their potential clients. Since the establishment opened, the main function of the rooms had hardly been used. "Of course not. Our hotel always welcomes any guest, especially someone as generous as you." The Mediterranean man smiled flatteringly, glancing at the row of soldiers following Jiang Hao, though he sensed no awakened presence from them. The brand-new rifles they carried were enough to indicate this man's strength. In Shenzhou, simply owning firearms said a lot. With a smile, he placed a glass of wine in front of Jiang Hao, instantly eliciting gasps from those around them, their eyes revealing a frenzied excitement. The drink was not one of the exotic beast wines served by the dancers, but rather a clear, slightly yellowish grain alcohol. "Sir, please. This drink is on the house." Jiang Hao lowered his eyelids slightly and glanced at the liquid in the cup, faintly able to smell the subtle aroma of grain. "A good wine," Jiang Hao praised, but he did not take the wine glass. Instead, he took out the note that the female bartender had slipped to him from his pocket and lightly tossed it into the glass. Upon seeing this, the Mediterranean man, who had always worn a gentle smile, was stunned, and instantly the entire hall erupted with angry shouts. Although the apocalypse had just broken out for a little over a month, the global food crisis was already becoming apparent. Now, not to mention brewing wine with grain, even crops like grain were almost being swept into the trash heap of history along with books. The fact that someone was desecrating grain wine made it unbearable for this group of drunks who often mingled in bars. Thus, at that moment, the crowd in the hall erupted. A group of people led by a bald man approached with various short weapons. Click! The crisp sound of bullets being chambered echoed, and Jiang Hao remained calm, standing there, while in front of him, a team of soldiers had already surrounded him, forming a solid human wall. Guns raised. The safeties were disengaged in the next moment, and the dark muzzles were instantly aimed at the crowd, waiting for Jiang Hao's command. Jiang Hao smiled slightly and waved his hand, and a soldier handed over a burlap sack. Bang! "This is the rent." He threw the sack onto the bar, and the impact released a smell from the sack, carrying a faint earthy scent. The Mediterranean man was first taken aback, then slowly opened the sack. His hand froze as the contents of the sack began to slide out through the opening, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Rice! Everyone erupted at that moment. They could hardly believe their eyes. They never expected to see such a thing in this year. "Is this enough?" Jiang Hao smiled and said, "Enough. Enough. Absolutely enough." The greed in the Mediterranean man's eyes vanished in an instant. In fact, everyone in the hall showed such expressions, but when they saw the armed soldiers, reason ultimately triumphed over greed. They could only watch as Jiang Hao slowly walked into the corridor, surrounded by the crowd. Chapter 32. Talent Market. However, during such a time, Bloody Mary, with its powerful military force, established a stable trading place in L City, surrounded by formidable enemies. From the known intelligence, it can be inferred that Bloody Mary was jointly established by the 10 strongest forces in L City. Although backed by these 10 forces, it is a completely neutral zone. Apart from members of the 10 forces, there are no restrictions on the entry and exit of any personnel. Even if you are an enemy of the 10 forces, as long as you do not violate the rules here, the doors of Bloody Mary are also open to you. This is also the reason why Jiang Hao dared to be so arrogant. His purpose for coming to L City this time is to let everyone know Jiang Hao has arrived. The first step is to go to the talent market and take a look. If the person you are looking for is not in the hands of these forces, they are likely to be in the talent market. In the private room, He said, of course, all of this is based on the premise that he is alive. Of course, Jiang Hao nodded slightly, and he casually tore open a bag of beef tendons. The texture was just right, and this item had a shelf life of about 270 days. The batch he had stockpiled before the apocalypse would expire in just over 2 months. Want some? He handed over the remaining half bag of beef tendons. It was this small gesture that left he somewhat stunned. He swallowed hard but hesitated to reach out. Take it. From a moment you turn away that day, you had already won. Jiang Hao smiled and handed over the beef tendon in his hand. Take your time, and you'll find that what you can get from me is far more than just this. As he said this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but think of those soldiers who ate rice with grilled fish. Although the territory's farm currently only produces rice flour fish and rice, who could predict what the future holds as the territory upgrades? Once he finished the bag of beef tendon in a few bites, Jiang Hao, along with Shun Bingyan and He, headed to the talent market. The talent market in City L is a name that sounds nice, but the reality is not much different from an ancient slave market. All the talents are imprisoned in iron cages, and even before reaching the site, a foul smell wafts from the market. Dirty black water flows out through the cracks of the gate, and occasionally, yellow floating substances can be seen mixed with the black water. Jiang Hao frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. The talent market in his previous life was similar to this one, or even worse, to be honest. From a distance, someone came running over, accompanied by the ripples in the black water on the ground. This fat man, resembling a mountain of flesh, approached with a beaming smile. Boss, need some labor? We have the finest strong laborers here. Do you have any young men around 20 years old? What are you selling women here to? Jiang Hao squinted his eyes, looking at the mountain of flesh with a hint of amusement. Of course, women wouldn't appear in the talent trading market for well-known reasons. In this era, women were forced into those indescribable professions, and the lowly goods that could appear in the talent market certainly wouldn't include such special items. The mountain of flesh was only asking to probe, trying to ascertain whether Jiang Hao and his group were newcomers and how much profit he could squeeze from them. However, that was just a fleeting moment. To survive in this generation, one needed to have some social skills. Ahem. Boss, you're joking. We are a legitimate talent market. Aside from women, you can find everything else you want. Following the mountain of flesh, Jiang Hao and the others entered the goods area. Here, Jiang Hao finally saw the so-called fine, strong laborers mentioned by the mountain of flesh. Many had graying hair that was matted, some had empty sleeves like Jiang Tao, while others had legs that were somewhat deformed, their skin clinging to bones, soaking in the black, foul water. The dried, cracked, and scab-black dirt covered their original faces, making it impossible to discern their previous appearances. Above these iron cages hung a wooden price tag, a day's worth of food or 100 bullets. This was, of course, the price for a whole cage, not for a single individual. Don't you have anyone more capable? Jiang Hao sighed as he looked at the people in front of him. Based on his experiences from his previous life, he knew that many of these physically disabled humans had survived by sacrificing certain parts of their bodies to their own kind. But in doing so, they had forever lost their ability to live in this world. The apocalypse never lacked for people. Even 5 years later, when the global population had sharply decreased to less than 200 million, situations like this were still happening in the talent market. The boss had a good eye. The price for capable laborers with complete limbs was naturally different. The man called Meat Mountain wore a flattering smile, his facial features nearly squished together. "Boss, please wait a moment." As he spoke, accompanied by the sound of thumping footsteps, he jogged off and reappeared in Jiang Hao's line of sight with a thick stack of documents. These documents had been meticulously categorized, with those of strong laborers who had engaged in physical work placed carefully at the top, while the white-collar workers and elites naturally fell to the bottom, gathering dust. Here, whether you were a talent from HF or a top student from STF, strength was the only standard that influenced the price. Li, 31 years old, sheet metal worker, engaged in this industry for 15 years, price, 3 days rations. Zhang Peng, 26 years old, taxi driver, engaged in this industry for 6 years, price, 1 day's rations. Maja, 32 years old, planning department manager at Standard Charter Group, engaged in this industry for 6 years, price, 1 piece of bread. Stacks of documents quickly passed through Jiang Hao's hands. Among these many documents, he was looking for Xiao Su's name. Previously, based on the address provided by Xiao Su, when Jiang Hao and his team arrived there, they found it already empty, and the room had been covered in dust, indicating that no one had lived there for at least a week. In the apocalypse, death had become the norm, and those who managed to survive were ultimately just a small probability event. Although Jiang Hao had given a warning before the apocalypse, he could not be sure if Xiao Su was still alive at this moment. Finally, after flipping through the last document, Jiang Hao threw the materials to the pile of Meat Mountain. Not satisfied, Meat Mountain's tone was somewhat disappointed, as Jiang Hao was obviously a big player, and such people were rare in the apocalypse. "Boss, how about taking another look? We also have foreign goods." Meat Mountain once again presented a flattering smile, then pointed to a relatively clean cage not far behind him. "No need." Jiang Hao shook his head in disappointment, but his gaze instinctively followed the direction pointed by the Meat Mountain. Then his eyes went blank. Chapter 33. Visitors from Beyond? As a first-tier city before the apocalypse, El City once attracted a large number of migrant workers, including many black people and white individuals from economically underdeveloped areas, with black individuals being the majority. In the cage specifically designed to hold foreigners, the majority of the occupants are naturally black, though there were a few scattered white individuals imprisoned there as well. However, in such an environment, the difference in skin color was not very noticeable. At the very least, when Jiang Hao glanced over, he did not see any distinction in color among the dark figures imprisoned in the cage. What caught Jiang Hao's attention was a man of medium height, or rather, the clothes he was wearing. The filthy clothes were so stained that it was impossible to tell their original color, but there was a distinct emblem on the man's chest. NASA? Jiang Hao was a bit uncertain, so he leaned in to take a closer look. He noticed someone approaching, and the black men in the cage instantly became excited. They all stood up, desperately trying to showcase their muscles in the cramped space, flexing their biceps and revealing their shiny, dark skin, striving to display their sense of strength. However, Jiang Hao was destined to disappoint them. He was a pure person, purely interested only in the emblem on that piece of clothing. The emblem on the man's chest was well preserved. Even though his clothes were tattered, the emblem remained intact, clearly indicating his origins. This might be the only thing in this world that could signify his identity. The man noticed Jiang Hao's actions, and then, suddenly breaking his silence, he stood up. Long-term malnutrition had caused his body to sway slightly, but after finally stabilizing himself by holding onto the cage, he desperately pointed at the emblem on his chest with his wrinkled hands, followed by a flurry of incomprehensible words. Jiang Hao watched the man who was dancing and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he finally managed to say, "Are you okay?" The man was taken aback, and it took him a while to respond, saying, "I am fine, thank you, and you?" The logo on the man's chest was indeed NASA's, and Jiang Hao saw it very clearly this time. However, if this guy really came from the sky, how did he end up in a cage? Also, how do you say this in English? "Are you, from a sky?" Jiang Hao, struggling with his poor English, scratched his head and asked. Next to him, Shun Bingyan was already laughing uncontrollably, It was the first time she could laugh freely here without any reservations, feeling her stomach twitch from laughter. After so many years of schooling, it was the first time she had seen someone talk to a foreigner like this. And the key was that they seemed to understand each other. The foreigner, hearing this, was delighted, pointed to the sky, and loudly said, "Yes. Yes, sky." Seeing the foreigner's reaction, Jiang Hao turned to Xing Tian with a proud expression. "What do you think? My English isn't bad, right?" The foreigner can understand. The next moment, Jiang Hao was stunned as he bumped into the laughing Xing Tian, who was shaking with laughter. At that moment, under the not-so-gentle sunlight, Xing Tian looked like a goddess covered in a layer of golden light. Perhaps it was due to her awakened ice ability, but under the sunlight, her skin shimmered with a crystalline glow. The sunlight danced across her skin, and the icy brilliance sparkled like joyful sprites in the sun, making it seem as if her skin was breathing. She became more agile, and paired with her proud figure, her lips parted to reveal a charming smile. Jiang Hao couldn't help but be mesmerized. Although Jiang Hao did not understand what love at first sight was at that moment, he finally comprehended the feelings of King Yu of Zhou, who had lit the beacon fires to amuse the feudal lords. As if sensing Jiang Hao's gaze, a blush suddenly appeared on Xing Tian's delicate face. Under Jiang Hao's watchful eyes, she quickly stepped forward and skillfully began to communicate with the foreigner. As a former prodigy and a senior executive at the Jianzhou steel plant, Xing Tian's language skills were naturally impeccable. His name was Joel, an astronaut from the International Space Station, who witnessed the disaster unfold when the apocalypse occurred. Moments later, Jiang Hao got the answer he wanted from Xing Tian. What did he see? After a flurry of chatter, Xing Tian turned her head. He said to rescue him first. At this moment, the burly man beside them finally revealed a scheming smile. He had already realized that the business with this big client was likely going to succeed when he saw Jiang Hao and the foreigner start to converse. Just as he was contemplating what kind of price to offer, Jiang Hao had already turned around and extended his finger. "A bag of rice." Jiang Hao opened his mouth and quoted a price that Meat Mountain couldn't refuse. But as a qualified, shrewd businessman, how could he be satisfied with such a temptation? After organizing his thoughts, Meat Mountain was about to speak, only to see Jiang Hao already pointing his finger at the foreigner who was skin and bones from hunger. "One bag of rice, I want that person." In fact, the price Jiang Hao initially offered was only for the astronaut named Joel. But Meat Mountain's perspective was too narrow to understand Jiang Hao's meaning. Sure enough, after Jiang Hao finished speaking, Meat Mountain immediately changed his expression to a smiling one. Cheerfully praising, "The boss truly has an eye for talent. This one was once with NASA. His physical fitness is unquestionable. We were planning to keep him for the auction, but since the boss is so keen on having him, I can only part with him. Let that NASA pig get lost. He demands 2 bowls of slop every day, and his condition still isn't improving. If he stays for another 2 days, he'll probably end up as a corpse. Who can stand it? Let's get him out." Jiang Hao was too lazy to waste words with him and said directly. After that, Jiang Hao threw a bag of rice over. Perhaps for others, this bag of rice was a priceless treasure, worth more than gold, but for Jiang Hao, it was just a consumer good. What value does something that is produced in a fixed quantity every week in the Phoenix Nest territory hold? Such a thing would be a fantasy for other forces, but within the Phoenix Nest territory, this is reality. On the way back, other soldiers squeezed together to give the stinking Joel a separate vehicle. In the isolated off-road vehicle, Joel looked bewildered as he stared at the steering wheel, lost in thought. Am I crossing over to the future? Chapter 34. Intention. First, take him to wash up and change into clean clothes before bringing him to see me. Jiang Hao instructed in the corridor on the 3rd floor of Bloody Mary. What's wrong? Xing Tian noticed Jiang Hao's movements, her rifle already off safety, and her body gradually adopting a crouch posture. Jiang Hao made a shushing gesture and then pointed at a barely noticeable piece of paper on the ground. This small piece of paper was left on the doorknob before going out as a precaution from his past life. If an outsider unknowingly opened the door, the paper would fall. Could it be the waiter? Xing Tian frowned slightly, suggesting another possibility. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she laughed herself. This is the apocalypse. For a high-end hotel like Bloody Mary, there are indeed waitstaff, but their purpose is not to clean for every guest. Instead, They exist to check whether these guests are taking things that do not belong to them. Moreover, this step usually only takes place when a customer checks out, generally. As long as you don't destroy the room, you can leave it in a mess without anyone questioning it. Of course, under such sanitary conditions, finding something strange in the room is not surprising. For example, there have been instances where someone found a used condom with an unknown liquid on the bed. It's easy to guess that it was either left by the previous guest or was the result of someone's drunken antics in the lobby. It seems that Bloody Mary is not as safe as rumored, although it is unclear whether the group that broke into his room had installed any listening devices. It is clearly impossible to find any traces of food here. If the previous guest left something behind, it could potentially be discovered by these people. Jiang Hao did not overly concern himself with the fact that thieves entered the room, or rather, he had anticipated it. After all, since entering L City, he had never been low-key, and it was normal to attract the attention of various forces in L City. However, the current issue is that even though Jiang Hao has been so high-profile, no force has contacted him up to this moment. Could it be that my strategy is flawed? Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Let's eat first. Just as he was lost in thought, Xin Tian had already taken the steaming dishes out of the microwave. Tonight's dinner consisted of stir-fried garlic shoots with shredded meat and potato chicken pieces, all of which were canned food. After all, these items are not suitable for long-term storage, and they were nearing their expiration date, so they needed to be dealt with quickly. This was destined to be a bland dinner, and Jiang Hao remained silent. Could it be that these people hadn't leaked this information? However, Jiang Hao was unclear about how many people had obtained this information, and if Xiao Su was still alive, which faction he would belong to. It turned out that Jiang Hao was overthinking. Just as he was deep in thought, a businessman who had sensed an opportunity rang the doorbell. "Come in." Hearing the doorbell, Jiang Hao signaled Xin Tian to clear the table while he rushed to open the door. When he saw the unfamiliar face at the door, Jiang Hao's heart stirred. He knew a big fish had come, so he gestured for Xin Tian to set down her half-eaten meal. With a big fish on the hook, how could he not present the food properly to make the most of this opportunity? Although he thought this way, Jiang Hao didn't show too much surprise. He smiled faintly and politely extended his hand to shake with the other party. The grip was light, indicating that the person was likely not a martial arts awakeners. But the possibility of them being a supernatural ability awakener couldn't be ruled out. Jiang Hao quickly made a judgment. The newcomer was taken aback when he saw the dishes on Jiang Hao's table, and then quickly adjusted his expression to show an apologetic smile. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Jiang. It seems we came at the wrong time and interrupted your meal. No witties. At this time, I suppose you two haven't eaten yet. If you don't mind the simple food, why don't we share a meal together?" With just the dishes on the table, it was naturally not enough to make an impression. If he wanted the other party to see his strength, he needed to bring out more. Jiang Hao's room is a suite, and the necessary living supplies are quite complete. Xin Tian understood, responded with a sound, and turned to walk towards the kitchen. Jiang Hao then sat down with the visitor. The guest who came to visit should be from the same faction as that bartender girl, as Jiang Hao noticed the same emblem on the chests of these few people. "Let me introduce myself formally. Mr. Jiang, I am Su Dingbang, and this is my assistant, Fang Qian." He pointed to the tall woman standing behind him. "It seems that Mr. Su must have put in quite a bit of effort on my behalf before coming here." Jiang Hao squinted slightly, with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, and said, "You even found out my name? It seems Su Dingbang came prepared." "Hee, Mr. Jiang is joking." Su Dingbang replied without holding back. "To be honest, as long as I, Su, want to know something, there really isn't anything in L City that can be kept from me." As he spoke, Su Dingbang unexpectedly pulled out a gold-embossed business card and handed it over. "Wow," Jiang Hao exclaimed, "good guy. In this day and age, having the energy to customize business cards already speaks volumes about his strength." Su Gong Group's Su Dingbang, indeed, is one of the top 10 powerful figures. Jiang Hao couldn't help but click his tongue. Many people could come and go freely in Bloody Mary, but only those from the top 10 forces could casually go up to the third floor. One of the top 10 forces? Jiang Hao smiled slightly and raised an eyebrow, but his voice suddenly turned cold at that moment. "However, it seems that this hotel founded by your top 10 forces is not very safe." Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and pointed to the scraps of paper on the floor that had not yet been cleaned up. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned cold at that moment. Chapter 35. Fair trade, those who can secure a position among the top 10 forces in L City are not to be underestimated. When Jiang Hao shifted the topic of discussion to that piece of paper, Su Dingbang had already begun to speculate and thought of some people who might be involved in this matter. However, as a seasoned politician, he did not intend to stick his neck out for Jiang Hao because of this incident, at least until Jiang Hao demonstrated his value. Su Dingbang would not take any further action. Although Jiang Hao had already shown his financial strength, this display was evidently not enough for Su Dingbang to express his stance. Someone has broken the rules. Su Dingbang's face darkened immediately. Although he did not plan to take action, he had to show the appropriate attitude. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Just then, new dishes were served, including a braised lion's head and a rice flour fish. When the two steaming dishes along with a large bowl of rice were placed on the table, Su Dingbang's Adam's apple moved slightly, and even his secretary, standing behind him, quickly turned away. So damn tempting. Dishes that seemed ordinary before the apocalypse have become rare delicacies in this era. Even high-ranking figures like Su Dingbang can only afford to open a can during major events, and even then, it must be divided into several meals. Don't just stare, mister. Su, let's eat first. Jiang Hao smiled, not responding to Su Dingbang's comment. He had not known that a distinguished guest was coming, and the hastily prepared meal was, of course, made up of low-quality canned food, which made Mr. Su laugh. Good fish. This fish, could it be bred in first-level drinking water? After the apocalypse, Su Dingbang had eaten plenty of mutated beast meat. As the head of Su Group, he tried various exotic beasts, different parts, and various cooking methods every day. Although the arrival of the apocalypse limited the supply of ingredients, the foodie gene that lay dormant in the bones of the Chinese people could not be easily subdued, especially for these powerful figures, as the harsh environment further stimulated their craving for delicious food. However, despite having eaten various parts of exotic beasts, Su Dingbang had never tasted such tender fish meat after the apocalypse. 2. Luxurious. First-level drinking water has become a strategic resource that is in short supply in these times. Even someone like Su Dingbang has to drink it in fixed amounts at scheduled times. Can you imagine a big shot staring at the clock all day, eagerly awaiting the next moment just to take a sip of bottled mineral water? Too damn embarrassing. Of course, to ensure the freshness of the fish meat. The drinking water in our fish pond is naturally up to the standard of first-level drinking water. Jiang Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. With Jiang Hao's affirmative reply, Su Dingbang finally revealed a look of shock on his face. Using level 1 drinking water to raise fish, just to ensure the fish meat is tender? Where on earth did this guy come from? Could he be a madman? This rice-scented fish is also one of the products of our territory. Of course, if Mr. Su is interested, we can consider adding it to the trade list. Jiang Hao showed a playful smile, put down his chopsticks, and found a comfortable position to sit back down. Trade? Are you saying you can breed this fish on a large scale? Su Dingbang caught this word and looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. Of course, if it weren't the case, we wouldn't spend such a high cost to raise them with level 1 drinking water. Jiang Hao chuckled and continued. It seems Mr. Su is not very familiar with the situation over in Peace City. Indeed, it's Peace City. Although there were already signs in the previous investigation reports about Jiang Hao being from Peace City, hearing the confirmation from the man himself still surprised him. In this era, being able to travel over 400 kilometers to come here already speaks volumes about Jiang Hao's strength. Let's formally introduce ourselves. Jiang Hao, Lord of Fenkawu in Peace City. Jiang Hao smiled slightly and reached out his hand to shake Su Dingbang's again. It turned out to be Fenkawu. Su Dingbang was completely unable to contain his excitement this time. As the first publicly recognized force to successfully resist the beast tide, the name of Fenkawu's territory was well known in the southwestern region, and for the forces in El City, this legendary power located just over 400 kilometers away was synonymous with mystery and strength. I've long admired your name. Su Dingbang's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic, and an expectant expression appeared on his face. I wonder if our Su engineering group would have the honor of becoming your partner? Of course. That is also my purpose for coming to El City this time. Jiang Hao gave a positive response. Opening up trade routes? Su Dingbang smiled. He was also a businessman before the apocalypse and was accustomed to thinking like one even in the end times. Faced with the like-minded Jiang Hao, His attitude unconsciously became a bit more friendly. So what does Brother Jiang plan to trade in L City? People, of course, and also timber and such. Mr. Su, you know that our P City is not comparable to your L City. Our population is only a fraction of yours. In this year, we can only strengthen our team through transportation. Hearing Jiang Hao say this, Su Dingbang's expression gradually relaxed. Initially, he was worried that Jiang Hao would use food to purchase some arms or other items. Although their forces also produce these things, the military factories belong to the common assets of the top 10 forces, making it difficult for him to complete such a transaction alone. However, if the traded goods were people, timber, and such, then there would be no obstacles. Haha, it seems that our long-term cooperation can be finalized soon. Su Dingbang smiled, then stood up and pointed to the piece of paper in the corner. Brother Jiang, rest assured, I will definitely give you an explanation on this matter. Since both sides have expressed their values, a little improvisation is needed to add a touch of color to this cooperation. The two smiled at each other, and everything was understood without words. Chapter 36, Scapegoat. The items traded between the two parties included, but were not limited to rice, level 1 drinking water, and rice fish, while L City would provide young laborers, timber, steel, etc. The contract also stated that if necessary, transactions between Su Engineering Group and Fengkawu could be directly conducted using crystal cores, and Su Engineering Group would have exclusive selling rights for Fenkawu's goods in L City. The contract would officially commence after the passage between L City and Fengkawu was opened, and during this period, both parties would communicate closely to ensure that the trade route was completed on schedule. As a gesture of sincerity for their first cooperation, after the contract was drafted, Jiang Hao specially unloaded the first batch of traded goods from the convoy. This included 500 units of rice and 100 units of rice fish. It's my first time here, and I didn't bring a heavy truck, so I only brought this little bit. I hope Mr. Su won't find it laughable. Jiang Hao smiled and said, then took out a can of near-expiration canned food and handed it over. At this moment, Su Dingbang's smile grew even wider. To be honest, Brother Jiang, we in L City are also undergoing consolidation. Once the entire force is consolidated, I'll have the capacity to assist you. By then, all you need to do is clear the road to Jufengji, and our two sides' pathways will be opened. Jufengji is the pass between L City and P City, and after the apocalypse, it has already slipped out of human control. This time, when Jiang Hao came over, he also passed through there. Under the escort of 5 Hyena-class armored vehicles, they managed to break through after losing 1 armored vehicle. What is more concerning is that as time goes by, the danger of this road will only increase, especially with the secondary mutation of spores. The evolution speed of these animals on Blue Star will become even more rapid. Although Jiang Hao thought this in his heart, he didn't say much, as his goal in coming to L City this time was to find Xiao Su, and the deal with Su Gong Group would depend on the subsequent situation. Since Brother Jiang is so generous, I can't be stingy either. How about this? The day after tomorrow, I'll personally select a group of qualified people to send to you. Since we're selecting people, why not let me go along? I'd like to see what Boss Su has in stock. Jiang Hao said calmly. This was the purpose of his trip. As the largest coalition in L City, the 10 major forces had the biggest human trafficking business. If Xiao Su were alive, the possibility of him being in the hands of these 10 forces would be greater. After laying the groundwork for so long, Jiang Hao could not let such an opportunity slip away. Fortunately, Su Dingbang did not dwell on this issue, as the detention center was not a military factory, and there were no secrets involved. Although the detention center was a common asset of the 10 major forces, as the leader of one of them, the Su group, it was easy for him to bring someone inside. The next morning, when Jiang Hao opened the door with half a grilled sausage in his mouth, he saw a person tightly bound and thrown at his doorstep. Old Li and another soldier were pointing guns at the person's head. The people from a Su group threw him at the 3rd floor staircase early in the morning. When our patrolling soldiers discovered him, those people said it was a gift from General Su to you. Old Li saluted and said respectfully. Ever since Jiang Hao had him personally kill the murderer of his son, Old Li had reached a point of complete obedience to Jiang Hao's words. This time, when he came out, Jiang Hao specifically checked Old Li's loyalty, which had exceeded 95, making him the most loyal among all the soldiers. He was now the captain of Jiang Hao's escort team. After the previous incident of a thief entering his room, Jiang Hao had strengthened security measures. And it seemed that this move was quite effective, as they had caught someone from the Su group coming to deliver a gift today. The person sent by Su Dingbang was only in their early 20s, and what surprised Jiang Hao even more was that the bound individual was a woman. A woman? Could be that Su Dingbang wanted me to do something? Jiang Hao thought, with a wicked sense of humor. The woman was still in a semi-conscious state, and only after being splashed with a basin of cold water did she slowly awaken. When her terrified eyes looked at the familiar, yet strange room in front of her, a wave of fear surged in her heart. How is it? It looks pretty familiar, right? Doesn't it resemble the room you sneaked into yesterday? Jiang Hao squatted down with a smile, looking at the woman drenched in water. Her wet clothes clung to her body, outlining her delicate figure, but at this moment, these became her heaviest burden. Go on, who exactly sent you here? Jiang Hao suddenly raised his voice. I just accidentally took the wrong path. I didn't do it on purpose. The woman's voice was intermittent, like a gentle breeze blowing through the cracks in the rocks, stirring the most primal desires within a person. This pathetic woman was merely a scapegoat, and Jiang Hao had known the answer since the moment he laid eyes on her. However, it was clear that Jiang Hao did not think that way. Anyone who could survive in the apocalypse had come through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. And Jiang Hao, as a lone wolf in his past life, was no exception. You've already climbed on top of me, and you still want me to act as if I don't know? Just bringing someone out like this to dismiss me? As he thought of this, Jiang Hao's smile grew even colder. Not saying it, huh? It seems you still have some illusions. Jiang Hao smiled and was not prepared to waste words with this woman. He turned to Old Li and gave a command, and then he saw Old Li leading a group of people out. When Old Li reappeared in the room, he was holding a bloodied military knife. Blood was still dripping from the knife, emanating a nauseating stench. This smell had been a nightmare for the entire human race during the early apocalypse, and even at midnight, people would wake up from their dreams upon smelling it. At that moment, one would be surprised to find one or more zombies surrounding them, and if one reacted slowly, they might be sucking on their toes. This foul odor was the scent of zombies. The moment the woman caught a whiff of that smell, an unparalleled fear appeared on her face. In the apocalypse, she was indeed considered a beautiful woman, and even if a beautiful woman could kill without blinking, she would still reveal the deep-seated fear hidden within her heart when faced with her own appearance. Jiang Hao understood humanity in the apocalypse all too well. Perhaps these beautiful women didn't care about their chastity at all, even bluntly stating that chastity was worth less than paper money here. But who could tolerate seeing their delicate beauty turned into a terrifying zombie? I said, get that damn thing away. The woman screamed, and at that moment, her psychological defenses finally collapsed. Chapter 37, Blue Ocean Heavy Industry. The next morning, Jiang Hao was not awakened by Shun Bingyin's gentle voice, but by the sudden sound of gunfire. Hearing the noise, the soldiers on guard rushed in from outside the door, just as Jiang Hao was still in a daze. These armed soldiers had already rushed to the window, peering outside through the gaps in the curtains. Has it already begun? Jiang Hao rubbed his temples and glanced at the soldiers on alert outside the window, saying, "There's no need to be nervous. It's just a conflict of interests. We're very safe here. Bloody Mary is located in the core area controlled by the top 10 forces, far from the borders of other factions. Generally speaking, as long as the top 10 forces do not make major strategic blunders on the front lines, this place is definitely one of the safest in L City at the moment." However, Jiang Hao did not expect that the actions of the top 10 forces, represented by Shugong Group, would be so swift. Just yesterday, Su Dingbang had only informed him that the forces in L City would be consolidating soon, and he did not expect them to take action today. Pulling back the curtains, Jiang Hao could see smoke rising in the distance, accompanied by the occasional sound of artillery fire. He watched as a tall office building quickly collapsed at the far end of his sight, debris swirling with dust, quickly engulfing the structure. The firepower is quite fierce. Jiang Hao frowned slightly, listening intently to the distant sounds of gunfire. There are RPG sounds, the intense crackle of machine guns, and even the occasional dull rumble of heavy artillery, likely the sound of tanks or howitzers. As a megacity, L City had acquired a significant amount of weaponry after the apocalypse, including some tanks and self-propelled howitzers. In terms of firepower, El City was among the strongest in the entire southwest region. Moreover, as a city with a complete industrial sector, El City had large munitions factories before the outbreak. After the apocalypse, a group of forces led by the top 10 factions took over the production of these factories. It can be said that in the early days of the apocalypse, when individual powers of human awakeners were generally weak, El City was one of the few areas that followed a dual route of technological weaponry and awakener training. Has it already begun? Xing Tian also arrived in Jiang Hao's room, gazing at the distant flames of war, and spoke up. Jiang Hao was being dismissive, and his gaze inadvertently glanced at Xing Tian. At that moment, Xing Tian was wearing a blue nightgown, and she hurried over in response to the sound. With not a single button fastened on her chest, revealing the spring colors that could not be concealed, Jiang Hao's thoughts, which were originally in a state of contemplation, were disrupted. At this moment, he no longer cared about the artillery fire outside. Nothing could compare to the allure of the scenery before him. Wait, it seems there are outsiders here as well. Jiang Hao, who was originally full of springtime cheer, suddenly froze. He hurriedly stood up and took 2 steps to block the view of others in front of Xing Tian, awkwardly pointing at her button before turning his head away with great awareness. Xing Tian's pretty face immediately turned bright red. Pervert, she spat lightly, then quickly covered her chest and turned to run away as if fleeing. Jiang Hao smiled faintly, ready to take action, but saw Oldly coming in with a stack of papers. All of them have been recruited? Oldly replied gloomily, then looked out at the raging flames of war. Do we need to raise the alert level here? That's something Su Dingbang and the others should consider. We just need to watch the show. Jiang Hao smiled, then took the stack of manuscript paper and started reading. Is it Weilon Heavy Industry? Jiang Hao pursed his lips, and the result was indeed as he had anticipated. Those who could be in Bloody Mary were nothing more than the members of the top 10 forces. Weilon Heavy Industry, one of the top 10 powers in El City, controls the city's only water station capable of producing level 2 drinking water, and under this power, there is also a military factory responsible for supplying ammunition to Weilon Heavy Industry and its allies. Additionally, Weilon Heavy Industry has over 150 awakened individuals and around 300 regular armed forces, placing its strength in the upper middle range among the top 10 forces. The soldiers in the room had already withdrawn, and Jiang Hao fell into deep thought while holding the intelligence in his hand. Su Dingbang naturally did not want to get involved in this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have casually found a woman to brush it off. If that's the case, why do you still want him to know who the behind-the-scenes puppet master was? Was it to use him as a knife to kill? Or was it yet another test for himself? Outside the window, as the sun rose, the flames of war in sight grew increasingly intense. At that moment, an off-road vehicle slowly drove in from the end of the road. Jiang Hao's gaze sharpened as he saw the car's emblem, a pattern resembling a tree branch jumping with the vibrations of the hood. It was a vehicle from Shugong Group. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Su asked me to inform you that your goods have arrived. Please come over to sign for them. Moments later, Su Dingbang's secretary, Su Qian, was already standing at the door. Jiang Hao waved his hand, signaling Su Qian to lead the way. Soon, Jiang Hao's convoy slowly followed Su Qian's car out of Bloody Mary. Although the war had begun, the order within the control areas of the top 10 forces along the road was still relatively stable. In fact, as Jiang Hao walked along, he even saw individuals walking alone on the streets. In contrast, the area controlled by other forces was completely shrouded in smoke and dust. Near the combat zone, a sky full of rockets with long trailing flames cut through the sky and accurately struck an office building. In an instant, that building, a relic of pre-apocalyptic civilization, collapsed, and large clouds of dust rushed in, instantly covering the road. The convoy continued along the bumpy road, gradually moving further away from the city center as the smoke of war faded. With the car window open, Jiang Hao even caught a faint hint of a salty sea breeze. It seemed like he had taken a wrong turn again. Jiang Hao smiled self-deprecatingly, as if the events he was invited to had never gone smoothly, and it seemed this time would be no exception. Chapter 38. Fishing Harvest Day, El City. As a famous coastal city, was an important fishing port and trade entry port in China before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, although marine species were rapidly evolving, the residents here still maximized their instinct to rely on the sea for sustenance. Fishing Harvest Day, of course, could only be hosted by the 10 major powers in El City, as they occupied nearly all coastal areas, which are the most important food sources for El City today. This Fishing Harvest Day was hosted by the Shugong Group. When Su Dingbang stood on the podium and saw the convoy led by Su Qian slowly approaching, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. "Colleagues, our distinguished guests have arrived." With Su Dingbang's words, almost everyone's gaze in the audience focused on the convoy that had already stopped on the beach. For anyone here, the Fenkawa territory was synonymous with mystery and power. This was the first force to publicly succeed in resisting the beast tide. Even setting that aside, the ability to lead a team safely from Peace City to here was enough to demonstrate the strength of this force. "Mr. Jiang, today is our Fishing Harvest Day in El City, and our President Su has specially invited you to witness it." After getting out of the car, Su Qian revealed the truth, slightly bowing before stepping back. "Brother Jiang, you finally made it. Everyone has been waiting for you." Su Dingbang quickly approached, looking at Jiang Hao with a half-smile, as if they were old friends, and took his arm to introduce him to everyone below. The Nanling Mercenary Corps, Changkong Group, Binhai Group, and Su Dingbang representing the Shugong Group. This grand event actually had 4 major figures in attendance, and Jiang Hao was slightly surprised as he greeted everyone. He was unclear about Su Dingbang's intentions at this moment and could only wait for the other party to reveal their plans. It was not until this moment that Jiang Hao turned his gaze to the fishing platform not far away. The fishing platform in El City was different from traditional fishing platforms before the apocalypse. It was a huge reservoir made of reinforced concrete, with a massive fence lifted high by a gantry crane, connecting the reservoir with the sea before it. In the center of the reservoir stood a gigantic platform constructed from steel bars, covered with wooden planks, on which several large iron cages were placed. Inside the iron cages was a dark mass, and it was unclear what was imprisoned inside. To verify the curvature of the reservoir, various heavy weapons were lined up, including 20mm machine guns, shoulder-mounted grenade launchers, and even some unknown type of grenades, completely covering the lake surface of the reservoir. "Brother Jiang, you are far inland. Since the world has changed drastically, you probably haven't seen the creatures in the ocean yet." After taking his seat, Su Dingbang slightly turned to Jiang Hao and said, "Today, let's give you a good look." As he spoke, he pressed the button on the intercom. "Start." With Su Dingbang's command, the large fishing platform's gears began to rotate, and the wooden planks in the center of the platform slowly opened. The door of the first cage was opened by armed soldiers, and under their escort, what was imprisoned in the cage lined up to walk out, accompanied by the clanking sound of shackles, as those dark figures awkwardly emerged from the cage. Jiang Hao finally saw clearly that what was being held in the cage were actually living people. The quality of this bait was somewhat poor. Wouldn't the patrol team catch some fatter individuals? With bait of this quality, even if they attracted some monsters, the numbers wouldn't be high. Looking at the emaciated prisoners on the stage, the invited audience members below also began to whisper among themselves, clearly dissatisfied with this bait. Su Dingbang, the organizer of this fishing day, also had a grim expression. Although this event was supported by them, the bait was provided by Blue Heavy Industries, being unfairly blamed. Su Dingbang couldn't vent his frustration and could only speed up the fishing process. On the fishing platform, after all the prisoners in the first cage were brought out, under the escort of soldiers, everyone knelt around the open hole. The gleaming military knives were raised by the soldiers and then plunged fiercely into the necks of these people. Splat! In just an instant, the fishing platform was stained red with blood, and thick columns of blood sprayed out from the necks, splattering like fountains. "Good! Beautiful!" The crowd in the stands began to cheer, desperately releasing their emotions in this extremely oppressive environment of the apocalypse. Shen Bingyan still sat beside Jiang Hao with a blank expression, but her hands seemed to be trembling, and her complexion appeared even paler. Jiang Hao gently patted the back of her hand. "It's okay, I'm here." Shen Bingyan's hand seemed to stiffen for a moment, and a feeling named tenderness slightly dispelled the gloom. At this moment, the fishing platform had completely turned red with blood. It was only then that Jiang Hao realized that this seemingly simple fishing platform was designed in a funnel shape. Under the influence of gravity, the blood that had originally scattered began to flow slowly along the smooth wooden boards into the open pit. The blood from more than a dozen lives poured down from the pit like a waterfall, quickly spreading out from the center of the fishing platform. Not enough, keep going. Su Dingbang glanced at the bloodstains gradually spreading in the reservoir, calmly instructed again, and then introduced Jiang Hao. By a chance discovery, we found that the exotic beasts in the sea have a particular appetite for humans. So we came up with this device, and the results are quite good. Jiang Hao smiled and did not speak. He was indeed unfamiliar with the apocalyptic life in coastal cities from his previous life. Today was also the first time he witnessed how residents in coastal areas obtained food during the apocalypse. As for the bloody scenes, Jiang Hao automatically filtered them out. If he couldn't accept this level of reality, there would be no need for him to survive in the apocalypse. With Su Dingbang's orders, the bodies that had gradually lost their temperature were kicked down by the soldiers, and soon new people lined up here. Faced with the impending death, these people appeared very numb. Even after witnessing the deaths of the first batch of prisoners just moments ago, they still allowed the soldiers to escort them as they knelt on the still damp ground. Perhaps, for them, death was not without its relief. As another round of blood columns shot up, more than 10 fresh lives were once again harvested. At the same time, as these bodies fell into the reservoir, the once calm sea suddenly stirred up monstrous waves. Initially, a ripple began to spread slowly in the far distance, and as it drew closer, the originally gentle waves became increasingly turbulent, growing to nearly 10 meters high at a visible speed within just a few hundred meters. In the reservoir, the water surface, which was almost full, began to visibly drop, and the towering waves obscured everyone's view like a curtain. The oppressive feeling, like dark clouds pressing down on the city, made breathing feel constricted. Chapter 39. The Feast of Slaughter Wu. Accompanied by this sound, a flagpole-like protrusion emerged from beneath the sea, cutting through the water with speed. The dark flagpole moved through the water like a flying shuttle, presumably a fin of some creature, with its massive body hidden beneath the surface. In just a breath, that flagpole had surged to the dam's face. Whoa! The sound echoed again, and then a massive figure erupted from beneath the surface, sending huge waves crashing against the reinforced concrete dam, creating a crisp sound as the colossal water droplets were instantly shattered, turning into a rainbow that spanned in front of the dam. However, at this moment, no one had the time to admire this rare beauty. In the next moment, the light of the sky was suddenly obscured by a shadow, and a mutated orca, over 100 meters long, broke through the constraints of the seawater and leaped over the several-meter-high dam, crashing heavily into the reservoir. It was here a big guy. Su Dingbang's eyes narrowed slightly. Even after experiencing hunting multiple times, the sight of such a massive prey stirred his heart. Just as the orca plunged into the water, the soldiers on the fishing platform had already connected themselves to the cable and slid down to a safe area along the sturdy rope. At this moment, the reservoir, having absorbed dozens of lives, already displayed a faint red hue on the surface. As the orca's body fell, a massive fan-shaped water curtain suddenly erupted in the already slightly cramped reservoir. The giant splash, mixed with blood, surged toward the shore, landing just under 100 meters from the viewing platform. After the mutations of the apocalypse, the orca's size had increased significantly. Its characteristic fin had long lost its original streamlined beauty, replaced by a dark, antenna-like fin. Its body had now grown brown scales, which did not cover its entire body. The uncovered areas revealed a ghastly pale flesh tone, with distinct muscle textures displaying an unusual color under the moisture of the water. Dozens of bodies were almost instantly swallowed by the orca, and the chilling sound of grinding teeth echoed, accompanied by the sounds of muscle tearing and bones cracking drifting over the empty reservoir. The orca let out another roar, seemingly unsatisfied with such a meager meal, and quickly swam around the reservoir, opening its mouth to gulp down tons of blood-mixed seawater. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of grinding gears, a massive fence on the gantry crane suddenly descended, completely sealing off the entire reservoir. Immediately afterward, more than a dozen high-powered pumps, driven by diesel generators, began to drain water like crazy and the water surface in the reservoir dropped at a visible speed. Since the reservoir was not entirely sealed off from the sea, the water in the pool could not be completely drained. However, for the mutated orca, whose body was over 100 meters as long as the water level dropped to a certain extent, it would be enough to affect its movement. At this time, the mutated orca had not yet realized the impending danger. Its greedy nature drove it to continue consuming the blood-flavored seawater, causing it to miss the last chance to escape. When the water level in the reservoir was no longer sufficient to support its astonishing leap, it was already too late. As human greed once again drove weapons to aim at this ancient creature, slaughter had become inevitable. Fire! At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Su Dingbang's face as he picked up the intercom and issued the final attack order. Boom! The cannon loaded with grenade shells fired first. Accompanied by a dull explosion, a thick smoke ring billowed out from the cannon's mouth. The hefty shell seemed clumsy, but its terrifying lethality became evident as it approached the target. Upon nearing the predetermined target area, nearly 100 steel arrows packed within the grenade shot out with the powerful thrust of the explosives, accompanied by a piercing sound that accurately covered the target area. In an instant, a stench of blood rose around the mutated orca. Under the impact of tremendous kinetic energy, the steel arrows easily pierced through the orca's scales, and the barbed arrowheads deeply embedded into its body, instantly turning the reservoir a deep shade of red. The once dominant ruler of the seas, having lost its ability to move, was left defenseless. After the first round of attacks, the orca had already become a living pincushion, yet the hunters were not prepared to give it any respite. And the second round of attacks followed immediately. Dozens of trained soldiers, shouldering grenade launchers, moved to the firing zone, and the acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air. The grenade attack was not enough to penetrate the mutated orca's defenses, but at this moment, the orca was already pierced by hundreds of still-warm steel arrows. Thus, when the grenades accurately struck the orca, the terrifying bouncing effect occurred right before everyone's eyes. In an instant, the massive body had perished, its innards torn to shreds by the hundreds of steel arrows, with blood mixed with bits of internal organs slowly oozing out from the wounds. This orca had not fully evolved. Under normal circumstances, its scales were not so easy to deal with. Su Dingbang's lips curled slightly, seemingly satisfied with this operation. Of course, if they encountered a fully evolved orca, their usual approach would be to launch a few more rounds of artillery or use that thing for targeted strikes at weak spots. Typically, it wouldn't last long against that either. As he spoke, Su Dingbang pointed to the 20mm caliber machine gun standing on the shore, which had yet to fire a shot. Clearly, they had developed a comprehensive plan for hunting these creatures, minimizing losses and costs. This orca's size wasn't particularly large, but would be enough for their soldiers to eat for over a week. As they spoke, the mutated orca had already been dragged up, and the dismembering began simultaneously. It must be said that the soldiers affiliated with the top 10 powers were indeed very efficient. They operated various machines to swiftly dismember the orca's massive body, which was then hauled away by heavy trucks that had long been waiting. The barrier was once again lifted by a gantry crane, and the soldiers responsible for deploying the bait climbed back onto the fishing platform via steel cables. The catch from this net was quite good, marking a promising start. Su Dingbang smiled and issued the fishing orders again. Just one orca was naturally not enough to feed the many survivors of City L, and even the top 10 powers could not sustain themselves on it. This slaughter feast had only just begun. Chapter 40. The stakes in the blink of an eye. The lives of another 10 or so prisoners were harvested. At that moment, a convoy suddenly drove in from the entrance of the fishing ground. Once that convoy entered the fishing area, the expressions of everyone present became enthusiastic. It should be noted that at this moment, the participants in the Harvest Day event were not only from these 4 powers, but also some small and medium-sized factions that were affiliated with these groups. They became excited upon seeing the convoy marked with the blue sky emblem. This was already very telling. Most of the factions invited to attend Harvest Day were supporters of these 4 groups, and now, in front of the host, they were trying to flirt with other parties, making the atmosphere in the arena suddenly delicate. At this moment, Jiang Hao took in everyone's reactions. Su Dingbang kept a smile on his face as he watched everything unfold. Even though the person arriving was the mastermind behind his troubles, he still smiled at the convoy. However, the hand holding the walkie-talkie was now rubbing nervously. As everyone anticipated, Wei Qingchun, the leader of Yuelon Heavy Industries, stepped out of the vehicle. At just over 30 years of age, he was the youngest leader among the top 10 powers. And like a star surrounded by the moon, he walked over with a smile, surrounded by a crowd, using someone else's knife to kill. Shen Bingyan slightly tilted her head and whispered to Jiang Hao. This girl was quite quick to react. Jiang Hao smiled and made a reassuring expression. Although the top 10 forces in L City were currently undergoing power integration, they were not completely united internally. This could be seen from the Fishing Harvest Day. Only 3 other companies showed up to support this event hosted by the Shugong Group, which at least indicated that the top 10 forces in L City were divided into at least 2 factions. Mr. Su, how is it? The quality of the bait is pretty good, right? Wei Qingchun said with a kind smile, shaking hands tightly with Su Dingbang. Of course, thanks to you. The first catch was a great success. We pulled up a mutated orca. Indeed, power is the best breeding ground for politicians. Regardless of what roles these force leaders played before the apocalypse, here, under the influence of power, they had slowly begun to transform into competent politicians. At that moment, on the fishing platform, another batch of new prisoners was brought out, walking numbly towards the pit in the center of the fishing platform like marionettes. The next moment, a mutation suddenly occurred. Among this batch of mortals, an extraordinary person suddenly erupted, their emaciated body unleashing astonishing strength in that instant. In the blink of an eye, they lunged at the nearest soldier, snatched the military knife from his hand, and then leaped down from the more than 10-meter-high platform. Wei Qingchun, I'm going to kill you. A huge splash erupted from below the fishing platform as the prisoners swam rapidly from the center of the reservoir towards the shore, their arms slicing through the waves like paddles, leaving a conical wake on the water-esque surface, covering dozens of meters in just a few breaths. A power-type martial arts awakener? Everyone was taken aback at this scene. This guy is a prisoner? There must be some mistake, right? How could an awakener become a prisoner? Wei Qingchun seemed familiar with this voice. He glanced at the prisoner swimming desperately towards him with a hint of mockery. The weapons around the reservoir had already turned their barrels, and the soldiers controlling the weapons let out sinister chuckles. Click! The crisp sound of bullets being chambered echoed. Although they knew that the prisoner was a power-type awakener, facing such a dense network of firepower, everyone had already predicted the prisoner's fate. Don't shoot. The smile on Wei Qingchun's face never faded. He didn't even look at the prisoner again. Mr. Su, how about a bet? Oh, Su Dingbang raised an eyebrow, looking with interest at the prisoner who was rushing forward recklessly. Do you think a power-type awakener can dodge bullets? As he spoke, he took out his revolver and began loading shiny yellow bullets into the chambers one by one. Are you willing to sacrifice an awakener just to answer this childish question? It seemed quite interesting. A bag of rice. I bet he can dodge it. With Jiang Hao's resource supply, Su Dingbang felt very confident now. Oh, Wei Qingchun looked at Su Dingbang in surprise, wondering what was going on today. Usually, Su Dingbang never won bets, but today he seemed emboldened. All right, then I bet he can't dodge it. Same bag of rice. Hearing their conversation, others began to applaud and cheer. It was rare for these 2 big shots to show such interest, and the bet was for 2 bags of rice. In these times, even if L City didn't have to worry about food, receiving beast meat still required queuing. Usually, the food distribution among the top 10 forces was based on their strength ranking, not to mention rice, which could serve as strategic material. Someone in the audience had already smartly given up their position, leaving a clear line of sight for Wei Qingchun to shoot. Boom! At that moment, the prisoner had already reached the shore, their blood-red eyes consuming all the colors in their vision. The visible veins on their legs suddenly bulged, and the immense force caused the water surface in the shallow area to explode into a massive splash, accompanied by a rushing wind. The furious roar echoed again, and the next moment, Wei Qingchun slightly raised his hand, unleashing his abilities, and the heated energy enveloped the bullet as it flew out. Chapter 41. A sudden kill, however. The scene everyone was anticipating, where brain matter splatter, did not occur. The prisoner did not dodge the bullet, as everyone had imagined. Both parties' gazes were somewhat dazed, and by the time they reacted, a figure had already stood between the two. Shuzi, didn't I tell you to find a good spot and wait patiently? Why are you running around? Jiang Hao was somewhat angry. He grabbed the hand of the prisoner, and no one expected that the prisoner was actually Xiao Su, whom he had been searching for. Who are you? How dare you disrupt my bet with General Su? Wei Qingchuan's hand holding the gun was also grasped by Jiang Hao, and the grip felt like a vice, startling him. Due to Jiang Hao's strength, he could only suppress the anger in his heart. Brother Jiang, what's going on? Su Dingbang frowned slightly, looking at Jiang Hao with a hint of dissatisfaction. I'm taking him away today. Jiang Hao stood in front of Xiao Su, glancing at Wei Qingchuan, and took the revolver from his hand, unloading the remaining bullets with one hand. Jiang Hao, kill him. I want to kill him. At this moment, Xiao Su was no longer the middle schooler he once was. His eyes were bloodshot, and the stains mixed with blood on his face had formed dry clumps. His once fair complexion was twisted in anger, and the dried stains fell off with a violent movement of his facial expressions, revealing his flushed skin. Sensing a hint of unease, Jiang Hao knew that although Xiao Su was not calm in this situation, he usually acted with some level of rationality. The fact that he kept insisting on killing Wei Qingchuan made Jiang Hao feel that something was off. Jiang Hao, don't stop me. Let me kill that bastard. The scene became chaotic, with everyone watching the sudden turn of events as if they were spectators. Fortunately, the soldiers around them were perceptive. Upon seeing that Jiang Hao was the one organizing this bet, they refrained from taking further action. After all, everyone could see how much Su Dingbang valued Jiang Hao. And since the person in charge, Su Dingbang, hadn't spoken up, they decided to turn a blind eye. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Hao examined Xiao Su without concern. He was relieved to see that although Xiao Su had lost a lot of weight and his mental state was poor, he was still alive and intact. 5 bags of rice and a box of canned food. Jiang Hao turned his gaze to Wei Qingchuan and directly quoted a price. Even though the transaction involved an awakened individual, it was still a hard offer to refuse. Wei Qingchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He clearly did not expect this young man to propose such a price. However, it seemed that this prisoner in his hands was quite important to him. This man is Jiang Hao, the lord of Fenkawa territory. Su Dingbang's indifferent words rang out at this moment, adding weight to the statement. However, no matter how well-intentioned the reminder, an irresistible price could not satisfy the ever-expanding greed. 20 bags of rice plus 5 boxes of canned goods. Wei Qingchuan licked his lips, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he directly ignored Su Dingbang's kind reminder. I believe this is something that Fenkawu can't afford. Wei Qingchuan. Su Dingbang's voice gradually turned cold, and even he, who considered himself good at cultivating his temperament, felt a hint of anger at this moment. Mr. Jiang, what do you think? After all, I was quite startled today as well. Jiang Hao, you want me to kill him? He is a beast. Xiao Su became furious again. As a strength-type martial arts awakened individual, he was naturally stronger than Jiang Hao. However, due to his physical condition, he couldn't fully exert his strength, which led to the deadlock with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao glanced at Xiao Su, who was once again on the brink of going berserk. Suddenly, a pair of cool yet soft little hands slipped into his. Shen Bingyan squeezed Jiang Hao's hand, signaling him that confronting the other party in this situation was not a wise choice. At that moment, Wei Qingchuan, upon seeing Shen Bingyan, couldn't take his eyes off her, and his narrow gaze revealed an expression that all men would understand. There was also a hint of lechery. Jiang Hao snorted coldly. Mr. Su, can I understand this incident as a test for me as well? Jiang Hao smiled gently, but this smile made Su Dingbang feel a chill down his spine. You were about to say something when Jiang Hao had already turned around to pat Xiao Su on the shoulder. Go for it, no matter the reason. I'll back you up. As he spoke, Jiang Hao pulled out a Tang Dao from somewhere. With a flash of the blade, the Tang Dao was unsheathed, and Jiang Hao charged forward in a swift motion. Many people did not realize that in close-quarters combat, the threat level of cold weapons is actually greater than that of firearms. Of course, this is only true if you're skilled in using cold weapons. Fortunately, Jiang Hao possessed this skill. In such close proximity, the soldiers beside Wei Qingchuan didn't even have a chance to react before Jiang Hao had already pierced one of their throats. that desperately covered their necks, and bright red blood sprayed through their fingers as their bodies went limp. The sudden and drastic change caught everyone off guard. By the time they reacted, the soldiers brought by Wei Qingchun had already collapsed to the ground. Bang! Xiao Su charged out again, his military knife aimed at Wei Qingchun's throat, searching for death. As the helmsman of Yuelon Heavy Industry, Wei Qingchun's strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Although Jiang Hao's sudden attack surprised him, he had already reacted by the time his subordinates fell. In the next moment, flames erupted around him, and a scorching wave of heat instantly spread outwards. The rapidly rising temperature changed the airflow around them, and a powerful gust of wind was generated almost in an instant, scattering the surrounding crowd like flying sand and stones. Whoosh! Wei Qingchun raised his arm, and a fire snake shot out, with orange-red flames carrying a heat wave that had not yet reached its target, instantly incinerating Xiao Su's hair to ashes. Faced with such an assault, Xiao Su showed no intention of dodging. He charged straight towards the fire snake. In the next moment, his clothes were engulfed in flames, and before even touching the flames, Xiao Su's skin rapidly dehydrated, visibly shriveling before their eyes. Jiang Hao witnessed everything. He was unclear about what kind of deep enmity had developed between Xiao Su and Wei Qingchun in just over a month. Xiao Su's actions at this moment were a desperate gamble. He didn't care whether he would survive. All he wanted was Wei Qingchun's life. However, Jiang Hao couldn't afford to think too much about the situation. Bingyan, without Jiang Hao's reminder, as soon as she saw the flicker of firelight, Xun Bingyan had already made her move. Wrapped in the heat wave, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Xun Bingyan stood beside Jiang Hao, and sparkling frost rose up around them. As the frost condensed, the people nearby instantly felt this strange sensation of being caught between ice and fire. A large amount of water vapor continuously surged from the junction of ice and fire, soon enveloping the entire environment. As a mid-level ability user, Xun Bingyan's ice ability quickly suppressed the surging heat wave upon eruption, even causing the flames surrounding Wei Qingchun to flicker unsteadily. This sudden clash of ice and fire created a brief opportunity for Xiao Su. Although everything around was shrouded in white mist, the flames flickering around Wei Qingchun acted like a beacon in the fog, illuminating Xiao Su's path forward. The temperature around seemed to drop instantly, and then the spreading white mist slowly began to crystallize under the lower temperature. Blood flowed from Wei Qingchun's corpse. Xiao Su gave Wei Qingchun no chance of survival. His military knife sliced open Wei Qingchun's belly, even severing his manhood. The internal organs slid out through the gaping chest. Not far from a corpse, Xiao Su lay down weakly, white smoke continuously rising from his body, yet couldn't conceal his grim laughter. Jiang Hao felt a slight headache. Although he had avenged Xiao Su, he was left with a huge mess to clean up. Shaking his head, he put on the communication headset that Xun Bingyan handed him. The target has been controlled. In the communication channel, the report from Oldley came through. Looking into the distance, Jiang Hao saw that during the gunfire, his guard team had already completed the control of Wei Qingchun's convoy. He glanced at Su Dingbang, who was surrounded and protected by numerous soldiers, and a playful smile reappeared on Jiang Hao's face. "Mr. Su, I wonder if I passed today's test?" As the soldiers parted, the shock on Su Dingbang's face had not yet faded. In fact, at the moment Jiang Hao made his move, he had already made a choice. After all, if Su Dingbang hadn't ordered the surrounding soldiers not to act rashly, Jiang Hao and his team would have likely been shot to pieces before they could even rush over. This was, after all, his home turf. At least, that's what Su Dingbang believed. "Shit, he is just a prisoner, but he is also my brother." Jiang Hao shrugged his shoulders and then put his arm around Su Dingbang's shoulder, walking towards the reservoir while pushing away the surrounding soldiers. "Moreover, isn't this what you want?" Jiang Hao lowered his voice and said, "After the unification of El City, that will be a big cake, and no one would be willing to share an extra piece. Right?" Hee hee. Su Dingbang smiled, showing no signs of embarrassment at being exposed. He glanced at his watch, the hands perfectly positioned at 12 o'clock. "At 6:30 p.m., we will launch a general attack on the other forces. So, let me guess, you want me to appear at the Blue Heavy Industries base right on time, don't you? It's always so easy to talk to smart people." Su Dingbang smiled again, then squinted slightly and continued. Their arms factory is the reward for your operation this time. An enticing deal. Jiang Hao took out a piece of gum from his pocket, unwrapped it, and tossed it into his mouth. I thought you would be smoking. Su Dingbang glanced at Jiang Hao, who was chewing gum, and silently pulled out a cigarette. In the wild, any abnormal occurrence would attract the attention of strange beasts. I thought lords like you would spend all day in their territory. Exhaling a puff of smoke slowly, he teased, like this? It seems we have digressed. So, what's your answer? The arms factory is a hot potato. Isn't that why you have your eyes on Yuan Heavy Industries? What else could it be? Staring blankly at Jiang Hao, Su Dingbang was somewhat taken aback by his question. Aren't there only 4 factions participating in the fishing harvest day this time? Are you implying? That's impossible. Although the main forces of all factions have been deployed to the front line, there are still certain armed forces remaining in the garrison. With the few people you brought, being able to take down Yuan Heavy Industries would already be the limit, especially since I let my personal guard support you. Now you're thinking of going after the other factions? That's simply impossible. Jiang Hao smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Even Su Dingbang, who planned this matter, thought it was impossible. So for the other forces, it was even more absurd. Haven't you always wanted to know my strength? Today I'll show you. With that, Jiang Hao suddenly threw Wei Qingchuan's body into the reservoir. Moreover, we must find a proper resting place for this useless garbage. So, why not change the trading project? Jiang Hao smiled. In the distance, the previously calm sea began to surge again, and the fishing alarm sounded once more. Only this time, it was unclear what kind of creature had been attracted by the scent of blood. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to trade the positions of the other 6 families for my Feng Chi Wu to Interel City? You must be really crazy. Su Dingbang looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. He couldn't understand what confidence Jiang Hao had to make such a statement with only over 20 people. How about a gamble? After all, there's no loss for you. Even if I fail, you would only lose an unreliable ally. You really are crazy. What are your demands? Do you need me to provide fire support? That is impossible. Just as Jiang Hao said, this deal posed no risk for Su Dingbang. Although he didn't know what Jiang Hao's confidence was based on, he was ultimately tempted by such a lucrative offer. No. My friend. Jiang Hao finally revealed a smile at this moment. Just as I mentioned earlier, this matter does not require you to take any risks. In fact, all I need from you is a detailed map. Chapter 42 Jiang Hao's trump card Blue Sky Heavy Industry Base. Although the troops of Blue Sky Heavy Industry have been deployed to the front lines due to the war, nearly 100 armed forces still remain at their headquarters base. At the entrance of the base, there are also 2 20mm caliber machine guns mounted on fortifications, creating crossfire on the narrow road and blocking the entrance. I do not recommend you do this. Whether or not it can be taken down is not the point. Our focus is always on City P, which is over 400 kilometers away. The long supply line is enough to exhaust Feng Chi Wu's inventory. This is clearly not a wise decision. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled. It can only be said that Shun Bingyan is indeed remarkable, always able to provide the most rational analysis. We need an impregnable coastal outpost. After a moment of thought, Jiang Hao expressed his thoughts. He possesses intelligence for the next 5 years, allowing him to consider issues from an unprecedented macro perspective, something that others clearly do not have. Now, as the leader of a faction, he also has enough time to contemplate the long-term development of his power. Shun Bingyan's expression was somewhat anxious. In her understanding, while Jiang Hao might not be considered smart, he was certainly not a mindless person. For some reason, Jiang Hao was so decisive about such an absurd military action. That is nearly 100 armed soldiers. Moreover, judging from the strength displayed by these forces, there is a possibility that heavy weapons are hidden at their headquarters base. In contrast, what does our own side have? The only combat-ready assets are 4-wheeled armored vehicles, which can bully infantry, but are they really going to attack the enemy's headquarters? Are they planning to provide 4 cans to the enemy's heavy firepower? You will see. In the near future, this will be our main battlefield. Jiang Hao made a reassuring gesture and then looked at the person next to him, who was wrapped up like a zongzi, and asked, "How are you? Can you hold on? I'm not going to die." Xiao Su pouted. His body was completely wrapped in bandages, and his skin was burned all over. However, he had heard that they were going to take down the headquarters of Whalon Heavy Industries, and he insisted on participating personally. So after getting 2 injections of anesthesia, he stubbornly managed to stand up. As long as we can blow up that bastard's lair, it doesn't matter if I die from the pain. Xiao Su's voice trembled. Even though Wei Qingchun had been killed by his own hands, a surge of anger still erupted from him at that moment. Jiang Hao's lips moved as if he wanted to ask something, but ultimately did not say it. Everyone, pay attention, proceed as planned. Armored units, prepare to receive the map. Sync to the combat terminal. Opening the intercom, Jiang Hao's orders continuously broadcasted over the public channel. The Xuanwu system is online. The holographic map is displaying normally. Soon, reports from the soldiers inside the armored vehicle came in. Very well, let's go. The roar of engines instantly echoed down the empty road. The loud noise immediately drawing the attention of the soldiers at the base entrance. Crack, crack. 2 machine guns were quickly loaded, their muzzles aimed at the direction of the sound. Phew, it's fine, it's the boss's car. The alert soldiers breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wei Qingchun's iconic 6-wheeled off-road vehicle. The signature Azure Sky pattern on the hood of the car was their identification badge for Azure Heavy Industries in L City. No one was bold enough to forge the identity of one of the top 10 forces. While speaking, the sentry didn't forget to kick his comrade hiding behind the cover, smoking a cigarette. As he spoke, the sentry stood straight and saluted towards the convoy. However, the next moment, the expression beneath the sentry's camouflage helmet gradually turned to horror. What's wrong? No, something's not right. The sentry squinted, trying hard to see who was sitting in the car. It seemed like it wasn't the boss. Rat-a-tat-tat. The dense gunfire from the rear hyena-wheeled armored vehicle interrupted the sentry's words. The 30mm caliber bullets tore him apart along with his helmet before the 2 20mm machine guns had a chance to fire, turning them into scrap metal. Alarm! Alarm! We are under attack. Inside the base, alarms blared. Damn it! Who are they? How could they have the boss's car? Soldiers hiding in the cover trembled, debris falling like rain from above. However, they overlooked the power of the 30mm machine guns. Even with 2 layers of sandbags, they were as fragile as thin crackers in front of such bullets. The soldiers hiding behind the cover only survived for 2 more seconds before they, along with the cover, turned into flying debris. All teams, attention! An unknown weapon has appeared in the base. Spread out. Spread out. On the holographic map, a large number of red dots were shown rushing towards the combat area within Azure Heavy Industries base. And, at the same time, a huge red dot suddenly appeared on the map less than 200 meters from Jiang Hao's convoy. It's a howitzer. The soldier responsible for reconnaissance from a sniper position discovered the origin of that red dot, and a hoarse voice came from the public channel. Xuanwu, are you all in position? Sitting in the off-road vehicle that once belonged to Wei Qingchun, Jiang Hao contacted Xuanwu via a dedicated line. All combat units, move to the designated positions, ready to launch an attack at any time. Everyone, pay attention, do not engage those heavy firepower weapons. Armored vehicles charge directly in. With the goal of annihilating the enemy's living forces, the original plan remains unchanged. Follow me. Jiang Hao directly ignored the howitzer that was already in a ready-to-fire state, slammed the accelerator, and crashed through the fence, leading the charge. Stay close to the Lord. Old Li's voice came through the communication channel. Although he was unsure of what his leader was about to do, out of trust in the Lord. Even after seeing a soldier on the high wall of the base raising an anti-tank rocket launcher, he still resolutely pressed down on the accelerator. The peak generates hypocritical support, and Twilight witnesses the devout believers. At this moment, facing the heavy fire blockade from Blue Sky Heavy Industry, Jiang Hao's soldiers did not retreat. After Jiang Hao charged into the base with a stomp on the gas, the armored vehicles following behind let out a roaring thunder, rushing in right after him. However, in this situation that everyone thought was certain death, the scene they imagined of being annihilated by heavy firepower did not occur. Instead, after they rushed into the base, accompanied by a series of intense crashing sounds, the gunfire outside the armored vehicles diminished. It was friendly fire. Some soldiers had already shifted their gaze to the holographic map inside the vehicle, where at some point countless green dots had appeared, rapidly moving and quickly harvesting the lives of the red markers over time. Meanwhile, The howitzer had not yet had the chance to fire before it was knocked over by a bulldog. A bulldog? Is that your confidence? Through the already cracked windshield, Xing Tian saw hundreds of bulldogs charging into the base. With the help of the holographic map, they were currently targeting the red dots marked on the map for precise strikes. I want to fight a battle without assurance. You don't really think I came out this time with just about 20 people, do you? Jiang Hao showed a proud expression, smiled at Xing Tian, then kicked open the door of the off-road vehicle and rushed out. Chapter 43. Heavy Tank. Jiang Hao's storage space, although it cannot contain living creatures, has no such restrictions for mechanical constructs like bulldogs. This time, before Jiang Hao set out, he brought 500 bulldog from his territory, which is his true trump card, just as all the forces in L City focused their attention on the Civil War. Who would have thought that a team with combat power comparable to a first-level awakened being had already launched an attack on their stronghold? Damn! Which force dares to act against our Azure Heavy Industries? Taking cover behind a barricade, a soldier in distress roared angrily. Damn it! We need support. In the core area of the permanent fortifications, Commander Song Liang, stationed at headquarters, was furiously shouting into the unresponsive intercom. At this moment, the main force of Azure Heavy Industries had long left the acceptable range of the intercom, and the communication channel was eerily silent, with only the sound of approaching artillery fire getting louder. Help me up, Song Liang yelled. He had just been freed from the pleasures of cloud and rain, and his legs were still weak, so he had to be helped up by soldiers, slowly escaping towards the back of the headquarters. The 30mm cannon on the Hyena armored vehicle had already begun to glow red. With the powerful penetrative capability of the 30mm rounds, the wall in front, along with the soldiers hiding behind it, was torn apart. Heavy firepower has been cleared. Soon, a report from Xuanwu came through the communication channel, supported by the holographic map. 500 bulldogs prioritized precise strikes against heavy firepower. On the holographic map, the red dots representing enemy heavy firepower quickly faded away. A soldier from Azure Heavy Industries peeked out, aimed an RPG at the approaching armored vehicle, and pulled the trigger. The orange tail flame, trailing thick smoke, left a straight trajectory in the air, hitting the front armor of the Hyena armored vehicle. A ricochet. Upon contact with the front armor, the conical projectile did not penetrate the armor as imagined. The smooth projectile was deflected by the hard armor plate with a sharp metallic screech, soaring into the sky like a rocket. The soldier who had exposed his hiding spot didn't even need someone to finish him off. A bulldog, descending from the sky, cruelly ended his life in an instant. The soldiers of the Fenkawood territory, like having X-ray vision, accurately sniped the soldiers within Azure Heavy Industries base, relying on the holographic map, fully aware of the enemy's movements. This was a complete information-level suppression. Even during this special period, the war had never changed due to the arrival of the apocalypse. The slaughter unfolded just like before. Explosions echoed within the base, and in just half an hour, the once solemn Azure Heavy Industries base had been completely transformed. The front wall was shot into a honeycomb by 30mm rounds, and even some windows on certain floors were shattered by the shockwaves of rockets. With exposed steel frames at risk of collapsing at any moment, Jiang Hao slid into the stairwell and through the gaps in the handrail. He saw a soldier from Blue Heavy Industries guarding the stairway. Xuanwu, mark my position. There's an enemy at 11 o'clock on the second floor. Received. Xuanwu's voice echoed in the communication channel, and the closest bulldog had already received the order. It bit its RPG in half and jumped up from the first floor. At this moment, the commotion downstairs caught the soldier's attention. He dared not poke his head out, only slowly extending the RPG from the stairway while aiming it generally at the corner of the stairs, preparing to pull the trigger. Crash! The sound of shattering glass rang out, accompanied by the bending of metal as the blood-soaked bulldog jumped up. Its once smooth body was now dented and uneven from the bullet, but that did not hinder its movement. With its eerie blue eyes locking onto the enemy the moment it landed, the brief moment of stiffness prevented it from launching an immediate attack. It was this brief moment of a few tenths of a second that gave the soldier a chance to react. Boom! The RPG's muzzle instantly turned, and the orange-red tail flame spread in the narrow corridor, immediately creating a wave of scorching heat. The bulldog's body was not as tough as that of a hyena armored vehicle. Its lightweight skeletal structure, designed for agility, showed its fragility when it collided with the RPG. As the firing pin ignited the RPG's internal explosives, the bulldog's body disintegrated in an instant, and metal fragments flew like razors, constantly piercing the walls and the corridor. The soldier, the instigator of all this, was already dead. At such close range, there was no safety to speak of. At the moment of the rocket's explosion, the intense flames incinerated his respiratory system. In fact, he had already died before the bulldog's metal fragments pierced his body. Target eliminated. Xuanwu's report came through the communication channel again, and at the same time, information about Bulldog 1 popped up on Jiang Hao's system panel. Shaking off the ashes on himself, Jiang Hao rushed up to the platform on the second floor, where the platform had been completely destroyed by the RPG. Exposed rebar was severely deformed, and chunks of flesh still smoking were scattered across the floor. The bulldog's head, blown to bits, was now hanging on a piece of rebar, swaying back and forth. Xuanwu, how many enemies are left? 26. Notify everyone to quickly resolve the battle. We have a few more places to handle. Saying this, Jiang Hao took out a magazine, checked the ammunition count, and began clearing the second floor. Boom! Just then, a massive explosion suddenly erupted from nowhere, and about a second later, a huge hole was blown into the headquarters of Blue Heavy Industries. Warning! Warning! Heavy weapon system detected. Threat level high. Recommend host to evacuate. In his mind, the alarm from Xing Tian sounded first, and, at the same time, the Xuanwu system took control of all weaponry upon detecting the danger and maneuvered the armored vehicle for emergency evasion. Boom! The silence lasted only a few seconds. The TP-9A main battle tank did not give them much reaction time. After about 2 seconds, the deafening sound rang out again. This time, a massive shell passed through the entire building, breaking through the first-floor window. The 125mm shell instantly deployed its tail fins, and the rotation of the fins ensured the stability of the shell's trajectory. The next moment, the nearest hyena-wheeled armored vehicle could only withstand less than 0.5 seconds under the attack of a large-caliber shell before being instantly penetrated by the shell's terrifying destructive power. Chapter 44. King of War on the holographic map. The green dot representing that armored vehicle dimmed. Scatter. Jiang Hao's voice came through the communication channel. He didn't expect that at such a critical moment in the Civil War. Blue Sky Heavy Industries still had a main battle tank stationed at their base. Armurad Vehículos, Retret. Jiang Hao issued another order. In the narrow courtyard of the base, the high mobility of the hyena-wheeled armored vehicle could not be utilized at all. It could only serve as a live target for the tank. As seen earlier, the 125mm caliber shells currently had absolute dominance, and the pathetic thickness of the hyena's armor could not withstand the tank's shelling. At that moment, the third shell was already incoming, and the powerful impact shook the dust off the tank's body. Simultaneously, the 5.8mm coaxial machine gun on the tank fired under the soldier's operation, clearing the way for the tank's advance. Although the 5.8mm caliber machine gun lacked the power to penetrate walls, without the armored vehicle's cover, the firepower of the Type 01 automatic rifle alone could not suppress the fire of such a coaxial rapid-fire machine gun. In just a moment, the situation on the battlefield had reversed. The third shell also passed through the headquarters building and exploded in the courtyard in front of the building. Fortunately, after receiving Jiang Hao's command, the armored vehicle had already rushed out of the courtyard, and this shelling did not hit its target. A gun barrel extended from a room on the second floor, and with a gunshot, the soldier operating the rapid-fire machine gun on the tank slumped down. How about the howitzer? Can that howitzer still be used? Jiang Hao's voice rang out over the communication channel. It's still usable. A soldier's voice came shortly after. This was probably the best news so far. Without needing Jiang Hao to give further instructions, Oldie had already rushed towards the position of the howitzer with a few men. The howitzer had been knocked over by a bulldog earlier, but fortunately, it had not sustained any damage and should still be operational. In the backyard of the headquarters building, a dozen bulldogs had charged in and were tearing at the tank. Instantly, the sound of painful metal scraping echoed in the courtyard. Although the bulldogs had incredible biting power, against the T-9, a main battle tank's armor thickness of 1,200 millimeters, it was merely like scratching an itch. The roar of a massive engine sounded, and the 1,500 horsepower engine effortlessly crushed one bulldog beneath the heavy chassis. Flames immediately sputtered from the bottom of the tank, accompanied by the sound of cracking, as the bulldog completed its transformation from a three-dimensional being to a two-dimensional one. The tank, seemingly not satisfied with merely crushing the bulldog, whirled around on the flattened bulldog, and the thick barrel instantly sent several bulldogs flying. At this moment, Oldley had already climbed onto the platform with 3 men from the courtyard's garden. The remaining soldiers of Fenkawu had pressed into the building, and the remaining defense line of the Weilon heavy industry soldiers had further collapsed. Because of this, Oldley's reckless move of leaving cover was not met with resistance. Upon reaching the platform, he saw the towed howitzer, its barrel still marked with the sharp scratches of bulldogs. The olive drab paint had been torn away, leaving only the exposed metal layer. This 122mm caliber howitzer weighed over 15 tons, far too heavy for just 3 or 4 people to lift. Xuanwu, we need a few bulldogs to support the howitzer. Jiang Hao was closely monitoring everything from the rooftop, continuing to shout into the intercom. Bring the armored vehicle over. That thing is too close to the tank. It's not in a safe firing range at all. At such a close distance, if the howitzer fires, it's not a question of whether you can survive. It's about how your body will exist after the shelling, whether you'll be left intact or turned to dust. Bulldogs, buy some time for the howitzer. Soon, several bulldogs worked together to lift the howitzer and successfully hung it on the hook at the back of the armored vehicle. The roar of the engine sounded, but the traditional rubber tires of the Hyena armored vehicle didn't provide enough traction. As the vehicle started, the tires slipped, producing a large amount of smoke. Fortunately, the engine roared and slowly pulled the big guy forward. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Oldley led a few soldiers to push desperately, as the terrifying sounds of artillery fire erupted behind them again. Metal fragments scattered everywhere, and a bulldog that was lying at the tank's muzzle was instantly shredded by the terrifying power of the shell. The shell, carrying the fragments of the bulldog, broke through the floors and flew over, creating a deep pit in the ground with its horrific impact. Thankfully, the bulldog's obstruction successfully deflected the shell from its intended path, and the shell exploded near the right rear of the armored vehicle. At this moment, the gunfire inside the building gradually subsided. With the help of the bulldogs, all remaining soldiers of Blue Sky Heavy Industries had been pulled out. Song Liang witnessed this scene inside the tank when the gunfire stopped. He had already thought of the worst outcome. MD, these bastards actually betrayed us. Song Liang's expression darkened. He wasn't a fool. The fact that Blue Sky Heavy Industries was being schemed against at this time could only mean betrayal by their own allies. Otherwise, how could these powerful enemies have targeted Blue Sky Heavy Industries at the moment when their main force was being redeployed, when their defenses were most vulnerable? Boss, how about we retreat? Song Liang felt a wave of bitterness in his chest. He was no longer at the age of being reckless, and his thoughts were certainly not so naive. After losing the industry in City L, would Blue Sky Heavy Industries still be one of the top 10 powers? He feared that when their allies received this news, their first thought wouldn't be to send troops for support, but rather to turn around and swallow all the soldiers of Blue Sky Heavy Industries first. Indeed, in the city center, the top 10 powers were still engaged in a war of merger against other small and medium-sized forces. However, for Blue Sky Heavy Industries, the moment this building, which symbolized their authority, was captured, the war had already ended. The top 10 powers, although nominally just a collective term for a group of forces, actually represented these forces' domination over the resources of City L. Just like Blue Sky Heavy Industries controlled the water supply plant and military factories, Shugong Group controlled the talent market and arms factories, and the Namling Mercenary Group had the most awakened individuals. The Bin Hai Group controlled the power plant. Their essence was absolute control over certain resources. Once these were lost, even if you still had troops, you had essentially lost the title of one of the top 10 powers. These damn bastards. Song Liang felt a surge of anger in his heart. Through the observation port, he glanced at the headquarters building full of bullet holes, and a hint of madness slowly appeared in his eyes. Let's blow it up. Chapter 45. armor-piercing shells. Load up. The three soldiers on the tank looked at him in shock. What? Can't bear it? A shadow of gloom appeared on Song Liang's face as he coldly said, "Are you reluctant to part with the headquarters of Blue Sky Heavy Industries or those women in the basement?" The armored vehicle, dragging the towed howitzer, finally reached the attack position. When a huge barrel of the howitzer was unloaded from the armored vehicle, Old Lee and the soldiers were momentarily stunned. "Captain, how do you operate this thing?" How would I know? Jiang Hao's guard squad is mostly composed of miners. If anyone had this skill back then, who would still endure the hardships of working in the mines, they would have long been in the army. "My lord, we don't know how to use this thing at all." Jiang Hao's mouth twitched. "How would I know?" Ding. Detected 122 millimeters howitzer. "Do you want to load this weapon module?" In the private communication channel, Xuanwu's heavenly voice sounded. "Load it." A bulldog rushed out from the battlefield and came in front of the howitzer, its electronic eyes flashing with green light. Scanning program in progress. The characteristic electronic synthesized voice of the bulldog echoed. Everyone curiously examined this mechanical dog. Does Xuanwu have functions? They originally thought Xuanwu was just an intelligent auxiliary system built into the combat system, but it turned out this guy was smarter than anyone had imagined. Scanning complete. Searching the database. Found similar weapon module. Similarity 99 loading. Soon, the data was fully loaded, and the light in the bulldog's electronic eyes dimmed. Please complete the weapon operation as prompted. After a while, the bulldog's voice sounded again, and according to the bulldog's prompts, Old Lee and several other soldiers quickly adjusted angles and loaded ammunition. The barrel of the howitzer was raised high, and with a tiger-like roar, the shell was accurately launched, and a strong shockwave instantly rushed out, spreading rapidly on the ground. The shell traced a standard parabolic path in the air before accurately striking the tank under the influence of gravity. Boom! Accompanied by intense fire and explosions. Waves of air spread out from the tank, and the howitzer's powerful shock caused the tank to tremble continuously. Following that, a sharp explosion sound quickly spread, causing the remnants of glass in the windows to shatter in an instant. This time, the shrapnel round hit the side armor of the tank, leaving a terrifying scar on the tank's surface. However, although the scar left by the shrapnel round looked frightening, it was actually completely inadequate against a main battle tank like the TP-9A in terms of armor penetration. At this moment, Song Liang was already soaked in sweat. Although this attack caused little damage to the tank, the psychological pressure made the soldiers inside the tank nearly mentally collapse. When the shelling came, he felt as if the world was turning upside down, and the vehicle shook violently, making eerie noises. Aim at the turret. As a seasoned military enthusiast, Jiang Hao naturally knew where the main battle tank's weaknesses lay. In fact, for any tank, the turret was always the weakest point in its defense. Data is being corrected. Muzzle adjusted by 0.01, predicting lead. Xuanwu's voice was transmitted through the bulldog. After suffering the first round of attack, Song Liang decisively chose to admit defeat. Fortunately, the tank could still function normally, with the diesel engine spewing out large amounts of black smoke, slowly moving the tank's massive body. Bang! Another cannon sound rang out, and even through the thick steel plates, Song Liang still heard the terrifying sound produced when a howitzer fired, a sound that haunted him like a death knell. Full speed reverse, Song Liang shouted, but before his voice could fully spread from his throat, the second shrapnel round accurately struck down. This time, the shrapnel round hit the turret of the TP-9A tank. The powerful impact instantly distorted and deformed the shell, and the next moment, the plastic explosive inside the shell was detonated, creating a strong shockwave on a steel plate the size of a piece of paper and quickly transmitting through the armor to the tank's interior. Although the tank's exterior was not damaged, inside the tank, pieces of the wall began to peel off like plaster, causing the internal walls of the tank to shatter into dozens or even hundreds of fragments. The next moment, the terrifying jump effect occurred in the cramped space inside the tank, with countless shattered fragments bouncing around like bullets, easily penetrating human bodies and damaging the tank's internal facilities. After enduring the direct hit from the shrapnel round on the turret's top, although the tank's overall structure still appeared intact from the outside, It had long since lost any signs of life inside. With the fall of the TP-9A tank, the headquarters of Azure Blue Heavy Industries was essentially under Jiang Hao's control. Lock these people up first. Glancing at the captured prisoners being escorted, Jiang Hao shifted his gaze back to the system panel. In this battle, he had lost 1 hyena-wheeled armored vehicle, 5 soldiers, and 29 bulldogs, most of which were caused by that TP-9A tank. How do you plan to distribute Azure Blue Heavy Industries assets? Xing Tian walked over, carrying a prisoner. As a business elite, she was clearly very interested in such matters. Are you talking about these? Jiang Hao pointed to the headquarters building that had already been battered beyond recognition by artillery fire. It had lost its former glory, and perhaps it would never regain it. Do you think there is anything of value left here? Intelligence, the trading partners of Blue Ocean Heavy Industries, their financial transactions, etc. In short, as long as this building hasn't been burned down, everything here has intelligence value. Xing Tian raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. All right, you're the expert on this. Jiang Hao was only interested in the 2 core assets of the Weilong Group. Everything else was no different from waste paper in his eyes. As for those 2 industries, Jiang Hao was ready to send someone over to take them now. He notified everyone that they would head to the next target in 10 minutes. They needed to hurry up. As he spoke, Jiang Hao noticed Xiao Su standing at the door. After this battle, the wounds on Xiao Su's body had reopened, and blood had begun to seep through the bandages, spreading around him. What is wrong? Xiao Su's lips moved, but his throat seemed blocked, making it hard for him to speak. He extended a trembling finger toward a certain spot in the hall, and then slowly walked into the hall. Chapter 46. Darkness. The direction Xiao Su pointed to was a stairwell leading to the basement. Just as Xiao Su was walking over, soldiers responsible for searching and clearing the area had come up from the stairs. Both looked unwell, and one of them was being supported, who suddenly vomited at the stairway. Sir, you shouldn't go in there. The other soldier's face was somewhat pale. Upon seeing Jiang Hao and Xiao Su approaching, he straightened up and saluted. Don't go down. Jiang Hao grabbed Xing Tian, who was closely following behind. Xing Tian was slightly taken aback, her brows furrowing for a moment before she slowly relaxed. This place is... She bit her lip, ultimately not voicing those words. Taking a deep breath, as if making a certain resolution, she said, Let me go down. We must face what needs to be faced. Jiang Hao relaxed his expression, reached out to touch Yan's head beside him, and then stepped down. The environment in the basement was noticeably much more humid than upstairs, with the air mixed with a bloody and viscous sour smell. At the end of the staircase was a straight corridor, with PVC boards dividing it into individual rooms on both sides. Dim incandescent lights flickered constantly, illuminating the scenes inside the rooms through the observation ports on the doors. Through the observation ports, the interior of the rooms was fully visible. Although it had only been a little over a month since the apocalypse began, no one had ever imagined that the degradation of human nature could happen so quickly and so viciously. Inside the rooms were women who looked like walking corpses. Filth and bloodstains became their only smoky makeup. Some rooms contained only 1 person, while others held 3, 4, or even 5. The sole criterion for determining whether they were assigned to single rooms or shared rooms was their appearance. Rather than being tools, these people were more like commodities. At the entrances of these rooms, labels were posted with clear prices. Some items were a cup of level 2 drinking water, while others were a meal to fill the stomach, and the commodities for trade were naturally their bodies. The apocalypse laid bare the obliteration of humanity, without any embellishment. These people lay numbly on the ground, and what could be called beds were merely elevated platforms made of a wooden board and a tattered sheet. Their naked bodies weakly sprawled on the boards. If it weren't for the rising and falling of their chests, Jiang Hao couldn't determine whether these people were alive or dead. They still bore white stains and shocking bruises on their bodies. In this world, even washing oneself was a luxury. Moreover, in these women's rooms, various obscene words were carved everywhere, and the floor was littered with torture devices that countless people had used, carelessly discarded on the cold ground. It was hard to imagine how these people had survived until now. This was the reality of the apocalypse, where everyone struggled to live and tried their best to be human. Xing Tian could no longer bear to look. She had unknowingly grabbed Jiang Hao's arm. As if holding onto some pillar, refusing to let go. A heart-wrenching roar echoed throughout the basement as Xiao Su frantically looked into each room through the observation ports. Although he had already guessed the outcome, Jiang Hao's heart remained unsettled. He watched his former brother covered in blood, witnessing his frenzied shouting and roaring. Yet, despite this hoarse and desperate outcry, the women locked inside the rooms remained indifferent. They had become completely numb, or perhaps they had all once screamed in despair when they first experienced such things. At the entrance of the last room, Xiao Su stopped. He suddenly leaned against the observation port, peering inside, and caught sight of the woman he had been longing for, whom he was obsessed with. Then he suddenly slumped down, his body sliding slowly to the ground against the iron door. Xiao Su opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He desperately clutched his chest, tears streaming silently down his face. Jiang Hao walked over, and through the observation hole, he saw the woman curled up in the corner. She was huddled in the corner like a little cat, with her hair falling down and obscuring her face. Jiang Hao didn't know how Xiao Su managed to identify the person inside. Perhaps this is what they call intuition between couples. Bang! At that moment, a woman outside suddenly rushed over, banging on the door like a madwoman. A fierce, beast-like gaze pierced through the peephole, and her once fair face had long lost its innocence. The twisted look in her eyes revealed anger and fear, and her face was smeared with dirt and white stains, almost ruining her delicate features. Jiang Hao suddenly froze at the door. This woman was indeed Xiao Su's college girlfriend, Lin Jie, Xiao Su's girlfriend at L University. Although they did not attend the same university, L University and the Polytechnic University where Xiao Su studied were just a wall apart. Usually after class, they would often stroll through the tree-lined paths of the university like other couples, enjoying the leisurely college life. Hurry up, once you find a girlfriend. The four of us will go on a spontaneous trip. Lin Jie giggled, looking at Xiao Su with a shy smile, her face quickly flushing with embarrassment. She was beautiful. At that time, Lin Jie was considered a famous beauty at L University. Jiang Hao couldn't bear to watch any longer. He patted Xiao Su's shoulder, but didn't know what to say. Just stay with her. After a long while, Jiang Hao finally spoke and slowly stepped out of the basement. He let out a long sigh, but the gloom in his heart was hard to dispel. At the entrance of the hall, Shen Bingyan was leaning against the shattered door, gagging. Jiang Hao walked over and gently patted her back. How did you know what was happening inside? After a while, Shen Bingyan finally regained her composure. But her first question was about her confusion. One could only say, isn't this typical of Shen Bingyan? I never mind using the worst assumptions to gauge human nature. Jiang Hao said, you underestimated the speed at which human nature can degrade in such an environment. Lord, how should we handle those people inside? Old Li led two soldiers over, his face slightly flushed, clearly having been in the basement for a while. We'll wait until the war is over to release them. As for where they go afterward, it's up to their own choices. Right now, releasing these people poses too many variables. During the war, we still need to be cautious. Jiang Hao let out a long breath and asked again, have the soldiers rested well? Upon hearing this, Old Li immediately stood up straight, saluted Jiang Hao, and said loudly, my lord, the Lord's Guard has completed the rest with a total of 22 members, ready to respond to your call at any time. Pass the order down. Jiang Hao hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly stopped. In his mind, the notification sound from the Starry River rang out, regarding the situation in the Fengkewu territory. Chapter 47, The Dawn of Heavy Firepower. However, there was another piece of news that caught Jiang Hao off guard. Li Chang's side had already ordered 100 bulldogs from the Fengkewu territory, and their convoy carrying raw materials had also arrived at the Fengkewu territory. Sun Cheng had already started reallocating production capacity for manufacturing. 100 dogs? Jiang Hao smacked his lips. This was neither too much nor too little of an order. It was not like the enormous orders from the 5th District that could support the consumption of a major war, nor was it a small order that failed to pique interest. In short, this order was just right, neither raising Jiang Hao's alertness nor diminishing his interest in taking it. However, one thing is certain. This moderately small-scale order is somewhat too small for Li Changhe and the forces behind him. Is it because they do not have confidence in the future development of technological weapons? Jiang Hao frowned. In the late apocalypse, The vast majority of factions held this view. After all, with the rapid evolution of organisms and the enhancement of Awakeners' powers, humanity in the apocalypse had increasingly focused its energy on improving their own strength. In a late apocalypse, a casual skirmish could change the surrounding terrain. A single punch from a martial saint could shatter mountains. And the atomic breath of a seventh-tier mutant beast could create deep chasms. In the face of such levels of attack, modern weaponry could no longer keep up with the pace of martial evolution. Jiang Hao had always been wary of Li Chang'e. Whether it was due to his reputation from his previous life or his insightful remarks in this life, which compelled Jiang Hao to be fully alert. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside these thoughts. Fortunately, there was good news from the Star River. The resources to upgrade the territory by one level had finally been gathered. Heavenly Father, Earth, could my fear of insufficient firepower finally be alleviated? Jiang Hao stood there in a daze, his heart already surging with waves. Recalling the fear he had just felt when confronted by that TP-9A tank, Jiang Hao finally sensed a glimmer of hope in his dark future. Although it was still unclear what new units would emerge after the territory upgrade, considering equipment like the hyena-wheeled armored vehicle. The probability of a level 1 territory yielding heavy firepower weapons was almost a certainty. Upgrade the territory, starting the upgrade process. Remaining time, 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. All right, let's go. After seeing the territory upgrade progress bar, Jiang Hao felt elated, his tone significantly higher than usual. New shore building. This was the most intense battleground, where the rebel forces, composed of smaller factions, used the new shore building as their central base to contend with the 10 major powers. In an area covering 4 city blocks, nearly 10,000 soldiers and various weapons were entrenched. The explosions of howitzers sent flying shards of rebar and debris, causing splash damage. Within just one round of shelling, the once prosperous streets no longer resembled their former glory. As machine guns swept through, they penetrated abandoned vehicles, turning soldiers hiding behind cover into pools of blood. Corpses littered the ground, staining it crimson, while crates of ammunition were carelessly discharged between buildings. The streets had been heavily fortified with barbed wire long before the war began, and abandoned vehicles were everywhere. Street signs became perfect spots for landmines. Here, every step forward came at the cost of lives, and everywhere one could hear the heart-wrenching wails. This was truly a meat grinder. Did you hear that? A soldier from smaller faction said to his companion. The dense sounds of gunfire masked the hidden dangers. The soldier took out a mirror and slowly peered out from behind cover. The cracked mirror reflected a scene of devastation on the street, at the end of the road. A camouflaged tank was slowly approaching. Damn, it's a tank. The soldier's face turned pale as he clearly saw through the mirror that the tank's cannon was aimed directly ahead. Boom! The heart-stopping roar of the shell echoed down the street again. The massive shell exploding almost instantly ahead, with dense shrapnel spraying out from the center of the blast, instantly severing a nearby streetlight that was barely hanging on. The terrifying shards became the deadliest weapons propelled by the explosives, tearing everything apart in their path. Even the exposed walls were not spared. Moments after the explosion, a cloud of blood mist suddenly erupted from behind a pile of rubble. The soldier hiding behind cover didn't even have time to scream before a shard came flying and severed half of his head. Not bad. The tank commander smiled as he observed the scene. Keep using high-explosive shells and blow those rats hiding behind cover out. Where are the anti-tank mines? What are those guys doing? Didn't we say there were anti-tank mines buried here? Why hasn't there been any movement? Just as a soldier poked his head out from behind cover, he was instantly shot in the head by a sweeping machine gun. At that moment, less than a kilometer away from the new shore building, the front command post of Blue Star Heavy Industries was located here. Report. Team 3 of the 2nd Street has lost communication, suspected to have been attacked by enemy bounty teams. Report. Team 1 is progressing smoothly, currently entering the designated area as planned, and will immediately launch an attack on the target after resting. As the frontline leader of Blue Star Heavy Industries, all frontline intelligence was gathered at Wei Chang's location. How is the attack on the other factions going? Shugong Group has advanced to within 100 meters of a new shore building and is currently facing fierce resistance from the enemy. However, their TP-9A tank has already moved in. If there is no support from anti-tank weapons, they are expected to breach the enemy's defenses in 10 minutes. At this moment, Wei Chong was still unaware that their base had already been taken, and he was contemplating how to distribute the spoils after unifying El City. Just then, a soldier rushed in, and upon seeing him, Wei Chong's expression froze. Chapter 48, Blood and Fire. As one of the few remaining personnel at headquarters, Wei Chong had some impression of this soldier. However, his sudden appearance at the front line made Wei Chong feel uneasy. Sure enough, the news brought by the soldier quickly confirmed his gut feeling. The base of Blue Star Heavy Industries has been taken. Wei Chong's first reaction was that there was a traitor. He immediately cast a suspicious glance at their so-called allies. At such a critical moment, if it wasn't for someone on their side leaking information, what other possibilities could there be? He even suspected whether these so-called allies might have directly acted against them. There was no hope for his brother Wei Qingchun. With the base taken, he feared his brother had already met his end. Now, the problem facing Wei Chong was what to do with this group of people. Retreat? The current situation was that their troops had already engaged in combat with the enemy. If they rashly ordered a retreat without considering whether the enemy would press forward, the two major factions near Blue Star Heavy Industries would undoubtedly launch an attack upon discovering their movements, resulting in their quicker demise. As the first hexagonal crystal fell from the sky, snow began to flutter down. A soldier in the trench reached out to catch a falling snowflake, which melted in his palm almost instantly. It's snowing? The soldier was stunned. As a resident of El City, he recalled that it hadn't snowed in decades. However, in the current Blue Star, with even the apocalypse happening, what was there to be astonished about snow? Not far away, a tracer round with a long tail streaked up from a pile of rubble. That was the signal to attack. A tank emblazoned with the Shugong Group logo turned the corner of the street, followed by a group of fully armed soldiers. These soldiers were clearly the elite forces of Shugong Group, equipped with military bulletproof vests, helmets, and even night vision goggles. None missing. They advanced quickly in tactical formation, using the tall tank as their perfect cover. Bullets shimmered with orange-red light onto the night, pinging off the tank like ineffective scratching, relying on its thick armor. The tank didn't even fire, directly pushing through the enemy position, which was instantly torn apart. Just then, from a high ground at the new shore building, an anti-tank missile with a fiery red trail flew over. At such a close distance, the tank had no time to react. Boom! Flames erupted, illuminating the surrounding streets. Bullseye! Just as the soldier carrying the RPG was about to cheer, he suddenly noticed that the tank was moving again. The anti-tank missile only hit the reactive armor on the left front of the tank. After withstanding the attack of an anti-tank missile, a section of the reactive armor was dented, while the other areas remained completely intact. Boom! The distinct, thunderous sound of the tank echoed through the entire block once again. The spot hit by the tank shell looked as if a chunk had been taken out, with exposed rebar still radiating the residual heat from the recent explosion. As for that soldier, he had long been vaporized by the intense heat generated by the blast. What chilled the soldiers even more were the elite troops hidden behind the tank. Not good. Their target is the trench. A soldier who looked like an officer from the resistance shouted, but it was already too late. The tank's assault successfully diverted the attention of these soldiers and bought enough time for their own troops to deploy. After the tank's attack ended, the elite troops of Shugong Group had successfully breached into the building closest to the new shore tower. Below this building was the trench that these small faction soldiers had worked hard to dig. Bang! Fragmentation grenades fell like raindrops, breaking through the glass, and even more cruelly. To prevent the enemies in the trench from having time to evade, these fragmentation grenades were thrown with a delay mechanism, resulting in almost instantaneous explosions as they landed in the trench. The continuous explosions echoed, accompanied by the heart-wrenching screams of soldiers, turning the once strong trench into a blood-soaked hell. Almost simultaneously with the grenade throws, the Shugong Group's tank had already rolled over the barbed wire, charging towards a trench filled with despair and wails. The sturdy tracks crossed a trench that was about a meter wide, and the machine gunner inside the tank had already poked his head out, continuously adjusting his shooting angle on the high-speed moving tank, with his aim set on the new shore tower in front of him. At the same time, The Shugong Group soldiers who had occupied the building had also set up machine guns, extending the gun barrels through the glass, creating crossfire with the advancing tank below, suppressing the soldiers inside the new shore tower. This coordinated combat system of infantry and tanks had been trained by Shugong Group for a long time, and facing troops that had hardly received any formal training, victory was almost just a matter of time. Boom! Just then, an unexpected explosion suddenly erupted, and the tank that had been charging towards the new shore tower was lifted off the ground by the terrifying force of the explosion. The heavy tank, weighing over 50 tons, was thrown into the air, and intense flames continuously erupted from the tank's hatch, turning it into scrap metal in an instant. Damn! It's an anti-tank mine. Through the binoculars, Su Dingbang witnessed everything happening at the front line. On the battlefield, there are always a few lucky ones who can escape the judgment of death, only to crawl out from the pile of corpses at some moment. The battlefield is always a gamble filled with unknowns, as you can never predict what will happen next. Due to a momentary oversight, Shugong Group lost their only tank. Cheetah Squad, send a few people to finish off in the trench. There are still survivors. Understood. Su Dingbang's expression darkened. He no longer hoped that the fragmentation grenades would kill the enemy. After all, the enemy had already escaped one attack from the fragmentation grenades, and no one wanted any more accidents to happen at this time. Chapter 49. The night's killing intent after a breach was torn in the defensive line outside the new shore tower. Shugong Group's armored vehicles and soldiers immediately pressed forward. To achieve victory in this battle, the 10 major factions represented by Shugong Group had wagered all their assets, all heavy firepower weapons, and elite troops on this small battlefield no larger than a palm. They were determined to win this battle. Tat tat tat. 3 tracer rounds shattered the glass of the new shore tower, trailing arcs of light in the air, illuminating the snow-covered sky. On the chaotic ground, 4 or 5 armored vehicles trampled over the original defensive line, slowly advancing under the artillery fire above. The armored vehicles of the 10 major factions were all equipped from the pre-apocalypse military stock, and the rumbling sound of their tracks crushed the still unblemished ground. Unlike the wheeled armored vehicles of the Phoenix Nest territory, the tracked armored vehicles had inherent advantages in terms of passing ability and traction. However, in terms of speed, tracked armored vehicles were far slower than wheeled ones. But ordinary 7.62mm rifle bullets could not penetrate the armor of the armored vehicles. And the soldiers of Shugong Group were steadily advancing behind the tank. Having lost the obstruction of the frontline positions, the Resistance's RPGs seemed to have fallen silent. In the nearly 100-meter-long open space in front of the new shore tower, Shugong Group advanced as if in an uninhabited land, apart from sporadic rifle bullets. They faced no heavy fire resistance. Was this giving up the fight? Looking at the sporadic firepower on the war front, Su Dingbang was puzzled. Why didn't the Resistance use that open space to counterattack, given that their forces hadn't suffered substantial losses? In Su Dingbang's expectations, the open space in front of the new shore tower was supposed to become a true meat grinder. He and the other faction leaders had prepared for a fierce battle on the open ground, but he never expected the situation to develop so smoothly. Although puzzled, Su Dingbang would not miss such a good opportunity. The battlefield changes rapidly, and after issuing the order to advance at full speed towards the new shore tower, Su Dingbang climbed onto an armored vehicle and pushed towards the front line. Just as the soldiers of Shugong Group crossed that defensive line, other factions like the Nanling Mercenary Corps and Binhai Group also broke through the Resistance's defenses and charged towards the new shore tower. At this moment, Wei Chong finally made the final decision, rushing forward with the remaining soldiers at the moment the line was breached. In fact, when one point of the line was broken, it already signified the collapse of the entire defensive line. Once a chair loses one leg, toppling is inevitable. After breaking through that line, the soldiers of the 10 major factions almost effortlessly entered the new shore tower. As one of the most famous commercial complexes in L City, the new shore tower was well equipped, and due to its height, the ground floor walls were specially thickened, making it the last defensive stronghold for the Resistance after the Civil War erupted. The entire building was dark, with sporadic flashes from outside briefly illuminating the interior, allowing thousands of soldiers to pour in from all directions of the new shore tower. Safe. Safe. No abnormalities detected here. Soon, voices came through the intercom, and the eerie silence inside the entire building was interrupted by two tracer rounds launched outside, briefly illuminating the first floor of the new shore tower for all to see. The once bustling first-floor cosmetics section, after experiencing the devastation of the apocalypse, was now devoid of the dazzling array of products. And even the counters that should have been abandoned there had disappeared. The entire hall was empty, like a haunted house, desolate and silent. Wait, Su Dingbang's face suddenly changed. Where are the counters in the hall? Su Dingbang had often visited the new shore tower before the apocalypse, and in his memory, the first floor should have not only the dazzling cosmetics, but also those various counters used to display them. But now all these things were gone. If it's normal for cosmetics to go missing, then what about the counters? What use is it for those people to take away the counters? Are they trying to start a fire? Su Dingbang glanced out at the swirling snow outside and muttered. But just at that moment, the rebels acted to reveal to Su Dingbang the reason the counters had disappeared. In the quiet hall, a pin dropping could be heard, and then all the soldiers heard the sound of clattering, followed by the noise of objects falling and rolling on the ground. The unfortunate thing was that the tracer round's fuel happened to run out at that moment, plunging the entire hall back into darkness. It's a grenade, someone shouted, but soon, that voice was completely drowned out by the continuous explosions. Grenades were thrown down from above, exploding upon impact and sending hundreds of steel balls flying in the densely populated hall. The sounds of blood mingling with bone fractures echoed incessantly. Some grenades exploded before they even hit the ground, with their detonation height matching that of the people around, causing tens of grenades filled with nearly 10,000 steel balls to fill the hall. The severity of the carnage is unimaginable, without any covering to cushion the impact. The destructive power of the grenades reached its maximum effect. In just a breath, large numbers of soldiers fell, blood flowing down the corridor, quickly merging with the surrounding snow. Damn it, where's the cheetah squad? Charge in. Su Dingbang's ears buzzed, feeling as if the whole world was shaking. The cheetah squad from Su Corporation was composed entirely of awakened ones, equipped with full tactical gear. Protected by bulletproof vests, these elite soldiers suffered minimal losses. And some of the ability users had already reacted during the explosions, creating barriers or using other abilities to provide a survival space for the surrounding soldiers. However, despite this, just this one round of attack had caused the 10 major forces to lose hundreds of men. Withdraw. We need to get out first. After losing heavy fire support, although the coalition, led by the 10 major forces, still had a numerical advantage, their greatest reliance on heavy fire support had become ineffective here. In this situation, a more cautious approach was necessary. Boom! At that moment, heavy iron doors suddenly slammed down at the entrance of the new coast building, completely sealing off the surrounding entrances. Immediately, steel cables descended from above, and in an instant, hundreds of figures slid down the cables under the cover of night. In the silent stillness, the chilling flashes of blades and weapons were concealed. At this moment, there was no noise of gunfire, no scent of gunpowder, only the lives being harvested in the wake of glimmering blades. It was the awakened ones of the rebels. Some soldiers shouted in the hall, but this was clearly a wrong decision. Their voices successfully exposed their positions, and in the next moment, their voices were choked off. The awakened ones descending from above, taking advantage of the night as cover, were madly harvesting lives around them, without even needing to distinguish where the enemies were. Because at the moment they landed, everyone around them was an enemy. Chapter 50. Missing missiles. This was a feast belonging solely to cold weapons. In close combat, hot weapons became as silent as a beast stripped of its fangs, especially in such a densely populated and narrow area. Shooting recklessly could not determine whether the bullets hit enemies or allies. In this environment, the coalition of the 10 major forces, which had the numerical advantage, became the weaker side, while the hundreds of rebels sliding down from above could slaughter freely. The coalition, which originally had a heavy firepower advantage, could not exert its firepower in this situation. Armored vehicles and TP-9A tanks were now gathering dust in the snow, completely powerless against what was happening inside the building. The rebel awakened troops were hastily assembled from bounty hunters. Although this kind of team had no discipline, no one was better at killing and looting than them. Most crucially, Although the overall strength of the rebels and the coalition were not on the same level, in terms of the number of awakened ones, the rebels could match the coalition. Thankfully, just as the slaughter began, a tracer round shot up again. And then the elite teams of the coalition, led by the Cheetah Squad, swiftly pounced on the surrounding enemies. Others, get upstairs. Su Dingbang, surrounded by guards, had reached the stairway. The leaders of other factions were remotely commanding from the command center, but he impulsively charged in, thus becoming the highest commander of the coalition here. After hearing the order, the non-awakened soldiers quickly gathered around Su Dingbang. At that moment, gunfire erupted again from the upper floors, targeting Su Dingbang's position. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down, and clouds of blood mist exploded again. Boss, go up first. As he spoke, one of the guards had already placed his helmet on Su Dingbang's head. However, the guard's shout became his last words. In the next moment, a bullet entered the back of his head, instantly piercing through his brain. Yellowish-white matter bursting out and obscuring Su Dingbang's view. Su Dingbang was momentarily stunned. He had seen life and death before, but regretted why he hadn't noticed this simple trap earlier. His gaze turned towards the iron doors. Just outside these doors, dozens of armored vehicles were parked, and he had once flattened countless factions standing atop these vehicles. He believed the outcome would be the same this time as well. But now everything had ended. The armored vehicles parked outside could not provide fire support for the Allies inside the building, only firing tracer rounds one by one from outside. Wrapped by a group of guards, Su Dingbang finally escaped to the second floor. At that moment, chaos suddenly erupted downstairs, like a desperate counterattack from a dying boss. The sounds from downstairs turned chaotic in an instant, with crackling electrical sounds on the communication channel, and unwilling roars from soldiers came through the channel. Boss, hurry! The Azure Heavy Industry has defected. The voice came from the Cheetah Squad, and in the next moment the soldier's walkie-talkie, along with his head, was cut off. Su Dingbang's body instantly turned cold, trembling slightly as he looked downstairs. It was a chaotic scene, heads fighting in a mass, unable to distinguish which faction was which. But soon, Su Dingbang confirmed the soldier's claim before his death. After dealing with the nearby enemies, the soldiers from Azure Heavy Industry, led by Wei Chong, picked up their rifles and ascended the stairs, heading straight for Su Dingbang's position. At that moment, Wei Chong finally seized the opportunity to turn the blade against his former comrades. Keep going upstairs. Glancing down the corridor on the second floor, Su Dingbang quickly made a decision. Just as he stepped onto the stairs leading to the third floor, an explosion sounded behind him. Several steel balls whizzed past Su Dingbang's ears, embedding deeply into the wall like bullets. Although he had guessed what was happening, he still looked downstairs. Wei Chong's body had swelled noticeably, but his speed was unaffected, moving like a ghost among the soldiers. With every step he took resulting in a soldier's head rolling to the ground. This is why in this war, the person leading the team from Azure Heavy Industries is Wei Chong. Ability, Shadow Assassin. Su Dingbang didn't dare to stay. The moment he stepped onto the third floor, the entire building fell into darkness again. In that instant, Su Dingbang activated his ability. It had been a long time since he felt this way. Ever since taking this position, he had almost forgotten that he was an awakened ability user. His ability is called Enhancement, which allows him to enhance any part or organ of his body. At this moment, in the darkness, he activated his enhancement ability, and the part he enhanced was his eyes. At this moment, he gained night vision. Instantly, everything around him came into view. At this time, the battle on the second floor had subsided. Although the elite team led by Wei Chong consisted of awakened users, they were facing over 3,000 armed soldiers. And under the suppression of firepower, this team temporarily retreated. A narrow corridor could be completely blocked by just 2 or 3 soldiers, but at this moment, Su Dingbang could not easily disperse his forces to scout the situation on the third floor, as that would only increase the risk of being picked off one by one. It should be noted that, as a commercial complex, there could not be just one staircase. Now, the only opportunity was to go up, continuously moving upwards. Even though everyone understood that at some level above, the rebels were waiting for them. At this time, the gunfire downstairs had gradually subsided, and the voice of the Cheetah team could no longer be heard on the communication channel. The faces of the other forces' leaders were grim. suggesting that their situation was likely similar. Everyone turned their gaze to Su Dingbang, waiting for his final answer. Old Liang, take action. Destroy this building with that damned missile. Do you think I don't want to? Damn it. I've lost communication with the base over there. The sound of Liang Xingwu's curses came through the communication channel. In fact, he had already called for missile support from the Deepwater International Headquarters half an hour ago. But until now, the base had remained silent. Lost contact? Su Dingbang was stunned. Although Su Group and Deepwater International were not on good terms, Liang Xingwu had no reason to lie to him about such matters. After all, from Su Dingbang's perspective, he would be more than willing to help Liang Xingwu at this moment. Suddenly, Su Dingbang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He thought of a possibility. Soon, Jiang Hao's kind face appeared before Su Dingbang. Chapter 51. Hope. When that missile launcher was driven out of the Deepwater International warehouse by Old Li, Jiang Hao was in a daze. Seeing the massive device on the launcher, over 8 meters long, his mood could hardly be described as shocked. CJ-10, where did Deepwater International get this thing? Swallowing hard, Jiang Hao felt his throat dry up. The CJ-10 launcher was a triple launch system, capable of carrying 3 CJ-10 cruise missiles. However, in front of Jiang Hao, 2 of the missile compartment lids were already open and the missiles inside were long gone. Fortunately, one missile compartment remained intact, and the missile was quietly lying inside, exuding an enticing metallic sheen. Jiang Hao was familiar with the process and called over a bulldog. After scanning, he obtained the user manual for the launch vehicle. Following the voice prompt from Xuanwu, he activated the launch vehicle and entered the missile launch program. All displays showed normal, and the missile entered a standby state for launch. Wow, this thing can still be used. This must be the biggest gain from capturing so many headquarters. Lord, we have detected a communication signal from the direction of the New Shore building. The other party is requesting us to use missiles to destroy the New Shore building. A soldier ran over, saluted Jiang Hao, and said. Jiang Hao's eyelids slightly lifted, and as he gazed into the distance, a thought-provoking smile appeared in his eyes. It seemed that the coalition forces were in trouble. From Blue Heavy Industries? The leader of the Awakener Corps of the rebels, Su Rong, cast a sidelong glance at Wei Chong. After discovering that the people from Blue Heavy Industries were turning their blades against the coalition forces, they no longer engaged with these individuals. Let's cooperate. Wei Chong got straight to the point. Su Dingbang and the coalition members are up there. If we take him down together, the 10 major powers will become history. Cooperate? Su Rong scoffed, showing a look of disdain. Why should I trust you? You have no choice. Wei Chong spread his hands. Do you know how many people Su Dingbang has left? At least 3,000. And how about you? After a few days of war, your losses must be considerable. That's not our fault. A man who looked like a captain next to Su Rong suddenly lashed out, exuding a chilling aura and preparing to attack Wei Chong. Hee. Think carefully about the consequences before you act. Wei Chong chuckled, directly ignoring the captain's hostility and turning his gaze back to Su Rong. So, what's your answer? Our interests don't conflict right now. Based on this, I must remind you to make a decision quickly. If you wait too long, we might disappear along with this building. Do you know what a missile is? It might be targeting us as we speak. Su Rong was momentarily stunned, although he knew that the coalition forces still had hidden cards. He didn't expect that their hidden card would be something like missiles. He carefully observed Wei Chong's expression, and after a moment, he finally spoke. All right, we will cooperate. The situation that made Su Dingbang most uneasy had finally appeared. He saw everything from the 3rd floor. After reaching some agreements, the people from Blue Heavy Industries and the rebels quickly moved towards his location. Even more despairing for Su Dingbang was that after the 2 Awakener forces merged, the number of Rebels Awakener Corps had now exceeded 400. Is there a landing position? The soldier responsible for terrain reconnaissance had completed the scouting of the 3rd floor. Yes, but... The scout hesitated, and before he finished speaking, Su Dingbang already understood his meaning. A hurried sound of footsteps came from above the stairs. There were many people, and the footsteps were heavy. It's the regular troops of the rebels. Su Dingbang's face instantly darkened. We don't have time. Everyone, stay close to me. Su Dingbang steeled his heart and became ruthless at this moment. He split off a squad to intercept the incoming Awakener army, buying enough time for the main force. The remaining soldiers were divided into 3 groups and charged up the stairs from 3 different routes. The narrow corridor was filled with the sound of running feet, and as they continued to climb, the distance between the 2 teams grew closer. Thud! The sound of objects rolling to the ground was clearly audible. After experiencing the rain of grenades downstairs, everyone was extremely sensitive to this. At the moment they heard the sound, the crowd quickly took evasive action, and a loud explosion followed, turning the entire corridor into a beehive filled with flying steel balls. However, just as the first wave of explosions subsided, the second and third grenades were thrown down. Damn it, they are stalling for time. Hiding behind cover, Su Dingbang could no longer be oblivious to their intentions. At this moment, the troop station on the 3rd floor had already engaged in a firefight with the Awakener Corps, gunfire erupting continuously. Although the Awakener Corps did not have a numerical advantage, they relied on their superior individual combat abilities to exert tremendous pressure on the intercepting troops. After just 5 minutes of gunfire, the soldiers responsible for the interception began to withdraw to the 4th floor, where they had built defensive fortifications. Fortunately, Su Dingbang was not completely without options in this situation. At this moment, a highly skilled squad had pried open the elevator shaft on their floor and was climbing up the steel cables. To attract the enemy's attention, Su Dingbang ordered the soldiers to keep firing towards the stairwell, the continuous gunfire masking the sounds coming from the elevator shaft in the narrow and dim environment. When the elevator shaft door was pried open again, the coalition's counterattack officially began. The soldiers emerging from the elevator shaft quickly completed silent sniping of key positions. Once all personnel had reached their designated spots, the flames of war finally spread to the 21st floor where the rebels were located. Tot tot tot. The dense gunfire vented the soldiers' fury while also signaling the long-awaited moment for Su Dingbang and his team to attack. Soldiers huddled in cover jumped out at that moment. The corridor, once filled with the sounds of grenade explosions, was now chaotic above, and the rebel defenses were finally torn apart. For ordinary soldiers, the soldiers of the 10 coalition forces had an inherently higher individual combat quality than the rebels. After breaking through the defense line, the rebels quickly showed signs of collapse. Many soldiers who had just poked their heads out of cover were shot through the head by incoming bullets. Under the dense firepower net, soldiers from both sides continued to fall. Once all hidden cards were revealed, the war had transformed into a deadly fight to the finish. For the rebel troops, they viewed the support of the Awakener Corps as their ultimate victory, while for the coalition, they needed to eliminate this wave of enemies before the Awakener forces arrived to have a glimmer of hope. Both sides bet everything on these objectives. Chapter 52. I heard you're in trouble? As the last soldier responsible for intercepting the Awakener Corps fell in a pool of blood, the gunfire on the 21st floor almost simultaneously ceased. Damn! Su Rong spat lightly and pulled the dagger from the enemy's heart. He certainly knew what the sudden halt of the fighting upstairs meant. In fact, before the position upstairs was breached, the rebels had already sent 7 or 8 distress messages through the intercom. Unfortunately, the group responsible for the interception fought valiantly, managing to hold them off for an hour with just over 500 troops. To tear through this unit's defenses, they also suffered over 60 casualties. Less than 1,000 left. In the last communication, the rebels upstairs accurately conveyed this information to Su Rong, giving him a bit of confidence after just experiencing a fierce battle. After all, they only had just over 300 troops available. And if the enemy's combat power was too great, he wouldn't have any good options. Would the coalition really launch missiles? Such things have far more deterrent significance than practical value, right? Su Rong asked. When Wei Chong said this, he pointed at Su Rong and smiled. From now on, El City will no longer have those pesky rebels. Su Rong frowned slightly, although he felt displeased. He knew that what Wei Chong said was probably the closest to the truth. Time was truly running out for him. Glancing at his soldiers after days of fierce fighting, even the Awakeners, who were physically superior to ordinary people, showed signs of fatigue, but they were far from reaching a point where they could rest. The cruise missile overhead hung over Su Rong's nerves like the sword of Damocles, keeping him on high alert. He rubbed his slightly sore calves, and at this moment, his leg muscles were trembling slightly nearing their limit. It was time. With the last ounce of strength, betting on the lives of all the soldiers for a final glimmer of hope, the battle began. As the flames of war reignited within the new shore building, both sides understood that a fight to the death was inevitable. Thus, when the flames were reignited, it had already reached a fever pitch. The soldiers of the Awakener Legion struck first. They were originally bounty hunters, engaged in a blood-tipping industry, and in the continuous fierce battles, their killing instincts were unleashed. The Awakener Legion launched attacks in 3 directions, with the elevator shaft being their primary target, relying on their formidable physical abilities. Some power-type martial arts Awakeners could even leap up a floor without the aid of cables, solely relying on their incredible jumping power. Inside the elevator shaft, visible orange light continuously poured around the shaft, and occasionally a few bullets dragged along the orange glow broke free from the shaft and shot out of the elevator door, taking 1 or 2 unfortunate soldiers with them. Delayed explosion grenades were thrown up from below, instantly unleashing hundreds of steel balls, momentarily halting the Allied forces' firepower. Just then, Wei Chong, who had been waiting for the right moment, stepped out. His body rapidly expanded, and like a ghost, he shot out in this moment of ceasefire. "Follow me, Gulu." The sound of objects rolling echoed again, but this time it wasn't a grenade. A large amount of smoke rose, obscuring everyone's vision. "It's up to you now." Wei Chong patted a soldier next to him on the shoulder. "Don't worry now. This is my home turf." The soldier's voice was hoarse, emitting a strange laugh from his throat. In the next moment, the originally dark eyes suddenly filled with blood. Ability: Heat Sensory Tracking. It allowed the Awakened to gain infrared thermal imaging vision. At the moment the vision was activated, despite the layers of mist, the soldier's ability accurately avoided the heat sources emitted by the smoke grenades. In his eyes, those glowing red figures were his most delicious prey. The hunt began. This soldier was clearly an experienced veteran. After activating his ability, the first thing he did wasn't to take action, but to take off his shoes. Barefoot on the ground, he moved silently as he stealthily approached the nearest enemy. Gulu. Smoke grenades were rethrown after a dozen seconds, and in this enclosed space, the duration of the smoke grenades was extended to the maximum. Every few seconds, an Allied soldier would be beheaded. One Allied soldier hid behind cover when a wave of heat splashed across his face. He was startled and patted his comrade beside him. The next moment, the soldier who had been lively just a second ago bizarrely fell down. Immediately after, a cold dagger was pressed against this soldier's throat. "Something's wrong. Withdraw." Su Dingbang noticed the anomaly in this area. The communication channel was too quiet. Soon, all the soldiers withdrew from inside, and when the last soldier came out, Su Dingbang was horrified to discover that in this brief 2 or 3 minutes, he had already lost 63 soldiers. However, Su Dingbang had no time to ponder everything that had just happened. After the Allied forces retreated from the elevator hall, it meant that the enemy had finally established a solid stronghold on the 21st floor. Soldiers continuously climbed up through the elevator shaft, and even fiercer gunfire surged from the hall. In an instant, large chunks of tiles fell from the walls, accompanied by flying dust, continuously impacting the soldiers' psychological defenses. Their firepower was too fierce. Not only that, but with the support of strong firepower, the abilities of the Awakened Legion also had ample time to be unleashed. In an instant, countless ice spikes, flames, and even toxins surged from the hall, overwhelming the Allied soldiers. "We can't hold on any longer. We need support," a soldier said with a trembling voice. "Support?" Su Dingbang laughed self-deprecatingly. All the Allied forces were here now. Even if there were extra troops, they would only be the guards of various leaders. Where would there be any support? At this moment, there was little suspense left in the war. After the rebel forces took a control area on the 21st floor from him, the nature of the war had already changed. From this moment on, the war had transformed into a symphony of abilities and firearms unique to the apocalypse. Is this the end? The rebels had pressed in, and the territory controlled by the Allied forces was once again compressed. Amidst the chaos of fire and abilities, more soldiers fell. Su Dingbang smiled self-deprecatingly as he loaded the revolver with bullets, then slowly aimed it at his temple. Thinking had lost its meaning, At this moment, Su Dingbang's tense, nerves surprisingly relaxed, and a wave of weakness surged throughout his body. However, just then, a strange yet familiar greeting suddenly came over the intercom. "Hello, Mr. Su. I heard you're in trouble." Chapter 53, Mechanical Siege. When Jiang Hao's voice came from the intercom, it sounded like a heavenly melody to Su Dingbang at that moment. He never imagined that he, who had always had a normal sexual orientation, would be so infatuated with the voice that rang out at this moment. Where are you?" Su Dingbang was overjoyed, his voice trembling. Not far from the new shore building, Jiang Hao put down the binoculars, then opened the hatch of the armored vehicle, placing a piece of frozen meat on the engine cover. As the meat met the heat, it sizzled, and oil dripped down the hood, making one's mouth water. "By the way, are you in that concrete can inside the new shore building? I see it seems to be sealed off. I'm on the 21st floor. Then your situation isn't looking good." Jiang Hao flipped the meat over and teased. "I can hardly hold on here." Su Dingbang was almost in tears. He could vaguely hear the sizzling sound of grilled meat from the intercom, while the flames of war had already spread to his doorstep. "Weilon Heavy Industries has defected. I can't hold out much longer. Can you help me?" Su Dingbang gritted his teeth and finally said those words. After all, after losing armed forces, he had no bargaining chips to negotiate with Jiang Hao. With a playful smile, Jiang Hao took out a small knife, cut the meat, and handed a piece to Xun Bingyan. "Weilon Heavy Industries? Has the news of the base being attacked leaked? It should have, otherwise Wei Chong wouldn't have acted so quickly." Su Dingbang's voice was somewhat bitter. He never expected Jiang Hao to occupy the headquarters of Weilon Heavy Industries so quickly, nor did he think that someone on that side would leak the news. Could it be someone Jiang Hao deliberately let go? This thought flashed through Su Dingbang's mind. But at this moment, he had no time to think about these things. There were no soldiers left around him to send. Everyone had gone up to fight the Awakener Legion at the first opportunity. Although I don't have much qualification to discuss terms with you right now, I still hope you can help me this time out of consideration for our shared interests in the past. Shared interests? Are you referring to businessmen? Jiang Hao teased. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and Su Dingbang felt as if his breathing was about to freeze. In front of him, the raging flames of war were spreading toward his position, and with every passing second, a soldier would fall in front of him, while he was just waiting for Jiang Hao's answer, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say a verdict. All right. After hanging up the communication, Jiang Hao's gaze gradually became profound. In fact, considering the current situation, perhaps making everyone in that building disappear would be the most beneficial course of action for us. Swallowing the last bite of meat, Xun Bingyan expressed her viewpoint from a business perspective. "Are you referring to that missile?" Jiang Hao smiled and said, "The deterrent significance of that thing far exceeds its actual value. Moreover, I think keeping alive may better serve our interests. So, are you planning to send your soldiers to fight to the death?" As he spoke, hundreds of bulldogs charged out, sweeping the snow on the ground like an avalanche towards the new shore building. At this moment, war was not something that could simply be filled with lives. Perhaps Jiang Hao was still unaware that after he deployed this entirely mechanical army, the nature of the war had already changed. New shore building, although the entrance on the first floor had been completely sealed off, this was not a problem for the bulldogs. Once they reached the new shore building unobstructed, their steel claws glinting coldly, they extended from between their fingers, leaving a swirling mist of snow on the ground. In a leap, that batch of bulldogs had already jumped onto the second floor wall, their steel claws deeply embedded in the concrete, firmly anchoring their over 200-kilogram weight to the wall. Immediately, the whole set of movements became proficient, as they raced across the exposed walls of the new shore building with ease. This was the grandeur of a mechanical siege. From a distance, hundreds of mechanical creations made of steel skeletons densely packed together, like a steel tide, were rapidly engulfing the building. "Xuanwu, can you locate this position?" As he spoke, Jiang Hao reconnected to Su Dingbang's communication channel. "Hello, where are you?" At this moment, Su Dingbang's voice was quite flustered. "Get away from the window," Jiang Hao said in a teasing tone, "and keep your eyes wide open." The communication was cut off. "Have you located it?" "Location confirmed." Xuanwu's voice came through. "Mark this signal as friendly." "Received. Command executed." As he spoke, a red dot suddenly appeared in the previously unexplored area of the holographic map. And as Xuan Wu accepted the command, that red light quickly turned green. Furthermore, on the map, as the bulldogs advanced, the boundary range of the holographic map was continuously expanding. At this time, the vanguard of the bulldogs had reached the 10th floor, and on the holographic map, the 3D scan of a new shore building was being generated, which was a hidden feature of the Star River system. Any mechanical creation produced in the Fenkawa territory had surveying capabilities, and all the data of the creations would be synchronized on the terminal, finally presented in the form of a holographic map. Crash! Soon, large pieces of glass shattered and fell, followed by massive steel creations. At this moment, just as Jiang Hao had said, Su Dingbang's eyes widened in horror at the sight of these things. In his terrified gaze, the bulldogs completely ignored his presence, rushing past him, their heavy bodies leaving cracks on the smooth tiles of the ground. In the next moment, these mechanical armies collided with the awakened legion. The outcome had been predetermined the moment Jiang Hao decided to join the battle. Although both sides had endured fierce combat, the machines never felt tired. Chapter 54. The dust settles when a morning glow of the next day rose again from the horizon. Order had returned to this land. The smoke of war had not yet dissipated, and ruins had become the main color of this city. After enduring the baptism of apocalyptic zombies and strange beasts, this emerging megacity, with a population of millions, ultimately could not withstand the test of human warfare. The former prosperity had been buried by history, and the war-torn people eagerly anticipated the arrival of a new era. When the last bite took away the last enemy of the awakened legion, Su Dingbang slowly stood up for the pool of blood. He found the bodies of Wei Chong and Su Rong on the 20th floor. Su Rong's clothes had been shredded by claws, revealing a horrifying gash on his chest. The bulldog's claws had easily punctured his ribs, along with his heart. As for Wei Chong, his head was still clutched in the jaws of a bulldog-esque corpse, while his own half-arm was deeply embedded in the bulldog's body. His dagger had similarly destroyed the bulldog's internal conduction system, leaving its internal structure in ruins. Is this how they died? Jiang Hao's voice came from the staircase. Treading on the ruins, accompanied by the guard team, Jiang Hao arrived at the 21st floor of the new shore building. At this moment, the guard team members, who had just finished resting, were full of energy. They surveyed everything around them with bright eyes, forming a stark contrast to the disheveled appearance of the coalition forces. They really had it easy. Spitting on a corpse on the ground, Su Dingbang finally sat down with a thud. He just looked at Jiang Hao, his expression filled with complexity. Just a day ago, he had been joking and laughing with the person in front of him, but now he had no choice but to bow his head to this person. Thank you. He managed to squeeze out a smile, his lips moved slightly, and finally these two words popped out of his mouth. No need to be polite. This is what I should do. Jiang Hao showed no concern for the blood on the ground that had yet to fully congeal, and he crouched down as well, revealing a meaningful smile. He continued, After all, as the guardian of the future new order of El City, it is also my wish to quickly put an end to this war. Su Dingbang's smile froze on his face, although he had anticipated that Jiang Hao would take this opportunity to make a bold demand. He never expected Jiang Hao's ambition to be so great. Jiang Hao smiled and stood up. At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from downstairs. After the end of this war, the leaders of the top 10 forces had eagerly arrived here. Let's go and see this new era. With that, Jiang Hao headed downstairs. On the 16th floor of the new shore building, this was originally a conference room for a corporation. Now, it had been urgently requisitioned. The damaged tables were quickly moved out, and a few relatively intact chairs were found. Fortunately, the door to the conference room was still in decent condition. After closing the door, the people present sat down again. Here, they would decide the future of the entire El City. Jiang Hao sat unceremoniously in the front seat. Shen Bingyan also attended the meeting, sitting to Jiang Hao's right, while the other leaders took their seats in order. Su Dingbang had already anticipated the outcome. His mouth moved slightly, but he ultimately remained silent. The other leaders, however, showed expressions of anger at this moment. If it weren't for the fact that the entire floor was filled with those steel-like monstrous dogs, these people might have skinned Jiang Hao alive in no time. I deeply regret this situation. Jiang Hao shrugged his shoulders, showing no signs of apology on his face, and then began today's performance. Fortunately, everything has come to an end. I thank my soldiers for ending this nightmare. Now we can finally sit down and talk about pleasant matters. I agree. El City has now completed its unification efforts, and the citizens are waiting for us to maintain order. It is time for us to spread the order of our 10 major forces throughout the entire El City. The speaker was the leader of the Nanling Mercenary Corps, whose face was beaming with joy, showing no signs that he had just lost 90 of his troops in the recent battle. 10 major forces? Jiang Hao smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and said with a grin, "I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding." As he spoke, Jiang Hao snapped his fingers, and his guard team quickly walked in from outside. Without Jiang Hao needing to say anything, they directly took away the leaders of the forces that had already been taken down by his side. "On what basis are you arresting me? I am a CEO of Deepwater International. This is our territory. What right do you have to sit here?" Liang Xingwu roared angrily under the control of the soldiers. However, no one present paid any attention to his outburst. Even the guards he had brought with him had already been subdued by the bulldogs after he entered. "Deepwater International?" Jiang Hao chuckled. "What do you still have now? Aside from your decorative guards, what else is left?" As he spoke, Jiang Hao straightened his posture, his previously lazy demeanor suddenly becoming upright. His gaze swept over the people present one by one. "I hope you all understand that I am sitting here today just to inform you. As for your Deepwater International," Jiang Hao smiled, "that CJ-10 cruise missile used to belong to you, right? Unfortunately, it has now become my private collection." Jiang Hao deliberately emphasized the word private, bluntly declaring his ownership of the CJ-10. He did not hide the fact that he had already acquired the CJ-10, and in fact, he was very much looking forward to the reactions of those present when they heard this statement. Sure enough, after hearing Jiang Hao's words, a subtle hint of apprehension appeared on everyone's faces. Leaning slightly back, Jiang Hao's smile widened a bit more. "To those present, you can rest assured that under the protection of our Fenkawu soldiers, your headquarters is very safe now. Of course, it will continue to be safe in the future. And I believe this is also what Mr. Su Dingbang of Shugong Group is happy to see." Jiang Hao unceremoniously threw the pot on Su Dingbang's head, while also giving a smile to the visibly annoyed Su Dingbang. "So, Mr. Liang Xingwu, may I ask what is left of Deep Sea International? Or do you think you can still compete with me, given your current strength?" As he spoke, a mechanical dog pushed open the conference room door with its head, standing tall and wagging its tail happily as it approached Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao casually patted its head, producing a crisp sound. "Now, this building is filled with my soldiers. As you can see, there's even one right here." Upon hearing this, the bulldog cooperatively lifted its head, revealing a row of sharp fangs. "I believe no one here wants to test the sharpness of these dog teeth. Trust me, that feeling is really unpleasant." Everyone wisely kept their mouths shut. "From now on, I will call the shots in El City, and you have no other choice." Chapter 55. Reshuffle in the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. The meeting concluded at an unprecedented speed. Rather than a meeting, it was more of a unilateral announcement by Jiang Hao regarding the power dynamics in El City. When everyone walked out of the conference room, a new era for El City had finally arrived. The original 10 major forces in El City were all disbanded, leaving 4 remaining forces, which, along with Feng Chiwu, restructured the council to manage the daily affairs of El City. Above the council, the highest power organ, the military government, was established, and as the biggest winner of this war, Jiang Hao naturally took on the role of the first commander of the military government, holding the rank of marshal. The council was directly accountable to the military government. Notably, the military government not only held military and political power, but its orders also had the highest priority. When necessary, it could bypass the council to implement orders, and as for the definition of necessity, the newly enacted laws did not specify this clearly. It would ultimately depend on individual interpretation. Regarding control over the military power, Jiang Hao was even more ruthless. As for the issue of defense gaps caused by such a large-scale troop mobilization, Jiang Hao was completely unconcerned. After the unification of El City, were there still forces here that could pose a threat to him? Deep Sea International Headquarters. The headquarters of Deep Sea International was originally the El City Science and Technology Museum. After a simple renovation, It became the headquarters of Deep Sea International. Unlike the ravaged blue heavy industry headquarters, the Deep Sea International headquarters building was well preserved. When Jiang Hao and his team attacked the building, there wasn't even anyone at the entrance on guard. Everyone was holed up in their offices fighting over land. This saved Jiang Hao and his team the trouble of searching and allowed them to capture everyone in one fell swoop. After this round of reshuffling, this place was chosen by Jiang Hao as the new military government building. At this moment, in the highest commander's office on the top floor, Shen Bingyan was reporting recent work situations to Jiang Hao. Shen Bingyan pushed a stack of documents forward towards Jiang Hao's position. "No, I'm prepared to give up that area." Jiang Hao shook his head. He didn't open that document, but instead expressed a shocking thought. After saying this, he eagerly awaited to see Shen Bingyan's surprised expression. However, the actual situation disappointed him. Shen Bingyan maintained her calm demeanor, and she even yawned slightly. "I thought the same." Shen Bingyan rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao and pointed to the report spread out on the table, saying, "If you had taken the time to read the report I gave you, you would have noticed that the current population of L City is 3.16 million, while the original resident population of this city was 21.04 million. Clearly, for the current L City, it's too large. So, this is what you were thinking." Jiang Hao muttered to himself, then picked up the documents on the table and began to read them carefully. With the arrival of the apocalypse, the cities established under the original social order no longer met the needs of human survival. It was time to bring the ancient retro city defense system to the forefront. I plan to use the territories of the original 10 major powers as a foundation to establish an inner city here. After much thought, Jiang Hao finally expressed his idea. The ultimate cause of human extinction was not humanity itself, but the strange beast that humans are now recklessly hunting. After listening, Shen Bingyan did not rush to respond, but fell into deep thought. The inner city would mainly consist of administrative and commercial districts, while the area outside the inner city, known as the inner city zone, could be planned as residential areas, which could fully meet the living requirements of citizens during normal times. In the event of an enemy threat, personnel could quickly organize to retreat to the inner city, and the military and civilians entering the inner city could also contribute to material transport, enhancing the city's defense. Enemies? Are you referring to the beast tide? Shen Bingyan furrowed her brows and asked, "What else? Do you think the current human forces still have the capability to launch cross-regional attacks?" Jiang Hao smiled. He was not shooting in the dark. In fact, in his previous life, aside from a few top forces, most human factions lacked the ability to connect their territories into one cohesive unit. All factions were divided by endless alien beasts, as if imprisoned on isolated islands. To facilitate interactions between factions, they could only rely on powerful mercenary organizations or gradually open up roads with the regular armies of each faction. But the high cost incurred would only yield a one-time transportation, and soon, the roads that had been opened would be submerged again by the alien beasts. Especially in the late apocalyptic period, when the levels of alien beasts generally reached around level 5. Even the forces led by the top 10 martial saints had cut off trade with their own controlled areas, and only nearby regions could maintain a tenuous trade flow. It was precisely for these reasons that Jiang Hao had always been keen on opening trade routes, seizing the opportunity to accumulate enough materials for the subsequent upgrade of his territory. If this was to be done, the required materials would be an astronomical figure. Moreover, we currently do not have a suitable construction team to handle this unless... Shen Bingyan smiled gently, suddenly standing up, her hair blowing lightly, outlining her nearly perfect curves. "That's right, we need to outsource this project. This is also the reason why I didn't completely wipe out those people. They understand the rules here better than we do." Jiang Hao smiled slightly, a cunning light flickering in his eyes. As for the materials, Jiang Hao was not worried at all. Just previously, he had finished robbing the headquarters of 6 factions. The materials from these raids not only filled his storage space, but the rest were piled up in the basement of the military government building. Too much to handle. Chapter 56. Industrial Distribution. After a long silence, Shen Bingyan suddenly asked, a faint blush rising on her face. "What's wrong, homesick?" Jiang Hao smiled slyly, deliberately emphasizing the word home. "I wonder if this little girl has gained weight, or if she is still as gluttonous as before. How could that be? Shen Bingyan turned her head away, already feeling the heat on her cheeks rising. The crystal cores are almost used up. I didn't expect to be out for such a long time this time. Whether they are awakened or ability users, their training relies on crystal cores. And after experiencing a wave of beasts, the crystal cores in the Fenkawa territory are certainly not lacking, even in surplus. What good excuse? As he spoke, Jiang Hao had already leaned closer, his large face nearly touching Shen Bingyan's, just a breath away. The fragrance of orchids wafted in, and with Jiang Hao's approach, the breathing beneath the slightly raised nose became rapid. Seeing that Shen Bingyan did not stop him, Jiang Hao became excited, just about to make his next move when the office door was suddenly knocked on. Old Li's large head poked in. Lord, those council members have already arrived. What do you think? Halfway through his words, Old Li's expression suddenly froze. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked over with indignation, while Shen Bingyan turned her head away, leaving only a graceful silhouette. He couldn't help but understand what had happened. After a moment of awkwardness, Old Li tentatively asked, "Should I have them wait a bit longer?" Jiang Hao had a dark expression on his face as he waved his hand. "Come in. I thought we were of the same kind." Su Dingban's expression was somewhat complex as he looked at Jiang Hao and said, "A businessman, right?" Jiang Hao chuckled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with his words. "You may have the ambition of a businessman, but you can only accept your fate as the leader of force. Life is never perfect." Su Dingban stood. No, I don't intend to waste your talent." Jiang Hao shook his finger and then took out a bottle of Coke and twisted it open. "It seems you found quite a few good things from those few families." Su Dingbang looked at the bottle of Coke with a hint of envy, and his throat involuntarily moved. "I got out of the safe. I used quite a bit of ammo to open that thing." Jiang Hao pouted, his expression somewhat strange. Who would have thought that the safe in the chief office of the top 10 forces would be locked up with something like this? What's so precious about this? If it were in Feng Chiwu's warehouse, it might be lying around in some corner. He reached under the table and took out another bottle to hand to Su Dingbang. "I told you, I won't waste your talent." "What do you mean?" "Of course, it's about doing business. Isn't that what you want?" Jiang Hao laughed heartily. "Otherwise, are you expecting me to take you to P City? The resources there are nowhere near as good as those in L City." Jiang Hao joked, although he was reluctant to admit it. The reality was that L City, as a coastal developed city, had established a complete industrial chain before the apocalypse, relying on convenient shipping. Moreover, a well-developed coastal economic zone had formed around it early on. By the way, what is the current situation with those troops after being integrated? Jiang Hao was referring to the remnants of the top 10 forces. Upon hearing this, Su Dingban's expression instantly turned strange. "Your guard said that you were feasting on big fish and meat over there. Is that true? Why not? Didn't you all see it?" Jiang Hao found it a bit strange. Although they were not in the territory, the food quality of the guard team had not decreased at all. "I thought you were just putting on a show. The soldiers have heard that you have big fish and meat every meal, and now they are all clamoring to know when we will leave." Su Dingbang was a bit envious. "If it's true, I really want to go see it with you. Unfortunately, it probably won't happen in the short term." Jiang Hao shrugged, took another sip of cola, and said, "Let's get down to business. I plan to hand over the trade expansion business for City L to you. Is there a problem? What is the content of the trade?" Upon hearing this question, Su Dingbang's eyes immediately lit up, as if he had changed into a different person. "Rice, level 1, purified water, fresh fish. That's all for now, and the trading list will be increased as needed later. These are all hot commodities. There won't be any worries about sales." Su Dingbang bunda. Then his expression suddenly froze. "Wait, you just said later? Does that mean there will be a lot of these items? Can we trade for a long time?" "Of course. Theoretically, as long as the trade routes remain open, these goods will continuously be transported from the territory. The current Fenkawa territory has already gained a certain level of strength, and Jiang Hao naturally would not keep hiding it. It's time to show the world the strength of Fenkawa. You really can mass-produce food?" Su Dingbang looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. "Otherwise, where do you think the food our soldiers eat comes from?" "All right, is it those mechanical dogs?" Su Dingbang said. He was indeed impressed by those mechanical dogs that could rival first-level awakened beings. Perhaps. Jiang Hao did not confirm or deny. He thought of the upgrading territory and couldn't help but smile slightly. Perhaps there will be new weapons coming over as well. Hee, there will always be opportunities. Jiang Hao smiled. I hope your former colleagues have the same thoughts as you. Chapter 57 PE Foundation. Su Dingbang left the military government building with a smile. Seeing Su Dingbang's cheerful expression as he walked out, Qin Li felt a bit relieved. It seemed that the situation was not as bad as imagined. With a nervous heart, Qin Li knocked on the office door. Would you like something to drink? Jiang Hao had a kind smile on his face, and at this moment, there was still half a bottle of cola in his hand. Glancing at the cola, Qin Li swallowed. As a former president of the Chong Kong Group, he naturally had some cola at home, but compared to this, red wine seemed to suit his taste better. No, thank you. I don't know why you called me over. Are you trying to imitate the ancients and use cola to release military power? But the problem is that I have nothing left now. Really not a drop. Don't be nervous. I called you over today because I have a business proposition for you. Business? Qin Li let out a bitter smile. I'm just a construction team. What can I do for business? Marshall, please don't joke with me. Previously, the Chong Kong Group was the weakest among the top 10 forces. Yet it was also the most indispensable existence. They were mainly responsible for the construction of defensive works within the territory and the development of weapons. However, considering this, it is the most suitable choice to hand over the construction work of the inner city to them. This task is just perfect for you. Jiang Hao smiled as he pulled out the planning diagram he had already conceived from the drawer and handed it over. What is this? Qin Li's face immediately showed an expression of disbelief. The scribbled lines on the design indicated a primary school level of drawing skill. After looking at it for a while, Qin Li barely squeezed out a smile. Marshall, is this a cake? We're just an engineering team, and we don't specialize in cake making. Coughing lightly to cover up his embarrassment, Jiang Hao explained. This is the inner city construction plan. I intend to build the inner city based on the original 10 major power zones, constructing a permanent defensive fortification. A city wall? I'm familiar with this. If you're talking about this, I'm not sleepy anymore. Upon hearing something related to his area of expertise, Qin Li instantly became energized. However, when he heard Jiang Hao mention building a wall over 15 meters high and more than 5 meters thick, he immediately recognized the strategic significance of the project. But then, another tricky issue presented itself. Marshall, from a technical standpoint, this project is feasible. After pondering for a moment, Qin Li gave a positive response. After entering the apocalypse, the Chong Kong Group in Qin Li's hands inherited all the assets of the largest construction company in L City. Even domestically, their construction level was quite reputable. However, with just our resource reserves, we can't support such a large project. You don't need to worry about resources. I'll handle that. With the resource stock from the other several families, Jiang Hao felt very confident now. Then I have no problem on my side. Qin Li readily agreed, his tone barely concealing his excitement. As long as the project funds are in place, Qin Li is confident that he can complete the project before winter next year. Moreover, with the involvement of large machinery, there would be a considerable amount of savings on these project funds, which would all be his earnings. Jiang Hao took out the agreement he had prepared in advance and confirmed the signatures with Qin Li and the others. All right, now we can proceed to the next proposal. Jiang Hao smiled, and his tone became excited at that moment. Saying this, Jiang Hao took out a photo and handed it to Qin Li. The CJ-10 cruise missile from Deepwater International. Oh, no. I mean the Marshall's cruise missile. Faced with Jiang Hao, Qin Li quickly corrected himself. He had been coveting this missile for a long time and had always wanted to borrow it for research. But unfortunately, this thing belonged to Deepwater International strategic assets. So how could it be lent to him? Are you confident in replicating it? Not sure, but I do have a few experts who have retired from the Weapons Research Institute. Although he couldn't hide his inner excitement, Qin Li still spoke truthfully. But to study a replica of this thing, it must be taken apart to see inside. However, this item was purchased by Deepwater International from the PE Foundation after the apocalypse, and I don't know if the PE Foundation made any modifications. PE Foundation? What kind of organization is that? Noticing the term in Qin Li's words, Jiang Hao frowned slightly. It was the first time he had heard of this organization. He initially thought it was just a fleeting organization from the early days of the apocalypse. But after hearing Qin Li mention that this organization had the capability to develop weapons, Jiang Hao immediately felt that things seemed to be getting complicated. It seemed to be an organization established before the apocalypse, existing for a long time. Originally, this organization had been very low-key, and few people knew of their existence. But since the apocalypse began, their activities had become more frequent. Qin honestly replied, I only learned about this organization after the apocalypse, and later I also sought to find out more about them. Their influence is significant, with branches abroad, but this organization never appears in the spotlight. Their usual tactic is to launch their own agents to handle everything for them. It seems you've done a lot of homework, Jiang Hao said with some amusement. If you were just purely inquiring about the Foundation's information, the intelligence Qin Li received shouldn't be this detailed. Are you looking to join the PE Foundation? No. Qin Li's expression immediately became tense. After all, showing favoritism toward another force in front of his new boss was not a wise thing to do. Wow, this guy is really ruthless. Jiang Hao looked at Qin Li with admiration. Haven't you made contact? Qin Li shook his head. No. After Deepwater International completed the transaction with the Foundation, they proactively cut off contact, as if they had evaporated from the world. It's impossible to find anyone. That's truly unfortunate. Jiang Hao squinted slightly. An organization that has continued since before the apocalypse. An organization capable of developing weapons. And most importantly, this organization is so deeply hidden that even Jiang Hao, who has lived 2 lives, has never heard of it. Could this organization be related to the apocalypse? Do they have any foresight about its arrival? Things seem to be getting complicated. After downing the remaining cola in the bottle, Jiang Hao's face returned to a friendly smile. Then let's start with this missile. I allow you to dismantle it. Chapter 58. Trade list. The conversation lasted for an entire afternoon, with some rejoicing and others troubled. In this building, Jiang Hao had just completed the redistribution of power in City L. In this feast of redistributing the cake, everyone received their fair share. Shugong Group obtained the rights to food distribution. Chongkong Group won a large contract for building the inner city. Binhai Group secured the operating rights for entertainment venues. And Nanling Mercenary Corps monopolized all mercenary tasks in City L. Jiang Hao has always been generous in providing sufficient benefits to his subordinates. Of course, all of this was conducted under the leadership and participation of the military government. As the biggest winner of this battle, the forces of Fengkewu extended their reach into various sectors of City L. Jiang Hao never considered himself a pure businessman. Having experienced an apocalypse, he understood very well that in such an environment, without strong military support, everything is just a castle in the air. Even if you possess vast wealth, your enemies will remind you whose exclusive possessions they really are with guns and cannons. As the curtain slowly fell on this grand feast, the few legislators felt somewhat unsatisfied, primarily because the most lucrative pie of arms trade had yet to announce its ownership. They initially thought Jiang Hao would enjoy this pie alone, but later realized he had no such intention at all. Thus, their previously calm minds were stirred again. Once the inner city area was planned out, the cleanup work began immediately. This was the largest cleanup in the history of El City. From the very beginning, Jiang Hao set his sights on clearing all mutated creatures from the inner city area, transforming it into an absolute safe zone. To this end, he specially dispatched 300 bulldogs to participate in this operation. When the screams of the zombies echoed, the order known as civilization was re-established in the city. 5 days later, when the residents of El City reappeared on the city streets, they no longer had to live in fear of zombie ambushes. The sturdy, iron-like human weapons gave them the confidence to survive, just as it was before the apocalypse. People engaged in lively discussions on the streets, no longer worried about attracting zombies with their loud voices. With life safety sufficiently guaranteed, prosperity unexpectedly returned to this city. Jiang Hao stood on top of the military government building, witnessing all of this, as passers-by paused in front of the military government to pay their respects. He felt for the first time that the burden on his shoulders had never been so heavy. He slightly raised his head and fixed his gaze on the tranquil sky. A wormhole? Jiang Hao pondered. He had received limited intelligence about outer space from Joel. According to Joel's description, he was certain that on the day of the apocalypse, he witnessed fluctuations from deep space while on the space station, and the thing resembling a wormhole had left a lasting impression on him. Joel's testimony forced Jiang Hao to associate the anomalies in outer space with the end of the world. Unfortunately, the information was too scarce. Jiang Hao furrowed his brows. He was unsure if observatories around the world had recorded any valuable intelligence on the day of the apocalypse, but in terms of accuracy, the information from Joel at the space station was clearly more valuable. Marshal, the person has arrived. At this moment, a soldier knocked on the office door and brought in Xiao Su. How's it going? Xiao Su's injuries had mostly healed, and he now appeared somewhat emaciated. One must admit that the individual medical kits produced by the medical center were indeed effective. Xiao Su, who had suffered severe burns, had regained his vitality in just over half a month. Take it slow. Time will eventually heal everything, Jiang Hao said after a moment of silence, offering his consolation. Fengqi Wu, huh? Xiao Su was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "These days, you can hear its name everywhere on the streets." Really? Jiang Hao smiled slightly, not hiding his pride at all. I really want to see the place you've been working on. It sounds quite promising. You're a married man. Why would I go with you? To measure wattage? Xiao Su teased. So how is it? Have you cooked the raw rice into cooked rice? It's only a matter of time, Jiang Hao replied irritably. Then he saw Xiao Su had discovered the box of cola he had hidden under the desk. Xiao Su casually took out a bottle, twisted it open, and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls before saying with satisfaction, "To be honest, I plan to stay here and accompany Lin Jia more. Her condition really isn't convenient for traveling far." That's fine. The trade route between the two places hasn't been established yet, and it's not safe on the road. As he spoke, Jiang Hao grinned mischievously. However, since you want to stay here, I can't let you be idle. The agency work for Fengqi Wu in L City will be handed over to you. What? Xiao Su clearly didn't expect Jiang Hao to throw such a task at him, and said somewhat reluctantly, "Am I throwing myself into the net? Otherwise, what about my salary?" Jiang Hao pointed to the Coke in his hand and said, "Just now, you have successfully drunk up your salary for this month." After saying that, Jiang Hao, with a hint of pride, pointed to the remaining half a box of Coke and said, "These things are enough to cover your salary until next summer. So let's leave it at that." With that, Jiang Hao left a bewildered Xiao Su behind and dashed out of the office. Jiang Hao's good mood didn't last long before he saw Su Dingbang approaching with a worried expression. Could he no longer hold back? Jiang Hao secretly chuckled, and the smile on his face faded in an instant. As a major arms supplier to the former top 10 forces, Su Dingbang naturally couldn't sit still with the arms supply issue in L City still unresolved. "Marshal, I want to talk to you about the arms supply." Su Dingbang indeed couldn't hold back. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, he decisively got straight to the point. "Oh, I request that the Su Group continue to undertake the arms supply project for L City." Jiang Hao smiled and was about to speak when his movements suddenly froze. In his mind, the prompt from his Star River system echoed. Territory upgrade complete. Current level, level 1. Please check the latest rights as soon as possible. Immediately, Jiang Hao opened the system panel, and after a long while, he finished checking. Of course, you can continue the production of arms, but the weapons produced will not be equipped to our troops. Instead, they will be added entirely to our foreign trade list. Chapter 59, Territory Upgrade Complete. Fengqi territory, at the moment the countdown for the upgrade reached 0, no one within the territory noticed. Here, no one could see the timer on the buildings. It seemed that this day was no different from usual. Sun Chung was busy coordinating the production and distribution of bulldogs, while Jiang Tao was, as usual, responsible for training the soldiers at the training ground. As for Duo, she was currently having lunch inside a newly built house. The house assigned to Jiang Tao was a 2-story standalone building with very simple furnishings. The style of the furniture was also quite different, as these items were pieced together from P City, merely solving the problem of whether or not there was furniture. As for whether the style matched, there was no need for such concerns in the apocalypse. At this moment, Duo was holding a steaming chicken leg, which looked like a giant club in her small hands, creating a huge contrast that was hard to stifle a laugh at. Duo also took the time to lick the juice off her fingers, her little face instantly showing a look of satisfaction. Just then, the countdown stopped, and everything in Fengqi territory seemed to freeze. Time stood still at that moment, and everyone and everything was frozen, with the only change being the entire territory. At the moment of the upgrade, the light curtain surrounding the territory briefly disappeared, and at that moment, the entire view of Fenkawa territory was instantly revealed to the world. In just an instant, the war fog that was originally at the edge of the territory rapidly retreated, spreading wildly in all directions like a virus. Wherever the war fog passed, it acted like a terrain cutter, transforming the surrounding mountains into rivers and lakes, leaving behind vast fertile land. Moreover, within the territory, the changes accompanying the upgrade were equally dramatic and profound. The originally empty land outside the city walls, which was only about 2 kilometers in length, rapidly expanded after the upgrade, becoming approximately 5 kilometers of fertile land. Inside the city, after the construction of many residences, the space had begun to feel cramped. But with the territory's upgrade, large areas of empty land began to appear. These suddenly appearing spaces seemed to break free from the constraints of space and time, startlingly manifesting before everyone's eyes like a model being built. This process lasted for about 10 minutes, and as the intense changes gradually calmed down, the isolating light curtain reappeared above the entire territory. Unsurprisingly, with the appearance of the light curtain, the entire territory once again blended with the surrounding environment. At this moment, Fenkawa territory had increased in size by more than 3 times compared to before, enveloping the distant mountains, and as the expansion of the territory came to a halt, the flow of time resumed. Everyone resumed their activities as usual, and the order within the entire space returned to normal. Duo happily gnawed on her chicken leg, occasionally licking the juice that dripped down her fingers. Sun Chen glanced at the production workshop in the distance, then signed his name on the production capacity allocation confirmation. Jiang Hao frowned as he corrected the tactical movements of the new recruits. Everyone seemed oblivious to everything that had just happened, as if nothing had occurred at all. The territory has successfully upgraded to level 1. The blocking light curtain will completely disappear at the next level. The system's prompt echoed, but at this moment, Jiang Hao had no time to check these. He opened the system panel, and a brand new interface jumped into view. System name, Star River, bound to host. Host name, Jiang Hao. Gender, male. System level, 1 location, Fenkawa territory area, 67 square kilometers. Upgrade requirements, prerequisite building. Supercomputing center, steel, 200,000 units wood, 200,000 units food, 300,000 units water, 40,000 units energy crystals, 10,000 units buildings. Command center, upgraded 1 fortified walls, upgraded 4 basins and farms. Production capacity, synchronized upgraded 5 water purification station. Production capacity, synchronized upgraded 2 medical center. Production capacity, synchronized upgraded 1 storage center. Storage capacity, synchronized upgraded 4 machine workshop. Can be upgraded to Hive 1 individual units. Bulldogs, 3. 162 engineering robots. 8. 912 hyena-wheeled armored vehicles. 561 field vehicles. 192 resource reserves. Steel, 106,000 units wood. 121,800 units food. 100,000 units water. 12,000 units energy crystals. 6,018 units below the system's basic attribute panel. There is still a construction panel. Hive, 20,000 units of steel, 20,000 units of wood. Construction time. For days the needle has become thinner and stronger. The upgraded building of the machine workshop, the worker bee nest, can produce worker bees. Military factory, 20,000 units of steel, 10,000 units of wood, 500 units of energy crystals. Construction time. 3 days. Do you expect to produce weapons from the hive? Honestly, build it. Heavy factory, 50,000 units of wood, 70,000 units of steel, 1,000 units of energy crystals. Construction time. 5 days. Mom has finally cured my fear of insufficient firepower. Supercomputing center, 50,000 units of steel, 20,000 units of wood, 6,000 units of energy crystals. Construction time. 7 days. Based on quantum computer technology, the supercomputing center requires unlocking quantum technology. Can provide computing power support for mechanical legions ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 scale. From here, the mechanical army will officially set sail. Research Center, 50,000 units of steel, 10,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of energy crystals. Construction time, 3 days. This is the future. Planetary Communication Station, 80,000 units of steel, 50,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of energy crystals. Construction time, 15 days, can achieve communication on a planetary scale. After the territory upgrade, the construction panel added many new buildings. If the existence of a level 0 territory was merely to help the host smoothly through the outbreak of the apocalypse, then the arrival of a level 1 territory signifies that the host has officially entered the era of hegemony. This can be seen from the upgraded exchange list. Based on the experience from the level 0 territory, the items appearing in the exchange list can be produced after constructing the corresponding buildings. Therefore, after the territory upgrade was completed, Jiang Hao had already seen all the troop types of the level 1 territory through the exchange panel. Chapter 60, Journey Home. Gauss Rifle, 100 units of steel. Construction time, 5 minutes. Production requires unlocking fusion miniaturization technology, powered by fusion batteries, 8mm caliber. Who says rifles are weak against armored vehicles? This thing can penetrate 260mm of homogeneous armor. Worker B, 30 units of steel. Construction time, 1 minute. An advanced version of the engineering robot. Are you still troubled by the high resource gathering? Are you frustrated by the slow speed of the engineering robot? Then hurry and buy it. As long as it can fly, none of these problems matter. All-terrain medical vehicle, 1,500 units of steel. Construction time, 10H. This thing is like a mother to soldiers. The overlord of support. Flying shuttle rocket launcher, 700 units of steel, 200 units of wood. Construction time, 8H. With this, you will be a nightmare for the Air Force. Adhesive grenades, plasma grenades. This upgrade is a comprehensive enhancement to the armory of Fenkawu, covering everything from heavy weapons to individual rations. When Jiang Hao saw the weapon list on the system panel, he felt like he was floating. Is this still the familiar system panel? Such luxurious heavy firepower, such sci-fi weapons. Can he really possess them? Of course. At this moment, were those weapons in El City? Even the TP-9A tank is not worth looking at under the dominance of the boundary tank's caliber. It won't be long before I bring over a batch of new weapons. As for those old model weapons here, sell them as quickly as possible while they are still in demand. All? Including the TP-9A tank? Su Dingbang's expression instantly changed from surprise to astonishment. That's the TP-9A tank. Even before the apocalypse, this was a top-tier tank, highly sought after by countries. Why is it not in demand here? Of course, all of them. As long as the production capacity can keep up, sell as much as possible. Jiang Hao confirmed once again. Originally, Jiang Hao planned to digest the production capacity of the TP-9A tank himself, as it is a main battle tank that can hold its ground even against second-tier monsters. But after seeing the almost exaggerated data panel of the boundary tank, he instantly lost all interest in the TP-9A tank. With such a thing, who still needs a TP-9A tank? All right, you are the boss. You have the final say. I hope you know what you're doing. Su Dingbang couldn't help but mutter. Of course, I am clearer than ever. I will leave the affairs in El City to Xiao Su, and you all just need to cooperate with him. After saying that, he turned and walked down to the basement. The resources needed for the inner city construction had already been allocated, and all the supplies in the backyard of the military government building had been cleared out. Even the basement had been emptied quite a bit. With a wave of his hand, large quantities of supplies vanished into thin air and appeared in Jiang Hao's storage space the next moment. After doing all this, Jiang Hao finally let out a long sigh. It was time to head back. Indeed, he was missing home. Jiang Hao smiled. He had long handed over control of the armored vehicle to Xuanwu, and now he was enjoying his leisure. The troops had already been dispatched at the first opportunity, with dozens of military trucks loaded with soldiers beginning to clear the road to Peace City. Of course, the primary goal was to obtain as many energy crystals as possible. After all, according to the upgraded system panel, the role of energy crystals would be further amplified, and it was even possible that they would become the main resource type in the later stages. The sound of gunfire occasionally echoed around the convoy. After glancing at the holographic map, Jiang Hao noticed that the 3 red dots around the convoy had disappeared from the map. The clearing operation was progressing smoothly. Everything seemed to be developing as Jiang Hao had anticipated. The bulldogs in Area 5 had been activated. Suddenly, the prompt from the Xing system rang in his mind, instantly tightening Jiang Hao, who had relaxed. Where was it heading? As a weapon produced by the Xing system, reserving a backhand was standard practice. The most critical part was that even if you reserved a backhand, your recipients wouldn't notice it. This was why Jiang Hao dared to sell the bulldogs in large quantities. It was still unclear, but based on the trajectory, it should be heading towards the front line of the battlefield. Soon, Xing Hao provided a response, and because of this answer, Jiang Hao's plans were completely disrupted. Chapter 61. Checkpoint. The progress of the war was even faster than Jiang Hao had anticipated. The intelligence received from Xing He indicated that at the beginning of the war, the addition of bulldogs did indeed change the stalemate on the battlefield in a short period of time. Rifle bullets posed no threat to the bulldogs. With the bulldogs' involvement, the soldiers of the Thorns Tavern soon showed signs of retreat. Just when everyone thought this war would end with a victory for Area 5, a sudden eruption of flames occurred in the direction of the frontline battlefield, with countless dense black dots trailing long tails, accompanied by a deafening roar, rushing towards the position of the Area 5 front lines. When the last bulldog was engulfed by the rising flames, the scene abruptly halted. The 500 bulldogs of Area 5 had declared a complete loss. Through the display of the holographic image, Jiang Hao clearly saw the situation on the battlefield at that time. Was there an external force intervening? Jiang Hao frowned. The Thorn Tavern could not possibly possess those rocket launchers, and in Peace City, the only force that might have rocket launchers left was the locomotive station. However, what confused Jiang Hao was that Li Changhe had also ordered 100 bulldogs. If the rocket launchers in the scene were indeed the work of the locomotive station, why would he still order bulldogs? Although bulldogs have strong, close combat capabilities, the premise is that they must be able to approach the rocket launcher positions under such dense artillery fire. And before they can get close to the positions, the bulldogs would always be live targets for the rocket launchers. What about the batch of bulldogs sold to the locomotive station? What is their current status? Not activated. Jiang Hao fell into silence, feeling a chill run down his spine. The recent holographic image displayed that, regardless of who the opponent was, there indeed existed a powerful enemy force in Peace City. The considerable number of rocket launchers was proof of that. Just a single round of volley had completely annihilated the Bulldog Legion, which numbered 500. So, if these rocket launchers were to land in the territory of Fenkawu, would he still have the capability to resist? If these people's target was Peace City, perhaps we could negotiate with them. Maybe we could reach an agreement on certain aspects? Shen Bingyan frowned, pondering for a moment, and then spoke. Watching the holographic image's light points slowly fade away, Jiang Hao took a deep breath and said, "How can one allow others to sleep soundly beside them? I believe these people think the same way." After a moment of silence, Shen Bingyan reopened the holographic image, calling up the footage that had played earlier. When everything in the image was engulfed in flames and surrounded by the devastation of war, Shen Bingyan immediately recognized the terror of such weapons. No negotiation? Are you planning to withstand the attack of this thing head-on? In fact, at this moment, he had no other choice. Jiang Hao smiled as he took out the walkie-talkie from his mouth. Notify them. The troops advance at full speed. Checkpoint. The checkpoint was established here at the beginning of the war, directly controlling all personnel movement. It is less than 20 kilometers in a straight line from the urban area of Peace City. Just 2 days ago, clear sounds of gunfire could still be heard, and from the direction of the city, thick smoke occasionally billowed out. However, since this morning, everything seemed to have calmed down. After 3 days and 2 nights of traveling, Jiang Hao's troops arrived here in the early morning. Stop! Stop! Seeing the large convoy of military trucks approaching, the soldiers at the checkpoint were momentarily stunned, then rushed out from their camp one after another. The dense muzzles of guns instantly blocked the already narrow road. The convoy appeared as if it had been through a bloody battle, with one vehicle even bearing deep, menacing scratch marks. They seemed to have rushed here overnight, without even cleaning up the traces of battle. Some soldiers even saw numerous strips of flesh hanging from the armored plates of the speeding vehicles. This unknown biological material had been frozen onto the truck along with the ice and snow, adding a chilling atmosphere to the convoy. Fortunately, as the convoy reached this point, its speed finally slowed down. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the front armored vehicle bumped squarely against the checkpoint's barricade, arrogantly raising the muzzle of its cannon. "Who are you?" The leading officer stole a glance at the 30mm cannon on the armored vehicle and immediately felt that the rifle in his hand was like a child's toy. "Feng Chi Wu, can we go in? I'm afraid you set up this checkpoint specifically for me, didn't you?" Jiang Hao's voice came from afar as he jumped down from the armored vehicle, walking over with a smile. "You are Jiang Hao." The officer was somewhat surprised, not expecting the leader of the legendary force Feng Chi Wu to be so young. "I apologize. That was rude of me." The officer quickly reacted, saluting. "What is the situation in the city?" "The war has basically ended. The Thorns Tavern has been wiped out by us, and we are currently doing mop-up work today." After a brief pause, Jiang Hao carefully observed the area. The low wooden shacks resembled workers' quarters, and under the cover of snow, wisps of blue smoke drifted from the chimneys above. In the small yard, more than a dozen tents were densely packed together. In the center of the yard, a large pot was steaming, boiling an unknown substance that was bubbling away. However, recalling his experience at the banquet in District 5, Jiang Hao seemed to have guessed what it was. At this moment, hearing the commotion outside, soldiers began to emerge from the tents one after another. Counting them, it turned out that this small checkpoint housed over 100 people. Does an ordinary checkpoint really need that many people? Jiang Hao's eyebrows slightly furrowed, and then he suddenly noticed the weapons in the soldiers' hands. In an instant, Jiang Hao felt his hair stand on end. Chapter 62. Vulnerability. Long before Jiang Hao met Zhao Mingxue, he had already sent someone to investigate the situation in Area 5. From the equipment perspective, most of the gear in Area 5 was inherited from police equipment, and among police equipment, the vast majority of rifles were Type 95. When Jiang Hao saw the Type 11 automatic rifles in the hands of those soldiers, he immediately felt a sense of dread. The Type 11 rifles were rarely equipped by any troops before the apocalypse, and now they had appeared here. The implications were clear. Although he was shocked, Jiang Hao still maintained a calm expression as he surveyed the surroundings. "Did your leader, Zhao, mention what this is about?" The officer suddenly looked troubled. "Chief Jiang, I'm just a low-ranking officer. How would I know about such matters?" Jiang Hao smiled slightly, nodded in understanding, and didn't he say much before jumping back onto the armored vehicle. "Lead the way." All right. The officer immediately showed a relieved expression. Seeing this, he exchanged glances with the soldiers around him, and they quickly understood and began to move. "Is there a problem?" Shen Bingyan noticed Jiang Hao's serious expression and asked. "Yes. I'm afraid the entire Peace City is already under their control." This was an obvious fact. The checkpoint was not far from the city center of Peace City. If there were any disturbances in Peace City, they would definitely hear about it here. However, the current situation in Peace City was eerily quiet, which could only mean that the war had ended before their arrival. And at this moment, the people in front of him were not from Zone 5. Who else could they be? The Thorns Tavern? No. Jiang Hao immediately thought of Li Changhe. In his previous life, Jiang Hao clearly remembered that Li Changhe had risen to power in Peace City. If the butterfly effect of this life had not yet manifested, then according to the historical trajectory of his previous life, it should be Li Changhe who had taken over Peace City by now. With this in mind, Jiang Hao's thoughts gradually became clearer. "Everyone, wait for my signal and prepare to fire." Suppressing his inner thoughts for the time being, Jiang Hao picked up the radio to notify them. "Received. Weapon systems activated. Entering standby mode." This was the distinctive electronic, synthesized voice of Xuanwu. Finally, the convoy slowly moved forward under the guidance of the soldiers at the checkpoint. "Captain Jiang, the distance 1 TB far." The officer's jeep drove up from the front of the line, parallel to the armored vehicle Jiang Hao was in. Jiang Hao opened the narrow and cramped window of the armored vehicle and nodded slightly. The officer smiled and then signaled to the driver next to him to continue leading the way ahead. Just at that moment, the face that had originally worn a hypocritical smile twisted instantly, and with a sharp gunshot, it exploded into a mixture of blood and white matter in the passenger seat. The smoke from Jiang Hao's gun had not yet dissipated when even more intense gunfire followed. Under the control of Xuanwu. The 30mm cannon on the armored vehicle fired first. The dense firepower erupted, accompanied by a symphony of metal and flames, turning everything in front of the gun into debris. Warm shell casings fell like raindrops, and the soft backs of the enemy were suddenly attacked. In an instant, large numbers of enemies fell. The soldiers walking on foot were instantly torn into fragments, their screams not even making it out. As for the soldiers inside the vehicle, their situation was slightly better. At least their bodies were preserved, although the cavity effect caused by bullets passing through the human body still ripped apart their organs, leaving terrifying wounds the size of a bowl on their chests. But compared to their fallen comrades, these people were considered lucky. What surprised Jiang Hao was that these individuals reacted surprisingly quickly. The moment they heard the gunfire, a quick reacting group was already in motion. One of the walking soldiers, upon hearing the gunfire, instinctively lunged toward the front of a military jeep's hood. Although it was just an inconspicuous action, it successfully caught Jiang Hao's attention. Few people know that under the penetrating power of firearms, especially rifles, ordinary cars cannot stop bullets at all. If one were to hide behind a car to avoid bullets like in TV dramas, one would probably need 100 lives to survive. The steel plates of cars are only a few millimeters thick. Even defending against handgun bullets is difficult, let alone the stronger penetration of rifles. Among common civilian vehicles, the only place that could possibly block bullet penetration is the front of the car. That is precisely where the engine is located, the strongest part of the entire vehicle. Just by that soldier's leap, Jiang Hao noticed the anomaly of this squad. Although Jiang Hao's sudden attack took everyone by surprise, the results were only around 20 people down. The others had made reasonable and effective evasive maneuvers the moment they heard the gunfire. Immediately afterwards, the counterattack gunfire erupted. A round of crisp and dense shooting hit a target area no larger than a bowl on the windshield of an SUV. That soldier was killed on the spot. This is a master. Jiang Hao frowned slightly. As a seasoned military fan in his previous life, he was naturally aware of the rule of shooting in actual combat. Absolutely fast, relatively accurate. In the past, Jiang Hao could only watch it on TV, but he never expected to witness it in reality now. We are going to Thorn Tavern. Realizing that the group on the opposite side was also a tough nut to crack, Jiang Hao quickly disengaged from the battle, relying on his side's mobility advantage to swiftly shake off the opponent's entanglement. Xing He, find a way to notify Sun Cheng and the others. Let them send someone for support. Received. A mechanical unit has been detected moving towards City P. So soon? Jiang Hao is somewhat surprised. After the situation in City P escalated a couple of days ago, Sun Cheng had already sent people to strengthen the vigilance around City P. Earlier today, after our scouts discovered unusual troop movements in City P, Sun Cheng had already dispatched a unit. Unusual movements? What are the specifics? Jiang Hao asked, noticing that the number of people following the convoy had suddenly increased. Specifics are unknown. There was no mechanical unit involved in the reconnaissance mission, and no footage was captured. It seems that it will be necessary to increase the attendance rate of mechanical units in the future. As Jiang Hao thought this, he heard the sound of engines behind him. Through the rearview mirror, he could see dozens of cars chasing from various streets. Chapter 63. Life and death sniping sparse gunshots rang out, with bullets constantly weaving through the speeding convoy. Occasionally, bullets struck the armor of the armored vehicle, producing a crisp metallic impact sound. Although these gunshots were sporadic, their accuracy was chilling. One bullet even hit the small windshield of the armored vehicle directly. Fortunately, the glass of the hyena-wheeled armored vehicle was bulletproof, and the moment the bullet struck the glass, it was almost instantaneously compressed into a small copper piece by the powerful impact, quickly peeling off from the speeding armored vehicle. However, such luck was limited to the armored vehicle alone. The much larger military trucks and off-road vehicles did not have the benefit of thick skin. When bullets pierced their glass, a blood flower immediately erupted inside the cockpit, and then the off-road vehicle uncontrollably swerved, ultimately tipping over after colliding with a vehicle coming from behind. A violent explosion and flames instantly engulfed that off-road vehicle. At this moment, Jiang Hao's mind was exceptionally clear. This was the inevitable loss that had to be borne by choosing the urban route, as an escape path, even though they would face more enemy ambushes as time passed. This was the only way to survive, given that the enemy had the advantage of firepower coverage with rockets and other weapons. Retreating outward would inevitably place the entire unit within the enemy's fire coverage range. In this situation, the only way to escape their range was to continuously approach the enemy's rocket positions and even destroy those nerve-wracking things. The only headache at the moment was whether those rocket launchers were still positioned near the Thorns Tavern. The probability was that they were not. Jiang Hao could only hope that those rocket cars wouldn't run too far. The holographic map displayed a panoramic view of City P, and all the red dots on the map were moving closer to the position of their team. Some of the red dots were deliberately gathering towards a specific location, gradually stopping at various intersections in City P. They were setting up encirclement. Glancing at the holographic map, Shun Bingyan said, "It's okay. I don't plan to escape like this." Jiang Hao's expression gradually became serious, and the relentless pursuit of the enemy ignited his true anger. Did they really think he was easy to bully? His gaze swept across the holographic map again. Unfortunately, on this holographic map, the information of both sides was represented by red and green dots, making it impossible to see specific details. Jiang Hao could only judge the positions of the rocket vehicles by the density and movement status of the red dots. Just then, the sound of engines from behind suddenly intensified. The enemy's convoy had caught up, although only 2 months had passed since human society entered the apocalypse. The style of cars had already shifted to a rugged, wild aesthetic. The first wave to rush up consisted of several pickup trucks, which had been simply modified. The cargo beds surrounding panels were removed, and machine guns were welded onto them. At this moment, soldiers were standing on the speeding pickups, continuously firing towards the convoy. The dense gunfire erupted, and an armored vehicle at the back of the convoy opened fire first. Under Xuanwu's control, the hit rate of the autocannon reached 70. In just one round of fire, the pickup was torn apart by the 30mm caliber autocannon, intense flames igniting. The soldier in the cockpit didn't have time to escape before being engulfed by the flames, while the soldier on the cargo bed, though escaping the cannon's bullets, was violently thrown by the ensuing explosion and was run over by a rear vehicle that couldn't dodge in time when he hit the ground. "Well done." Cheers erupted in the communication channel. "I will continue to work hard." An electronic synthesized voice sounded, revealing Xuanwu's slightly playful tone. As this voice rang out, the communication channel immediately fell into an eerie silence. But just a moment later, it was filled with the roars of soldiers, hungry like wolves. Jiang Hao rubbed his slightly painful ear and turned off the intercom. Although it was an electronic synthesized voice, the soft female tone indeed sparked his imagination, causing him to shiver involuntarily. However, this pleasant atmosphere did not last long, as it was instantly shattered by a low and oppressive gunshot. After turning a corner, the armored vehicle that had just run over a scrap car suddenly emitted a crisp sound without warning, resembling the sound of steel pipes being struck. And then the information about that armored vehicle disappeared from the holographic map. Before Jiang Hao could react, a deep and oppressive gunshot rang out shortly after. Damn it! It was an anti-material sniper rifle. Jiang Hao immediately felt a chill spreading from his feet. The sound was probably muffled because the thing was equipped with a silencer. It was very quiet, like a firecracker exploding in a can, and it didn't create a tense atmosphere. Armored vehicle number 081 experienced a ricochet situation, and no signs of life were detected inside. Soon, Xuanwu's voice came through, confirming Jiang Hao's thoughts. Where did they get these snipers from? Jiang Hao cursed under his breath. However, the situation at this moment did not allow him to think too much. In the distance, the sound of numerous engines gradually became clearer. "Everyone go upstairs. Defend the building." Jiang Hao quickly made a decision. In this situation, forcibly breaking into a block held by snipers was no different from seeking death. Even when driving a car, in the eyes of an excellent sniper, it was just a slightly faster ant. The armored vehicles, under Xuanwu's control, secured all the key roads, while the others quickly occupied 2 buildings at the street corner. These buildings had been searched countless times by survivors. All usable supplies had already been taken away, leaving only debris scattered on the ground and a room full of dust. The building where Jiang Hao is located is only 10 stories high, not the tallest in the entire block. The floor inspection has been completed, and there are no abnormalities. Understood. The transmission of intelligence quickly unfolded, and after receiving a secure response, Jiang Hao ran with his team towards the rooftop. On the 9th floor, the soldiers responsible for reconnaissance were on alert at the window. At this moment, the sudden sound of gunfire erupted at the end of the block. Armored Vehicle 083 is engaging the enemy. Firefight has begun. Xuanwu's voice rang out, indicating that the enemy's main force had already reached the block where they were located. Occupy the high ground. Conduct fire suppression. Jiang Hao quickly instructed, and then he gripped his gun and followed the vanguard troops as they charged up the stairs to the 10th floor. Just as the soldier at the front stepped onto the stairs leading to the 10th floor, countless fragments suddenly burst out from the stained wall, followed by a cloud of blood mist, and the soldier at the front instantly vanished from everyone's sight. Unsurprisingly, after a brief moment, a low and oppressive sound drifted over. The dull sniper shot carrying the breath of death once again dominated this lost land. Chapter 64. Firepower suppression. The solid bullet slid through the thick gun barrel, and with the immense kinetic energy, the anti-material sniper bullet broke the sound barrier in an incredibly short time, leaving a conical trail in the air, effortlessly penetrating the fragile wall and accurately hitting the soldier's shoulder. Many people think that sniping is about predicting the enemy, judging wind speed, and taking the enemy down with one shot after they expose themselves. However, this is merely a false notion of sniping. The correct approach to sniping is, if the enemy is hiding behind a wall, then you should follow your cover down to hell. Especially for this kind of anti-material sniper rifle, aside from the heavily armored main battle tanks that can escape unharmed due to their thick armor. Everything else is a target for them. On a snow-covered rooftop, the sniper, wearing a white trench coat, blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. And even his oversized sniper rifle was white, with the smoke at the muzzle dissipating quickly due to the suppressor's presence. He slowly pulled the bolt, ejecting a shell the size of half a palm. The mice have entered the trap. You better be quick, as I charge by the hour. The sniper revealed a mocking smile and then stuffed a piece of unknown jerky into his mouth. A crackling sound came from the earpiece, and after a while, the voice gradually became clear. The building across? Sorry, not within my line of sight. If you want to suppress that area, you better get that guy to help. My mission is just to assist you in capturing the target. How many of you die has nothing to do with me. The sniper spoke in an extremely indifferent tone, tearing off another piece of jerky and stuffing it into his mouth, as if he had forgotten the value of the jerky in his hand amidst the communication channel's dialogue. At this moment, the air seemed to stagnate, and everyone shrank back below the 10th floor, afraid to move. Sweat had already soaked through their clothes, and the biting cold seeped in through the seams of their garments. Jiang Hao couldn't help but shiver. Yet he couldn't stop the beads of sweat from oozing from his forehead. Through the broken window, Jiang Hao saw that the buildings behind this one were shorter, with only one building a bit taller in the distance, separated by 4 or 5 blocks, but it was too far to block the line of sight meaningfully. Judging by the speed of the gunfire, the sniper should be about 800 to 900 meters away. This was undoubtedly the worst-case scenario. Nothing was more troublesome than encountering a sniper in the city. The complex terrain here provided too many hiding spots for them. Here, the intricate terrain was undoubtedly a paradise for snipers, but for their prey, it would be a nightmare. The only fortunate thing was that the situation in the adjacent building had remained normal so far, from the reports over the communication channel. They should have reached the top floor and were providing fire support for the armored vehicles below. Xuanwu marked the sniper's position with special symbols. Marked. The red dot with the sniper symbol is now displayed on the holographic map. Xuanwu's voice came through the intercom, but at that moment, Jiang Hao had no equipment to check the marked sniper's position. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hao decisively issued a retreat order. At this time, at the intersection, the armored vehicle controlled by Xuanwu had already engaged the enemy, with bullets trailing orange light flying continuously down the street. At the narrow intersection, 2 armored vehicles could cover an entire block with firepower. The enemy soldiers quickly realized this. After their attack was obstructed, they decisively threw smoke grenades, and in no time, the entire block was shrouded in smoke. Xuanwu, do not shoot. Jiang Hao, who had just run down from upstairs, saw all this and immediately stopped Xuanwu's attack. "Everyone, use RPGs. Erase this block from the map." A cruel smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Hao's mouth as he issued his final command. The smoke grenades obscured both sides' line of sight. At the moment the RPG's tail flame ignited. The soldiers in the smoke were unaware that their lives had already entered a countdown. Boom! The simultaneous launch of hundreds of rockets was a spectacular sight. The intense explosion rapidly transmitted across the ground, and the asphalt-covered surface visibly liquefied under the impact and high temperature, creating ripples like waves as the shock waves spread out. However, this clear view did not last long. 0.6 seconds after the explosion, the rising dust mixed with countless fragments spread through the narrow street like a waterfall. The narrow street was instantly filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood. Countless biological tissues were dismembered and splattered at the moment of the explosion, turning the entire street into a hell of biological remains in an instant. In just one round of attack, while annihilating this wave of enemies, Jiang Hao also lost 8 armored vehicles and 12 military trucks. However, compared to the achieved results, these losses were negligible. On the holographic map inside the armored vehicle, all red dots in the block where Jiang Hao was located had been cleared, but soon at the edge of this map, more than a dozen red dots rapidly appeared at the edge of vision and quickly flew towards this side. Enemy units were approaching, estimated to encounter the enemy in 1 minute. Quickly, Xuanwu's voice rang out in the communication channel, and almost simultaneously with Xuanwu's crisp electronic synthesized voice. A buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky within sight, followed by tiny, almost imperceptible black dots rapidly enlarging in the field of vision. "Damn it, it's drones!" someone shouted in the communication channel. The glider-shaped aircraft with long wings cut through the air in the sky, leaving a beautiful arc in its wake. A swarm of dozens of drones soared freely in the vast sky, first crossing over the building where Jiang Hao's troops were located at high speed, slightly tilting their bodies as they passed, showcasing their belly full of ammunition, before displaying a large turn in the wide airspace and pouncing back towards the building. Prepare to deploy. Under the long wings of the CH-4 drone, unknown missiles had entered a ready state. Also unmanned war machines. They abruptly appeared before Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was shocked. He had never imagined that the unmanned mechanical tactics he once took pride in would also be used against him. War had taught Jiang Hao a harsh lesson in such a ridiculous and dramatic way. Chapter 65. Changing Offense and Defense. Thorn Tavern, just as the outside world speculated. This place was no longer the headquarters of the original Thorn Tavern forces. It must be known that the use of drones is heavily reliant on satellite data support. Just 2 days ago, the organization Li Changhe belonged to had just launched 3 satellites into orbit via rocket. Of course, the military capabilities these 3 satellites could provide seemed to be at the lowest level, and as for restoring civilian communications, who knows how long that would take. Li Changhe glanced at the screen and spoke. Immediately, a large amount of debris rained down from the sky, and the images on the command room screens kept switching. Every switch was accompanied by violent explosions, and the scene Jiang Hao and his troops that Li Changhe had been looking forward to being destroyed did not appear. Instead, the images on the screen seemed to shake due to the explosions. Could it be an attack from individual anti-aircraft weapons? For a moment, everyone in the command room had this thought. As for why it was just individual anti-aircraft weapons and not more threatening anti-air missiles, it was simply not within their consideration. Could you still expect a force from a former 7th or 8th tier small city to have such things? Is that possible? Switch to manual operation. Initiate emergency evasion. Although it was unclear what was attacking the drones, Li Changhe still issued the evasion command. The operators in the command room immediately intervened manually to take control of the drones, pulling the control lever to the maximum angle in hopes of using the maximum altitude of the CH-4 fixed-wing drone to evade the missile attack. In fact, this was the most common approach when facing individual anti-aircraft weapons. However, the operators' actions did not save the drones as expected. When the last drone's image disappeared from the screen, the entire command room instantly fell into silence. After a while, A faint voice from an operator tentatively broke the silence in the command room. That thing seems to be a missile? No matter what that thing is. First, send the AS-0163 sample away. Li Chang's face instantly darkened. He immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and activated the emergency plan at the first opportunity. Armored cluster returning. Please allow the Lord to inspect. As the voice sounded, a rumbling noise came from the distant street. Tracks constantly scraped against the ground, making a creaking sound, but at that moment, Jiang Hao felt an unprecedented sense of stability. Xuanwu system initializing, accompanied by the resounding sound of the steel torrent. The tank unit finally appeared at the end of the street. This was Jiang Hao's first time seeing the boundary tank. Just the width of one tank occupied the entire street, and the addition of the magnetic bearing servo system isolated the direct contact between the tank body and the tracks, greatly reducing the heavy body's pressure on the ground. The boundary tank, weighing over 100 tons, moved on the asphalt surface without leaving a trace. When Jiang Hao's gaze first focused on that tank, the large launch well hatch on its body was slowly closing. The tank body, over 16 meters long, including the barrel, could completely accommodate 2 sets of launch wells on the carrier body, giving the boundary tank a basic anti-air capability. Although it couldn't achieve area air defense like professional anti-air missiles, it was sufficient to deal with aircraft like drones. The Xuanwu system was fully loaded and in standby mode, ready to take over tank command at any time. The voice of Xuanwu echoed in the communication channel, and beneath the calm electronic synthetic voice lay a hint of excitement. It seemed she was very satisfied with her new body. How about it? This is the new equipment for our territory. Jiang Hao raised his head and pointed at the steel torrent approaching in the distance, boasting to Xin Bingyan in a slightly proud tone. After upgrading the territory, Jiang Hao exchanged for 10 border tanks and 200 sets of tactical exoskeletons in the system's exchange panel. At that time, his idea was to use these equipment to make up for the gap in territorial strength before the heavy factory was built. He didn't expect that these things would become his lifeline today. My lord, the Phoenix Nest Wuzhuang Armor Marine Corps is ready for your inspection. When the tank cluster came to a steady stop at the building's entrance, Jiang Hao stood at the second-floor window, receiving the salute from Sun Cheng. This height was just level with the turret height. So, have you tried the cannon yet? Not yet, Sun Cheng replied, his face full of excitement. He patted the vehicle and said, it just came off the production line yesterday, so it's perfect timing to try it out now. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, pointed to the Thorns Tavern in the distance, and then said, great, let's head there first. The task objective has been marked. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanwu had already marked the location of the Thorns Tavern on the holographic map. Let's see what Xuanwu can do. It seems she can't wait any longer, Jiang Hao suggested. Of course, your will is our honor. Sun Cheng saluted and then handed over the tank command to Xuanwu. Target locked. The massive cannon smoothly turned to clear all obstacles in its path. The 150mm main gun slowly aimed at the location of the Thorn Tavern, with the muzzle precisely adjusted under Xuanwu's control. Then, with a deafening roar of cannon fire, the enormous shell whistled out of the smoothbore cannon, breaking free from the constraints of the air under the push of the primer, leaving a trail of distorted air in its wake, and accurately struck the Thorn Tavern 3 kilometers away. Almost in an instant, the massive structure of the Thorn Tavern trembled like a toy, as the high-explosive armor-piercing shell easily penetrated the reinforced concrete structure, ultimately exploding on the hard marble floor of the tavern's hall. The intense heat, accompanied by scorching gases, instantly melted and peeled away the entire concrete structure, triggering a series of reactions that led to a violent explosion under the continued influence of high temperatures. When the entire explosion reaction occurred from within the Thorn Tavern, collapse became inevitable. Smoke and dust spread as the collapse happened, even before the gunpowder at the boundary tank's muzzle had dissipated. Not bad. Chapter 66 Boundary Tank. Jiang Hao did not board the boundary tank. Instead, he commanded the armored cluster to head towards the Thorns Tavern. He donned a tactical exoskeleton and took up a freshly produced Gauss rifle. Although it was called a mechanical exoskeleton, its nearly fully enveloping design resembled a piece of sci-fi tactical armor. The graphene armor material significantly reduced its weight, and it was equipped with the latest individual tactical system from the Galaxy system, capable of withstanding over 500 pounds. The entire set of armor was powered by a nuclear fusion battery. The Xuanwu system is online. System self-check in progress. Self-check complete, identifying user information. Identification complete. User, Jiang Hao identity number, 001. Welcome, Lord, to the individual combat system. Synchronizing visor information. Loading real-time positions of friendly forces. At the moment the tactical helmet lowered, Jiang Hao truly felt the power of the individual system. All battlefield information was displayed on the visor panel of the tactical helmet, including a holographic map, enemy and ally positions, tactical support arrival times, and even the planned tactics and possible routes of some squads were shown on the holographic map. Of course, this was the system's display under the highest level of authorization obtained by Jiang Hao. Very good. Let's start the hunt. Xuanwu, give me the sniper's position. Jiang Hao connected to the combat terminal, and soon, the position of the specially marked sniper was displayed. At the same time, 3 shortest routes were planned on the helmet's interface based on the information provided by the holographic map. You guys attack the Thorn Tavern along the designated route. I'll go take care of a little trouble first. After the boundary tanks entered the battlefield, the situation in P City completely turned around. 200 soldiers wearing tactical exoskeletons quickly broke through the enemy's defense line under the guidance of the holographic map. Even if the enemy had excellent marksmanship, facing soldiers protected by graphene armor, 7.62mm bullets could not penetrate their defenses at all. Perhaps RPGs could be somewhat useful, but with the support of the holographic map, these soldiers seemed to have X-ray vision, effortlessly avoiding enemy fire. Whenever an enemy soldier tried to peek out his chute, a bullet from the opposite side would always beat him to the draw, piercing his skull. Orange-yellow bullets streaked through the air, splattering on shattered streets, and the dense gunfire continued like raindrops. Under such a terrifying assault, the massive steel torrent, relying on its astonishing defensive capabilities, raced wildly down the street. These boundary tanks might not be as agile as the soldiers in tactical exoskeletons, but in this era, their overwhelming defense allowed them to disregard any obstacles. Backed by the powerful energy provided by small nuclear reactors, these boundary tanks flattened low buildings, crossed dried-up embankments, and charged toward the ruins of the Thorn Tavern under heavy gunfire. At this moment, on the front lines of the Thorn Tavern, the soldiers watching the rapidly approaching steel behemoths were not panicking at all. Soldiers positioned within the buildings on either side of the tavern were ready with anti-tank missiles. This was undoubtedly the most ideal ambush terrain. The streets were lined with tall buildings, allowing passage only in the central street, on such a narrow street. The massive boundary tanks could only queue up to pass through one by one. This was undoubtedly the most optimal attack position for the anti-tank missiles, where every tank passing through the block would be singled out by the missiles. Although surprised by the appearance of such weapons in this small area, the natural counter of the weapons made Li Changhe feel little fear towards these tanks that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. After all, from the moment anti-tank missiles were invented, they had become the nightmare of numerous tanks. When a boundary tank appeared at the end of the street, an anti-tank missile slammed into its front armor. Accompanied by a faint blue arc of light, the missile was unsurprisingly blocked by that arc of light. The boundary tank, powered by a small nuclear reactor, supplied 40 of its energy to this seemingly fragile energy shield. The shield, composed entirely of energy, completely overturned everyone's understanding of firearms. What are you waiting for? Use the missiles in your hands to launch a saturation attack on those tanks. No matter how strong the energy shield is, it has its limits. We'll keep firing until its energy is exhausted. Li Changhe's angry roar came through the intercom, and his words indeed had quite an effect. These well-trained soldiers knew very well that on the battlefield, the only thing a soldier could rely on was the weapon in their hands. If even your weapon betrays you, what else can you rely on? After a brief pause, the second round of anti-tank missiles was launched again. The thick smoke produced by the missile launch almost obscured the entire street above. However, this time, the boundary tank once again proved its formidable capability. 12 anti-tank missiles simultaneously hit their target, and the blue light arc merely flickered briefly before fading into nothingness. Just as Jiang Hao had thought, the energy shield of the boundary tank did indeed have limits. Why not try testing it with a nuclear weapon of 1,000,000 tons? However, it was a bit far-fetched to think that just these few anti-tank missiles could reach the threshold of the energy shield. At this moment, the boundary tank's main cannon, firing 150mm high-explosive armor-piercing shells, shot out with an orange beam from the barrel. Upon hitting the left building, flames immediately erupted, breaking free from the building's constraints. And the massive shell effortlessly penetrated the thin floors, severing the entire building in half. The soldiers hiding inside the building didn't even have time to scream before they, along with the collapsing structure, turned into a pile of ruins. Following that, the massive body of the boundary tank, propelled by the nuclear reactor, crushed over the recently collapsed building like a greedy beast and in the sight of everyone. It charged full speed toward the barricade in front of the ruins of the Thorn Tavern. Chapter 67. Conditions. The defense line was easily breached in front of these seemingly invincible soldiers. The enemy's proud marksmanship was toyed with like a joke in front of the graphene armor. Even more despairing for these soldiers was that these armored monsters could leap to a height of 3 stories with ease, and with a single punch. They could hear the sound of their own ribs breaking. Relying on their equipment advantage, a dozen soldiers directly jumped onto the enemy-held building, soon followed by horrifying wails. Some enemy soldiers were even thrown out of the building. In no time, these soldiers and tactical exoskeletons had ended the battle. At this moment, Jiang Hao leaped across several meters, jumping from one building directly into the adjacent floor. He dared not leap from the top of the building. Although the hardness of the graphene armor was astonishing, he still felt no confidence against an anti-material sniper rifle. After all, it was a terrifying existence that could penetrate even light tanks in an instant. On the holographic map in his helmet, the position of the marked sniper had also begun to move. The sniper was a ghost of the night, a silent assassin, a lone wolf of the jungle. This type of soldier was frightening because of the deterrence of killing from 1,000 meters away, the fear of a single fatal strike from the shadows. But when all these threats were exposed to the sunlight and displayed on the combat terminal's holographic map, all the threats vanished into nothingness. Walking within the sniper's range, the only thing Jiang Hao needed to pay attention to was hiding his movements, which was easy to do in a city full of tall buildings and with the enemy's position determined. However, what surprised Jiang Hao was that despite his continuous approach, the sniper was also moving, the white figure leaping between rooftops, trying to increase the distance between him and Jiang Hao. It seemed he knew his position. Jiang Hao did not believe that the other party had a holographic map similar to his own, capable of displaying real-time dynamic locations. This conclusion was based on the current assessment of human technology. Even before the apocalypse, the most accurate positioning error for humans was about 2 meters, and it still had considerable delay. Achieving precise tracking within a city using such accuracy was no easy task. Fortunately, with the enhancement of the tactical exoskeleton, Jiang Hao's speed was much faster than that of the sniper. After passing a signal tower, Jiang Hao finally caught sight of the sniper's back. He lifted the Gauss rifle in his hands, and with the assistance of the tactical exoskeleton, he quickly found the optimal shooting angle without much effort. Ignoring the wind speed, humidity, and other information displayed on the visor, Jiang Hao pulled the trigger directly. The air at the muzzle distorted instantly due to rapid compression, and a silver metal projectile was ejected from the gun. In the distance, the sniper fell to the ground with a thud. Under the impact of the powerful kinetic energy, the sniper's right leg flew up, and blood arced beautifully through the air. The entire process was devoid of gunpowder smell, gunfire, and even the noticeable recoil was imperceptible to Jiang Hao. This change made Jiang Hao somewhat unaccustomed, but it was precisely the most remarkable feature of the Gauss rifle. Jiang Hao calmly passed over the buildings and landed in front of the sniper. However, when Jiang Hao saw the sniper's face, he was completely stunned. The slightly awkward face was twisted in pain, and the narrow gaze revealed a deeply suppressed suffering. What shocked him the most was that beneath those narrow eyes was a protruding nose covered in brown fur. This thing resembled a wolf's nose, but was more refined than a wolf's. Wolves have a sense of smell over 40 times that of humans. No wonder he could sense someone approaching. Half-beast. Jiang Hao furrowed his brows slightly. He had seen this type of creature in his previous life. This race emerged in the later stages of the apocalypse and was known for their robust physiques. In the mid-apocalyptic period, they established a city in central China, enhancing their strength by transplanting the cells or even bodies of exotic beasts. To put it more bluntly, their power depended on the number of bodies they had transplanted. From a biological perspective, this race was pitiful because of their unique way of becoming stronger. Some of the genes of these half-beasts were suppressed, which manifested in their inability to reproduce and continue their lineage. Therefore, in the later stages of the apocalypse, these terrifying half-beasts often hunted humans for modification, even cultivating human embryos to maturity before altering them, in order to achieve the continuation of their race. This led to a deep-seated hatred towards half-beasts among many factions, even more intense than the fear faced when confronting hordes of zombies. Li Chang's people? Li Shengsha? Lowly humans like you are not qualified to command me. Although the half-beast's facial expression was one of pain, his tone was still filled with arrogance and defiance. Still a crazy racist? Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, noticing the weakness of the half-orc, which he might be able to exploit. So, are you saying that you come from the same organization? Jiang Hao asked, noticing that the bleeding from the broken leg of the half-orc had stopped, and the newly formed coagulated material was gradually covering the wound. He marveled at the half-orc's powerful self-healing ability while observing the expression of the half-orc sniper. Then, he tentatively asked, PE Foundation? This time, the half-orc unusually fell silent. But the flicker of panic that flashed in his narrow eyes was accurately captured by Jiang Hao. You should be familiar with that building. Jiang Hao pointed to the Thorn Tavern, which had already turned into ruins not far ahead. At that moment, 2 border tanks rolled over the rooftop of that ruin, firing at the local troops that were continuously fleeing into the distance. Despicable humans. The half-orc's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Jiang Hao as if he wanted to devour him alive. I will assume you are talking about Li Changha. Jiang Hao's smile grew wider. Instead of this, how about we make a deal? You tell me Li Changha's escape route, and I'll ensure he never speaks again. Jiang Hao spread his hands and said, this way, at least you can leave a good reputation in the organization. Upon hearing this, the half-orc suddenly burst into laughter, tearing off his hood to reveal the wolf ears hidden underneath. To become stronger, I can even give up my human identity. Why would I care about my reputation? Saying this, he leaned against the railing of the rooftop and sat up. How about we switch to a different kind of deal? Oh, I tell you the purpose of our visit to Peace City, and you let me go. Aren't you afraid of being pursued by the organization's people? Hee hee. The half-orc grinned menacingly, revealing his sharp fangs, and his jaw had also been modified. Li Changha, the overall leader of this operation, has died. I was merely the sniper responsible for covering the operation. What do I know? The half-orc chuckled, his narrow eyes nearly squinting into slits. Just as you said, the dead won't jump out to refute. Chapter 68. The boundary of freedom on the rooftop, the unique gunfire of a Gauss rifle rang out. Blood blossomed on the half-orc's chest like plum blossoms, spreading in spots. His narrow eyes finally widened slightly in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Hao. WY, I've told you everything, why? Don't you keep your word? The bullet from the Gauss rifle pierced through his lung, causing blood to foam from his mouth as he spoke. Reputation? That's for humans. Do you even count as a human? Jiang Hao snorted coldly and then connected to the communication channel. This is 001, announcing new combat orders. Coordinates 021, 062. Mission: intercept all personnel and goods at the coordinates. Note, the goods are classified as hazardous materials. Shooting is prohibited. As Jiang Hao's voice echoed, Xuanwu had already marked the mission coordinates on the holographic map, and soon a team was on its way to the target location. Xuanwu, I need a vehicle here. Received. The vehicle has been dispatched, and it is expected to arrive at your location in 4 minutes and 21 seconds. At this moment, the half-orc on the rooftop had already passed away. Jiang Hao picked up the sniper rifle that had fallen to the ground and looked at it with interest. The M82A2 anti-material sniper rifle, known as Barrett's second-generation product, had not opened up the market after its release due to excessive recoil compared to its predecessor, so very few people had heard of it. However, With the enhancement of the physical abilities of awakened humans, the issue of firearm recoil had been perfectly resolved in the apocalyptic environment, and the use of this weapon had gradually become more frequent. In the distance, the sound of an engine roared, and the wide tires crushed the debris, finally stopping downstairs. Jiang Hao picked up the sniper rifle and jumped down from the rooftop of the 10th floor. After throwing the sniper rifle into the back seat, he stepped on the gas and sped away. On the elevated North Ring Road, the convoy raced down the road, with two-wheeled armored vehicles clearing abandoned cars on the overpass to make way for the following vehicles. The entire convoy consisted of two-wheeled armored vehicles for infantry carriers and a heavy truck, immediately attracting the attention of many people on the ring road. Survivors who had been hiding from the war caught sight of the massive container on the heavy truck through the smoke-filled glass. In their weary eyes, a greedy expression flickered. But when they saw the snow-covered machine guns on the armored vehicles, their previously restless hearts quickly cooled down. Inside the convoy, all the soldiers had long lost their previous arrogance. Under the bombardment of the border tanks, the arrogance that had been buried deep in their hearts was instantly shattered by the 150 millimeters high-explosive armor-piercing shells. Even after leaving the battlefield, the fear dominated by the border tanks lingered for a long time. They won't chase us anymore, right? Don't worry. This is an overpass. Unless they can fly up here to intercept us. One soldier still felt uneasy but forced himself to calm down. After speaking, he glanced at the rearview mirror, watching the city grow distant, where the gunfire had gradually subsided. At that moment, a dull cannon fire echoed, triggering the soldiers' sensitive nerves, and their previously lethargic nerves tensed up again. Moments after the cannon fire, the armored vehicle at the front of the convoy was instantly penetrated by a high-explosive armor-piercing shell. The shell tore through the side armor of the armored vehicle and exploded inside. In no time, a violent burst of flames blew the hatch of the armored vehicle open, and the intense heat instantly distorted the surrounding air. In the distance, on Riverside Road, the smoke from the cannon at the border tank's muzzle had not yet dissipated when the second shell whistled in. Boom! With a violent explosion, the entire overpass trembled. And this time the shell directly hit the overpass, with the 150 millimeters high-explosive armor-piercing shell easily tearing apart the bridge structure, cutting the entire bridge in half. The soldiers remembered Jiang Hao's orders and did not shoot at the container on a heavy truck, but instead used heavy firepower to cut off their path. The armored unit pushed forward, trying to minimize the use of heavy firepower. Soldiers in graphene armor had already reached beneath the overpass, and upon receiving the order, they immediately sprang into action. As those soldiers from the PE Foundation had said, the Fengkawu soldiers couldn't fly up, but they could climb up to the elevated road from the ground. Due to the visual obstruction, the enemy on the overpass could not see what was happening below the bridge. After being attacked by artillery fire, they quickly turned their vehicles around. The heavy truck's cumbersome body made it the biggest burden for the convoy, and at that moment, they had forgotten their mission, unhesitatingly abandoning the heavy truck and fleeing back the way they came. However, the Fengkawu soldiers had no intention of letting them escape. At the moment the convoy turned around, several soldiers in tactical exoskeletons had already climbed up. Upon seeing the enemy's fleeing actions, these soldiers immediately pounced on them, like leaping cheetahs propelled by fusion batteries. The power of the tactical exoskeleton was pushed to the extreme, and at this moment, its instantaneous burst could rival the strength of a third-tier, awakened individual. Boom! Accompanied by the violent shaking of the armored vehicle, a soldier in a tactical exoskeleton had jumped onto its top. The powerful driving force surged into his arms, and with a painful metallic tearing sound, he forcibly pried open the hatch of the armored vehicle as if opening a can. As the hatch opened, orange-yellow bullets immediately shot out, striking the soldier's faceplate. The display inside the faceplate flickered instantly, but fortunately, the hardness of the graphene armor was sufficient to withstand the 7.62 millimeters bullets fire, leaving only a shallow bullet mark on the faceplate even under such close-range attack. A smile crept across the face behind the faceplate, and then the clear sound of a grenade pin falling could be heard. Desperate screams echoed within the confined space of the armored vehicle, followed by a muffled explosion that burst like a can. As soon as the two teams made contact, the soldiers of the PE Foundation showed signs of collapse. This seemingly simple ambush demonstrated the high military quality of the Fenkawu soldiers. They exhibited strong purposefulness right from the start of the conflict, first using their firepower advantage to cut off the enemy's escape route, and then focusing their attacks on the only armored vehicle that posed a threat to them as soon as their soldiers landed. After these 2 rounds of targeted attacks, it effectively declared that the soldiers of the PE Foundation had lost their ability to resist. When they realized that their weapons could no longer harm the enemy, they decisively chose to abandon their guns and surrender. When Jiang Hao arrived here, the battle had already been declared over. The soldiers of Fenkawu had built a makeshift perimeter around the heavy truck using the surrounding abandoned steel. Ignoring the kneeling captives, Jiang Hao ordered the soldiers to open the large door of the container. What came into view was a glass dome filled with white mist. Under the swirling mist, a giant creature that occupied nearly 70 of the container's area was presented before everyone. Was it a black bear? At this moment, Shen Binyan also walked over from the armored vehicle. She looked at the huge creature in a state of slumber and said uncertainly. She had seen black bears at the zoo, but after the apocalypse, all animals had mutated. Some only experienced changes in physical strength, while a significant number had altered their appearance entirely, even evolving into entirely new species. The black bear before her was one such example. Not only was its size many times larger than that of the pre-apocalypse bears, but it also had developed bone armor in some vulnerable areas like the neck, and its fur was shiny as if coated in beeswax. A third-tier, mutated beast, the armored black bear. Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally recognized this type of. As one of the most common Tier 3 in the last world, this creature is known for its defensive capabilities. An adult can even rival the defense of a Tier 4. During the mid-apocalypse, this type of was often used as the vanguard to break through the solid defenses of human cities, and its tough hide and bone armor became a nightmare for many human settlements. What are you capturing this thing for? This black bear is a bit special. After saying this, he couldn't help but shiver, seemingly still haunted by the previous performance of the boundary tanks on the battlefield. Jiang Hao frowned, feeling even more confused by the captive's statement. Even with his rich imagination, he couldn't connect these two things. You could try attacking it. The captive leaned closer to Jiang Hao, but was immediately stopped by the surrounding soldiers. He could only say reluctantly, "Use an RPG." Upon hearing this, a soldier carrying an RPG walked over. With Jiang Hao's tacit approval, the soldier aimed the sight at the still sleeping armored black bear. The rocket accurately struck the container, and the orange-yellow flames instantly engulfed the entire container, exploding and sending debris flying. However, the flames generated by the explosion seemed to be blocked by some unknown object, unable to extend into the container. When the explosion finally subsided, a faint blue glow hidden beneath the flames appeared before everyone. At that moment, Jiang Hao finally understood where the captive's similar place was. That faint blue glow was actually an energy shield. Under the protection of that shield, not only the armored black bear, but even the glass enclosure trapping it remained intact. Goodness, have energy shields become so cheap in this day and age? Even exotic beasts are starting to go the tech route. Detected special mutated species. The host can provide samples and energy crystals of this species to the research center for study. Meanwhile, the system's prompt echoed in his mind, and Jiang Hao realized he had missed several previous notifications from the system. The research center has been completed, now rewarding the hero-level unit, Empire's chief scientist Zhao Luming. The character has been generated at the research center. Please check in time. Empire's chief scientist Zhao Luming has begun research on the red fruit. Research progress. Unknown. Construction unit. Hive has been completed. System units have been updated. Production unit. Engineering robots have been replaced by worker bees. Upgrades for engineering robots are now starting. Expected time. 2 days. Resource consumption. 10,000 units of steel. This information had come earlier today, and Jiang Hao quickly glanced over it before closing the system panel again. After expelling the PE Foundation from P-City, there were still many matters that needed his attention. At this moment, Sun Chung drove a 4-wheel drive vehicle from the city center direction. Jiang Hao instructed Old Li, Our troops have occupied the entire urban area, and the bulldogs are responsible for clearing out hostile forces. However, things are not going very smoothly. Sun Cheng jumped out of the off-road vehicle, his expression not looking good. What's wrong? Originally, after hearing the news that the PE Foundation had been driven away, the remnants of the Thorn Tavern and the 5th District re-emerged, declaring ownership of P City. Jiang Hao's face remained expressionless as he turned to Sun Cheng and asked, "Don't tell me you came all this way just to say this to me. I've already ordered the soldiers to capture these remnants. The trouble is with the survivors." Sun Cheng replied, "These two major forces have already established a certain foundation in P City. Now, the public has taken to the streets, demanding that we release those people and give them their freedom." Freedom? Jiang Hao laughed in anger, glancing at the city still shrouded in smoke. If they experienced a bit more, they would understand that the boundary of freedom is called chaos. My stance is very clear. It's the end of the world. Do I still need to tell you what to do? Chapter 69. Believe in science for this battle. The Fenkawu side mobilized a total of 2,000 bulldogs, 1,000 soldiers, 200 armored vehicles, all 10 boundary tanks, and 200 armored troops equipped with graphene tactical exoskeletons. Soon, after the war ended, the losses from this battle were tallied. We lost a total of 316 bulldogs and 22 armored vehicles. At this moment, 116 soldiers had died, and 312 soldiers were injured. In the makeshift command room, the logistics officer Yi-1, responsible for battlefield statistics, was reporting the results to Jiang Hao. War is indeed a money grinder. Just one day of battle consumed 1/5 of the entire Fenkawu territory stock supplies, especially at a time when the territory had just completed upgrades and almost all buildings needed renovation. The shortage of resources made Jiang Hao feel an unprecedented urgency. It was time to consider opening up trade routes with El City. Jiang Hao sat by the stove, pouring a steaming bowl of tea into a cup, contemplating the possibility of opening a trade route. Currently, the main economic sources for Fenkawu were limited to the mine behind and timber, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow for the newly upgraded territory of Fenkawu. More urgently, there were the drones that appeared on the battlefield today. The use of drones relies heavily on satellite systems. Through this battle, Jiang Hao had basically concluded that the PE Foundation must have re-established its satellite communications. Although he couldn't determine the number of satellites they had launched, since drones were already in use, how far could missiles be? If the PE Foundation truly possessed missiles and took the opportunity to strike his territory, all his efforts over the past period would turn to ashes. The situation in City P had basically stabilized. It had been a long time since he had tasted the roasted fish from their territory. The roasted fish already bore a row of bite marks, as the pressure from the teeth had squeezed the internal oil out from the fish meat, mixing with the surface seasoning and emitting an enticing aroma. The roasting skills of their territory had improved again. Saying this, Shun Bingyin took another big bite, the friction between her lips and the fish producing a sizzling sound. Perhaps you could consider opening a roasted fish restaurant. If it really gets started, I can let the best cook in our troops be your chef. Jiang Hao teased, "I just don't know if you'll still be interested in hiring a boss then. Aren't you my boss right now?" She shot Jiang Hao a glance, the slightly tipsy firelight masking Shun Bingyin's flushed cheeks. She stuck out her tongue to lick the seasoning off her lips, then handed the remaining half of the roasted fish to Jiang Hao and said, "By the way, what are you planning to do with the remaining awakened ones in District 5 and the Thorn Tavern? Isn't there a profession called bounty hunter?" Jiang Hao took the grilled fish, took a couple of bites, and said, "Just like in El City, we should establish a bounty guild. But this organization in P City must be under our control. Don't we plan to incorporate them into the military? After all, that's a considerable fighting force. That's for other factions." Jiang Hao smiled and said, "Our territory has always believed in science." The next day, Jiang Hao issued a series of reform plans for the Fenkawu territory by order of the Supreme Commander. First was military reform. All armed forces of Fenkawu were reorganized into 3 legions, totaling 3,000 people, each legion equipped with a certain number of bulldogs, armored vehicles, and border tanks. Since the production line for tactical exoskeletons had not yet been established, the soldiers of these 3 legions were only equipped with a small number of tactical exoskeletons. while the other soldiers would have to wait for the production line to be improved before being gradually outfitted. Although the size of this army is not large, it is sufficient for Fenkawu. After all, due to the existence of the galaxy system, the development direction of the Fenkawu army has already taken a path completely different from other factions. The future Fenkawu army will inevitably be a technology-driven force fully aligned with intelligence and automation, with unmanned legions forming the foundation of the Fenkawu military. The retention of a small number of human troops is merely to fill potential tactical gaps that may arise on the rapidly changing future battlefield. In addition to these 3 regular armed forces, Jiang Hao also formed his own personal guard, consisting of 70 heavy infantry soldiers equipped with tactical exoskeletons, with Old Li still serving as the captain of the guard. After Peace City was fully brought under the jurisdiction of the Fenkawu territory, reforms regarding Peace City had also been fully initiated. Based on Shun Bingyan's suggestion, Jiang Hao established a general governor's office in Peace City, with Sun Cheng appointed as the chief governor, responsible for all affairs in Peace City. As Peace City serves as a barrier for the Fenkawu territory, its survival directly determines the safety of Fenkawu. Therefore, it is natural to deploy heavy troops to guard such a city. For this reason, Jiang Hao positioned the newly formed 2nd and 3rd Legions in Peace City, which is why he had to place Sun Cheng in this position. After all, as the first hero-level unit born within the territory, Sun Cheng's loyalty is beyond doubt. Although his abilities in city governance are yet to be assessed, military capability is the primary consideration for appointing the highest commander in a military stronghold like Peace City. Additionally, based on the original system of Peace City, Jiang Hao established a bounty hunter guild in the name of the Fenkawu territory, not only to facilitate the unified management of awakened individuals, but also to periodically issue some tasks that are inconvenient to disclose, which undoubtedly would reduce many troubles. Chapter 70. Research Center. Nowadays, survivors from Peace City have migrated to the valley to escape the war, with nearly 1/3 being the families of soldiers, and of course, some are bounty hunters or survivors from Peace City. After more than a month of effort, various types of houses have been built by the influx of survivors in the area outside the light curtain, and street markets have even appeared in some flatter areas, resembling a small town. Fortunately, the exotic beasts around Fenkawu have been cleared out, so there is no need to worry about the safety of these people. Inside the valley, after passing through the light curtain, the surrounding scenery presents a completely different appearance. The originally cramped camp outside the city walls has been expanded several times by engineering robots, and it has now turned into a vast camp area. In addition to necessary facilities such as training grounds and barracks, there are also many recreational facilities like basketball courts and volleyball courts. Although it cannot be considered luxurious, in an apocalyptic era where everyone is still worried about food, Fenkawu's typical approach of being well-fed and venting excess energy is enough to make others envious. The towering walls, after upgrading, are entirely made of reinforced concrete, and standing under the walls feels like being at the height of the battlements. Guard-level cannons extend from the cannon ports inside the walls, constantly swiveling and surveying the surroundings. From a distance, the walls, now over 10 meters high, finally have a sense of a military fortress. Driving through the heavy city gates, the significant increase in the area after the territory upgrade did not make the entire city appear empty. The construction within the territory has indeed become much more prosperous compared to just over a month ago. The streets have been expanded into two-lane roads after 2 rounds of expansion, and shops have been established along the sides of the streets, although they appear somewhat empty as no one has moved in yet. Naturally, the hygiene of the streets and housing is not a concern. Engineering robots clean them daily, creating an illusion of being in a peaceful time under the blue sky. It's time to start relocating people into the territory. Jiang Hao drove into the city and made a decision upon seeing the situation. The Fenkawu territory was bound to come into everyone's view, and after this upgrade, the system had given a clear hint that the light curtain that had been shrouding the Fenkawu territory would completely disappear after the next upgrade. This meant that after upgrading to a level 2 territory, the full picture of Fenkawu would ultimately be revealed to everyone. This forced Jiang Hao to put the plan of relocating a large population to the urban area on the agenda, as the city could only develop with a continuously expanding population. Of course, the influx of people was a result of comprehensive consideration of various factors, and naturally, not everyone could come in. Jiang Hao is currently considering using military merits to exchange for the qualification for permanent residency in Fengkewu. Additionally, for those with special skills, Fengkewu would also consider talent introduction channels, as after a large number of people moved in, the daily management of the city would need to be handled by many individuals, which was an essential part of urban development. While contemplating the future construction planning of Fengkewu, Jiang Hao had already driven to the entrance of the newly completed research center. The entire research center had a molecular structure design, exuding a strong sense of science fiction. After its completion, it became the largest and tallest building within the Fengkewu base, with a height of 8 stories above ground and 3 stories underground. Moreover, the underground structure was reinforced with strengthened steel to prevent any dangerous experimental leaks. When Jiang Hao arrived, there were 2 bulldogs sitting like sculptures at the entrance of the tech center, standing guard. Upon seeing him, they immediately recognized Jiang Hao's identity, their bodies becoming straighter and their heads turning to follow his movements. Jiang Hao patted one of the bulldogs on the head and asked with a smile, "Is Dr. Zhao looming inside?" After a moment, the bulldog's eyes, composed of hyperspectral cameras, flickered with light, and then a voice like a galaxy came through. The video surveillance showed that Dr. Zhao was currently in laboratory number 1. "Should I notify Dr. Zhao? How long has he been inside?" Jiang Hao frowned slightly. He remembered the system notification from a couple of days ago, meaning Zhao Looming had already been inside for 2 days. As of now, Dr. Zhao had been in the laboratory for 2 days and 8 hours. Is this guy a scientific madman? Jiang Hao's frown deepened. As the only researcher in the entire territory, he certainly did not wish for Zhao Looming to end his life in this manner. As a hero-level unit, if Zhao Looming were to die from overwork, how would Sun Sheng and other potential hero-level troops that might emerge see him? Would he have to bear the label of a vile capitalist? Jiang Hao felt it was necessary to stop Zhao Looming's crazy behavior. "I'll go in first." He instructed the soldiers to transport the armored black bear into the basement of the research center, and then Jiang Hao went directly to the door of Laboratory No. 1 based on the hints from Xing Tian. Although the door had been locked after Zhao Looming entered the laboratory, Jiang Hao, who had the highest authority, was still able to enter after completing the identity verification. Laboratory number 1 was estimated to be over 400 square meters. Aside from a supercomputer occupying most of the space, the setup of this laboratory was not much different from those he had seen before. In a large laboratory, a middle-aged man in his 40s was comparing data with a test tube filled with red liquid. On the workbench, beside him, a pile of sliced red fruit caught Jiang Hao's attention. Sliced? Jiang Hao was instantly dumbfounded. That was the opportunity of the undying martial sage. In his previous life, he didn't know how many awakened ones had fallen prey to alien beasts while searching for similar fruits. Yet you just cut it like that? How can you study it if you don't cut it? Are you supposed to guess? Hearing the sound, Zhao Looming answered without looking up. Then he picked up a slice of the red fruit with tweezers, put it into the mortar, and smashed it again. He then added some kind of chemical reagent to the juice that flowed out and placed it into a centrifuge. Unfortunately, the sample was too small. He wondered if the remaining bits could complete the experiment. Zhao Looming muttered with some regret, only then noticing the unexpected guest who had barged in. "You are the Lord?" Zhao Looming turned his head, his eyes froze for a second, and then it seemed he established some kind of connection, merging the identity of the Lord with Jiang Hao in front of him. "My lord, I'm really sorry, I didn't notice you came in." Zhao Looming slightly bowed and said to Jiang Hao, "It's okay, this is your home ground." Jiang Hao smiled slightly, and then took in Zhao Looming's attributes. Chapter 71. The Scientific Madman Zhao Looming. Age, Unknown Level, Heroic Loyalty, 100 Position, Chief Scientist of the Empire. Strength, Ordinary Person. Specialization Summary. As the Chief Scientist of the Empire, he is the most milestone figure in the long history of the Empire. Utilizing the Empire's technology, his life has been prolonged over the ages, and this long lifespan has given him enough time to cultivate various scientific fields. No one knows what he is truly skilled in, as he has led or participated in most of the research projects in the Empire's history, covering fields such as mathematics, astronomy, physics, biology, chemistry. He is a polymath, This is Jiang Hao's evaluation after viewing Zhao Luming's attribute panel. As stated in the introduction, his long life has provided him ample time to pursue his passions. As the chief scientist of the mother civilization of the galaxy system, his value is beyond question. At one moment, Jiang Hao even felt that this building, named the Research Center, was established for him. Any discoveries? Jiang Hao looked at the slices in the container with a strange expression. After Zhao Luming finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a screen moved in front of the two under the operation of a robotic arm. In the upper left corner of the screen, the words experiments 1 to 23 were displayed. This number represented the 23rd experiment of my first batch. Zhao Luming said, I cut this fruit into 76 slices, each representing a batch. From the first batch, certain abilities of this fruit caught my attention. As he spoke, the images on the screen began to play. On the operating table, a small anesthetized mouse had its tail removed, and then Zhao Luming, dressed in protective clothing, dropped a drop of transparent liquid onto the tail's severed end. Immediately, the time on the screen began to fast forward at 4 times the normal speed. Under their watchful eyes, the mouse's tail visibly grew back, and within just an hour, the severed tail had fully regenerated. The new tail was slightly pink in color, but looked almost indistinguishable from the original. Is this tissue regeneration? Jiang Hao asked in amazement. Not entirely, Zhao Luming explained, and then another set of experimental images began to play. This time, the images showed a scene under a microscope. After a drop of transparent liquid was introduced, the tissue cells on the screen immediately became active, and the cells in that drop of liquid began to devour the original cells like a virus. Before long, the original tissue cells on the microscope slide were completely replaced by the invaders. The footage didn't tee in there. The newly arrived cells began to divide wildly after occupying that area, quickly overflowing the entire screen. I call them parasitic reconstructors. From the microscope, we can see that the phenomenon in the first image is actually the process of this substance's devouring and regeneration. After this substance enters the host's body, it first drives out the original inhabitants of the area, which is what we call devouring. Only after completing this step does it begin its frenzied division, which is the regeneration we see. Will this regeneration go on endlessly? Of course not. In fact, the cell division depicted in the footage only continues until that mass of tissue cells overflows the entire culture dish. As he spoke, the panoramic view of the previous experiment reappeared. The tissue cells in the culture dish were rapidly expanding, and after more than 10 minutes, they covered the entire dish. At this point, a biological tissue resembling animal skin appeared in the dish. All right, for this experiment, I extracted skin cells from pig belly. For some reason, Zhao Luming's expression suddenly became strange as he looked at the pig skin on the screen, unconsciously touching his teeth. In a moment his lips parted, Jiang Hao clearly saw a fresh notch on Zhao Luming's teeth. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a mechanical hand brought over a safe. Inside here are the 2 items that appeared in the footage. Zhao Luming opened the safe and took out a culture dish and a dead small mouse. He first placed the mouse on the experimental table, then took a scalpel and made an incision on the mouse's regenerated tail. The sharp blade sliced through the slightly pink tail, accompanied by a sound of metal scraping that made one's teeth ache. Zhao Luming's cutting action seemed noticeably strenuous, and it took great effort to barely cut through the regenerated tail. Reinforcement, Zhao Luming exclaimed. According to my calculations, the strength of the newly generated biological tissue is about 21, 5 times greater than the original, and the degree of reinforcement is positively correlated with the purity of the extraction solution. As he spoke, he took out the culture dish from the box and revealed the pig skin. At this moment, Jiang Hao noticed that there was a clear row of tooth marks on that translucent pig skin. Jiang Hao's expression was a bit strange. He swallowed and asked, "This bite mark isn't yours, is it?" "In fact, I was planning to eat it." Zhao Luming let out a helpless sigh. "It's a pity I only cut the mouse tail after my teeth were broken. Otherwise, my teeth should still be intact. That's really a shame." Jiang Hao had a face full of black lines. What a ruthless person. "I'm afraid your teeth have been in this condition for a long time, as there are no dentists in the apocalypse. It's okay. I've recently been trying to cultivate new teeth using this extract, so perhaps my teeth will be even stronger then." Jiang Hao wisely closed his mouth, clearly not wanting to continue on this topic. By the way, can this extract be used on humans? I've already tested it on some animals and guarantee it's safe. If you agree, I would like to experiment with its effects on humans. After saying that, Zhao Luming forcibly stuffed the tube of extract into Jiang Hao's hand, looking at him with hopeful eyes. What a joke. Where am I supposed to find so many people with broken arms and legs for you? You can't be thinking of chopping off someone's arm, can you? Jiang Hao was sweating profusely. Wait a minute, speaking of this, it seems we just happen to have someone like that in our territory. Chapter 72. Smart Duo Fengwu Villa Area. This is the residential area for senior officers of Fengwu. After nearly 2 months of intense construction, the project here has basically been completed. This low-density villa area, covering more than 300,000 square meters, accommodates over 100 villas. Jiang Hao, Sun Cheng Jiang Tao, Old Li, and even Zhao Luming, who just joined the territory, have all been assigned a villa here. Inside the community, several teams of bulldogs patrol 24 hours a day, making it one of the highest security areas in the entire Fengwu territory. Following the holographic map on his faceplate, Jiang Hao walked to the building marked as Duo's home. Big brother. As Jiang Hao's figure just appeared at the entrance, Duo's slightly surprised voice, filled with innocence, drifted down from the terrace on the second floor. Duo, come down quickly and let your brother see if you've gained weight again. Jiang Hao smiled warmly and waved at Duo, teasing her. At that moment, Duo was holding a lollipop in her hand. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, her little face immediately fell, and then she turned and ran down from the second floor. As Duo ran over, Jiang Hao squatted down and picked her up in one swift motion. Wow, Duo is indeed heavier now. Jiang Hao pinched Duo's gradually softening face and said with a smile. Then, before Duo's face drooped down again, he magically pulled out a bag of MS from his pocket and handed it over. Huh? Duo's eyes immediately widened, and she reached out her slightly chubby little hand to hug the bag of MS tightly to her chest. Why not eat it? Jiang Hao saw that Duo showed no intention of opening the bag and asked curiously. Duo gave Jiang Hao a sunny smile and then patted her round little belly. She wasn't hungry right now and would eat later. Not hungry. So can you tell Big Brother what you have for lunch? Duo furrowed her brows slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, for lunch, I had rice, stir-fried meat, braised fish, and jelly, cookies, potato chips, and a lot of things. Duo listed them like treasures. Hearing her words, a sly smile appeared on Jiang Hao's face. This little one has quite the guts. Jiang Hao's smile became even more rampant. At this moment, Jiang Tao, who was still in the wild hunting exotic beasts with a group of new recruits, suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back and couldn't help but sneeze. With this thought, he became even more enthusiastic about training the new recruits. Far from home, Jiang Tao already started shouting excitedly. With a creak, the door was opened, and Duo rushed out of the house with a cheerful step. Shaking the plastic bag in his hand, Jiang Tao hugged Duo. Wow, there's actually cola and white rabbit candy. Duo's eyes widened in amazement as she kept praising. Then she tore open the wrapper of the milk candy and ate one, thought for a moment, and fed one to Jiang Tao, and finally took out another one and ran toward the front door. Big brother, Duo will treat you to candy. At that moment, Jiang Tao's expression instantly froze. Jiang Hao appeared at his doorstep with a friendly smile, then took Duo's small hand and walked over. Oh, not a bad haul. You're quite good at rummaging around, Jiang Hao teased, pointing at the bag in Jiang Tao's hand. Jiang Tao awkwardly forced a smile and unconsciously pulled the bag closer to himself. What is there to hide? Don't you want to admit what you've done? No, it's just, Duo was craving something and kept saying she wanted to eat, so I went to the command center to look for it. At the critical moment, Jiang Tao didn't hesitate to bring Duo into the conversation. I have to say, kids these days really are perceptive. At such a young age, they can see through things so clearly. Jiang Hao's smile grew wider, his body leaning slightly forward, with a friendly expression. Go ahead. How should I punish you? Jiang Tao was taken aback for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders slightly, looking like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. All right, I actually have something to discuss with you today. Jiang Hao put away his smile and then took out the test tube. It was the latest research achievement from the technology center. Jiang Hao only said half of what he wanted to say. He specifically emphasized the term technology center, and while speaking, he kept an eye on Jiang Tao's expression. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Jiang Tao did not show any signs of surprise, as if that recently constructed building had always existed in his memory. What does this signify? A mental imprint? Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. Could this be a hidden feature of the territory? Not only was Jiang Tao's reaction quite ordinary, but even the thousands of soldiers living in the territory reacted the same way. After he exchanged for boundary tanks from the system, these people did not show any signs of surprise. Instead, they naturally assumed that the newly appeared units were originally part of the territory. It seemed that as changes occurred in the territory, their memories shifted as well. This thing might be helpful to you. Not wanting to dwell on this issue, Jiang Hao pointed to Jiang Tao's empty sleeve and said, "You can think of this medicine as a way to regrow severed limbs. In short, it's something that can make your arm grow back." Jiang Hao's tone was somewhat uncertain because, to some extent, the newly grown arm was actually not composed of his body cells, but rather formed from a new tissue that developed from the substance in this test tube. Or perhaps, calling it a Qilin arm would be more fitting? Jiang Hao suddenly laughed at Zhao Luming's shattered tooth, thinking with a rather dark sense of humor. After hearing Jiang Hao's explanation, Jiang Tao was momentarily stunned. This veteran, who had once been decisive on the battlefield, began to tremble slightly at that moment. Long-buried memories were awakened, like deadwood meeting spring again, and the hopes that had long been extinguished were reignited by Jiang Hao's words. If possible, who would want to drag an incomplete body through a lifetime? This is just an experiment. I mean, it may have side effects. Jiang Hao's words were immediately filtered out by Jiang Tao. He took the officer from Jiang Hao's hands, as if holding an unparalleled treasure, and a trembling voice floated out from his withered lips. "I'm willing to give a try." Chapter 73. The voice from the north in just 3 days. After taking that bottle of extract, Jiang Tao's empty arm finally grew back. It started as a lump of flesh and gradually grew to the size of an adult's arm. The newly formed arm was somewhat pale, but the firm muscle lines were filled with strength. Ding! Jiang Tao's loyalty has risen to 100. This member will no longer exhibit any betrayal behavior. The system's prompt sounded at that moment. Jiang Hao glanced at Jiang Tao's panel, and indeed, his loyalty had reached the value of 100. Don't get too excited yet. Let's see if this arm obeys. Jiang Hao suppressed his inner joy and suggested that, after all, these parts did not grow from his own cells, and their usability was still an unknown. Jiang Tao was full of excitement. He couldn't wait any longer. He first clenched his fist, and then tried to pick up the cup from the table. The process was natural and smooth, as if he were no different from an ordinary person. As easy as using his fingers, Jiang Tao exclaimed excitedly, and after speaking, he couldn't help but wave his fist. There was just one question. Jiang Hao frowned slightly and pointed to Jiang Tao's arm, asking, "Are you sure there's nothing uncomfortable? It looks like it's shaking to me." Okay, I'm just too excited." Jiang Hao was immediately stunned by Jiang Tao's actions. "Maybe you could try testing its explosiveness and hardness. According to my experiments, an extraction solution with a concentration of 40 should be able to increase these two metrics by about 30 times. Zhao Luming, who had been recording data at Jiang Tao's house for the past few days, timely offered his opinion. As he spoke, he kindly pointed to the wall beside him. "You can practice on that first. Is it really that strong?" Jiang Tao asked skeptically. Although he felt that this new arm seemed indeed stronger than before, he remained doubtful about the claims of this crazy scientist. "You have to believe in science." Zhao Luming smiled friendly, then suddenly added, "Don't worry. Even if this arm fails, I guarantee I can make you a new one." "All right, then you all stay back," Jiang Tao said as he stood up, positioning himself in front of the wall and suddenly thrusting his arm forward. Boom! Cracks spread across the wall, accompanied by the tinkling sounds of the crystal chandelier clashing, as large amounts of dust fell from the ceiling. The construction quality of this house is questionable. Jiang Tao quickly concealed the shock in his eyes and said seriously, to avoid any damage to his new arm. He had only used half of his strength in that punch, but he didn't expect the house to be unable to withstand it. Jiang Hao rubbed his forehead and glanced at Jiang Tao, who was still complaining about the quality of the house, and silently said, "I'll have the workers come over to repair it later, and the necessary building materials will be deducted from your food supplies." Upon hearing this, the previously cheerful Jiang Hao immediately wilted. "Wait!" Jiang Hao seemed to suddenly remember something, and a smug expression appeared on his face. "This is my home. Why should I pay fines for damaging my own place?" "No," Jiang Hao said, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting as he looked at Jiang Hao with a hint of sympathy. "This is public property. This house is at most temporarily allocated for you to live in. Your actions constitute damage to public property, and it's reasonable to fine you." Fortunately, the energy supply within the Finkawa territory continued to operate smoothly. Although there were no power stations or similar facilities in the territory, all buildings could function normally in low-power mode. In Jiang Hao's impression, this territory had never encountered energy supply issues since its establishment. No matter how many new buildings were constructed, the energy supply remained consistently stable, as if there was no limit to this supply. Thick heating panels continuously delivered warmth to the rooms like underfloor heating. Although it wasn't hot, it kept the room temperature around 15 degrees. The soldiers living in the territory finished their training early in such weather and set up induction cookers in the barracks to cook fragrant rice fish while enjoying the snowy scenery outside the window. After getting used to the initial novelty, the soldiers were now able to face this comfortable post-apocalyptic life with composure. If it weren't for the constant reminders of the dire situations faced by survivors outside, they might have developed the illusion that they were still in peacetime. Amid this stark contrast, a sense of belonging rapidly spread among the soldiers. Of course, to help the survivors outside the curtain, Jiang Hao specifically instructed the soldiers to send wood so that these people could survive the cold winter. Hopefully, this winter will pass quickly. Otherwise, the wood we've gathered will be used as firewood for those survivors outside, Jiang Hao complained in the command center. Hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled, his gaze drifting through the window at the falling snow, murmuring, "The cold winter has just begun." No one knew better than Jiang Hao that from the moment the apocalypse descended, the planet beneath their feet was no longer the familiar homeworld of humanity. The apocalypse brought not only changes in flora and fauna, but, more seriously, changes in climate. In his previous life, Jiang Hao struggled for over 5 years in the apocalypse. And in his memory, summer on Blue Star lasted only about 10 months in total during that time. Although mutated creatures dominated by exotic beasts were humanity's greatest enemies in the apocalypse. In fact, over 2 billion people died from the harsh cold and food shortages that followed. Just as Jiang Hao was lost in thought, the radio on the table suddenly crackled to life. "This is the northern region. This is the northern region. We are now conducting the first national live broadcast for all compatriots in Shenzhou. Earlier today, we successfully launched 8 satellites and are now granting satellite communication rights to all residents of Shenzhou. The duration of access will be determined based on circumstances. Once again, this is the northern region. Our coordinates are 120, 38 e 36, 07N. If you need help, please hurry to the coordinate area and we will provide shelter." A strong voice came from the radio, and Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. He was all too familiar with this voice. It wouldn't be long before the entire survivor community would know his name. One of the 7 martial saints, Shun Jianlin of the northern region. Chapter 74. Threats at sea. The wheels of history rolled over as before, leaving the same marks in the trenches. The world is still that familiar world. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh as he glanced at the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. According to the original plan, the soldiers of the 2nd Legion should have already begun their march towards City L, and he believed news from the front lines would arrive soon. Warning: the number of mechanical units is about to exceed 13,000, reaching the system's energy supply limit. Please construct a fusion center as soon as possible to avoid a power short circuit in the territory due to the number of units exceeding the system's supply limit. The system's alert sounded. Jiang Hao opened the system panel, and at that moment, all engineering robots have been fully upgraded to the latest worker bee units. After the transformation was complete, including all mechanical units under construction, the number of mechanical units displayed on the system panel had reached 12,600, even if it exceeded the threshold mentioned by the system. Star River. Start constructing the fusion center. Jiang Hao helplessly issued the order. If there were any issues with the energy supply in this weather, it would really be life-threatening. He had originally thought he could exploit the seemingly infinite energy supply in his territory to perfectly exploit a bug. But he never expected to be slapped in the face by the system so soon. However, it makes sense. If the energy in the territory were truly infinite, then the existence of the nuclear fusion center would be meaningless, right? Indeed, you can't take advantage of the system for free. What? Miss me? Jiang Hao smiled slightly and gave Xin Bingyan a suggestive glance. No, I just suddenly wanted to come up and take a look. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao and then put down the bag in her hand. The opening of the plastic bag was slightly ajar, revealing its contents. This is a couplet? What are you doing with this? It's almost New Year. Xin Bingyan's eyes showed a look of longing. This girl, who faced the chaos of the world, had never lost her yearning for beauty even in such a bleak era. New Year? Jiang Hao was stunned. It had been many years since he had heard this word. With the arrival of the apocalypse, the once traditional customs had been buried alongside human civilization in the annals of history. Even if he were to live again, Jiang Hao had never dared to hope for the new year. In the apocalypse, surviving required all his effort, leaving no room for other desires. Jiang Hao walked over, holding the person in front of him in his arms, gently stroking her back, and softly said, "It's okay. Starting this year, it will be our first new year together." El City Binhai, once the busiest port in the Xinzhou nation, it has long lost its former prosperity. From the moment the apocalypse began, the vast ocean on this planet has become desolate. In the apocalypse, the ocean is a more dangerous area than land. The seemingly calm surface of the sea always hides unpredictable dangers. To survive here, you must remain vigilant at all times, for you can never know if you're the hunter or the prey. At this moment, on the originally calm sea surface, a radar antenna suddenly appeared at the horizon, followed by a warship slowly sailing from the coastal position. The constantly swirling snowflakes obstructed the sentry's view, after repeatedly confirming with binoculars from the lookout tower. The sentry finally sounded the alarm. Look, El City has indeed changed hands. In the command room of the destroyer, Shi Wenxiang put down her binoculars and pointed to the newly constructed city wall in the distance for her first mate. Look, the flags on the city wall have already changed. Since the rumors are true, do we still need to send them an invitation? Of course. Since we're going to establish a trade zone, we naturally need to absorb some forces to join. Saying this, Shi Wenxiang popped a piece of gum into her mouth, chewed for a moment, and a fierce light appeared in her eyes. Of course, the premise is that they have the strength. So, let's send them a gift for our first meeting. At this time, the launch bay cover at the bow of the ship opened, and as the launch button was pressed, a missile shot out from the launch bay, igniting in midair and trailing an orange tail towards the designated target. For a missile, a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers is merely a moment. With the explosion lighting up a low-factory building in the suburbs of El City, the alarm has already sounded throughout the sky of El City. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? The first mate exclaimed inwardly. Destroying a meaningless building with a priceless precision-guided weapon just to show off their military might? That's why you're the first mate, and I, of course, am the captain. Shi Wenxiang smiled proudly and then blew a bubble with her gum, which suddenly popped. Military Government Building. When Xiao Su, acting commander of the military government, received this news, he had just met with soldiers from the Second Corps. Captain Wan, you must have had a tough journey. It was much easier than expected. After the last plant mutation, these mutated bees seem to have entered a new mutation period. When my soldiers found them, these monsters were lying in their nests, as if in hibernation. We solved them without much effort. The commander of the Second Corps, Wan Sheng, was a straightforward person and said casually when he saw Xiao Su. Just then, Xiao Su heard the alarm coming from the seaside. Warning, enemy fire control radar has locked onto our building. Under his helmet, Xuanwu's alert sounded, marking the buildings locked by enemy fire control radar on the holographic map. Bro, it seems things aren't peaceful here either. The excitement in Wan Sheng's eyes flashed away as he stepped into an off-road vehicle, leading his troops towards the coast. Chapter 75. The Truth Within the Range of Cannons. Following the convoy of the Second Corps, Xiao Su boarded a boundary tank. When he saw an arc of light rising from the sea, He already guessed which force that unit belonged to. Broken Ship Island. As a force in the southern coastal area, its territory is quite special, just as its name suggests. The main structure of this force is a carrier that was interrupted by deep-sea mutated beasts. After a simple splicing, it formed the main part of the city, which is now stranded on the shallow beach of Fuhai City. Although the territory of Broken Ship Island is not ideal, its strength ranks among the top coastal forces, having inherited a part of the surviving naval fleet. The heavy firepower of Broken Ship Island is renowned throughout Blue Star. In fact, being able to maintain a relatively complete fleet under the current maritime conditions already demonstrates the strength of this fleet. Although this fleet can only sail along the coastline due to the fear of the mutated beasts in the deep sea, it is more than enough to deter coastal forces with nearly 100 missiles on the destroyer. When that destroyer entered the range of the boundary tank, Xuanwu's voice also came through. Connecting. The voice of Luan Shang came through the communication channel. Hello, survivors of El City. We are the first fleet under Broken Ship Island. We come in peace, just wanting to establish a long-term trade zone with you. We, one leg, launching missiles, is your sincerity in cooperation? If this is how you Broken Ship Island greet us, then let me show you our sincerity. Before the words on the other end of the communication channel were finished, Luan Sheng had already rudely interrupted the other party's speech and issued orders to the soldiers of the Second Corps to prepare for battle. From the holographic map, it could be seen that the soldiers of the Second Corps had aimed their sights at the destroyer. Wait a minute. Xiao Su, with a dark expression, took temporary command of the battlefield as the highest administrative officer of El City. Why are the soldiers under Jiang Hao so fierce? While complaining about Luan Sheng's recklessness, he has already opened the communicator. Hello, I am Xiao Su, the highest executive of the Finkawa territory stationed in El City. Since you are here to request trade, please show your sincerity first. Shut down your fire control radar. Otherwise, we will regard it as hostile behavior and take corresponding countermeasures. Finkawu? That force that repelled the first wave of beast tides? Xu Wenxiang had heard of Finkawu, but so what? As the maritime overlord, her focus was no longer on land. Would she still be afraid of them? Oh, not bad. These natives actually have tanks. Xu Wenxiang couldn't help but curl her lips into a smug smile. But it was easy to see from her slightly mocking tone that she didn't take the tanks displayed on the radar seriously. The ship beneath her feet was a real destroyer. The range of those low-end goods like tanks was not even close to the caliber of her main gun. What could they threaten her with? They must be thinking too highly of themselves. It seemed these natives were not very friendly. Then let's teach them a lesson. Xu Wenxiang's finger had already slid to the fire control radar button, and with a light touch, the fire control radar had locked onto one of the tanks. Trade is established on the basis of equal strength on both sides. But if you have no weapons that can threaten me, why should I trade with you? Isn't it cheaper to rob you outright? However, just as the destroyer's fire control radar locked onto the boundary tank, a sudden dull sound came from the direction of El City. Boom! The shell landed dozens of meters behind the destroyer, accompanied by a huge splash, indicating that their destroyer was already within the strike range of the boundary tank. How is this possible? Xu Wenxiang's pretty face finally showed a look of panic as she hurried to the bow to check the still churning spot on the sea surface. The shock on her face had not completely faded when a second dull sound came again from the city direction. Boom! This time, the shell landed much farther away, exploding at the sea surface 2 kilometers away, just like their earlier provocation, layer upon layer. Could that really be a tank? Xu Wenxiang stared blankly at the radar's reflection data. Such reflection data could only perfectly match that of a tank. But the problem was that it was at least 20 kilometers away from that tank. What tank could fire that far? Last warning. Shut down your fire control radar, or I will not guarantee the safety of the destroyer in the next round of attacks. What should we do, Captain? This 6,000-ton destroyer, with over 100 crew members on board. Now all eyes were on Xu Wenxiang, waiting for a final command. Fight or retreat? At a distance of over 20 kilometers, the tank was undoubtedly within the main gun's range. But facing the ultra-long-range tank, Xu Wenxiang was not confident that the destroyer's armor could withstand the shell's attack. Modern destroyers are different from the old battleships because of a need for beyond-visual range combat. The primary design intent of modern warships is to fit more and larger missiles onto the vessels, making armor secondary. For this reason, the armor of currently active main destroyers is not as thick as it used to be. Shut down the fire control radar. The truth only exists within the range of cannons. When your fist is strong enough to pose a substantial threat to the other party, everyone can sit down calmly and talk about the future. Faced with the threat of the opponent's tank fire range, Shi Wenxiang ultimately chose to compromise. And after a brief negotiation, she handed the invitation letter from Duanjin Island to Xiao Su. Chapter 76. The New Year's Kiss. When the invitation letter from Duanjin Island was handed to Jiang Hao, he was at home enjoying hot pot with Shun Bingyin, Jiang Tao, and Duo, waiting for the arrival of the Lunar New Year. This wouldn't be a Hongmin banquet, would it? Does Duanjin Island intend to eliminate all surrounding forces through this banquet? No, Duanjin Island doesn't have that kind of scale, and moreover, their focus of interest is not on land. Jiang Hao shook his head resolutely. After all, in his previous life, Duanjin Island established connections with various coastal powers in this way. They were just trying to collect some protection money at most. Recalling the actions of Duanjin Island in his previous life, Jiang Hao said, acting as a protector of the coast and legitimately collecting protection fees aligns more with the interests of Duanjin Island. Of course, with so many leaders of different factions attending for the first time, isn't this a great opportunity for business? I'm afraid that if the deal doesn't go through, we'll end up paying protection money for nothing. Jiang Tao teased. Paying protection money? I never thought of it that way. The steaming hot pot bubbled with heat as Jiang Hao took a bite of the hot pot meatball, then picked up a piece of lamb and handed it to Duo. Watching her battle the food in the oil bowl without even looking up, he couldn't help but smile. Want to take advantage of us at Finkawu? I'm afraid they don't have that strength. Saying this, he scooped up a crab stick and placed it in Shun Bingyin's bowl. I remember you really like this. Jiang Hao smiled, his arm just blocking Jiang Tao's line of sight, while also covering Shun Bingyin's slightly flushed face. Huh, beautiful sister, are you burning up? Why is your face so red? After finishing the last bite of lamb in the bowl, Duo shifted her attention back to Shun Bingyin beside her. Ahem, a violent cough masked her inner turmoil. Although she had already acknowledged her relationship with Jiang Hao in her heart, she still felt a bit shy in front of outsiders. Glancing out at the snowflakes still falling outside, she finally spoke. It should be because it's cold. At that moment, the clock on the wall rang out abruptly, the hour, minute, and second coinciding in an instant, and the apocalypse finally welcomed its first new year at this moment. There were no familiar firecrackers, no unforgettable melody of a night to remember, and no New Year blessings from family and friends. At this moment, zombies were still searching for the scent of the living on the snow-covered streets. Exotic beasts were undergoing a new round of evolution in their hibernation, and some people were losing their lives under the attack of mutated species. Meanwhile, the survivors who remained had to continue struggling desperately for the days ahead. This was undoubtedly a time of despair. The apocalypse would not slow its pace just because of the arrival of the new year. But at this moment, in this cozy little room, as the New Year's bell rang, Jiang Hao had already stood up from his seat, leaned close to Shun Bingyin's slightly heated ear, and whispered softly, "Happy New Year." Saying this, amidst the stunned gazes of Jiang Tao and Duo, Jiang Hao reached out his arm and pulled the person in front of him into his embrace, then slowly lowered his head to kiss her. The snow continued to fall, reflecting the most unique fireworks in this world under the lights. After all, as the apocalypse entered its third month, the strength of the bulldog had fallen behind the evolution of mutated creatures. In Jiang Hao's plan, this large number of bulldog troops would gradually be phased out in subsequent battles. In the territory, the first batch of exploration team members had already set out, escorted by a team of tactical exoskeleton soldiers. They would spend the next few months searching for new mineral veins for the Fenkawa territory, opening the system panel. The construction of the military factory and heavy industry factory was proceeding simultaneously. Looking at the time, these two buildings would be completed by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, at which point the production capacity of Fenkawa territory would fully shift to the production of soldier exoskeletons and boundary tanks. After losing the resource supply from P-City, the resource growth in Fenkawa territory had slowed significantly. So far, The accumulated resource stock could only afford to build one planetary communication station, one fish pond farm, and one water purification station. Fortunately, after opening the trade route with El City, the first batch of supplies from El City was about to arrive here, which would provide over 200,000 units of supplies for the territory. After eliminating the unstable factors in P City, Fenkawu's development had now entered the fast lane. As a large number of people poured into the outskirts of Fenkawu's small towns, expanding the resource production scale had become imperative. After clicking the construction button, the resource stock in the system panel quickly dropped to a single digit. Glancing at the resource stock that was one digit less than his savings before the apocalypse, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. After doing all this, Jiang Tao had already gathered the personnel. A convoy consisting of 70 elite guards and more than 20 accompanying members was currently waiting under the city gate for the departure order. This time, Shen Bingyan did not accompany the troops to Duanjin Island. She seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough, ready to join the ranks of second-tier ability users at any moment. Moreover, last night's activities seemed to have been a bit too intense. Although her physique had improved significantly due to her awakened abilities, Shen Bingyan still leaned against the doorframe when sending Jiang Hao off, her delicate brows furrowing as she resisted the pain in her body. Looking back at the villa area, Jiang Hao resolutely jumped onto the armored vehicle and said, "Let's go." Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the convoy, consisting of 12 boundary tanks and 20 armored vehicles, slowly drove out of the city gate. "What's wrong? Didn't you have enough fun last night?" Jiang Tao, sitting in the driver's seat, activated the autopilot mode and then turned his head to tease. "Haha, what do you single dogs know?" Indeed, when Jiang Hao said this, Jiang Tao immediately jumped up, fur bristling like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Then, as if he thought of something, he suddenly pulled out a bag of goji berries from his pocket and tossed it over. This thing was found in the command center. Jiang Tao's expression gradually became twisted as he leaned closer to Jiang Hao and whispered, "You didn't prepare this for situations like this, did you?" Jiang Hao's face darkened. Immediately, cheerful voices echoed in the carriage. Chapter 77, A Strike from Jiang Tao. For this trip, Jiang Hao had made thorough preparations. The accompanying team not only included intelligence officers responsible for collecting information on the powers along the way, but also brought out the heads of various chambers of commerce when passing through El City, following the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He entrusted these individuals to conduct trade negotiations with the powers along the route. Jiang Hao's actions were also driven by necessity. Faced with the potential long-range strike capabilities of the PE Foundation, he had to accelerate the pace of territorial advancement. In these business cooperations, the discussions revolved around exchanging scarce items in the apocalypse, such as food and military supplies, for steel and timber. Once this trade policy was introduced, it was immediately welcomed by most factions. As for the occasional few who were slow to understand, upon seeing the truth displayed by Jiang Hao, they instantly became the most loyal supporters of this trade. Of course, the food on Jiang Hao's trade list consisted of simply processed beef jerky, while high-end products like rice would only be supplied in small quantities during trade. After all, if sold on a large scale, Jiang Hao feared attracting unwanted attention. The only thing that troubled Jiang Hao was that this barter trading method was indeed cumbersome, prompting him to consider the possibility of issuing currency. When Jiang Hao and his group arrived at Broken Ship Island, he had already acquired nearly 100 trade contracts and the most comprehensive holographic map along the way from the Xuanwu database. The urban planning of Broken Ship Island was somewhat similar to Fenkawu, with a sizable town formed on the outskirts of the city. The vast majority of residents and military forces were stationed here, while the aircraft carrier, with a displacement of over 80,000 tons, served as the power center of the entire cancer organization. At this moment, it was docked on the coastline behind the town, and the entire carrier did not prohibit pedestrian visits. One could see the complete view of the aircraft carrier from the entrance of the town. The entire aircraft carrier was already rusted, with a shocking crack visible at the island position, although it was barely usable after repairs. The gaping wound that almost bisected the entire carrier constantly reminded the human survivors of the dangers of the ocean. On the smooth, straight-deck flight deck, Two carrier-based aircraft were boldly parked in the waiting area, their swept wings enveloped in stealth skin, exuding a futuristic sci-fi vibe. Judging by the condition of the aircraft, these two planes were well maintained and should still possess some combat capabilities. What does this mean? Strategic deterrence? Jiang Hao scoffed at this childish measurement. Although the current combat units of Fengkewu could not pose a threat to this fourth-generation carrier-based aircraft with a cruising speed exceeding 1.5 Mach. Jiang Hao clearly remembered a term in military strategy called asymmetric advantage. And coincidentally, this advantage was now possessed by Fengkewu's territory. After verifying their identities, Jiang Hao and his group received a warm welcome. The gate at the entrance of the town slowly opened, and under the leadership of the captain of the guard, Jiang Hao drove 2 border tanks, 6 armored vehicles, and 4 military trucks into the town. As for other weapons and equipment, they had already been handed over to the 2nd and 3rd Legions by Jiang Hao. The convoy slowly entered the town, where the low houses were made of steel plates and wood. The slightly better housing was located near the sea by the aircraft carrier, where the construction had already taken shape, with numerous buildings made of reinforced concrete forming a dense cluster. The survivors passing by had a unique brownish-green complexion, a side effect caused by long-term consumption of beast meat. Just then, several urgent gunshots suddenly rang out from outside the vehicle, accompanied by the wailing of sirens. The sounds gradually spreading into the distance. What is going on? Why are there gunshots? Jiang Tao grabbed the walkie-talkie next to him and asked, his face swollen on one side, causing his speech to be a bit slurred. It's nothing. We're in the apocalypse now. It's quite normal to have 1 or 2 troublemakers causing a ruckus. In fact, if there aren't any gunshots for a few hours, I would even suspect if this place is really the apocalypse. Soon, the slightly teasing voice of the captain of the guard came through. The Shallow Beach Hotel, as a self-operated hotel under the broken ship island, naturally had unquestionable security, and for this reason, the hotel had always been doing good business. Leader Jiang, you'll stay here tonight, and tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will come to pick you up for the meeting. The captain of the guard said with a smile and an ambiguous tone. By the way, one more thing, if you're interested. You can take a stroll at the Lionheart Tavern, where a batch of pretty girls has recently arrived. I believe their service will satisfy you. Of course, if you're willing to tip a little more, they wouldn't mind making a special trip. The captain of the guard showed a knowing expression and led the escorting soldiers out. Also, here is a piece of advice. It's best not to meddle in other people's business around here. The door to the guest room was open a crack again, and amidst the continuous gunfire, the captain's voice floated in from outside. As you can hear now, things have not been very peaceful around here recently. When a morning sun shone in through the window the next day, Jiang Hao sat up from bed with dark circles under his eyes, feeling despondent. And then he clenched his teeth and punched the wall. Get up, you animal. The power unleashed by the first tier awakened. One caused a layer of dust to fall from the entire wall. After a while, a sleepy voice from next door muttered, Got it. Let me lie down for a bit longer. I was too tired last night. Damn it, really a beast. Jiang Hao cursed fiercely. As the creaking sounds continued throughout the night, Jiang Hao suffered 999 points of critical damage. After having breakfast, when everyone gathered in the hotel lobby, Jiang Tao finally limped down the stairs, supporting his waist. Noticing Jiang Hao's malicious gaze, Jiang Tao awkwardly smiled and then said in a slightly apologetic tone, Is that bag of goji berries still around? If you don't need it, could you give it to me? Chapter 78. The meeting on the aircraft carrier. As everyone expected, the meeting took place in a conference room on the aircraft carrier. The room, which could accommodate about 20 people, was carefully arranged, and the insignia that originally identified this aircraft carrier had long been removed, replaced by a portrait of the supreme leader of Broken Ship Island, Xiao Chengji. Like the Fengkewu territory, Broken Ship Island practiced a dictatorship. Although this term was once associated with feudal ignorance, in the apocalypse, such a system possessed an efficiency lacking in other forces. A proposal for urban planning, which would have been delayed for over a year among the top 10 forces in El City, ended up gathering dust in the corner of the conference room by the time Jiang Hao emerged as the ultimate winner of the civil war in El City. After Jiang Hao established the military government, the proposal received authorization from the government on the same day, Who would dare oppose under the sharp fangs of the bulldog? Of course, all of this was built on the foundation of the dictator's wisdom. Jiang Hao would never admit this, as he was helpless against the public's insistence. Xiao Chengji, full of vigor, smiled as he examined the many leaders seated around the round table. Although he was only in his 30s, he showed no fear in front of the powerful figures present. Instead, he exuded the calmness of someone in a position of authority. This confidence stemmed from his own formidable strength. With his fingers interlocked on the table, Xiao Chengji spoke first. This statement did not elicit much feedback in the roundtable meeting. The second mutation of the extraordinary beasts was already an open secret in the apocalypse. In fact, most leaders present had already dispatched troops to clear the extraordinary beasts around their territories, in order to alleviate the pressure before the beasts completed their evolution. Xiao Qingji smiled slightly and continued, based on the pressure brought by the extraordinary beasts as a coastal city force. I believe it is very necessary to strengthen our trade exchanges. Therefore, I have invited everyone here to take advantage of the low activity period of the extraordinary beasts to open up trade routes between our forces and establish a stable trade zone. This was indeed a good thing, but what would we trade if the trade routes were opened? The speaker was the leader of the Rock Dragon region, who had recently unified Rock Dragon City. With his ambitions high, he became direct at the negotiation table. Since our goal is to establish a trade zone, as the initiator of this agreement, Broken Ship Island naturally needs to show sincerity. Xiao Chengji smiled, scanning the crowd, and then placed his hand cards on the round table. We at Broken Ship Island are willing to add the Roaring Defender close-in weapon system to our trade list. As soon as the words fell, a look of surprise appeared on the faces of all the leaders present, who had previously been calm and composed. However, this surprise quickly dissipated. Clearly, just a Roaring Defender close-in weapon was not enough to make these people act. After all, as a close-in weapon with a firing rate exceeding 10,000 rounds per minute, its astonishing rate of fire was enough to deter most forces, especially for those present who couldn't even produce their own ammunition. This weapon was practically useless to them. For other forces that could freely supply ammunition, the Roaring Defender close-in weapon's use was too singular. It could only target aerial threats. Due to caliber limitations, its lethality against sturdy ground targets could only be described as pathetic. Leader Xiao, if we are to cooperate, why not be generous and bring out your destroyers? This was undoubtedly a provocative statement. Destroyers, being large surface vessels, were considered strategic weapons in the apocalypse. Although they were as powerless as toys against the extraordinary beasts in the sea, if their cannons were aimed at human forces, it would undoubtedly be a nightmare for any human faction. Take the Shield-class destroyer of Broken Ship Island as an example. With a full displacement of over 6,000 tons, it has 72 vertical launch systems, and its missiles could easily erase any leader's faction from the map. Who would put such strategically deterrent weapons on a trade list? Leader Sun is joking. If we are to show sincerity, we should present something more practical. Xiao Chengji's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still spoke with a smile. How about this? Based on the Roaring Defender close-in weapon, we will add 100 twin-tube rocket launchers to each trading list. Cut boring. Rocket launchers? Who here doesn't know that after these damned extraordinary beasts evolve, how much use will rocket launchers still have? The leader from Jiangzhou spoke bluntly, showing no concern for face in such an occasion. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly cooled down. Leader Sun, do you really want to be so ruthless? Xiao Qingji's expression finally turned cold at that moment. He had not anticipated that the negotiation would hit a stalemate so early on. Human hearts are always the hardest to fathom, especially in such an extreme environment as the apocalypse, where the hidden greed within humans is infinitely amplified. Once you show even the slightest retreat, it will tear you apart mercilessly like a demon. When Xiao Chengji saw the mockery and greed on the faces around him, he finally realized this. After a moment of silence, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by indifference. I really thought too highly of you. Since that's the case, then I decide to correct this mistake. As he spoke, Xiao Qingji started tearing the proposal he held into halves, then further into quarters. In front of the astonished gazes of everyone, He threw the pieces into the wastebasket. Wait! At this moment, Jiang Hao, who had been silent, suddenly sat up and said, "Leaders, since we were discussing, why are you all fixated on Leader Zhao's destroyers?" Jiang Hao's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a friendly smile. Could it be that our boundary tanks in Fengkewu are not attractive? Chapter 79. The plot unfolds. Boundary tanks. Boundary tanks. Leader Jiang, are you referring to boundary tanks? Someone confirmed again. Now that information communication has resumed, the impressive achievements of the boundary tanks in Fengkewu are already well known, especially after they recently withstood the attacks of the destroyers from Duanjin Island, which has made quite an impression. Although in terms of firepower coverage, these tanks are indeed not as powerful as destroyers in a certain sense. The deterrent effect of the boundary tanks is even stronger than that of the Aegis-class destroyers from Duanjin Island. After all, the leaders of these forces attending the meeting, while nominally coastal powers, have their development focused mainly on land, aside from Duanjin Island. As typical land powers, the allure of boundary tanks is undoubtedly greater for these leaders. Of course, boundary tanks. If a trade zone is established, we in Fengkewu will definitely include boundary tanks in our trade list. Jiang Hao confirmed again. Good. Leader Jiang is indeed magnanimous. Just based on your boundary tanks, our Hongjiamen from Jiangzhou will join this trade zone. Leader Sun slammed the table heavily and said loudly. Seeing that someone had already expressed their stance, the other leaders present exchanged glances for a moment, and soon someone echoed, "We will join too. As long as Leader Jiang can fulfill his promise, we are naturally willing to join." Sitting in the seat marked with the words Fengkewu territory, Jiang Hao took in everyone's expressions and slightly adjusted his posture before sitting back down comfortably. The reason for showcasing the boundary tanks was due to Jiang Hao's own considerations. Given the current situation of Fengkewu territory, although development had entered a stable phase, it was still facing numerous issues. Recently, there was the unverified long-range strike capability of the PE Foundation hanging over them, and secondly, the activities of the mutated beasts would undoubtedly become more active after their second mutation was completed. Therefore, Jiang Hao urgently needed a batch of resources to shorten the time required for the territory to upgrade to level 2. Although, from the current situation, the boundary tanks were indeed the top combat power of Fengkewu base, what would happen after the territory upgraded? It was likely that the boundary tanks would face the same fate as the bulldogs, being retired. Why did Duanjin Island keep its destroyers hidden while selling weapons? But for Jiang Hao, he had no such concerns. After the territory upgraded, there would definitely be even more powerful weapons refreshing in the system panel. Even if Jiang Hao added the boundary tanks to the trade list now, due to the existence of the system, the weapon gap between Fengkewu territory and other forces would still remain. Just as the awakened individuals could continuously evolve, the weapons in Fengkewu territory were also constantly being updated. At this moment, sitting at the head of the round table, Xiao Chengji's brows were furrowed tighter than ever. He interlaced his fingers and supported his nose, looking gloomily at Jiang Hao, who was sitting opposite him. He had never felt such humiliation. Clearly, it was a meeting he presided over, yet he had lost control of it, due to Jiang Hao's words. Boundary tanks? Boundary tanks. Xiao Chengji gritted his teeth in frustration. He had never hated a weapon as much as he did now. Even when he received the intelligence from Shi Wenxiang that day, he had not been this furious. How could that damn tank have such a long range? Xiao Chengji roared inwardly, noticing the flattering tones of the many leaders present towards Jiang Hao, and his anger became even more difficult to contain. Since that's the case, bang! A dull sound echoed in the originally harmonious meeting atmosphere as Xiao Chengji slammed his hand on the table, his lips gradually curling into a cold smirk. Leader Jiang, since your boundary tanks are so powerful, I wonder if they can withstand a full volley from my 3 destroyers? Xiao Chengji's threatening words instantly brought the atmosphere of the meeting to a freezing point. Looking at Xiao Chengji's cold face, the leaders present immediately understood and closed their mouths. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a hint of disinterest, Leader Xiao, why the anger? It disrupts the atmosphere of our discussion. Leader Jiang, can your boundary tanks protect your city against the volleys of my 3 destroyers? Xiao Chengji sneered and pressed again. No. Jiang Hao spoke frankly, catching everyone present off guard with his unconventional approach. Is it really that direct? Aren't you going to resist a little? However, at this moment, the lazy expression on Jiang Hao's face gradually faded as he glanced at Xiao Chengji and smiled coldly. Are you saying that you on Duanjin Island have the courage to declare war on me? Déclarez-vous? Hee. Xiao Chengji suddenly laughed, feeling that this young man before him seemed to have not fully grasped the situation. Chief Jiang, let me remind you that a declaration of war is for two forces of similar strength. Xiao Chengji shrugged and continued, unfortunately, although your boundary tanks are strong, I must say, aside from those tanks, I haven't seen anything in your Finkawu that I should be wary of. Or do you think your boundary tanks can raise a white flag on my aircraft carrier before my missiles hit their target? Therefore, there is no comparability between us, because the war has already ended before it even began. At this point, Xiao Chengji couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. As if everything was under his control, the barking of those without strength is like a chihuahua. At this moment, in Xiao Chengji's view, Jiang Hao, who threatened war, looked just like a baring-toothed chihuahua. Oh, and one more thing, what I just said also applies to everyone present. Xiao Chengji, what do you mean? I mean nothing much. Since we've reached this point in the conversation, I might as well be direct with you. What I'm trying to say is that I want to collect some protection fees from you all. After all, we are all coastal cities and face threats from the sea every day. In such circumstances, who wouldn't he want the support of a strong navy behind him? Huh, you really know how to flatter yourself. Leader son of Jiangzhou snorted coldly, but soon he had to sit down again. Although Xiao Chengji's assets were remnants that survived from the mouths of exotic beasts, in fact, as Xiao Chengji said, they were no match for the broken ship island. It seems that everyone has no objections now. Leader Xiao, it seems you have overlooked an issue. Jiang Hao slowly raised his hand and stood up amidst the humiliating and unwilling gazes of the crowd. If I don't have the right to speak to you as equals, why would I come here today? Chapter 80, Equal Dialogue. I've heard that your military ship island has very good intelligence. So you must be aware of the CJ-10 cruise missile from City L, right? If Chief Xiao has forgotten, I don't mind reminding you that this missile has a range of 3,000 kilometers and used to belong to the Deepwater International of City L. Of course, now, it is part of my collection. If I'm not mistaken, the position we are currently in is still less than 1/3 of the CJ-10's range, right? A fleeting look of panic flashed in Xiao Chengji's eyes. He suddenly sat up and questioned, are you threatening me? Your CJ-10 cruise missile from City L is only one. And if I, Xiao Chengji, can't even bear the loss of a single missile strike, then I have no right to survive in this apocalypse. As he spoke, Xiao Chengji had already stood up from his chair. Chief Jiang, you don't think my destroyer can't intercept even a single missile, do you? Of course, I have complete confidence in the air defense capabilities of your destroyer. Jiang Hao shrugged his shoulders and said with a hint of amusement, but there's one thing. Who told you that we only have one CJ-10? As he spoke, Jiang Hao pointed to the plaque on the table bearing the Finkawa logo and said, Leader Xiao, please don't forget. Right now, El City is in our hands. How difficult do you think it would be for the Finkawa territory, which is capable of independently developing boundary tanks, to replicate a few CJ-10s? Jiang Hao naturally put on the mask of the research team for the system panel, and then said, are you questioning the professionalism of our research team? As for how many interceptors your proud destroyer has, I'm not sure, but the number of CJ-10s we have in our territory should be enough to destroy your aircraft carrier. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip, but his brows couldn't help but furrow. This sour and bitter taste is Level 2 purified water? Jiang Hao's target was directed at the opponent's aircraft carrier, with the intelligence from his past life as a reference. Jiang Hao was well aware that although the 3 Aegis-class destroyers on Duanjin Island were their main combat forces on the surface, in reality, the aircraft carrier beneath his feet was their core. Despite suffering heavy damage from the monstrous beasts, this aircraft carrier could still launch and land fighter jets. Moreover, as a large vessel, after being modified by Xiao Chengji, almost all the industrial capacity on Duanjin Island was concentrated on this aircraft carrier. The Finkawa territory, equipped with CJ-10 missiles, didn't even need to target the destroyers, as long as it ensured the capability to destroy the aircraft carrier. It was enough to get Duanjian Island's attention. Of course, we are honored to have a partner like you. Out of respect for his friend, you certainly don't have to pay this money. Xiao Qingji took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly due to the effort to suppress it. As Xiao Qingji himself said, as the leader of Duanjian Island, he naturally had the capacity to bear losses, but the range of that capacity was ultimately limited. If L City only had one CJ-10 missile, he would not hesitate to turn against Jiang Hao today. However, if the reality was as Jiang Hao said, such a loss was beyond his capacity to bear. The question was, did Jiang Hao really have that many missiles? Xiao Qingji was unsure and didn't dare to gamble on this matter. He didn't even dare to test it. In this apocalyptic land, having power meant having everything: wealth, population, women, and more. Conversely, if one day you lost the protection of power, even if your own strength was formidable, at most you would just be a slightly stronger lone wolf. For Xiao Qingji, the Duanjian Island beneath his feet was his everything. Faced with Jiang Hao's dubious number of missiles, he didn't even have the courage to probe. However, what he didn't realize was that Jiang Hao was also gambling. In fact, Jiang Hao had not completely deceived him. The Fengkawa territory truly had the capability to replicate the CJ-10, which Jiang Hao had specifically confirmed with Qin Li when passing through El City. However, the quantity was far from enough to destroy an aircraft carrier. 3. That was the total number of CJ-10 missiles in Fengkawa territory. Nonetheless, with Xiao Qingji's compromise, all of this became unimportant. The following meeting agenda suddenly became much smoother. Gone was the earlier tense atmosphere, and there were no more table-thumping confrontations. After all, everyone present was civilized. After both big shots demonstrated their truths, everyone expressed their agreement. And the atmosphere in the venue instantly became much more harmonious, showcasing the demeanor of civilized people. When the doors of the meeting room opened again, Jiang Hao walked out with a beaming smile, closely followed by the other leaders, each with increasingly grim faces. Did you bully them? Jiang Tao was stunned. He had just seen the scene of these people coming out, and comparing it to Jiang Hao's uncontrollable smile made him think wildly. No. Overall, the atmosphere of the meeting was still quite relaxed. Jiang Hao smiled. Excluding the unpleasantness at the beginning of the meeting, we still had a frank discussion. Overall, this meeting was beneficial. What is this sudden diplomatic rhetoric? Jiang Tao couldn't help but complain. Are you possessed? Jiang Hao smiled, shoved a stack of contracts into Jiang Tao's hands, and then walked down to the lower level of the aircraft carrier. I heard that the market in this small town is quite nice. Let's go check it out after we finish eating. Jiang Hao's voice came from the corridor as Jiang Tao unfolded the contract. It detailed the achievements that Jiang Hao had finalized during this meeting, and surprisingly, 8 factions had signed trade contracts with the Fengkawa territory. Roughly calculating, it included 56 border tanks and 680 tactical exoskeletons. The first batch of weapons would be transported by the Fengkawa territory to S City, located in the southern bay, in a month and a half for handover. The subsequent 2 batches of weapon transportation would be handled by people from several other factions, with all weapons and equipment to be fully delivered within 3 months. Looking at the contracts in hand, Jiang Tao felt a bit dazed as he suddenly recalled what Jiang Hao had said earlier. Overall, this meeting was beneficial. Chapter 81. Awakening Beasts, aren't you afraid that Xiao Qingji will execute you on the spot? This is someone else's territory, Jiang Tao couldn't help but ask. After finishing lunch in the hotel, Jiang Hao and Jiang Tao walked towards the town's market, during which Jiang Hao recounted the entire proceedings of the meeting. Aren't I standing here just fine? Jiang Hao smiled. In fact, the deeper reason was that even if Xiao Qingji really couldn't restrain himself from taking action against him, he was confident enough to leave Duanjian Island alive. After all, he was carrying a weapons cache in his storage space. The town in front of Duanjian Island wasn't very large. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, the two had arrived at the market they had mentioned earlier. It was a street that could be seen from end to end, with shops and stalls lining both sides. Although the area wasn't big, it was quite prosperous. Many of the shops were newly built, and some were small multi-story buildings. If it weren't for the travelers in the market showing somewhat tanned faces, one wouldn't really feel the atmosphere of the apocalypse here. Instead, it had the flavor of a remote town during peacetime. The merchants doing business here were mostly bounty hunters living in the town or nearby, and there were also quite a few survivors scraping by as scavengers. Due to the complex identities of the merchants, the goods here were quite peculiar. As they walked along, Jiang Hao saw no less than 100 types of goods, from a bottle of pure water to a barrel of gasoline, from a bottle of vinegar to an old-fashioned earth gun. Anything of some value could be found on this street. After squeezing through a crowd, a stall in front of a young boy caught Jiang Hao's attention. A piece of canvas was spread out on the ground, and it was the boy's small stall. The stall only displayed a curved tusk, which had been carefully maintained by the boy, with impurities cleaned out from the gaps and neatly arranged on the canvas. "How much is this?" Jiang Hao approached, recognizing the origin of the item at a glance. It was the tusk of a second-tier beast, the steelback pig. This item was hard and had often been used by bounty hunters in the past to make daggers and curved swords. However, in this world, its value had yet to be fully discovered. For pounds of beast meat, no bargaining. The boy seemed a bit stunned, and a hint of joy appeared on his waxy yellow face. "Where did you get this? You better not tell me you hunted it yourself, or you'll lose your buyer." Jiang Hao smiled, his words interrupting the excuse the boy had already prepared. Such an unconventional question left the boy stunned. "Go on, if the answer satisfies me. I can pay you double." The boy fell silent. He had been waiting here for half a day, thinking he could sell this item for a good price since it was taken from a Tier 2 beast. He dared to rent a stall at the market early in the morning with half a gene of beast meat, but after a whole day, not a single person had inquired about the price. As the boy hesitated, a gunshot suddenly rang out from a distance. The bustling market momentarily froze, but quickly returned to its previous noise. In the apocalypse, gunfire was all too common, especially since the residents had already received notifications from Duanjin Island that they were capturing criminals in the town these days. After a brief silence, the market returned to its lively scene. At that moment, a figure suddenly jumped down from a second-floor window and landed in a pile of garbage. After hurriedly standing up, the person, with blood seeping from their thigh, covered their mouth and nose and quickly disappeared into the crowd. This was just a small episode, but after a brief silence, the boy finally made up his mind. This item was taken from a dead beast. When I found it, the beast was already dead, and many people were fighting over its body. I only managed to grab this. As the boy spoke, his stomach let out a hungry growl. He felt a bit embarrassed and lowered his head, tightening his belt, standing there awkwardly. "Are you saying that when you went over, the beast's body was intact?" He squinted, and as he spoke, his hand reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of beast jerky from his storage space, handing it to the boy. "Here, eat this. Consider it payment for your story." The boy took the jerky, took a couple of hasty bites, and then mumbled, "It should have been intact. I saw someone taking the legs off that wild boar, and its head too. I didn't dare to go out until they all left. By then, most of the stuff had already been snatched away." After hearing the boy's words, Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. This was what truly interested him. Tier 2 beasts were not that common. Just like when he encountered the beast tide, only one Tier 2 beast appeared among 10,000 beasts. Now, this kind of beast had been encountered by a boy, and the probable reason was likely only one. That was, the first batch of evolved beasts must have awakened. This news was not friendly to Jiang Hao. On the Fenkawa side, the trade route between P City and L City had just been opened, and if another wave of beast tide came now, the newly established trade route might be severed again. "What's wrong?" Seeing Jiang Hao's furrowed brow, Jiang Tao noticed something unusual. Just thinking about a few things. Jiang Hao frowned and gestured for Jiang Tao to remain silent. Furthermore, he really couldn't think of any forces in this area that had the strength to hunt second-tier exotic beasts and look down on handling exotic beast meat. At the very least, the forces that attended the meeting this morning would definitely take the exotic beast meat after killing such a second-tier beast. After all, it was their main source of food. "Sir, I've finished speaking. Can you give me the exotic beast meat now? A total of 8 gene. You said you would pay double." The youth hesitated upon hearing that he had to go to another place to fetch something. But after recalling Jiang Hao's previous gesture of giving him jerky, he ultimately wavered, gritted his teeth, and picked up the tusk, following Jiang Hao closely. Just as Jiang Hao took out the jerky and was about to leave, he subtly twitched his nose. A strong smell of blood suddenly filled his nostrils. Jiang Hao's reaction was quick. He took out the Gauss rifle from his storage space and moved towards the source of the smell. A long trail of blood was flowing from behind an armored vehicle on the relatively flat concrete floor. He activated the charging button on the Gauss rifle, raised the gun, and rushed forward. However, in the next moment, he froze in place. The person in front of him had already collapsed behind the armored vehicle. In the shadow of the vehicle, Jiang Hao could vaguely make out the person's features. It was the same person who had jumped into the garbage pile at noon. Chapter 82. DV recording this guy is a wanted criminal. Isn't it a bit reckless to save him like this? Though he said this, Jiang Hao quickly lifted the person into the vehicle. The bleeding from the man's leg had stopped, and Jiang Hao took out a medical first aid kit to bandage his wounds. After giving him a couple of sips of water, the man slowly regained consciousness. Who are you? His voice was weak, and due to blood loss, the images in his eyes were swaying. We just happened to save you. First, tell us why the people from Broken Ship Island are trying to kill you. Jiang Hao was somewhat curious. Judging from the reactions of the people from Duanjin Island, it was highly likely that the shootings they caused in the past 2 days were largely due to this person in front of him. What exactly had this person done to make the people from the warship island so nervous? I accidentally captured something and originally thought I could sell it for a good price at the market on Duanjin Island. Unexpectedly, the news leaked out at the market, and soon the people from the warship island came. Not only did they refuse to pay me, but they also forced me to reveal the whereabouts of the items. I could only find an opportunity to escape. The man said, taking a couple of sips from his water bottle. I just wanted to trade this for some food to survive. I didn't ask for anything excessive. Can't even this little request be fulfilled? His eyes were bloodshot, and he kept squeezing the plastic bottle in his hand. What did you capture? Jiang Hao sensed that some kind of secret was beginning to emerge. I'm sorry. Although you saved me, I won't say anything until I get enough food. That DV is my only hope for survival. Saying this, he placed the bottle on the ground and laid down on the armored vehicle, appearing as if he was ready to be slaughtered. So if you get enough food, you won't act like this anymore. Can you give me food? The man suddenly sat up. Of course. The premise is that you have to prove the authenticity of that item to me. At the entrance of Duanjian Island Town, after cleaning up the bloodstains left in the parking lot, Jiang Hao led the convoy to this place. It seemed that the ineffective pursuit in the past few days had angered these people. The security checks here had clearly intensified. At the entrance checkpoint, they even posted the basic information of wanted criminals. Song Fei, male, 24 years old, awakened special ability, crime, theft. Theft? Huh. Jiang Hao sneered. Does an ordinary thief need to make such a big fuss? What did you steal? Did you steal someone's sister-in-law? He mocked. Meanwhile, Song Fei was already so scared that he turned pale, almost collapsing against the side wall of the armored vehicle, constantly shrinking back. Look at you. We're in an armored vehicle. What are you afraid of? Jiang Tao couldn't help but curse. As the new chief instructor of the Finkawa territory, he inevitably found himself getting into that role over time. Ahead, 2 border tanks were clearing the way, immediately catching the attention of the sentinels. However, upon seeing the Finkawa emblem hanging on the tanks, their expressions eased a bit. Jiang Hao's attitude was arrogant as he opened the hatch of the driver's seat and leaned out half of his body, saying in a domineering manner. The officer's smile froze on his face, and he awkwardly replied, Leader Jiang, you're joking. You're our esteemed guest here. And the higher-ups specifically instructed us that all your meals and accommodations will be fully covered by us. Then I'll take your leader's kindness. Jiang Hao symbolically cupped his fists. The officer immediately showed a troubled expression on his face. He pointed to the wanted poster posted at the checkpoint and said, Leader Jiang, please don't make it difficult for us. The higher-ups have issued a strict order that all passing vehicles must be checked. Does my car also need to be checked? Jiang Hao squinted his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The command above works well, so what about my gadget? Unbeknownst to him, a Gauss rifle had already appeared in Jiang Hao's hand. As he pressed the charging button, the rifle began to charge. With Jiang Hao's actions, a boundary tank at the front of the convoy also started moving. Its turrets slowly turned, and under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the massive barrel aimed at the trembling officer. It works. Everything works. The officer had already collapsed to the ground, and as the roar of the convoy's engine sounded, there was no need for the sentinels to move the barricades. The boundary tank accelerated and directly crushed over the barricades. In the distance, Xiao Chengji stood on the aircraft carrier deck, looking down at all of this. He put down the binoculars and faced the flushed officer beside him. Chief, they are too arrogant, aren't they? If this continues, what face will we have left on Broken Ship Island? He chuckled. Do you also think they're arrogant? Xiao Qingji stared at the departing convoy, remaining calm. Arrogance is exactly what they should have. If they were humble, I would really doubt whether they truly possess that many CJ-10s. Now it seems they might really have the capability to replicate that thing. Otherwise, where they get their confidence? After the convoy left the town of Broken Ship Island, the speed gradually increased. Under Song Fei's guidance, they soon drove into a forest. The trees here were mostly evergreen broadleaf forests, and with the snowfall, many plants had started shedding their leaves, thick leaves covering the original path and making driving more difficult. Right here, Song Fei leaned against the car window, carefully observing. After receiving Jiang Hao's promise regarding the food, he was full of energy, searching for the hiding place of the DV. Just as the convoy entered a valley, Song Fei suddenly shouted. He stumbled out of the armored vehicle and crouched down in a low-lying area, feeling around on the ground covered with accumulated leaves. After a moment, he excitedly raised his right hand, shaking the DV in his hand, unable to hide the excitement on his face. I found it. Jiang Hao took the DV, turned on the device, and the information about the battery in the upper right corner kept flashing, indicating that the battery wouldn't last much longer. Xuanwu, can you copy the content inside? Yes. I'm synchronizing the DV information to the helmet now. As Xuanwu's voice sounded, the holographic display on the helmet had already locked onto the DV, and as the progress bar completed, the footage captured by the DV appeared before Jiang Hao's eyes. The first thing that caught his attention was a few family videos. Skipping over these videos, Jiang Hao quickly navigated through the information using the helmet. Soon, he found a video that stirred up the waves. Chapter 83. Underground structure. The scene in the video was not far from here. As the footage began to play, Xuanwu had already identified the scene and automatically matched it to the corresponding coordinates on the holographic map. Soon, the matching results were displayed, indicating a distance of just 1 kilometer from here. As the time in the upper left corner progressed, a group of fully armed soldiers suddenly appeared in the dense jungle. These individuals were all wearing military-grade bulletproof helmets and armor, even equipped with night vision systems, looking extremely professional. These soldiers were carrying instruments and constantly searching through the grass. Suddenly, one soldier stopped, quickly crouched down, and started digging through the grass, then buried a package of explosives. The personnel in the video quickly retreated, and with the constant shaking of the footage, a bottomless pit suddenly appeared at that location, marking the end of the video. What was that? I don't know either. I just happened to come across these people. Song Fei explained, but I heard from the people on that this seems to be a research facility from before the apocalypse. Which research facility would be located in such a remote area? Jiang Hao was skeptical about this and could only associate it with the steelback pig's tusks from before. What could be confirmed is that there is indeed a strong force near Broken Ship Island. These people even disdain hunting exotic beasts. From the known information, the corpse of that steelback pig should be the work of these people in the video. You've got the stuff, so you can give me the food now, right? Of course, but not right now. I need to confirm the value of this video first. Jiang Hao said, how do you plan to confirm it? Song Fei asked, somewhat puzzled. Of course, by going in to take a look. Following the directions on the holographic map, Jiang Hao's convoy quickly arrived at the location where the video took place. Just as shown in the previous footage, the ground was splattered with mud everywhere, and at the center of the explosion, a large pit with a diameter of 2 meters had already formed. Jiang Hao was the first to walk towards the pit and leaned in to take a look at the situation inside. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly released a few bulldogs from his storage space. The dogs' paws instantly grasped the slippery pit walls, and their metal bodies quickly disappeared into the dark hole. Can I not go down? Of course, but only if you don't want your share of food. Jiang Hao smiled, as if he had grasped Song Fei's soft spot, and it had worked repeatedly. At that moment, the construction of the holographic map on the face mask had already begun. As the bulldogs advanced, the underground fortress, buried dozens of meters deep, gradually appeared on the holographic map, although the map only outlined the contours with simple lines. It did not detract from the grandeur of this underground structure. The extensive underground network was as magnificent as an anthill, with dozens of rooms of varying sizes connected by narrow passages. At the end of these passages, they all converged into a massive room. This was just the area map that had been scanned, and in some unknown areas, the construction of the holographic map continued as the bulldogs moved forward. However, this process did not last long, as soon one of the passages encountered an obstruction during construction. Bulldog number 02436 detected enemy forces. Should it continue the probe? Received. Received. Signal is normal. Silent combat. Try not to alert the enemy. Jiang Hao emphasized the combat orders and then secured the knot. Give him a gun. Jiang Hao pointed to Song Fei, who was in a daze beside him, and said to the captain of the guard, "Old Li, don't let him out of your sight." After saying that, he jumped down from the cave entrance. The mechanical exoskeleton effectively mitigated the impact of the fall. At the moment he landed, Jiang Hao hardly felt any force feedback from ground. He switched the visor to combat mode, and the soldiers' real-time positions and possible routes were already displayed on the panel. The location where the explosives went off was a file room, with countless scraps of paper scattered chaotically on the floor, and the documents showed clear signs of having been rummaged through. Yeah, Earth Alliance. The Blue Star Alliance? Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel puzzled when he casually flipped through a file box and saw the letters EA in the unit section. In his previous life, he had never heard of this organization, and the name seemed to carry the aura of the peace activists from before the apocalypse. Let's start the hunt. In the channel, Jiang Tao's tone was excited, and the sound of a Gauss rifle charging came through his communicator. "Everyone, follow me." Hearing Jiang Tao's voice seemed to influence Jiang Hao, and he pressed down his voice to say something in the communication channel. The members of the guard quickly rushed towards the largest marked area on the map. At that moment, the red dots on the holographic map began to increase. These people seemed to be exploring the underground complex as well, their movements flickering constantly between the explored and unexplored areas on the holographic map. First, occupy the central hall. Jiang Hao was referring to the largest room. Then he took out a suppressor and attached it to the muzzle, leading the group towards the hall. Just as Jiang Hao and the others turned a corner, his gaze swept across the holographic image, and he noticed a red dot flashing at the end of a fork in the road ahead. This is on patrol? A faint sense of unease crept into his mind, and Jiang Hao sent the bulldog to head towards the end of the road. By opening the unit's shared view, Jiang Hao was able to see the scene in that area through the bulldog's perspective. At the end of the entire corridor was a small room, its walls covered with screens displaying slow information storage bars, and a large chassis occupying a significant area of the room was running, with water seeping from the rocky ceiling, intermittently dripping under the force of gravity. At the entrance of that room, 2 soldiers were patrolling with guns. Following the bulldog's line of sight, Jiang Hao caught sight of the soldier's feet, and as those feet came into view, he was stunned. Chapter 84. Initial clue: those were a pair of fluffy feet, or rather, a pair of paws, with a yellow base adorned with black spots. These were clearly the hind legs of a leopard. Half-beastmen. These soldiers were actually half-beastmen from the PE Foundation. After all, in Jiang Hao's understanding, today's half-beastmen were all affiliated with the PE Foundation, wherever there were half-beastmen. It was inextricably linked to the PE Foundation. At that moment, another half-beastman with droopy fluffy rabbit ears suddenly turned around. Although the bulldog had already entered low-power mode, the cooling equipment operating within it still revealed its position. The next moment, the shared vision was interrupted. Prepare for battle. Jiang Hao has already pressed the charging button. As the bulldog was crushed, the half-orcs at the other end of the holographic map began to surge towards their location. Smoke bomb. Jiang Hao shouted in the communication channel. 2 soldiers, including Jiang Tao, pulled out smoke grenades and threw them into the distance. In a narrow corridor, 3 smoke grenades instantly obscured the surrounding visibility. Under these circumstances, Jiang Hao and the others could use the red dots on the holographic map to locate the enemy. Gunfire first erupted from within the smoke. Due to the obstructed line of sight and the increased psychological pressure, these half-beast soldiers were the first to pull the trigger. The splattering tongues of fire kicked up large rocks, and marble-sized bullet holes appeared randomly on the surrounding rock walls, indicating the accuracy of this blind shooting. However, even so, one soldier was hit in the face by a bullet that flew out of the smoke. A crisp impact sound rang out as the orange-yellow bullet was blocked by the face armor under the pressure of kinetic energy, instantly turning into a metal piece that fell to the ground. "Open fire, free shooting," Jiang Hao said in a low voice. Accompanied by a faint sound like that of mosquitoes, the metal bullets were propelled out of the chamber with kinetic force, hitting the smoke in front at speeds exceeding 5 times the speed of sound. The bullets, shooting through the smoke, created ripples, accompanied by the continuous wails of the half-orc soldiers. In the holographic map, the red dot representing the enemy gradually extinguished. "Push forward. Occupy that room." As he spoke, Jiang had already marked the location of the control room on the holographic map, recalling the readings on the display screen. No matter what the half-orcs were trying to copy, Jiang Hao felt it was necessary to stop them. Rushing around the corner of the corridor, there were less than 200 meters left to that room. The holographic map showed that more than a dozen half-orc soldiers had already set up their fire points here. Jiang Hao pulled out a suction grenade from his waist. This was the first time he had used a weapon that had refreshed after the territory upgrade. After pressing the activation button, he threw it out. In midair, the grenade maintained a brief hover thanks to its thin, lightweight blades. In that fleeting moment, the thermal probe at the front of the grenade accurately detected the enemy target. With the high-speed propulsion of the blades, the grenade flew rapidly towards the armored half-beast soldier. In just an instant, the grenade had adhered to the soldier's head. The suction cup on the grenade's body could withstand a force of 500 pounds, and no matter how the soldier pulled, it wouldn't come off. As the countdown ended, the half-beast soldier's head exploded into a splatter against the wall. This was a headshot artifact. Jiang Hao witnessed this scene and also pulled out a suction grenade from his waist. The people around him quickly followed suit. With the whirring of blades and the sound of explosions, the path ahead was instantly cleared. "Don't linger in battle. Take that room as fast as possible." With the assistance of their mechanical exoskeletons, these soldiers moved swiftly, jumping over 2 meters in distance. 2 minutes later, they had breached 2 lines of defense set by the half-beasts, surrounded by the corpses of half-beasts, the thick, foul odor quickly spreading through the narrow corridor. Kicking open the fire door in the corridor, Jiang Hao raised his machine gun and pulled the trigger towards the inner corridor. Shell casings fell like dancing grains of rice, and the massive recoil of the rotary machine gun had no effect on Jiang Hao's actions thanks to the exoskeleton support. Dense bullets continuously hammered down on the makeshift cover, keeping the opposing half-beasts from lifting their heads. Just then, a massive, muscular bear-like creature burst through a cover and charged through the hail of bullets. The bullets that were instantly flattened fell from the creature, and even solid round from a Gauss rifle had no effect on it. The appearance of this muscular bear man bought precious breathing time for the half-beasts, and without the suppression of firepower, the enraged half-beasts began to poke their heads out from cover to counterattack. The gunfire from both sides intertwined, and casualties started to appear on Jiang Hao's side. Although the mechanical exoskeleton was equipped with graphene-coated armor, it wasn't full-body armor. It only provided explosive power and speed beyond human limits. After being hit by bullets, these soldiers also couldn't escape the fate of falling to the ground. The following comrades quickly carried these soldiers away for simple bandaging. Jiang Hao let out a strange cry. At this point, he had already thrown down the rotary machine gun and was entangled with the giant bear using the powerful explosive strength of the exoskeleton. His arm muscles were also tense, and the regenerated arm strength was more than 30 times that of an ordinary person, reaching the level of a level 3 ability user. Coupled with the assistance of the exoskeleton, Jiang Hao threw a punch that created a wind-like sound. The surrounding air was compressed in an instant, and his fist collided with the bear's paw. Boom! Amidst the intense gunfire, this collision sound was particularly noticeable, accompanied by a faint rumble from the sonic boom, creating a visible wave that spread from the point of impact of their fists. The not-so-sturdy ground beneath them cracked instantly, and the bear man staggered back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Hao did not give the opponent any extra breathing time. He quickly closed in and landed a punch on the bear man's solid chest while it was still unsteady. The bear man let out a muffled grunt, and his body uncontrollably retreated. Soon, The storage progress bar on the display screen in the room was clearly displayed in front of Jiang Hao. Reading progress, 96. 1. Chapter 85. We meet again. Oldly, take a few people with me. For some reason, upon seeing that number, Jiang Hao felt a hint of unease. Battery overload activation. The nuclear fusion battery pack located at the back of the exoskeleton emitted a faint blue glow. Jiang Hao suddenly exerted himself, his whole body shooting out like a released arrow. He leaped along the narrow rock wall like a gecko, bypassing the combat zone, and landed in front of the machine room's door. Stop them from importing data. If necessary, destroy the computers, he said to a soldier who had also dropped down from the rock wall behind him. Jiang Hao was the first to rush into the machine room. Reading progress, 97. 1. Glancing at the numbers on the large screen, Jiang Hao drew his Tang knife, and his gaze swept over the many enemies in the room. A familiar face appeared before him. What a surprise! We meet again, Jiang Hao, Li Chang has said with a slightly mocking smile, looking at the serious-faced Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao raised the Gauss rifle, but the muzzle was aimed at the mainframe in the machine room. Although he was unclear about what you all wanted today, I won't let you take anything away from here. Although Jiang Hao didn't understand what the PE Foundation organization was trying to do, in his perception, anything associated with a lowly race like the half-orcs had already been categorized as evil. As he spoke, Jiang Hao had already contacted Xuanwu through the mask. Xuanwu, can you hack into the system here? Hacking in. Don't be so impulsive. Although you disrupted my plan once before, I mean you no harm, Li Chang has said as he walked forward. Jiang Hao smiled slightly and pulled the trigger directly. The bullet from the Gauss rifle whistled through the air and pierced Li Chang's body, creating a cavitation effect inside him due to the immense kinetic energy of the bullet, leaving a hole the size of a ping-pong ball in his back. Jiang Hao struck like lightning, directly aiming for Li Chang's heart, leaving him no chance to survive. Undying martial saint? Although he was called Undying in his past life, in this life, having lost his previous opportunities, it was uncertain whether he could still possess that despair-inducing, self-healing ability as he did before. In the next moment, the originally penetrating wound suddenly began to twitch with fibrous tissue, and through the gap in the trajectory, one could see that the already shattered heart was visibly healing at a rapid pace, followed by a renewed heartbeat. Then, the penetrated wound also healed at the same speed, and in just over 10 seconds, the wound had restored itself completely. What a fascinating piece of equipment. Li Changhe squinted slightly. He seemed unconcerned about his wound, showing no attempt to hide the surprise in his gaze upon seeing Jiang Hao's mechanical exoskeleton and Gauss rifle. Jiang Hao, you are always so mysterious. Every meeting brings me something different. I am becoming more and more interested in you. Being looked at like that by Li Changhe sent a chill down Jiang Hao's spine. Clang! He put away the Gauss rifle, and in the next moment, the Tang knife was drawn. Jiang Hao swung it in front of him, forcing back the gradually approaching Li Changhe. At that moment, the voice of Xuanwu rang in his ears. Invasion successful. Intercepting data. Interception failed. Executing the second plan. Cutting off data flow. Data flow cut off successfully. Import of data has been terminated. Jiang Hao glanced at the numbers on the screen, only to see the progress bar jump directly from 98 to 100, and then the entire screen went dark. It seems at this time, you couldn't stop me. Glancing at the computer that had finished reading, Li Changhe finally revealed a satisfied smile. I'm afraid, Mr. Jiang, I can't stay to play with you today. After checking his watch, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Changhe's mouth. In the next moment, Li Changhe suddenly struck with a powerful punch. He forced Jiang Hao, supported by the mechanical exoskeleton, to stumble back several steps. Taking advantage of this moment, the half-beasts in the room also launched their attacks simultaneously, their modified bodies unleashing tremendous power in an instant, entangling with the soldiers of the personal guard. In a narrow room, the effectiveness of firearms was restricted. Fortunately, the members of Jiang Hao's personal guard reacted quickly upon realizing this. They quickly abandoned shooting and relied on the exoskeleton's powerful burst of strength to engage in close combat with the enemy. Jiang Hao brandished the broadsword and charged forward, knocking down a half-orc who was blocking his path before heading straight for Li Changhe. Warning! Warning! The system has detected that it is executing a self-destruct program. Do you want to stop it? The sudden prompt from Xuanwu caught Jiang Hao off guard. It was only then that he noticed the screen, which had previously gone dark, suddenly lit up again, with a countdown for self-destruction already in progress. Meanwhile, at the location of the computer case, a half-orc with implanted horns had already pulled out a laptop and was sneaking towards a door. Xuanwu, terminate the self-destruct program. As he spoke, Jiang Hao had already engaged in battle with Li Changhe. The battery was overloaded and continuously activating, and as he swung his long knife, it created a faint sound of slicing air, leaving a shadow in midair as he aimed to strike at Li Changhe's face. Slightly leaning to avoid Jiang Hao's diagonal slash, Li Changhe's body sank slightly before he unleashed a powerful punch. Jiang Hao slightly turned his body, using the exoskeleton armor on his waist to withstand the blow. At the moment of impact, he heard a clear metallic vibration sound coming from the connection of the bones. Blocking failed. The system has activated the mechanical trigger device and cannot perform electronic intervention. Executing backup plan, copying system data. Copy complete. With a powerful punch, Li Changhe did not pursue, but instead took the opportunity to distance himself from Jiang Hao, swiftly leaping to the doorway. He had already pulled out a flashbang grenade, which arced gracefully through the air, causing everyone inside the house to be in a dazed state. Beastification. At that moment, all the half-beasts suddenly contorted their faces, their bodies uncontrollably swelling, like balloons inflating, their eyes turning blood red as adrenaline poured into their systems. In this bizarre state, they almost instantly broke free from the interference of negative states and quickly left the battlefield. Xuanwu, mark Li Changhe's location, Jiang Hao said urgently, enduring the ringing in his ears and the stinging in his eyes. Mark target, Li Changhe, connecting to planetary communication station. Connection complete. Tracking range enhancement in progress. The target will be displayed within a range of 500 kilometers. On the holographic map, Li Changhe's location was marked with a yellow dot, and soon, his predicted movements were also indicated on the map, revealing that his final destination was the Central Hall. Chapter 86. A familiar taste. The sounds of gunfire and fighting outside the control room gradually subsided. Jiang Tao, dragging his blood-soaked body, leaned against the doorframe. His holographic visor had shattered into pieces. Blood was continuously oozing from his nose, and as he breathed, blood flowed into his mouth, making him appear particularly gruesome. As for the bear man, he lay on the ground, a bloody mess, with no sign of life left. He saw a half-beast team rushing out and was about to chase after them when Jiang Hao called out to him from behind. They can't escape. Saying this, Jiang Hao opened the communication terminal on his visor and began the first call since the establishment of the planetary communication station. El City Military Government Building. While reviewing the documents that had been submitted, Xiao Su was complaining about Jiang Hao, that vile capitalist. Just then, the newly installed projection device in the office suddenly displayed Jiang Hao's figure. Damn, is this thing equipped with surveillance? Why do you appear every time I curse at you? Xiao Su looked utterly astonished. I don't have time to chat with you right now. Do you see the location I sent you? Take it down. As he spoke, a three-dimensional map appeared on Jiang Hao's left side, showing an image marked with a flashing yellow that was constantly moving. Damn, bro, are you messing with me? That thing's location is nearly 900 kilometers away from me. How am I supposed to hit it? Am I supposed to type on a keyboard? Is the CJ tending your hand just for show? Or do you plan to stay behind and have kids? Jiang Hao was somewhat speechless. In this life, although he had lost his own opportunities, Li Changhe still awakened his supernatural abilities, which made Jiang Hao realize the immense potential of the seven martial saints. Is this an inevitability of history or something else? Jiang Hao didn't care what it was. In any case, he was determined not to let Li Changhe live any longer. He had to take him out today. He would use that thing to do it. Jiang Hao spoke with a hint of determination in his tone, and after finishing, he closed the communication. The order was quickly relayed, and after receiving the command, the missile launcher emerged from the underground bunker, with CJ-10 missiles loaded in the launch tubes. These high-precision weapons were considered advanced even before the apocalypse, and the entire city of El had nearly exhausted all its resources to replicate them. The reality was that replicating certain cutting-edge weapons from before the apocalypse was only feasible in the early stages of the apocalypse, when the city's industrial chain was relatively intact, and humanity had not yet lost this manufacturing capability. However, in the later stages of the apocalypse, due to the invasion of mutated species and the enhancement of individual human abilities, this capability was quickly forgotten in the annals of history. The operator on the missile vehicle trembled as he pressed the launch button. He had never imagined he would one day press this button after being assigned this mission. Almost instantly, the 7-meter-long CJ-10 missile was ejected and under the precise positioning of the planetary communication station. A bright orange tail flame trailed behind it like an arrow piercing the sky. The originally blue sky finally broke its silence at this moment, as the tail flame of the cruise missile sliced through the once clear sky, leaving a white streak in the air as it howled toward the distant horizon. The shrill sound of the missile slicing through the air startled all living beings in its path, and many mutated birds were disturbed, flapping their wings in an attempt to catch up to the missile. However, against the CJ-10's nearly Mach 1 speed, these first- and second-tier avian mutants could only trail behind, eating dust. When Li Changhe stepped out of the elevator in the hall, the timed bomb installed in the elevator detonated simultaneously. The escort convoy was already waiting by the roadside. As he boarded the armored vehicle, Li Changhe felt elated. Is all the data uploaded? It's done. After happily checking the work results, Li Changhe barely had time to enjoy this rare feeling of joy before he heard the driver's terrified scream beside him. What is that? A missile with an orange tail flame, accompanied by a piercing sound, came flying from the horizon, quickly covering thousands of meters and crashing down like a hammer of retribution. This is impossible. How could their missile achieve precision guidance? Who granted them satellite access? A flicker of shock gradually expanded in Li Changhe's pupils. In the ever-growing flames, he sensed the crisis of death. Under the missile strike, he wasn't even sure if his abilities could ensure his survival. Instinctively, he wanted to dodge, but by the time he could see the missile with the naked eye, it was already too late. The countdown of life gave him only 2 breaths of opportunity. Then, amidst the roaring flames, the missile accurately hit the roof of the tracked armored vehicle. The thin armor disintegrated in less than 0.1 seconds under the impact, and the next moment, a towering flame mixed with smoke rose up in the silver-clad forest. When Jiang Hao received the news that the target in L City had been destroyed, he was organizing the data copied from the computer room. The Earth Alliance, abbreviated as EA, was an organization established by human civilization in the first 3 years of the apocalypse, setting up 268 underground research institutes worldwide, with a total of 12,000 top scientists participating in the project, which covered various fields, including biological dormancy, aerospace engine development, and weapon development. After a simple organization of the copied data, Xuanwu reported to Jiang Hao, "Is there any noteworthy intelligence?" Notably, in the 6 months leading up to the outbreak of the apocalypse, the once active EA organization simultaneously vanished from the world, and all information regarding this organization has been sealed, with the specific reasons unknown. Oh, Jiang Hao frowned slightly. The disappearance of this organization made him sense a hint of familiarity. According to the intelligence, this force was an international organization established by various governments before the apocalypse for certain purposes, and it seemed that the organization was aimed at advancing the forefront of human technology in terms of both personnel composition and research direction. However, if that was the case, what was the purpose of the PE Foundation coming here? From the intelligence Jiang Hao currently possessed, the PE Foundation appeared to be a fanatical organization pursuing the limits of human body development. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many half-beast people within it. Were these well-built half-beast people also preparing to engage in technology? With this thought, Jiang Hao began to browse the information on Xuanwu that had emerged on his visor. This information was not complete. It should only be the research projects managed by this underground research facility. Soon, a set of data entered Jiang Hao's view. Chapter 87. Diary to be precise, this should be a staff member's diary, which detailed the recording process of this research facility regarding a concept known as the Space Anchor Point. Space Anchor Point? What is that? This was already in Jiang Hao's knowledge blind spot, but fortunately, he had channels to understand it. A space anchor point is a stable cosmic coordinate that is often used when forming wormholes or setting up stargates. As the artificial intelligence of the galaxy system, the galaxy's database stored a wealth of knowledge pertaining to the ultimate aspects of the universe. After a moment of searching, the galaxy provided a response. Wormhole? Stargate? Jiang Hao was not unfamiliar with these two terms. Although they mostly appeared in science fiction movies, they were still within his realm of understanding. After obtaining this information, Jiang Hao began to read the text recorded in the materials. December 28, 2022 today marks the establishment of our Asian Region Research Room, number 17. Since FAST discovered that strange coordinate, we've been transferred to the Ember Project Preparation Team, spending 2 years in that damn glacier, and now we've finally come out. I can't wait to eat the barbecue downstairs and the dumplings from the market. By the way, I wonder if Xiao Zixin can talk now? Will she call me Mom? January 4th, 2023, today we obtained the usage rights for FAST. Although we only have 3 hours, it's enough for our research topic today. As predicted by those astronomers, wormholes began to form at those fixed space anchor points. Although they are currently very unstable, we all believe they will stabilize soon. Fortunately, after flipping a few more pages, I finally saw some more normal content. Those wormholes have stabilized, and some scientists suggested that these wormholes are passages created by extraterrestrial civilizations. Oh God, have they watched too many science fiction novels? We conducted detailed research on a few larger wormholes, and so far, we haven't found any signs of artificial creation. Perhaps we should send a spaceship over to take a look. Oh God, Dr. Lee actually confessed to me. What should I do? This is such a romantic day, but if I agree to him, I would feel guilty. I've been married to my husband for 8 years. But Dr. Lee, he really is handsome. We successfully sent messages to 3 of the wormholes, hoping to discover something. I rejected Dr. Lee's request, which made me very distressed. I hope this damned work ends soon. Also, Dr. Lee and I are together now. After all, we've been together for so long. When you receive this message, life has already entered the countdown. Prepare for judgment. You humble crawlers. Our linguist has deciphered this message, but what does it mean? Is it a judgment from an extraterrestrial civilization? In any case, this is not encouraging news. We are all worried about it, and the person in charge has reported our research findings. I hope the higher-ups can do something. I always feel that we did something foolish. We shouldn't expose our position in the universe. Just as that book said, Dr. Lee seems to be somewhat excited, which makes me even more uneasy. I hope that when I wake up tomorrow, there will be good news. Dr. Lee is a liar. He is an accomplice of those failures. He deceived my feelings. He actually used my identity card to steal some data from our research facility. Oh God, I have nothing left now. Lover, children, career. Is this your punishment for me? Now, my colleagues have locked me up. The final punishment notice hasn't come down yet, but what does it mean to me? Everything I had has been destroyed. September 18th, 2024, in aimless waiting. I was finally released. I had almost forgotten what it felt like to have sunlight on my skin. Seeing it again is truly something to celebrate, but now no one is here to celebrate with me. Do my former colleagues seem to be leaving? What research tasks do they have? What about the wormholes? Extraterrestrial civilizations? I know nothing. It seems as if nothing ever happened. I have become an outsider. The diary ends here. This seemingly meaningless diary seems to point all the answers to the same direction. Extraterrestrial civilization. Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. Although it was just a few diary entries, the information revealed was too much. Moreover, Jiang Hao had a vague feeling that the people from the PE Foundation came here very likely for this diary. But what use do they have for this diary? Just as Jiang Hao was lost in thought, a video communication from Shun Bingyin suddenly connected on his visor. The radar indicated that the activities of the strange beasts near P City had sharply increased since yesterday afternoon. We have reason to believe that this round of biological mutation has ended. Sun Sheng has already dispatched additional reconnaissance posts towards the suburbs, and the current situation is not optimistic. What about other areas? Some forces have already initiated requests for help through satellite channels. They seem to have encountered a beast tide. At this point, Shin Bingyin took a deep breath, her eyes unusually serious. This time, It is very likely a sign of large-scale activities of second-tier strange beast groups. Chapter 88. Actions of Finkawu Research Center. As the doors of the research center opened again, a group of scientists with dark circles under their eyes walked out of the research center building. These people were all scientists under Qin Li, the former mayor of L City. Before the apocalypse, some of them were university professors, leading figures in their fields, and some were academicians. After the apocalypse, they were unified under Qin Li and brought together after the Finkawu Research Center was established. Jiang Hao sent someone to bring them here. In stark contrast to them was Zhao Luming, who looked refreshed. Ever since these scientists arrived, Zhao Luming's days have clearly improved. He now works a regular 9-to-5 schedule every day. Of course, when these scientists first arrived here, the scene was far from harmonious as it is now. Even after seeing the advanced equipment at the research center, the arrogance of these people remained unchanged. Arguments were common, and it was normal for them to clash at the slightest disagreement. After all, everyone here had reached a high level, and none had a good temper. All were extremely confident. You might think that the harmonious scenes of mutual respect in research labs shown on TV could happen here, but it was impossible. It was normal for everyone to not get along. These people were like this when they were at Changkong Group, and now that they were in a new place, they still retained these traditional habits. However, when Zhao Luming revealed his muscular physique, everyone present tacitly fell silent. Although he had been in the stasis pod of the Star River system for many years, Zhao Luming's body had not deteriorated with the passage of time. He still retained the strong physique of his youth. They were all young lads in their 70s and 80s. What was there to argue about? When I was your age, I was incredibly humble. Zhao Luming pouted and seized the opportunity to show off his muscles again. Looking at Zhao Luming's abundant hair, the white-haired scientists were puzzled, but no one dared to ask any further questions. The following days became much easier. Under Zhao Luming's reasonable arrangements, these people began a regular 996 work schedule. Fusion battery. Good, this has some youthful energy. Upon hearing the word young people, the corners of these people's mouths twitched, but soon, their exhaustion quickly replaced their discomfort, and they fell silent again. Help me connect to Lord Jiang Hao. The research center has unlocked the new technological core fusion battery. A new unit has been added to the system exchange panel and can be produced in a military factory. The prompt from Star River sounded, and then Zhao Luming's holographic projection appeared on the projection system inside the armored vehicle. Lord, the fusion battery has been successfully developed. After a round of simultaneous fire from the boundary tank at the front of the line, it finally tore a hole in the interception line of 3 or 4 second-tier exotic beasts. Driven by its powerful capabilities, the boundary tank directly crashed through a wall in front of it, trampling over the second-tier exotic beast that had been pierced through the chest. Okay, I understand. I will contact Bingyan, and the subsequent matters will proceed as planned. Jiang Hao directed the subsequent convoy to retreat from the gap while speaking. He quickly hung up the communication, glanced at the holographic map, and noted that although the tank's shot had opened a breach, it had also attracted the attention of the beasts lurking nearby. The map showed an increasing number of red dots appearing. Just as Shen Bingyan had said, after months of dormancy, a significant portion of the beasts had advanced to the second tier. Humanity, which had only just established a foothold in the apocalypse, would once again face even more powerful enemies. The next day, while everyone was still immersed in the fear of the beast's awakening, the Finkawu territory, which had previously attracted attention for resisting the beast tide, once again came into everyone's view. The Finkawu territory issued an announcement to all survivors of Shenzhou using its own communication technology, stating that it had successfully established a global communication network. And from that day forward, the Finkawu communication network would be free for all survivors in Shenzhou to use. Unlike the communication network in the northern region, Finkawu's network not only provided smooth daily communication, but also established a network system called Star Network based on its technological capabilities, allowing for instant global communication. However, the announcement did not create the expected sensation. Instead, it quickly fell silent. Data from the Star Network's backend showed that within 24 hours of the announcement, the number of users accessing the Star Network across Shenzhou was less than 100. The reason for this is not hard to understand. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, The survival environment for humanity had changed drastically, compared to whether they could access the internet. The more pressing issue for survivors was how to survive in a world overrun by zombies and beasts. Initially, it was thought that this matter would fade away, but soon. Fenkawu's subsequent actions swept across Xinzhou like a hurricane. Chapter 89. Issuing currency in the early morning as the first rays of sunlight broke through the cold fog. Survivors living within the Fenkawa territory were astonished to find a brand new storefront had suddenly appeared overnight on the city's most bustling street. Fenkawa Bank? What is this? Do these people in power still think this is the pre-apocalyptic world? What? Do they really expect to use the worthless paper money they issue to exchange for our arms and food? In no time, survivors in the city began discussing the necessity of opening a bank until someone walked into the bank. They were shocked to discover that Fenkawa Bank actually allowed them to directly exchange their issued currency for food. In today's world, nothing is more stable than food. Gold. What is that? Can it be made into weapons or eaten? In today's society, it's something no one even picks up if thrown on the ground. Once this was discovered, a terrifying run on the bank occurred without surprise. Under the supervision of Fenkawu soldiers, the public orderly lined up outside the bank, exchanging everything of value from their homes for the Fenkawu-issued star currency. A bag of bullets, a crystal core, a worn steel knife, a barrel of gasoline, or even a piece of clothing that could cover their bodies. After being evaluated by Fenkawa Bank, they exchanged their items for currency, which could be used to purchase all goods in the Fenkawa Bank in the royal city, such as rice, fish, or beef jerky. With a stable food supply, the Fenkawa territory had never worried about food shortages, which undoubtedly provided stable credit support for the star currency. This plan had been brewing in Jiang Hao's mind for a long time, and after multiple discussions with Xun Bingyan, Sun Sheng, and others, it finally formed a practical plan. The denominations of the star currency were set at 1, 5, 10, 50, and 100, with an initial issuance of 1.5 million star currency, roughly equivalent to 70 of Fenkawu's food reserves. A portion was left as a buffer to prevent malicious runs on the bank. In fact, on the day the star currency was issued, Fenkawa Bank did witness similar behavior. A bounty hunter registered in Fenkawu as a first-tier martial arts awakener exchanged a large amount of military supplies for star currency worth 100,000, then turned around and exchanged that currency for 100,000 units of food at the food exchange window, driving away in a heavy truck amidst the envious gazes of a large crowd. However, his good mood did not last long. Before he could leave the Fenkawa territory, he was intercepted by soldiers who had received the news. "We suspect you are reselling military supplies, and we need your cooperation in our investigation." When the muzzle of a Gauss rifle was pressed against his head, he wisely revealed all the details. It turned out that the ordinary survivor could not possibly have such a large stockpile of military supplies. He was merely an agent for a large northern faction. After all, everyone had seen with their own eyes that the bounty hunter had indeed exchanged for 100,000 units of food from the bank. These were genuine rice grains, witnessed by hundreds of onlookers. Since Fenkawa Bank had the ability to produce 100,000 units of food at once, could they not provide for their own needs? Thus, under this thought, the large-scale malicious run on the bank initiated by the public rarely occurred again, which indeed surprised all the higher-ups in Fenkawa. When the situation regarding the currency issuance was reported to Jiang Hao, he had just completed the deployment of the troops, with boundary tanks and hyena-class armored vehicles set up around the camp, under the control of Xuan Wu, guarding the surrounding area. The soldiers were chewing on military rations made of fish jerky and rice balls. To prevent the outflow of star currency, we should set exchange qualifications, stipulating that only residents permanently residing in Fenkawa territory can exchange for star currency. Or, we could directly specify that the star currency can only circulate within Fenkawa territory. In the holographic projection, Xun Bingyan's graceful figure was outlined, and she presented her long-considered method to Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao shook his head. His purpose in issuing currency was to allow the star currency to circulate outward, thereby using it to harvest resources across all of Xinzhou and even globally. If a little intentional run on the bank could shake that, it would be too much of a loss. Moreover, to ensure the stable supply of food after the issuance of the star currency. Jiang Hao had expanded 4 base farms within the territory, bringing the total number of base farms in Fengkewu to 10. Furthermore, after upgrades, the farm's output had increased from the original 5,000 units per 7 days to 10,000 units per 7 days, while the production of fragrant fish had also doubled from 1,000 units to 2,000 units, with an impressive increase of 100. Without this confidence, how could Jiang Hao dare to use food as the anchor for the currency? Increase the issuance of currency. We need to issue as much currency as possible before the second wave of beast tides arrives. Increase the issuance of currency? Xing Tian was a bit worried. Issuing more currency without sufficient food reserves not only risks currency devaluation, but also poses a risk of credit collapse for Fengkewu territory, which would be fatal for a territory in its developmental phase. What? Are you worried about not being able to eat? Jiang Hao, sensing the hint of concern in Xing Tian's eyes, joked, "Don't worry, you won't go hungry. If you get too thin, who will bear my children in the future? Our food supply is safer than you might think." Xiao Yin's face turned red at an astonishing speed, and before she could further show her embarrassment, Xing Tian quickly disconnected. Tonight is destined to be the highlight moment for Fengkewu, with all forces focusing their attention here. Although some large forces, like the northern region, have issued currency in the past, most ended in failure due to a lack of stable anchors. This is why, from the moment the star coin was born, it was destined to take a central position in the currency landscape. As long as Fengkewu continuously provides food attacks, the stable credit system of the star coin will not collapse, and for now, only the star coin can achieve this. Even though doing so would expose the fact that Fengkewu's base has a large food reserve, which is a foolish act in front of most force leaders. Jiang Hao's vision has never been limited to this. At this moment, he has already set his sights on the near future. And Fengkewu's actions are far from over. Just when all forces thought Fengkewu's performance had ended, the second set of combo punches from Fengkewu has been launched again. Chapter 90 Return. A Biao is a bounty hunter living on the edge of Fengkewu's territory. With his first-level perception ability, he has been living quite well in this area, picking up tasks at the task center set up by Fengkewu in the territory, which brings him substantial income. With this income, he can even afford to stay overnight at the famous Black Forest Bar in the small town every day. However, even with so much money, he hasn't gone there to splurge for a night, but instead bought power banks. Yes, you read that right, power banks. A Biao is a hardcore gaming enthusiast. Even though his life was changed by the apocalypse, he never gave up on his hobby. Life has already become so terrible. I can't let my hobby be just as bad. It is this belief that has motivated a Biao to survive until now. Although he can't play online games due to the apocalypse, he can at least play single-player games. So games like Your World, Animal Battle Zombie, and Temple Escape have become a Biao's favorites. But today, a Biao encountered a troubling issue. His power bank was about to run out of battery. Looking at the mountain of power banks in his room, a Biao fell into deep thought. Within a 20-kilometer radius, he had almost cleaned out all the power banks he could collect or buy. To get more, he would have to expand his activity range by several kilometers, but now, facing the increasingly active mutated beasts, he really didn't have the confidence to come out alive from the mouths of these second-level mutated beasts. What to do? The phone is about to run out of battery. A Biao clutched his hair in pain, and just then, he suddenly noticed that the house across the street lit up. At first, a Biao thought it was the light of a candle, but the more he looked, the more he felt that the light source was unusual. Ordinary candlelight is yellow and unstable with the movement of air, but the light in front of him was a cold color, and after observing for a while, a Biao found no signs of flickering. Was that a lamp? A Biao couldn't believe it. The apocalypse had been going on for nearly 5 months, and where could there still be a functioning power station? Some large forces and developed coastal cities might still have power supply, and it was said that there was also some in Fengkewu's territory. But those places were not easily accessible to him. Holding a skeptical attitude, a Biao knocked on the door of his neighbor across the street. As soon as the door opened, a Biao clearly saw a beam of light slip out from the crack, and although the cold color was monotonous, it revealed the ultimate desire of a gaming enthusiast for electricity. "Farron, where did you get your electricity?" Since they were neighbors, A Biao naturally knew the other person, who was also a bounty hunter like him, and they had even gone on missions together before. While their relationship couldn't be called friends, they were at least on good terms. What? You haven't bought it yet? I thought you'd already bought it. Fei Ren looked at a Biao in surprise. I didn't go out all day today. A Biao felt a bit embarrassed. He had played a game before leaving home this morning, thinking he would just play one round, but he ended up playing for hours. Saying that, a Biao kept glancing into the room. The new product from Feng Chiwu's territory is called a fusion battery. The one I bought is a low-power one, only 50 star coins, and if used sparingly, it should last a year or two. Where did you buy it? Right over there by the light screen. Before Fei Ren could finish speaking, a Biao had already dashed out. The same scene was playing out in various places. Within the territory of Feng Chiwu, in the edge towns, P City, and L City, these fusion batteries began to be sold simultaneously, and even in coastal cities, they arrived through trade routes that had not yet been cut off. In no time, the news of Feng Chiwu's development of fusion batteries quickly caused a sensation across the country. To achieve breakthroughs in technology in such an apocalyptic environment is absolutely a rare phenomenon, at least indicating that the territory named Feng Chiwu has an extremely stable development environment. Otherwise, they would not have the resources to support so many scientists for research. However, it is regrettable that in this restless era, few people can calm down to think about the factors behind this phenomenon. More people express disdain and contempt, and some forces even use the star network system to post on forums, expressing their stance. What is this? Does Feng Chiwu base still expect to deliver a fatal blow to mutated beasts with nuclear fusion reactors? What is the use of researching these things? Generating electricity? It's ridiculous. What age is this? This is the era of awakeners. Technology is destined to be eliminated. Feng Chiwu territory, please open your eyes and look at this world. You have at least survived the first wave of mutated beast tide. Can't you see a bit clearer? This is the age of evolution. Everyone is striving for higher combat power, and you are still researching technology? Do you still expect to break through the defenses of second-level mutated beasts with bullets? Short-sighted forces. I once had such high hopes for you. Yet you can't even see the trend of the times. Such forces deserve to be forgotten by history. Although this issue has caused a heated debate on the Star Network forum, it has not affected the sales of fusion batteries in the surrounding areas at all. The pricing of fusion batteries was destined from the beginning to not be popular among the masses. But even in the apocalypse, this world has never lacked wealthy people. Thus, this product quickly spread among the upper class, and additionally, hotels, bars, and higher-income bounty hunters from some forces also became customers of fusion batteries. Of course, in targeting different customers, Feng Chiwu's territory has different ways to exploit them. They humanely launched various models of fusion batteries, allowing customers from different strata to choose their preferred way of being exploited. Hotels and bars typically purchase high-power fusion batteries, which generally sell for around 2,000 star coins. These batteries are about the size of a suitcase and can power a large commercial establishment for approximately 2 years on a single charge. With their outstanding performance, fusion batteries quickly gained the trust of their target market. While sales were not explosive, over 1,000 large fusion batteries were sold in a short time, establishing a stable customer base. The journey from Duanjin Island to Fengwu, nearly 1,000 kilometers, took Jiang Hao and his team almost a month. However, along the way, Jiang Hao's personal guard cleared the trade routes, stabilizing what was once a disrupted supply line. Steel at 120,000 units, timber at 160,000 units, is currently undergoing promotion qualification testing. Testing completed. The territory has met the upgrade conditions. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Chapter 91. Choices for the future for the Fengwu base. As long as resources are in place, all problems are no longer issues. After the first batch of supplies arrived at the Fengwu territory, Jiang Hao prioritized the research projects at the research center and the construction of other buildings. The first batch of survivors who moved to the Fengwu territory began their lives there, mostly consisting of family members of Fengwu soldiers or widows of fallen warriors. There were no attacks from alien beasts, no descent into conflict among one's own kind, and no ordinary hunger. Here, they no longer had to worry about their safety. As long as they completed their daily tasks within the territory, they would receive a fixed salary. The salary distribution was fully supervised by the galaxy system, perfectly eliminating any possibility of wage cuts. After completing a day's work, some mothers stood on a high ground looking at a building before them, witnessing it slowly rise under the operation of construction drones. This large building, once completed, was said to become the first school in Fengkawu, open for free to all residents. Don't rush, take your time eating. A mother stopped her child's ravenous actions, gently patting the child's head, her voice softer. If it's not enough, Mommy will buy you more. There's always food in the cafeteria. The child looked at his mother in confusion. Hunger had instilled in him a habit of gobbling down food. However, one day, when he no longer had to worry about meals, that habit remained. The child glanced at the rice ball in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then began to eat slowly. As slaughter and hunger gradually receded, under the cover of this light, the rays of civilization would shine once again into the corners of the survivors' hearts. Isn't this the very meaning of building this city? On the city wall, Jiang Hao approached Xing Tian from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and whispering softly in her ear. Feeling the unique warmth beside her ear, Xing Tian's cheeks quickly flushed slightly. She gently turned around, tightly embraced Jiang Hao, and then suddenly grabbed the soft flesh at his waist and twisted it quickly. Jiang Hao's expression instantly froze. Then it immediately became distorted. Xing Tian wrinkled her nose and said playfully. Jiang Hao grinned and rubbed his aching waist. Then with a mischievous smile, he lifted Xing Tian in a waist hug amidst her exclamations. Then you can help me. I heard that the energy consumed during that time is about the same as running. As he spoke, Jiang Hao dragged his long shadow down toward the city wall, ignoring Xing Tian's protests. With the gradual stabilization of the resource supply chain, the construction of Fengkawu entered a period of rapid development. However, after the upgrade prompt from the Star River echoed, a new problem was presented before Jiang Hao. Upgrade or mass production? If this question were posed during normal times, Jiang Hao would undoubtedly choose the former without hesitation. But the current period was too special. Beasts around the world had just undergone their second mutation, with the second-tier beasts gradually replacing the weak first-tier beasts. Just like in his previous life, the mutated beasts, having consumed a large amount of stamina, urgently needed to replenish their energy. The intense hunger would compel them to launch attacks on human territories without hesitation. In other words, the second wave of beast tides was about to arrive. Now, if he upgraded the territory, Jiang Hao had no way of knowing how much time it would consume. However, based on the first upgrade, which took half a month, this upgrade would likely take at least as long. This meant that once Jiang Hao chose to upgrade the base, the strength of the entire Fengkawu territory would face at least half a month of stagnation. This was undoubtedly very dangerous for a territory about to face a beast tide. On the other hand, mass production would undoubtedly be the safest choice for Fengkawu at this time. First of all, one thing Jiang Hao could confirm was that the boundary tank, with its 150mm high-explosive armor-piercing shells, was powerful enough to penetrate the defenses of second-tier beasts. This had been verified in actual combat, so there was no doubt about it. But the problem was, what if higher-tier beasts appeared during the beast tide? It should be noted that during the first beast tide attack, a second-tier wolf king had already emerged. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be higher-tier beasts in this wave of mutations? Sun Cheng, is there any new information from the observation post in Peace City? After connecting to the communications of the Peace City General Office, Jiang Hao went straight to the point. Send more reconnaissance posts over. Keep a suitable distance. You're responsible for the defense in Peace City. I will allocate another batch of equipment to send over in the next couple of days. Received. Sun Cheng saluted respectfully and then disconnected the communication. There were no signs of large-scale sniping, which meant he still had time to prepare. Just then, news from afar came in, and this news was no less than an 8.0 earthquake for the power dynamics in the apocalypse. The broken ship island has sunk. This short 20-second video documented the last moments of life on the broken ship island. The footage showed that the endless tide of beasts had flattened the small town on the beach, and the aircraft carrier, stranded on the shore, was reduced to a pile of scrap metal amidst the flames. Next to the hull, The surging waves indicated that the true instigator of this disaster came from the depths of the ocean. A giant sea creature of unknown form delivered a fatal blow to this aging aircraft carrier underwater. In the sky, 7 Delta-wing carrier-based aircraft roared past. They once represented the pinnacle of human technology in this world and were the last dignity of technology in this beast-infested world. In midair, where the sea met the sky, flames erupted. Facing the attacks from second-tier mutated birds, these carrier-based aircraft maneuvered skillfully, each missile accurately killing a flying beast, turning them into a mist of blood in the sky. But that was not enough to change their doomed fate. It was over. Jiang Hao couldn't help but click his tongue at the scene before him. Like Fengkawu, Duanjin Island was a large force that prioritized technology. Their pride, the carrier-based aircraft, had once been a nightmare for countless factions, but now, everything was over. The downfall of Duanjin Island seemed to signal something. Some opportunists even rushed to the Star Network to post publicly. See, Fengkawu, this is the end of technology. Hurry up and develop your Awakeners team. What are you waiting for? Technology has no future. Only awakening is the hard truth. Originally, Jiang Hao didn't intend to pay attention to these online comments, as these people were cursing while also using the Star Network, which was also a good opportunity for the Star Network to spread its influence. However, after witnessing the silence of Duanjin Island, Jiang Hao had made up his mind. The end of technology? A meaningful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as Jiang Hao opened the technology panel and clicked the upgrade button. The upgrade program began execution. Remaining time, 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Then I'll bet everything to show you the future of technology. Chapter 92. Silver Spear Martial Saint in the southwestern region. There had been no signs of large-scale gatherings of alien beasts around the territory of Fengkawu, but to the north, the alien beasts had already sounded the horn of attack. This war had attracted attention from all sides right from the start, as a bounty hunter had directly brought the city's defense battle to the Star Network and broadcast it live. Moreover, his video title was highly provocative. Fengkawu territory, take note. This is the correct way to survive the apocalypse. Jiang Hao discovered the video a few days later. When he opened the live stream, there were already over 10,000 IP addresses watching. In the footage, the city's defense battle had entered its 8th day. The ground outside the city was littered with corpses, which, under the influence of snowfall, had turned into icebergs. Due to the cold weather, the stench of the bodies had not yet dissipated before being frozen in blocks of ice. After several days of brutal fighting, the ground here was mixed with blood and the corpses of strange beasts, all frozen into the ground beneath their feet. The open space outside the city had been raised several meters high by the piled-up corpses from continuous fierce battles. Soldiers huddled against the city wall, warming themselves by a faint bonfire, simply heating the already frozen beast meat over the fire, which could be eaten once a whiff of meat aroma wafted out. It was now the 8th day of the beast tide attack. At this point in the war, it was no longer a contest of strength between the two sides, but a battle of wills. Damn it, the knife has dulled. Maja touched the blade, and the noticeable resistance felt on his thumb indicated the extent of the wear. As a bounty hunter, this weapon had cost him almost half of his fortune, and if it were to be destroyed in this war, it would become a problem for him to eat in the future. Feeling a bit pained, he pressed on the blade before picking up a whetstone to sharpen it repeatedly. Here they come. A hurried shout spread from the city wall. Immediately after, a massive stone accurately struck the wall from hundreds of meters away. The tremendous impact sound, accompanied by the continuous tremors of the wall, rapidly spread out, causing some soldiers to be knocked off the wall by the vibrations. Soon after, countless boulders tore through the air, accompanied by explosive sounds, striking the wall like cannonballs. Psychics, go up and use the old method. The commander's voice came through the intercom. Upon hearing the order, the previously weak psychics quickly rushed up, forming a dense defensive line at the front of the entire team. With the condensation of their powers, various strange abilities rapidly spread out in their hands. These well-trained psychic soldiers had clearly undergone careful arrangement. Pairs of psychics combined their abilities to create more powerful combination techniques. In the upper left of the entire team, one member of a 3-person squad was glowing with electric arcs, his hair standing on end like a black-haired Lion King. with large electric arcs crackling as he ran. At that moment, another female psychic had already condensed a water column several dozen meters long in midair. Just as the water column was fully formed, the electric psychic instantly injected a silver electric arc into it, causing the water column to surge wildly, thrashing like a startled fish trying to break free from the psychic's control. At that moment, the psychic on the far left of the team raised his hand, and a tangible cold air shot out, instantly freezing the water column into an ice cone, with the silver electric arc faintly visible trapped inside, exuding a fierce aura. The next moment, the ice column sent ripples through the air, rapidly piercing into the beast horde like a flying arrow. The earth and stones visibly exploded, accompanied by piercing sounds of electricity, and the spot where the ice column struck instantly turned into scorched earth. Combination technique. The ultimate killing move developed by human awakeners against strange beasts, involving at least 2 people and up to hundreds, fully utilizing the theory of compatible attributes between abilities to maximize the power of these awakeners' abilities. In the previous life, when human forces faced a 7th-tier beast without a martial saint-level strongman present, they had once relied on over 800 5th and 6th-tier psychics collectively executing a combination technique to crush a 7th-tier beast the size of a mountain into fragments. In an instant, countless abilities bombarded the location of the beast tide, exposing large areas of ground once again. And the originally orderly assault formation gradually became chaotic under this round of offensive. Good. Now's the time. Everyone charge in. The commander's experienced voice came through the communicator. The consecutive days of battle not only tempered his will on the battlefield, but also honed his command abilities. He keenly seized the fleeting opportunities on the battlefield. And then everyone rushed madly into the beast tide. In an instant, amidst the flashes of blades and swords, blood and flesh flew, and countless cries of anguish turned into the most tragic wails echoing throughout the battlefield. This was the most primitive end-of-the-world battlefield, a clash of blood and flesh, a contest of courage and perseverance, and the ultimate struggle between survival and death. Just then, a tangible energy beam suddenly swept across the entire battlefield, severing everything in its path like a death ray. Some psychics, upon noticing the incoming beam during the battle, quickly arranged various protective shields. But these shields lasted only a second before disintegrating like paper. In just one wave of attack, nearly 100 lives were instantly claimed. Atomic breath. Jiang Hao watched this scene through a live broadcast, and his expression became serious. Although it was only the initial level of atomic breath, it was an important sign of the beast stepping into the 3rd tier. Just as Jiang Hao was lost in thought, a new change occurred on the screen. Don't be afraid. Leave it to me. As he spoke, a silver figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield like a stunning swan. In just one glance, a massive 2nd-tier wild bull had already fallen to the ground, and above its head, a silver spear pierced through its entire head like a spear of judgment, instantly killing it. A white cloak fluttered behind him without wind, reflecting the silver glowing armor. Upon seeing the figure on the screen, Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and after recognizing that figure, he finally remembered the name of this city. Cold Light City, Silver Spear Marshal St. Lu Rujian. Chapter 93. The transformation of the 3rd-tier beasts. Every era has its brightest stars, and in the apocalypse, the group represented by the 7 martial saints is undoubtedly the most dazzling presence of this time. This group of powerhouses supports the last hope of humanity like a pillar, with each extraordinary genius writing their own story in a unique way. Today, under everyone's attention, the Silver Spear Marshal St. Lu Rujian has clearly become the brightest star of the day. The spear stained with blood, the crimson blood dripping down the spear tip. And when the last drop of blood fell to the ground, the spear emitted a silver light once again, spotless. Lu Rujian's gaze slowly fell on the agitated group of beasts in the distance. Accompanied by the descent of that atomic breath, the beast group slowly parted, retreating like a tide. At that moment, a gigantic creature finally appeared in everyone's sight. It was a creature resembling a giant lizard. The resemblance was only because this fellow's appearance was close to that of a giant lizard, but there were subtle differences. such as the wrinkled scales that were very similar to those of crocodile, a thicker and more scaled tail, and the sound of metal clashing as it ran. A masterpiece of the creator, a result of survival of the fittest. Its crimson eyes sparkled with a seductive light, and, as its head swayed, it instantly locked onto Lu Rujian. The next moment, an atomic breath was unleashed without warning, like thunder crashing down, striking like a bolt of lightning. And in an instant, the attack reached Lu Rujian. Holding his spear, Lu Rujian stood firm. Although he was currently only at the peak of the second tier, at that moment, he already exuded the oppressive aura of the silver spear martial saint. Then, Lu Rujian thrust his spear. Clang! The silver light flowed, faintly emitting the sound of breaking air, and the sharp spear tip inevitably collided with the atomic breath. The silver spear tip glowed and emitted a blinding light, and then it forcefully split the atomic breath in two, causing it to explode. Having achieved victory in the first battle, Lu Rujian did not intend to give the third-tier beast too much breathing room. As a martial arts awakened one, he possessed greater strength than other ability-type awakened ones. In the next moment, Lu Rujian stepped forward, using his powerful force to leap into the air and thrust his spear with unmatched momentum like a hurricane, directly confronting the giant lizard. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying, a fist-sized scar was pierced into the top of the giant lizard's head. In pain, the giant lizard began to thrash its body wildly, its nearly 10-meter-long tail whipping the ground like a steel whip, leaving shocking ravines with each frenzied strike. Its tail lashed out indiscriminately, attacking everything around it. Under the overwhelming force, the surrounding second-tier and first-tier beasts were instantly smashed into pieces like broken sculptures. And the awakened warriors could not avoid it either, but compared to these unfortunate beasts, their losses were much smaller. This is the greatest weakness of the third-tier beasts. Although they have evolved a certain level of intelligence, their temperament is extremely unstable. Especially after being attacked, they become exceptionally violent, attacking all nearby creatures indiscriminately. Because of this, in a previous life, there was a saying, "It is better to hunt fourth-tier beasts than to provoke those third-tier moving explosive trucks when they go mad." They can even strike themselves. Skillfully dodging the giant lizard's tail, Lu Rujian thrust his spear again, once more hitting the scar on the giant lizard's constantly twisting body. This is the strategy Lu Rujian is currently employing. Although he cannot break through the giant lizard's defenses in one strike with his current strength, as long as he attacks its weak point, this giant beast will eventually reach its limit. The battle scene on the screen was broadcast live worldwide through the Star Network system. Upon seeing such a scene, everyone felt a sense of certainty in victory. How could they lose now? Although Lu Rujian, at the peak of the second tier, indeed lacked the power and attack of the third-tier beast in terms of agility, the massive body of the third-tier beast actually became a burden. It's not that simple. This is a third-tier beast. Jiang Hao was also watching the live broadcast of this battle, and when he saw such a scene, his expression was unusually serious. Although there was only one level difference between third-tier and second-tier exotic beasts, the improvement brought about was a qualitative change, with atomic breath being the most significant indicator. In addition, third-tier exotic beasts had another trump card. Sure enough, after dozens of rounds of attacks, the giant lizard's head had already developed obvious cracks. Perhaps with the next strike, Lu Rujian's attack could completely penetrate its brain. At that moment, the giant lizard seemed to have awakened. It suddenly ignored Lu Rujian's attack and leaped fiercely towards the area where the awakened soldiers were most concentrated. Dust and smoke instantly spread across the battlefield. And through the hazy scene, a strange luminous glow could be seen flickering from both sides of the giant lizard's body. Just as everyone was puzzled about what the giant lizard intended to do, it suddenly inflated again, and then a bright light appeared from the gaps in its scales, followed by a second and third burst of light. Boom! When the body's inflation reached its limit, the nearly 50-meter-long body exploded with a loud bang in front of the stunned crowd. In a violent explosion, the body disintegrated in an instant, and the scales on its back, propelled by the shock wave of the explosion, rained down like the sharpest knives. The explosion had a radius of over 200 meters, and within that range, there were cries of anguish and screams. Many awakened were even decapitated by the rapidly flying scales, not even having time to utter a single scream. Just this self-detonation caused the forces of Hongguang City to suffer over 30 casualties. Liu Rujian was directly blown away by the sudden explosion. His silver armor no longer shining as it once did, and the cloak behind him was severed in half by the flying scales, hanging down covered in dark blood, no longer fluttering as it had before. Witnessing this sudden change, everyone watching this scene on the Star Network fell silent. Those who had previously shouted that the awakened were the future disappeared without a trace at this moment. The desperate counterattack of the third-tier exotic beast shattered the flicker of belief in their hearts. Just the self-explosion of a single third-tier exotic beast completely buried the previously advantageous situation for humanity. Although the exotic beast tide had lost its momentum after the third-tier beast was lost, such results were clearly unacceptable to humanity. This was only the result of the second mutation of the exotic beasts. What about the third and fourth? When a large number of exotic beasts evolved to the third tier, how would humanity defend itself? At this moment, the flames that had reignited in everyone's eyes were instantly extinguished. All they could see was the dim future of humanity. Chapter 94. Visitors from the North region, the live broadcast of the battle in Hongguang City unexpectedly resolved the public relations crisis for Fengkewu. The public opinion shifted at that moment. Now, people on the Star Network were no longer discussing the cultivation of awakened ones in Fengkewu territory, but rather how the human race could survive under the siege of exotic beasts. At that moment, a convoy suddenly arrived at Fengkewu territory, attracting the attention of all its residents as soon as it arrived. It was not because the convoy was large or flashy, but it was simply too shabby, composed of only 3 armored vehicles. The convoy was even less impressive than a typical medium-sized force, yet it managed to break through the blockade of second-tier exotic beasts unscathed to reach here, which was quite puzzling. When Jiang Hao learned about this news, he felt a sense of incredulity. Where did they come from? Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and asked. They said, they came from the North region. In the holographic projection, a sentinel on duty at the edge of the light curtain contacted Jiang Hao directly. Facing the highest-ranking official of their side, the sentinel was somewhat nervous, but when he spoke these words, his tone was filled with disbelief. From the North region to Fengkewu? What a joke. The two places are over 2,000 kilometers apart, not to mention the current situation with second-tier exotic beasts everywhere, even at the onset of the apocalypse. Such a long distance would still be impossible to traverse, right? Hearing this news, Jiang Hao was also slightly taken aback. However, the situation of this convoy finally piqued Jiang Hao's interest. Let them in. Take them to the administrative building. I will meet them there. Yes. The soldier saluted and quickly disappeared from the screen. When Jiang Hao met this group of people in the newly completed Fengkewu administrative building, it was already an hour after the communication ended. From the North region, Captain Liang Xingyou of the City Lord's Guard sent you sincere greetings on behalf of City Lord Shun Jianlin. Before Jiang Hao could speak, Liang Xingyou, standing in front of the table, gave a standard military salute and then took out a list from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is a gift from our city lord for your meeting. Please accept it graciously. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows slightly as he picked up the list on the table and glanced at it. However, after seeing that line of text, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. The Giga-class missile. This was the meeting gift that Shun Jianlin had given to Jiang Hao. As a seasoned military enthusiast from before the apocalypse, Jiang Hao naturally understood that this Giga-class missile was the latest generation missile system officially deployed by Shenzhou in July 2024. Unlike other missiles, this missile had a range of 16,000 kilometers and could carry 32 multiple warheads. To be precise, this was an intercontinental missile capable of carrying nuclear warheads. He gently slapped the list on the table and pushed it forward, a hint of a knowing smile curling at the corners of Jiang Hao's mouth. I wonder what you all came here for? Although the Fengkewu territory now had certain strength and could present its own main battle equipment, it was naturally not in the same weight class as a behemoth like the North Domain. Jiang Hao was aware of this. As the inheritor of the majority of the military legacy from before the apocalypse, the North Domain's strength was already among the top in the world. Whether it was the number of main battle tanks, armed helicopters, or missiles, the North Domain statistics were calculated in the thousands. Their firepower density was so intense that it could support their armed helicopters and fighter jets to soar in the sky, competing against aerial beasts. A level of strength that the current Finkawa territory could not compare to. However, it was ironic that despite having so much main battle equipment, the North Domain ultimately chose to enhance individual combat power, with Sun Jianlin, the pillar of the North Domain, being a leading figure among them. His strength was even among the top in the 7 martial saints. Therefore, the North Domain's generous gift was naturally more than just a simple meeting gift. Actually, it's nothing. We just hope to take a person from you, which should be simple for you, right? Liang Xingyo smiled, and once again pulled a hard drive from his pocket. Inside was all the technical data for the Giga intercontinental missile. As long as you let me take the person, the contents in here will be yours. I wonder who could hold such great value that Lord Xinjianlin would exchange the data of an intercontinental missile for? Your territories, Shan Bingyan. Jiang Hao was slightly taken aback. It was only then that he noticed the subtle connection between Sun Jianlin and Shan Bingyan. He wondered what the relationship between Shan Bingyan and the city lord was. Miss Shun is our city lord's sister. At this point, there was nothing left to hide, so Liang Xingyo simply admitted it generously. Do you think we, Fenkawu, lack the strength to ensure Shan Bingyan's safety? To be blunt, our city lord does not believe that relying on modern weapons to combat otherworldly beasts is a wise choice. Liang Xingyo smiled calmly, his tone revealing confidence. Here, perhaps no one was more qualified to say such things than they were. When a force equipped with absolute weaponry outright denies the capabilities of modern weapons, the impact is undoubtedly enormous. Jiang Hao did not speak, but instead shifted the topic and continued. I'm afraid this matter is not something we can decide. Shan Bingyan is not a commodity. I believe she will make her own choice. Jiang Hao said, but he didn't have much confidence in his heart. Although the two of them had already established a relationship, Shan Bingyan was just too calm. Of course, we respect Miss Shun's wishes. I believe she will make the right choice. Liang Xingyo smiled slightly, a confident expression on his face. No need. I choose to stay here. Suddenly, a cool voice rang out, and the next moment, Shan Bingyan pushed open the door to the reception room and walked in. She lightly walked in front of Jiang Hao, smiled charmingly, and as she spoke, a fresh fragrance wafted out. It was as if she could see through Jiang Hao's thoughts, and she said softly, one cannot only make the right choices. Occasionally, one should also do things they enjoy. Chapter 95. The War Begins. Territory upgrade complete. Current level, Level 2. Please check the latest rights as soon as possible. Warning. Warning. Due to the territory being upgraded to Level 2, the light curtain will disappear in 7 days. Please be prepared. As the last rays of the setting sun faded from the walls of Fenkawu, the long-awaited voice finally echoed in his mind. Jiang Hao opened the system panel, and when he saw the newly added units in the panel, the heart that had been hanging in suspense finally settled down. Jiang Hao opened the system panel and clicked on some seemingly meaningless buttons. He did not choose to build any structures, as the phenomenon of exotic beasts being raised had already been discovered around the Fenko order, and the current situation left him no time to construct buildings. Jiang Hao invested all the resources he had accumulated over the past few days into the exchange panel. Half an hour later, the resource stockpile on the system panel was completely cleared, replaced by a series of progress bars on the exchange panel that began timing. At first, Jiang Hao did not think much of it and even appreciated Liang Xingyo's loyalty, but later, he gradually realized that ever since Liang Xingyo and his group arrived, the consumption of food in the territory's cafeteria had suddenly increased significantly compared to usual, and he began to feel that things seemed to be going awry. The residents of the small town at the edge of Fenkawu, under the command of the soldiers, began to evacuate uniformly into the light curtain. Faced with a tide of beasts primarily composed of second-tier exotic beasts numbering in the tens of thousands, the central-level artillery on the city walls posed no threat to those beasts. After comprehensive consideration, Jiang Hao had made up his mind. This time, they would annihilate all these enemies outside the light curtain. This undoubtedly alleviated the defensive pressure on the Fenkawu side to a large extent. All the bulldogs of the First Legion were brought out. We would first use the bulldogs to wear down the strength of the beast tide. Jiang Hao issued the first command before the battle to the First Legion. The holographic map opened, outlining all the terrain within 100 kilometers around Fengkawu, with dense red dots climbing over mountains and hills. Hunger was the best catalyst for their attacks, and slaughter was the deepest code hidden within their bodies. When the first second-tier exotic beast appeared on the hillside in front of Fengkawu, Jiang Hao logged into the Xuanwu combat terminal. User ID 001. Welcome, Lord. Jiang Hao did not hesitate at all. He stared at the combat system and issued orders to the entire territory. The battle began on the surrounding hills. As the tide of alien beasts advanced, the loose soil and stones on the ground continuously rolled down. The massive alien beast horde moved with the sound of thunder, creating a heavy psychological pressure on people even before they got close. However, while these enormous alien beasts were advancing, a crisis was silently brewing underground. An anti-tank mine first broke the tranquility of the battlefield. This high-explosive explosive, capable of easily destroying tanks weighing dozens of tons, inevitably tore apart the soft underbelly of a second-tier alien beast. In an instant, countless internal organs mixed with foul blood burst open. Although the splatter damage from the explosion could not inflict secondary harm on these tough-skinned beasts, the sky filled with blood mist was enough to disrupt the entire formation of the beast tide. At that moment, thousands of bulldogs jumped out from the shadows, charging towards the disordered alien beasts under the control of Xuanwu. Although these bulldogs, which were used as initial weapons after the territory upgrade, had gradually fallen behind the evolution of these alien beasts, it did not shake their belief in completing their mission. The steel was silent, like the quietest arrows under a shadow, and the momentum of the alien beast army could not affect their fighting spirit. Then, after the enemy's front was thrown into chaos, they resolutely charged forward. The steel bodies, barely 1 meter tall, looked absurdly ridiculous in front of these second-tier alien beasts. Even though their reinforced steel teeth could pierce through the defenses of second-tier alien beasts, their attacks were as uninteresting as scratching through boots against the dozens of meters-long bodies of second-tier beasts. When dozens or even hundreds of bulldogs crazily pounced on a single alien beast, tearing and biting it, using their sharp claws to secure its body, and their steel teeth to rip pieces of flesh and blood from these giants, only to be crushed and devoured by the enraged alien beasts, these first-tier soldiers, who once had glorious moments, defended their honor in such a way. This battle would be the final ode for these bulldogs. Everyone in the Fengkawu territory understood this. Although the war machines continuously falling before them were just a heap of cold steel assembled into killing machines, it did not affect their bravery at all. The battle quickly ended. The bulldogs' desperate charge effectively disrupted the formation of these alien beasts. Among the alien beasts that died in this wave, many were trampled by their own companions due to the chaos, quickly submerged under the iron hooves of the beast tide. At this moment, Jiang Hao was sitting inside a boundary tank. Beside him was a gunner who had just completed basic training. What? Still a bit nervous? Jiang Hao smiled at the soldier whose hands were trembling slightly and said, "This thing isn't difficult to operate. Just follow your usual training, and you'll find this is even easier to operate than the games you used to play," Jiang Hao said as he connected to the Xuanwu system. Xuanwu, connected to the Star Network, ready for a global live broadcast. With a slight smile, Jiang Hao said, "Isn't it just a live broadcast? Who can't do that? This time, I want everyone to see the future of technology. Lord, are you going to use that?" Upon hearing this, Xuanwu's voice came again, filled with excitement. "Of course. This time we will use this battle to point out the path for humanity's advancement." Chapter 96. Unlocking New Weapons. On the vast open ground outside the light curtain, the boundary tanks were on high alert. Except for the new soldiers who were on the battlefield for the first time, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. The fear in their eyes had long been erased by the trials of the battlefield. After experiencing multiple wars, what remained in the eyes of these veterans was only a thirst for merit. It was hard to come across such a humane force in the apocalypse. And seeing that they would soon be able to live in the city, how could these veterans give up such an opportunity? In this battle, no one would back down. The solid bodies of the boundary tanks were their courage to overcome everything, and within them, they were fearless. "Here they come. Watch the distance." The voice of the 1st Legion commander, Zhong Chao, rang out in the communication channel. These battle-hardened veterans knew exactly what their commander meant. The operation manual clearly stated that the maximum range of the boundary tanks was 26 kilometers, to maximize the power of the 150mm high-explosive armor-piercing shells. The range should ideally be controlled within 8 to 16 kilometers. Everyone stared intently at the holographic image, while Xuanwu's continuous prompts sounded in their ears. The tide of abnormal beasts is 21 kilometers from our frontline position. 20 kilometers, 19 kilometers, 16 kilometers. When Xuanwu's voice sounded again, inside the boundary tank, a new gunner couldn't help but reach for the fire button. Wait! The veteran beside him immediately interrupted his restless hands. It's too far. The new soldier was stunned, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Facing the increasingly close tide of abnormal beasts, he could feel the ground shaking even inside the vehicle. And he stuttered as he spoke, but the training manual said, 16 kilometers is enough. Hit. This is real combat. The veteran chuckled dismissively, then patted the new soldier on the shoulder, saying, Kid, pay attention. I'll only demonstrate once. After all, I'm counting on this skill to live in the city, right? As he spoke, the abnormal beasts on the mountains rushed faster. Although they suffered some losses from trampling, this was merely a drop in the bucket for the army of tens of thousands of abnormal beasts. Using the slope to their advantage, the speed of these beasts became even swifter. Some clever beasts, like bears and gorillas, quickly rolled their bodies up the slope and rushed down. Closer, even closer. The new soldiers, fresh to the battlefield, had dry throats, continuously licking their lips, their hands numb from tension, but they still sat there, waiting for the command to fire. 9 kilometers. When Xuanwu's voice sounded again, and the final distance was fixed at 9 kilometers. Fire. The almost roaring shout erupted from the boundary tank. No one ordered on the public channel. In an instant, all 500 boundary tanks on the position opened fire. The thunderous cannonade instantly drowned out all other sounds. Even the rushing noise of the tide of abnormal beasts was cut off in that moment. The tremors that struck the heart made even their chests vibrate, as if the pent-up frustration hidden within them burst forth at once. The bright yellow shells formed a dazzling barrage in midair, a roar of steel, a brilliance of technology. In that moment, the flames shot forth, even overshadowing the sun's light. The next moment, on the continuous slopes, as if struck by lightning, the visible shockwave caused the entire mountain to tremble. Countless flames completely engulfed the vegetation, and the barrage of over 500 high-explosive armor-piercing shells directly altered the shape of the mountain. In just an instant, the height of the part of the mountain facing the attack was reduced by 2 meters, and under the terrifying shockwave, some of the smaller abnormal beasts that were rampaging were directly blown away, instantly pierced by the debris kicked up by the shells. Those were the luckier beasts. Those less fortunate were directly hit by shells. Under the extreme penetration power of the 150mm high-explosive armor-piercing shells, even a turtle, under pure steel violence, could not escape being torn apart. Just one round of fire caused the tide of abnormal beasts to lose nearly 1,000 beasts, but at the same time, more beasts surged down from the slopes. These beasts did not stop to gnaw on the corpses of their kind, as before, but ran even more frantically. Hunger did not halt their advance, but drove them to push forward with even greater speed. Liang Xingyo stood on a high ground and witnessed all of this. The power displayed by these tanks left a deep impression on him, but he believed that no matter how strong the firepower, it was merely a rootless flame. Faced with such a large-scale army of abnormal beasts, without sufficient firepower coverage, these actions merely delayed their demise. Moreover, the capabilities of weapons have limits. While these tanks could inflict massive damage on the abnormal beasts based on the current situation, what about months or even years later? When the abnormal beasts evolved to Tier 3, 4, or even higher levels, what significance would the firepower of these tanks have? Could one still hope for these iron lumps to evolve alongside the abnormal beasts? Sure enough, the battlefield situation was just as Liang Xingyo had thought. Although the firepower of the boundary tanks was exceptionally fierce, the mere 500 tanks ultimately had limited firepower. In the face of enemies that outnumbered them by dozens of times, the defensive line quickly extended down into the valley. Although the boundary tanks continued to spew firepower, the mere 500 tanks could not form effective fire coverage, and the enemy was almost upon them. Is everyone ready? In a communication channel, suddenly, countless new devices accessed the channel, and a veteran slowly spoke, his tone surprisingly filled with excitement. Of course, I can't wait any longer. Let these beasts taste our new treasures. As he spoke, the originally calm, light curtain suddenly fluctuated violently. With a wave of the light curtain, towering metal shells, over 2 meters tall, suddenly appeared in everyone's view. These metal shells were completely black, and their heads were covered with a half-enclosed metal casing, while the facial defenses were made of materials similar to face shields. The most striking feature was the cold, luminous circular rings glowing on their chests, which are the power source of the entire metal shell, the cold fusion reactor. In their hands, the over 5-meter-long tri-prong machine guns also shimmered with a faint blue light. The 20mm caliber Gauss machine guns bullets were enough to tear apart Tier 2 abnormal beasts. And even Tier 3 abnormal beasts could only suffer under the terrifying penetration of metal projectiles in a round of fire. In addition, high-strength plastic steel not only reduces the overall mass of the kinetic armor, but also enhances its defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, the built-in life support system ensures that soldiers can survive for up to 7 days in extreme environments. All of this constitutes the new combat unit unlocked after upgrading the territory to Level 2, the Black Knight. 1 Kinetic Armor. At this moment, the battle is just beginning. Chapter 97. Corruptor on the Star Network. When everyone saw the kinetic armor bursting out from the light screen, they instinctively glanced at the timestamp marked on the Star Network. June 4th. Year 1 of the new era. Damn. I almost thought I had time traveled. Is this thing something that our current technology can possess? TC8, what do you guys know? I've used this thing before, it's pretty good. Of course in the game. Good looks equal combat power. Just for the looks of this kinetic armor, I'm in. Hey upstairs, what do you know? Good looks are useless. Just wait and see. Those metal lumps will be flattened by the beasts with one paw. Yes, these are just pretty but useless scrap metal. Only awakening is the true way. Just as the heated discussions were ongoing online, nearly 1,000 soldiers clad in Black Knight. One armor had already arrived at the front lines. The massive triangular gun barrel slowly rotated, and the hydraulic device located on the leg of the kinetic armor only slightly depressed for a moment before quickly recovering, while the electromagnetically driven bullets effectively reduced recoil. The next moment, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound, a dense barrage of orange-yellow bullets shot out from the barrel, forming a concentrated fire net in front of the defense line. The sky was dyed orange by the overwhelming barrage, and the metal live ammunition made of alloy had a penetration power unmatched by traditional chemical energy bullets, which is the inherent advantage of electromagnetic bullets. At the moment the bullets made contact with the skin of the beasts, the once proud, thick skin was instantly torn apart like paper, revealing the flesh hidden beneath. In the next moment, the terrifying cavity effect rapidly erupted within the bodies of the second-tier beasts, creating cavities as large as basketballs due to the immense kinetic energy. Although a basketball-sized wound is not a fatal injury for these colossal creatures measuring dozens of meters, the problem is that these electromagnetically propelled bullets never hit singly. What these beasts faced was a triangular machine gun with a firing rate of up to 600 rounds per minute. With just one round of fire, these machine guns could drill hundreds of such holes into the beasts. Foul-smelling blood continuously flowed from the wounds of these beasts, and as time passed on the battlefield, the entire hillside was soon soaked with blood. The slippery surface further increased the likelihood of the beasts falling. For these beasts charging in groups, once they fell, their fate would be to be trampled into a meat paste by their continuously surging companions from behind. With just one round of concentrated fire, under the cooperation of the boundary tanks and kinetic armor, the advancing line of the beast was pushed back by over 100 meters. Not bad. Some veterans said this, but the excitement and thrill in their tone could not be concealed. Reload, continue firing. The rear ammunition chamber of the Black Knight. 1 kinetic armor could hold 200 rounds of ammunition, allowing for continuous firing for 2 minutes. The previous round of concentrated fire only consumed 300 rounds, and after replenishing a new round of ammunition, the dense fire net once again covered the entire hillside, combined with the boundary tank's artillery fire, turning the hillside into scorched earth under a volley of fire. Wait, something's not right. Just as everyone was rejoicing at the beast's rout, a squad leader discovered the anomaly of the beast tide through the holographic map. Did we win? No way. Soon, all the soldiers noticed this bizarre scene, staring in disbelief at the strange sight on the holographic map. Is this over? Just as everyone was puzzled, someone noticed that after the red tide receded on the holographic map, suddenly hundreds of red dots surged up the mountain. These red dots moved at an extremely fast speed, appearing at the mountaintop in no time. Corruptor. Gazing at the lizard-like creatures that stood upright on the slope, Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone, retreat from the position. Upon receiving the order, everyone was stunned for a second, then faithfully executed Jiang Hao's command. No one asked why, and the communication channel was silent. After confirming it was an order from the Supreme Commander, they chose to execute without hesitation. A large number of mechanical troops retreated from the position, and just as everyone was puzzled by Jiang Hao's decision, the ever-increasing number of corruptors finally began to act. They stood on the slope, and their originally upright forelimbs suddenly dropped down. The next moment, the spine on their backs began to twist, breaking out of their bodies like a worm. The pale bones still had traces of blood, and wisps of white gas continuously rose from the spine that had just been pulled out of their bodies. This mutated creature's spine, which should have been densely packed, actually appeared to be hollow. Within that cavity, the thickness of an arm, a green liquid slowly formed inside. The next moment, accompanied by a piercing sound of breaking air, the hollow spine on the back of the corruptor burst out like a cannonball, tracing a beautiful arc in the air before accurately smashing down onto the position of Fenkawu. Sizzle, fizz. A pungent smell accompanied by a corrosive sound filled the air as the green liquid contained within splattered rapidly upon hitting the ground, visibly corroding the earth into a char blackness. A large number of defensive structures were destroyed in an instant, and the high-intensity acid clung to any surface, turning whatever it touched into a pile of black ash in no time. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in horror. If it weren't for Jiang Hao's warning, even with the reinforced shell of the kinetic armor, it would be difficult to withstand such strong acid corrosion. Perhaps the boundary tank's energy shield could withstand some of it, but it would ultimately fall under the continuous strong acid corrosion. Although the boundary tank had a nuclear fusion reactor that could provide an almost unlimited duration for the energy shield, the device generating the energy shield had its limits. Once it overheated, the entire energy shield would collapse in an instant. What are you still dawdling for? Fire. As long as I can master the past, I can conquer the future, Jiang Hao silently said. Chapter 98. Atomic Breath on the Battlefield of the Beast Tide. The two sides of the war were like two silent chess players, revealing their hidden cards one by one. Although facing a group of animals with just awakened consciousness, Jiang Hao still felt a sense of unease. Fortunately, the war had been going smoothly so far. Glancing at the Star Network forum, although there were still many objections to the development of technological weapons as the war progressed, this sentiment was no longer one-sided opposition as it was at the beginning. At the very least, this is a good start, Jiang Hao thought to himself, and on the battlefield, a new round of attacks had already begun, leading with boundary tanks and supported by kinetic armor clusters as the main force. Over 1,000 brand new mechanized troops rolled over the trench-laden offensive, advancing towards the already scorched hillside. This might be the first time in human history that a large-scale counteroffensive has been launched against a tide of alien beasts, especially under the war model dominated by technological weapons, which have been disparaged by everyone. Such news had completely ignited the viewing enthusiasm of all on the Star Network. And this was precisely the goal Jiang Hao aimed to achieve. Although some actions may seem meaningless, once you start doing them, the act itself already holds significance. Jiang Hao had never understood the meaning of this sentence as he did now. This was the significance he attributed to this assault. Technology is the future of humanity. As the awakened legion and these alien beasts struggled fiercely, as blood and life stained the entire battlefield, and as the hard-earned awakened ones fell one by one, Jiang Hao's mechanized troops were charging forward. They would turn the tide of the entire battle with their artillery. At this moment, he wanted everyone to see. Boom! The sound of cannon fire erupted, and shells exploded among the alien beasts, disrupting their formations. In the midst of the gunfire, some alien beasts even looked up in surprise, their eyes wide as they stared at the artillery fire coming from afar. They couldn't understand why any humans would dare to attack them proactively. However, after the shock, these alien beasts had already begun to take action. The fragile ground could no longer withstand the baptism of war, cracking under the frantic running of these giant beasts. To quickly close the distance to the human ants, these alien beasts even began to leap. When the first batch of alien beasts appeared in everyone's sight, the three-pronged machine gun of the kinetic armor began to spit fire, and a dense barrage instantly covered the entire hill. But this time, it did not create the scene of flesh and blood bursting as imagined. Instead, after the yellow bullets hit the vanguard of the alien beast tide, a sharp metallic collision sound suddenly erupted. Countless sparks erupted as the alien beasts advanced, and with binoculars in hand, Zhong Chao finally saw the situation there. It was a pangolin. The captain of a mechanical squad quickly reported the frontline situation. Xuanwu, can you calculate the biological level of that pangolin? Jiang Hao asked. Given the destructive power of kinetic armor and boundary tanks, even a third-order beast would find it difficult to survive and scathe under such dense artillery fire, unless it was a fourth-order beast. Soon, the detection results from Xuanwu were out. This was a new ability unlocked after the territory upgrade, capable of determining the level of the beast through the detection of biological magnetic field intensity. Upon seeing the detected results, Jiang Hao fell silent. Wait! Jiang Hao suddenly thought of a possibility. If such a high-level beast appeared in the beast tide, it could only mean one thing: that there was at least one evolution core in some unknown place near his territory. This thing was simply a catalyst for beast evolution. Within 100 kilometers around it, all beast evolution would be affected. With the enhancement of the evolution core, it was common for the evolution level of the beasts influenced within that range to be one level higher than ordinary beasts, and for some beasts with good qualifications, they could even evolve into higher life forms. What worried Jiang Hao even more was that if his inference was correct, this might just be the appetizer for the beast tide. As it turned out, Jiang Hao's concerns were not unfounded. On the war front, after that fourth-order beast blocked all attacks, its massive body suddenly stood tall, towering like a mountain at dozens of meters high. As the pangolin stood up, the heavy scales on its body suddenly shook, producing a sharp sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. The next moment, a crimson flame erupted from the pangolin's mouth. Atomic breath. The scorching energy beam swept across the battlefield, incinerating the surrounding air and a large number of shattered limbs. Compared to the atomic breath of a third-order beast, the atomic breath of a fourth-order beast was more solid and lasted longer. A pale blue energy rose, and the energy shield of the boundary tank was instantly expanded, struggling to hold up under that scorching beam of light. Energy shield durability remaining 32. As the red light gradually dissipated, Xuanwu's prompt sounded at the same time. After just one round of attack, the boundary tank had lost more than half of its energy shield. Sitting inside the tank, one could even smell the burnt odor from the overloaded energy shield device. The worst off were those kinetic armor soldiers who were directly exposed to the atomic breath. They didn't even have time to react before being instantly consumed by the oncoming scorching beam. Through the Star Network live broadcast, everyone witnessed this scene. The entire world fell into silence. Although the survivor factions had some understanding of the evolution of beasts, no one expected this day to come so quickly. On a command vehicle modified from an armored car, Zhong Chao looked at the real-time dynamics of the holographic map and said, "Did you not consider the possibility of high-level beasts intervening in the war? After all, third-order beasts have already appeared in Cold Light City." Shen Bingyan was in a boundary tank, which had just withstood a wave of atomic breath. At this moment, alarms from various instruments in the boundary tank filled the communication channel. However, before Shen Bingyan could finish her sentence, her voice abruptly stopped. Chapter 99. The Final Order of Infantry. The appearance of that fourth-order beast seemed to signal something. With the emergence of that fourth-order beast, suddenly nearly 100 red dots appeared on the battlefield on the holographic map. Detection of third-order beast fluctuations. The prompt from Xuanwu came to the ear, and then a large number of third-order beasts appeared before everyone's eyes. What a scene it was, with mountains and hills filled with third-order beasts, their massive bodies blocking out the sky, surrounding the entire valley like a giant mouth of an abyss. Just seeing the scene in the footage made everyone feel despair, cold sweat continuously seeping from their backs. This was an army composed of nearly 1,000 third-order beasts. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The Awakeners, who were still feeling pleased about defeating a third-order beast in Cold Light City, finally felt the fear of being dominated by beasts. Nearly 1,000 third-order beasts. When they ran, it was like the earth was shaking. When they howled, it was like thunder breaking the sky. When they charged, it was a force that could flatten everything. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, the beast declared in this way who the true master of this world was. How is this possible? Until this moment, Liang Xingyo, who had been quietly watching from the side, finally showed a hint of panic on his face. The scale of these third-order beasts was such that even in their northern domain, they had to prepare for a city-wide battle. Not to mention that Feng Q had been seen as a remote area by Liang Xingyo. Lord Jiang, I ask you one last time. Do you agree to let me take Miss Shun Bingyan away? At this moment, Liang Xingyo connected with Jiang Hao's communication, and until now he had not given up on his original intention of coming. If you agree, I can talk to our city lord right now. Request missile support. Using thousands of missiles to cover this land, combined with your boundary tanks, there is still hope to repel this group of beast attack. Hearing the voice from the communication channel, Jiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Liang Xingyo still couldn't see the situation clearly. Did he still think that Shun Jianlin would use up the entire northern domain's missile stockpile for his sister and the captain of the personal guard? It was no surprise that a force like the northern domain could survive until the last moment of the apocalypse in the previous life. In Shun Jianlin's eyes, the interests of the northern domain were above all else. He was indeed an excellent leader of a force, but not a qualified brother. Perhaps sending the captain of the personal guard to search for his sister was already his biggest concession. At this moment, the 2 rounds of artillery fire had already finished. But the fourth-order beast stood there, its tail swinging to create a violent wind, blocking the high-explosive armor-piercing shells and Gauss bullets solely with its tail. Faced with the absolute defense of a fourth-order beast, the weapons of the Feng Q territory were utterly helpless. The tremors from the ground, carrying falling rocks, continued to rush down the slope. In the face of the attack from nearly 1,000 third-order beasts, the entire mountain seemed unable to withstand the crushing force and was about to collapse. However, at this moment, no one retreated. The originally trembling new soldiers had regained control of their bodies, pulling the triggers and firing continuously. Everyone knew in their hearts that the end of this battle could only result in life or death, with no other possibilities. No one would be foolish enough to kneel and beg for mercy here. If they did so, the only fate awaiting them was to become food. This was a battle between 2 groups, a battle of extermination, with death but no life. The Feng Q territory was finished. Seeing the scene in the footage, everyone reached a consensus at the same time. No one doubted the reliability of this statement. Even though the layer of light curtain enveloping the Feng Q territory still stood in the live broadcast footage, everyone had already seen the fate of the Feng Q territory in the face of such a large-scale beast charge. At this moment, amidst the doubts and lamentations from around the world, the Star Network live broadcast footage suddenly shifted. The screen showed Jiang Hao's youthful and slightly immature face. At this moment, he seemed to notice the change in the camera, then playfully waved at the hyperspectral camera installed in the boundary tank and smiled slightly. Then, he pointed at the distant light curtain, indicating for the camera to turn in that direction. What is that? As the scene rotated, everyone's gaze suddenly froze, followed by a long moment of shock. The originally calm light screen suddenly rippled with enormous waves, and then giant artificial objects slowly walked out from the light screen. Those were towering mechs, nearly 20 meters tall. The bodies emitted a silver glow against the backdrop of the snow. and their overall structure was not made using a monolithic technology, but rather composed of a small number of modular components. The overall appearance resembled that of a dangerous wanderer, consisting of 5 forged modular parts. On its chest, there was a fusion reactor emitting a cold and dazzling light. The head of this steel giant was completely integrated with its body. The area where the head should have been was equipped with numerous armor plates to enhance the defense of its vulnerable parts. It was precisely because of this headless design that it earned its chilling name, Xing Tian, Xing Tian class mech. Its limbs were entirely constrained together by a magnetic bearing servo system. This undoubtedly greatly increased its flexibility, and in its hands, a plasma longsword over 8 meters long sliced through the air, showcasing a sense of order before this mech. The Xing Tian class mech, 20,000 units of steel, 8,000 units of energy crystals. Construction time, 5 days, is the pinnacle creation of the second-generation nuclear fusion reactor. The ultimate order of the infantry units of the galactic civilization. Tremble before it, ants. At this moment, Jiang Hao had stood up from the turret of the boundary tank. He looked up at the imposing presence of the mecha, feeling a sense of invincibility he had never experienced before. The once brilliant northern region, akin to a sea of stars, had become overshadowed by the 7 great martial saints, the beliefs of countless awakened ones, and everything else. After the appearance of the Xing Tian class mecha, all of that had faded into insignificance. Those past glories, no matter how dazzling, now belong to the era of Feng Chi-Wu. You are all just the past. Only I am the present. Feeling the surging blood within him, Jiang Hao raised his arm and shouted during the live stream on StarNet, Xuan Wu, prepare to land on Xing Tian. Received. Docking with the Xing Tian system. Docking completed. Authorizing landing. As he spoke, one of the Xing Tian mechas approached, slowly extending its arm in front of the boundary tank. Jiang Hao jumped onto the arm of the Xing Tian, and with the movement of the metal arm, he was lifted high by Xing Tian. Then the hatch opened, and Jiang Hao jumped straight inside. Chapter 100, Xing Tian class mech. Operating such a massive machine undoubtedly requires a highly complex operating system. But once Jiang Hao entered, he found the internal structure of the Xing Tian mech to be extremely simple. There was just a large metal platform. After Jiang Hao entered the cockpit, his body was instantly covered with various virtual sensors, and with Jiang Hao's movements. The massive body of the Xing Tian mech also synchronized its actions. Although the operation logic of the Xing Tian mech seemed simple, Jiang Hao still felt the difficulty of controlling such a colossal object during his first attempt. In fact, after upgrading to a level 2 territory, a building unit called the Holographic Simulation Room was unlocked in the construction list. This was a training base specifically built for training with Xing Tian class mechs and future weapons. Without prior training from the system, trying to operate such a giant would be as difficult as asking Zhang Fei to do embroidery. After a brief attempt to operate it, Jiang Hao decisively gave up on the idea of controlling the mech in battle. However, with Xuan Wu's involvement, none of this was an issue. After authorizing the operating rights of the mech to Xuan Wu, Jiang Hao began observing the battlefield situation on the one-way visible screen in the cockpit. Once the Xing Tian mech appeared on the battlefield, it successfully attracted the attention of a considerable number of Tier 3 beasts and that one Tier 4 beast, causing deafening roars to erupt on the battlefield. But just as those roars had not fully spread across the battlefield, Xuan Wu was already moving the Xing Tian mech. The turbo engine behind it erupted with a fierce shriek, and the 10-meter-long dark blue tail flame instantly dragged along the ground, propelling the heavy body of the Xing Tian mech into the air, then crashing down onto the battlefield. The violent impact uprooted the ground to a depth of 4 to 5 meters, sending the nearby Tier 3 beasts flying. Under Xuan Wu's control, the Xing Tian mech crossed its fingers and made a fist, then waved its fist as if it were adapting to its new body. Then, the turbo engine behind it erupted again, and the Xing Tian mech lunged forward. Bang! The sound of a baseball bat hitting a head rang out as the rapid punch, wrapped in waves of air, struck the nearest beast without fail. The next moment, the clear sound of bones shattering echoed, and the beast could only let out a whimper before it breathed its last. Excellent power. Now let's test the strength under overload conditions. Jiang Hao exclaimed in admiration as he had already seen the relevant data of the Xing Tian mecha through the control panel's instructions. As soon as he finished speaking, the fusion engine in the chest of the Xing Tian mecha erupted with a deafening hum, and a blinding blue light gradually intensified at its chest. In the next moment, the Xing Tian mecha charged forward, delivering a punch before the Tier 3 beast in front of it could react. Blood splattered, accompanied by the clear sound of bones breaking. The head of the gorilla-like beast exploded instantly under the full force of the Xing Tian mecha. Wow, so cool. I want to pilot that thing. Seeing the scene, the soldiers inside the boundary tank erupted in deafening cheers. After the appearance of this massive machine, the boundary tank in their hands suddenly felt less appealing. After all, what man doesn't have his own mecha dream? The beast horde roared in anger. However, their claws were as powerless as children's toys in front of the Xing Tian mecha. Those claws, which could easily tear through the boundary tank's defenses, only left a shallow dent on the massive body of the Xing Tian mecha. Atomic breath. Upon realizing their attacks were ineffective, the Tier 3 beast unleashed its ultimate weapon, a scarlet glow instantly dyeing the sky above the battlefield with a rosy hue. The surrounding air was burned away in an instant, and a sudden change in air pressure created a fierce wind that quickly spread the scorched earth and smoke across the battlefield. However, in the face of an attack of this level from a Tier 3 beast, the Xing Tian mecha didn't even activate its energy shield and simply relied on the armor's inherent defense to withstand the attack. This is the ultimate order of human infantry. Under the threat of numerous powerful beasts, it has upheld the survival space for human survivors. And now, Fenkawu possesses 8 of such mechas. Everyone witnessed this scene. The entire Star Network fell silent. Those who originally sang the demise of technological dominance wisely closed their mouths upon seeing the Xing Tian mecha. Although the development of technology is a slow process, once this technological barrier is broken, the enhancement in strength it brings to humanity is profound and significant. Especially in extreme environments like the apocalypse, this situation becomes even more apparent. Cultivating a Tier 2 or even Tier 3 awakener not only requires exceptional talent, but also a vast amount of time and resources. Such an awakener can only face 7 or 8 beasts of the same level on the battlefield at a time. But with weapons like the Xing Tian mecha, an ordinary soldier can operate the mecha after just a month or even half a month of systematic training, and the effectiveness generated by such mechas on the battlefield is absolutely strategic. Most importantly, the production of this high-end combat power is sustainable and can be mass-produced. In the face of hordes of beasts numbering in the tens of thousands, this is the only winning strategy. At this moment, although there are only 8 Xing Tian mechas on the battlefield, they have successfully blocked nearly 1,000 beasts with their absolute strength. After punching a beast flying, all the mechas stopped their attacks. They formed a tacit battle line in front of the mountain of beast corpses, and then the fusion reactors in their chests suddenly brightened, pushing their power to the extreme like brilliant stars at that moment. Annihilate! Jiang Hao seemed to hear Xuanwu's excited voice. At this moment, Jiang Hao noticed that the icon representing the ultimate weapon of the mecha slowly lit up on the holographic display in front of him. The next moment, all the mechas slightly bent down, adopting a 90-degree bowing posture, their massive mechanical arms supporting the ground. Then, a rough launch port suddenly opened on their smooth backs, and accompanied by the sound of metal friction, delicate silver projectiles slowly emerged from the launch port. Boom! A muffled sound pierced through all the surrounding noise like thunder. The electromagnetic suspension device located in the mecha's legs was compressed to the extreme in an instant, and then propelled by the electromagnetic track. The compressed air formed a conical sound barrier at the launch port of the silver projectile, which expanded in an instant. Chapter 101. Like a deity, 100 kilograms electromagnetic mass projectile. The kinetic weapon mounted on the Xing Tian mecha operates on a principle similar to that of space-based kinetic weapons, with the difference being that one uses kinetic energy generated by gravity to damage enemies, while the other uses electromagnetic power to generate a powerful thrust in an instant to harm enemies. This type of weapon is so fast that it can accelerate a stationary object to over Mach 10 in just 0.5 seconds. The high-density silver projectile left a phantom in midair before crashing into the beast horde. The next moment, the terrifying impact erupted instantly, and the dense projectile broke through all obstacles without hindrance, penetrating deep into the mountain. Immediately, the massive mountain body liquefied like an avalanche under the unparalleled impact. The entire mountain collapsed with a roar, as if a waking abyssal giant beast had instantly devoured all the beasts on the mountain. Meanwhile, the Xing Tian mecha was also pressed into the ground by the tremendous recoil generated when the projectile was fired, with only its upper body remaining above the surface. Done. A light laugh, slightly excited yet humorous, came from within the mecha. Is this guy really artificial intelligence? Hearing Xuanwu's human-like voice, Jiang Hao couldn't help but comment. Soon after, he felt the mecha's body suddenly tremble, and then it crawled out from the deep mud. Oh, there's still one alive. Xuanwu's slightly surprised voice rang out again. Jiang Hao turned his gaze upon hearing the sound, only to see the pangolin crawl out of the mud from the area that had already turned into a mudflat. At this moment, the pangolin had long lost its previous valiance. Its originally smooth scales were now stained with dirt, and large patches of scales had fallen off due to the earlier impact, exposing the fragile flesh hidden beneath. Swish! The plasma longsword was suddenly drawn, and powerful currents of electricity constantly roamed in high frequency, ultimately being constrained by strong electromagnetic forces around the blade, flashing with a ghostly blue light. The turbine engine restarted, and a mech standing amidst the battlefield of corpses charged out. The harsh sound of metal colliding rang out in the next instant, as arcs of electricity flickered in the somewhat gray sky. Not bad defense, Xuanwu remarked with some surprise, glancing at the dent on the pangolin's tail. Power output increased to 20. As soon as the words fell, the previously dim plasma longsword suddenly burst forth with an even more dazzling light. With the fusion reactor continuously charging, the originally ghostly blue light gradually changed, and a hint of purple halo began to emanate from the center of the ion generator. In no time, the entire blade of the plasma longsword had transformed into a pale purple plasma constraining body. Just then, the fourth-tier pangolin abruptly raised its head, its crimson eyes flashing with an indomitable light. Clearly, it did not want to give that mech another chance to attack. Atomic breath. A tangible red light shot out in an instant, and the scorching beam, upon contacting the surrounding air, instantly created the illusion of twisted space, crossing several kilometers in the blink of an eye, colliding with the mech in a flash. A light blue arc instantly emerged, like a wall reaching the heavens, blocking everything outside. The arc was stable and continuous, as the Xing Tian mech charged straight ahead with its energy shield. Sizzle. A unique burnt odor wafted out, accompanied by a roar, as the pangolin's massive head slowly sank into the soft mud. 20 output power, 1 strike to kill. Everyone was stunned beyond measure when they saw the live broadcast of that fourth-tier exotic beast being beheaded by a single sword strike. That was a fourth-tier exotic beast, and it was killed just like that. Did the fourth-tier exotic beast have no pride? However, many viewers seemed to focus on something else. They saw the wound still emitting smoke after being sliced by the plasma longsword, and crystalline tears uncontrollably flowed from the corners of their mouths. This was the meat of a fourth-tier exotic beast, if they could enjoy such a delicacy. Indeed, in this world, there will always be those who view eating as life itself, although they are aware of the long-term harm of consuming exotic beast meat. It feels fine at the moment of eating, and since they do not feel any discomfort in their bodies, what does it matter? The key is that these seemingly ugly mutated creatures, though fierce-looking, actually have delicious meat. From the barely palatable meat of first-tier exotic beasts, to the mediocre second-tier exotic beast meat, and then to the third-tier exotic beast meat that these people have yet to taste. They temporarily do not know what it is like, but as the level of exotic beasts increases, the improvement in meat quality is evident, which further ignites the enthusiasm of these gluttonous diners for consuming high-tier exotic beast meat. Therefore, regarding the issue of fourth-tier exotic beasts, a considerable number of people possess a peculiar perspective when they saw the incisions still emitting smoke and oozing grease. They immediately began to explore the market for this exotic beast meat. With the fall of the fourth-tier exotic beast, the battlefield erupted with deafening cheers. Everyone looked at the 8 mechs in the center of the battlefield, as if they were gazing at deities. Those immovable steel giants gave these people immense confidence. When everyone saw that it was Jiang Hao's mech that killed the fourth-tier exotic beast, their expressions subtly changed. Fervor, pride, and arrogance were unabashedly displayed on all the soldiers' faces at that moment. Look, this is our lord. Our Fenka was lord. As the first person in the world to slay a fourth-tier exotic beast, it is certain that his name will be recorded in the annals of human history in the foreseeable future. As for Jiang Hao's current awakening level, who would care? Even if that mech was not operated by Jiang Hao himself, what would it matter? History is always written by the victors, and evidently, at this moment, Jiang Hao had more say than anyone else. Amidst the soldiers' cheers, Jiang Hao felt a force called public sentiment quietly gathering around him. How is public sentiment gathered? When everyone can eat and stay warm with you, when they're not fearful of the exotic beast attacks, when everyone has abandoned the weapons they once used and told others that they're useless, you stand by their side, offering them the weapons abandoned by the times, and then lead them to defeat the enemies that everyone believes are unbeatable. You become their god. At this moment, everyone will offer their loyalty. You move forward, and they will follow, unwavering. Chapter 102. Bargaining. Jiang Hao smiled and signaled for everyone to quiet down. The war is not over yet. He glanced at the holographic map. Although the remaining beast horde had experienced a brief moment of chaos after the fourth-tier beast fell, it quickly regained stability moments later. This unusual situation immediately caught Jiang Hao's attention. Normally, regardless of the level of the beast, the collapse of the entire horde after the leader is killed happens in an instant. But in a case like today, there's only one possibility. That fourth-tier beast was not the leader of this horde. Jiang Hao's gaze once again focused on the holographic map, looking deeper into the battlefield. At that moment, the previously quiet group of suddenly erupted into chaos. These remaining roared and began to gather towards a certain location deep within the battlefield. Xuanwu, detecting humanoid biological magnetic field fluctuations. This creature is a Tier 3. Jiang Hao had not finished speaking when Xuanwu had already synchronously begun to probe the area where the were gathering, quickly arriving at a conclusion. His eyes narrowed slightly. Were species that had directly mutated from zombies, but unlike, the evolution probability of these creatures was very low. According to some scholars from the previous life, the chance of ordinary animals evolving into was 85, while the normal evolution probability of excluding those zombies that consumed rare treasures like red fruits was only 1 in 10 million. The scarce numbers destined them to be a disadvantaged group among mutated species from the moment of their birth. Fortunately, their intellectual advantage was enough to make up for their lack of numbers. From a moment they mutated from zombies into, they already possessed human-level intelligence, which was generally a height that could only reach upon evolving to the 6th tier. This must have formed some kind of alliance with that 4th tier, evidently. The attacks during this tide were all orchestrated by it. If it weren't for Jiang Hao's territory having completed its upgrade and acquired more advanced weapons and equipment, it was likely that under this command, the Fenkawa territory could have been breached. However, from the current situation, after the 4th tier pangolin was taken down, this 3rd tier clearly could not command respect. After suffering significant losses, these had evidently stopped acknowledging its command, and a backlash against the had already begun. Realizing this, Jiang Hao's gaze suddenly sharpened. He had no intention of allowing this to see the sun tomorrow. As the most feared existence in the tide, had always played the roles of strategist and commander in past tides. In the late stages of the apocalypse in the previous life, through their understanding of legions and the cooperation of various military units, had annihilated countless human forces. Faced with such a potentially formidable entity, Jiang Hao would naturally not let it evolve unchecked. On the holographic map, the marked by a yellow had already sensed its danger and was rapidly fleeing towards the edge of the map. Jiang Hao did not intend to give him a chance to see the sun tomorrow. In fact, he was prepared to add more fuel to this abnormal being. The communication terminal connected, and after the signal indicator light flashed 5 times, the communication connection on the other end was finally established. What's the situation on your side? Damn, what's going on with the mechs over there? When can they be equipped here? Soon, excited shout from Xiao Su came through the communicator. Jiang Hao rubbed his ear, which was throbbing with pain. Judging from Xiao Su's strong voice, the situation in L City should be pretty good. I've sent you the coordinates. Eliminate him before he runs out of the holographic map. Ignoring Xiao Su's words, Jiang Hao said briefly, "Are you going to use the CJ-10 again?" Xiao Su's voice was slightly teasing, but he quickly gave a positive reply. Jiang Hao was slightly taken aback, and the pile of prepared remarks suddenly became useless. Has this guy changed his character today? Jiang Hao still vaguely remembered how Xiao Su had acted like a wealthy landlord last time when calling for the CJ-10. Why is he being so generous today? Cough, cough. Sure enough, the shameless voice of Xiao Su came through the channel. 100 Xing Tian mechs. 100? Are you out of your mind? I only have 8 in total. Where am I supposed to get 100 for you? Jiang Hao's voice instantly rose by 8 degrees, drawing the attention of the soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield. What happened to the Lord? Jiang Hao coughed dryly and closed the hatch of the mech before saying, "You're almost done. Damn it, even L City is mine. Do I need your approval to launch a CJ-10? If you want to kick me out, go ahead. Otherwise, give me 8 mechs." Xiao Su, with a rogue expression, casually replied, 2 mechs. At most, I can give you 2 mechs. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth. 6 mechs. 3 mechs. Otherwise, forget it. All right, deal. In L City, Xiao Su smirked, revealing a satisfied smile. 7 minutes later, as a flying object trailing gray smoke streaked across the sky, the yellow dot on the holographic map quickly faded. Turning off the holographic map, Jiang Hao issued a command to resupply ammunition. The Xing Tian mechs, boundary tanks, and kinetic armors entered the heavy factory in batches under the control of Xuanwu to replenish their ammunition. In the Fengkewu territory, all weapons and equipment produced within had a chance for free ammunition resupply once daily. Once these equipment entered the heavy factory, the built-in ammunition compartment would instantly refill. Of course, if the resupply exceeded the limit, all resupplied ammunition would be deducted from the resource reserves according to production costs. The battlefield cleanup was progressing steadily. With the help of the Xing Tian mechs, the cleanup of the entire battlefield was much faster. As the plasma longsword swung, the tough hide of a third-tier beast was swiftly sliced open and quickly removed by soldiers in kinetic armor. The corpses of nearly 10,000 beasts couldn't all be made into jerky. A significant portion was ordered to be burned by Jiang Hao to prevent the spread of toxic substances from decaying bodies. The fatty beast meat was full of grease, and the soldiers could easily ignite it without any igniters. When thousands of piled-up corpses were set ablaze, the flames shot up into the sky, turning half of the sky red. Tens of thousands of spectators saw this scene through the Star Network, tears of envy streaming down their faces. What a waste! These things are genuine food, and they were burned by a bunch of spendthrifts from Fengkewu. The soldiers of Fengkewu didn't feel there was any waste, as they didn't eat what Fengkewu sold. Warning! Warning! Air raid detected in transit. Countdown 004. 32s. Chapter 103. Ghosts in the Sky Sea City. As a major city with a population of 20 million before the apocalypse, its strategic position is self-evident. After the apocalypse, the PE Foundation quickly occupied this place as a strategic hub extending from the Midwest to the Southwest. Half an hour ago, a meeting regarding the overall situation of the Southwest was being held in the conference room of the Sea City Administrative Building. We must make our stance clear. How dare they bomb our congressman? This is a declaration of war against our foundation. I propose necessary punishment against Fengkewu to stabilize the situation in the Southwest. At the roundtable meeting, 6 black-robed Foundation congressmen were present, engaging in heated discussions about the situation in the Southwest. After a face hidden beneath a black robe finished speaking, the elder in the first seat gently tapped the table. "Gentlemen, before we pass a decision on how to deal with Fengkewu, I have a video for you to watch." After saying that, a display in the conference room began showing the defensive and offensive situation of the Fengkewu troops against the Beast Tide. This is the footage our satellite captured of Fenkewu's battle not long ago. As he spoke, the image of a Xing Tian mech wielding a plasma longsword and decapitating a 4th-tier beast appeared on screen. as the head of the fourth-tier beast slowly slid into the ground. The large hall of the conference room fell silent. Gentlemen, as you can see, facing such mechs, do you still have confidence in winning? Or do you really have the courage to fight against such a force? A cough came from under the elder's dark cloak, and after a long while, he continued. We must admit that the moment Fenkawu displayed their mechs, they effectively gained the strength to engage us in equal dialogue. Face the reality. The Southwest is no longer a place we can manipulate at will. Equal dialogue? Huh. Just as the elder's words fell, at the other end of the table, a congressman still on an forge rip expressed his disdain without holding back. This congressman was the only one present not wearing a black robe. His fair skin was smooth like that of a newborn baby. Under the glare of the bright lights, a familiar yet unexpected face appeared before everyone. Li Changhe, we know you nearly died from Fenkawu's missile attack, but you can't joke about the Foundation's future at this time. Li Changhe, you should wait until you can leave that urinal before you speak. Laughter erupted in the hall. Li Changhe's face darkened. He had barely survived the crew's missile strike thanks to his self-healing ability and had spent half a month recovering to fully heal his injured body. However, due to the excessive consumption of cellular vitality during the recovery, he now could only rely on nutrient injections to slowly regain his bodily functions. Now that his scars were being picked at, Li Changhe's expression grew even darker. Don't forget the original intention of the Foundation's establishment. The dull sound of his hands striking the table resonated, and Li Changhe, fueled by an unknown source of strength, suddenly slammed the table and spoke again. I will be loyal to my body, dedicate my soul, and continuously strive for the ultimate of the body. We walk in the darkness so that others may live in the light. We are the last bastion of this world. May the abandoners fall into darkness forever, and may the land beneath our feet remain evergreen. This was the highest oath of the PE Foundation, a shared commitment among all Foundation members. As Li Changhe recited, the black-robed congressmen in the round table meeting stood solemnly and chanted in unison. Their flickering eyes were filled with fervor, and their voices were imbued with piety. After a long time, the oath was completed, and Li Changhe, his face flushed with excitement, shouted again, "The ultimate of life is above." After this trial, I have a deeper understanding of the greatness of this power. Even though my body was already broken at that time, I did not betray my body. As he spoke, Li Changhe's voice suddenly became emotional, his hands began to tremble, and his eyes sparkled with tears. Li Changhe's gaze swept across the crowd, and the room fell silent. Even the previously impassioned elder was rendered speechless. Here, no one was more qualified to say these words than him. For Li Changhe's survival itself was the best interpretation of the ultimate of life they believed in. Seeing the silence among the crowd, Li Changhe once again revealed a confident and calm expression. Gentlemen, so please put away those hypocritical platitudes and launch the harshest attack on Fenkawu territory. Have you forgotten those abandoners? What did they do after gaining technology? Where are they now? Who can guarantee that Fenkawu won't make the same choice? So, wipe them out and let us restore order in the southwest region. Sea City? When Xuanwu informed Jiang Hao of the location of his signal tracking, Jiang Hao's first reaction was one of confusion. In his memory, he had never provoked the forces in City C. Could it be a mistake? Jiang Hao even had such thoughts. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't stop the fact that the planes from City C were getting closer and closer. Perhaps due to being too low-key, in the apocalypse, almost everyone knew that the southern Duanjin Island and the northern Biu had strong aerial forces. But few would notice that the southwestern City C also had a top-tier aerial force in terms of scale and quantity. The reason was that this place was once one of the most famous aerospace weapon manufacturing sites in China, and after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the equipment here was well inherited. The C-25 Phantom Dragon fighter jet, as one of the most advanced fourth-and-a-half-generation fighter jets in the world, had a classic canard layout that indicated its pure lineage, and its advanced skin technology brought its radar cross-section close to 0.001 square meters, giving it excellent stealth capabilities that allowed this aircraft to almost ignore all active radars. At this moment, an altitude of 8,000 meters, 4 gray-painted C 25 Phantom Dragon fighter jets were slicing through the sky at a speed of 2.8 Mach, their slender wings cutting through the air and leaving a white trail that continuously spread towards the depths of the horizon. Are we being too reckless? A worried voice came through the communication channel of one of the aircraft. According to wartime aircraft raid regulations, all planes should implement ultra-low altitude incursions when entering the combat zone to evade enemy radar's line of sight. But at this moment, even though this group of fighter jets had already entered the airspace of Fengkawu, they were still cruising at supersonic speeds and altitude of 8,000 meters. Relax, buddy. Do you expect them to have radar? Don't worry, to them. We are ghosts that don't exist. These pilots joked, their sharp fuselages slicing through the air, leaving behind a swirling tail. And in supersonic cruise, the deafening roar was far behind, like a sharp sword piercing towards the predetermined target. Arriving at the target airspace, begin to lower altitude. A pilot glanced at the radar mark location and then looked at the somewhat blurry satellite image stuck beside the display. A sinister smile creeping onto his face. This is definitely the place. Prepare to drop bombs. The bomb bay in the belly of the aircraft slowly opened, revealing the cluster of bombs hidden within. These bombs have been banned by countries around the world before the apocalypse due to their terrifying lethality. However, now is the apocalypse. Those agreements signed before the apocalypse had long been thrown into the trash like toilet paper. Human life was so cheap here that it couldn't even be exchanged for a pound of food. Who care about human rights? When humanity breaks through the moral bottom line in such an environment, they can press the drop button without any psychological burden. Just as these pilots were about to press the drop button, the radar alarm suddenly blared in the narrow cockpit. Warning! Warning! Locked by enemy aircraft fire control radar. Instinctively making evasive maneuvers, the fuselage rapidly climbed in midair, and just before reaching the maximum altitude, the pilot instantly pulled back the throttle, and in that instant, the aircraft unexpectedly entered a stall state, plummeting from the sky like a falling leaf. With the aid of vector engines, the Phantom Dragon fighter performed a falling leaf maneuver effortlessly, and the pilot controlling the fighter also wore a satisfied smile at his previous actions. Then, before the smile on his face had fully blossomed, his expression froze in an instant. A brilliant firework exploded on that fighter like a fleeting meteor. Enemy attack. Damn it. Where's the enemy? Give me the location. On the radar, there were no suspicious objects within visual range. Our aircraft exploded without warning, as if it had encountered ghosts. Such a bizarre phenomenon drove these pilots crazy. Just then, a white cloud not far ahead was suddenly pierced, and a white contrail appeared out of nowhere in that airspace. Optical stealth. As the captain of this raid mission, Feng Zhao was already drenched in cold sweat. Having been a C-25 Phantom Dragon pilot since before the apocalypse, he had never encountered a situation where his aircraft was outperformed by enemy jets. This situation of being outperformed was maddening. Our radar couldn't lock onto the target, and even wanting to see it was a luxury. A burst of flames suddenly erupted from the right side, and through the cockpit glass, Feng Zhao saw the pilot on his right side had already ejected, the white parachute opening in midair and slowly drifting down. Retreat. After taking one last look at the layered mountains below, Feng Zhao decisively issued the order to retreat. The remaining 2 fighter jets rapidly climbed within 2 seconds of the order, piercing the sky at nearly a 90-degree angle, with the vector engines at the rear blasting out blue flames, propelling the aircraft into a state of supersonic cruise in an instant. Safe. The surrounding clouds rushed backward, and the aircraft's speed had now exceeded 2.8 Mach, making it nearly impossible for any other aircraft to catch up. Feng Yulan glanced nervously at the rapidly retreating clear sky, still feeling a chill from the earlier scene. Captain, below you. Before Feng Zhao could fully relax, he heard another aircraft's slightly trembling voice in his headset. Turning his head, he saw the pilot in that aircraft frantically pointing at the blind spot below his own aircraft, his mouth moving continuously. Below, Feng Zhao was momentarily stunned, and a chill instantly surged through him. He pulled the control stick and executed a roll maneuver. And at the moment the plane rolled, he saw the ghost hidden under his wing. At this moment, that aircraft had disengaged its optical stealth, blending its sky blue paint with the sky, and the wings, which were originally in a forward-swept position, were now slowly folding in, making the entire aircraft structure resemble that of a dart. From Feng Zhio's perspective, this eerie ghost still retained its cockpit, but at that moment, the aircraft in supersonic cruise had no one inside the cockpit. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Wasn't it said that Fengkawu had no air force? Unknown enemy aircraft. Please note, shut down your fire control radar, descend in altitude, and return with me, or all consequences will be borne by your side. Xuanwu had already infiltrated the enemy's encrypted channel, and a unique synthetic electronic voice sounded in their ears. Captain, what should we do? What should we do? Feng Zhio forced a bitter smile. The maneuvers displayed by that aircraft earlier were nothing but a warning to them. Want to escape? First, consider whether AC-25 Phantom Dragon can exceed 3 Mach. As for firing, our radar can't even lock onto it. How can we aim? The aircraft that he had once taken pride in was being toyed with like a child's toy in front of this ghost. Although they were still in the sky, that ghostly aircraft had already woven a cage for these intruders with its superior performance. At this moment, they had nowhere to escape. Chapter 104 Grandiose Excuses. When the aircraft from City C took off from the airport, they couldn't wait to announce the news to the outside world. Of course, they would naturally not release their news through the Star Network. The Foundation, as one of the earliest powers to own its own satellites, also possesses its own channels for information dissemination. However, due to the strong emergence of the Star Network, the Foundation's social channels did not create much of a stir from the beginning. Nevertheless, this does not affect their ability to release their information. Moreover, because many people are also watching the live broadcast of the Beast Tide in the Fengkawu territory through the Star Network, the Foundation's news attracted significant attention once it was released. Of course, intruders will always find a grand reason for their transgressions, such as soldiers lost during exercises, a small bottle of laundry detergent, etc., to emphasize the legitimacy of their actions. This time, the reason announced by the PE Foundation was to utilize aerial reconnaissance to provide available reconnaissance work for the Fengkawu territory, which had just been disturbed by the Beast Tide. As for the mechanical failure issue of missiles suddenly disconnecting during the flight, that was beyond their control. The script had already been written, and the fighter jets departing from City C had already headed to the designated airspace according to the original plan. Now, they just needed to wait for their aircraft to return before they could release the apology letter that had been prepared long ago. However, that apology letter was destined to remain sealed forever in this life. When the Xuanwu forcibly landed 2 Phantom Dragon fighter jets on the lawn within Fengkawu, Jiang Hao had already been waiting there. As for the 2 Mayfly fighter jets, they gracefully landed on a recently cleared patch of ground using vertical takeoff and landing, the turbine engines blowing away the surrounding accumulated snow like waves as they touched down. The live broadcast resumed, and the empty video instantly flooded with over 3,000 viewers. Just arrived from City C. Has the plane from City C reached you? The barrage of comments on the video gradually increased, and as the footage moved, 2 severely damaged Phantom Dragon fighter jets appeared on the screen. The stealth skin of the jets had been completely destroyed due to the emergency landing.